If I heard that you 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 way I live life. Lately I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Like I guess the sky is not so black and white. It's like I told him there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating.
League of Legends at the Esports World Cup brings the highest level of competition to Riyadh. 12 of the world's best teams are battling it out for a share of the $2 million prize pool and to earn valuable club championship points. Of the 12 teams, 11 qualified thanks to their recent performance in their own regional leagues. The top 2 teams from the LPL, LTA North, LEC and the LCP were all invited for EWC, as well as the top team from the LTA South. Over in South Korea, the top 3 teams from the LCK have made it to EWC 2025. Gen G, as the LCK #1 seed, earned an invitation, while T1, the winner of the 2024 Esports World Cup presenting League of Legends tournament, has been invited back to defend their title. But T1's second place finish in the LCK means the third place team, Hanwha Life Esports, also has been invited to EWC. With MSI now in the books, the teams have been seeded based on their performance at the event. The 8 teams who did not place in the top 4 at MSI have been drawn into 2 GSL groups. Win 2 matches and you qualify for playoffs. Lose 2 and you head home early. The top 2 teams from each group will meet the top 4 seeded teams from MSI in the quarter-finals of the single elimination playoff bracket. In the playoffs, matches move to best of 3 featuring Fearless Draft. And for the first time in years, a major League of Legends tournament will feature a third place match, giving teams a chance to earn a prize pool bump and more club championship points. The League of Legends EWC 25 tournament winner will be decided in a best of 5 Fearless Draft grand final on Sunday, which you will not want to miss.
Hey everyone, it's Kitty, and it is currently day 2 at the Esports World Cup featuring League of Legends. I'm currently at the Riot Park. A little birdie actually told me that the total prize pool for this League of Legends tournament is going to be $2 million. I should seriously get back into pro play, but I think I need a duo. Momo?
Kitty, what are you doing here?
I'm here to play some League of Legends because I want to get Challenger again.
Let's go. I'm so tired of getting griefed all the time.
Let's queue up, girl.
Let's go!
T1 started with 12 teams vying for the title of Esports World Cup. League of Legends winner, 2 dreams have already been crushed, and several more will follow today. 4 more to be exact, as we've got ourselves 2 more best of ones to see who makes it to the quarterfinals, and the quarterfinals themselves starting with 2 best of 3s. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Presenting League of Legends, it's Digon here alongside Finn, Valdez, and Medios. And just like Kitty said on the intro earlier, she's getting Challenger, and there's 2 of us here who have gotten Challenger before, and 2 of us that haven't. I'll leave that for you guys at home to figure out who that is.
Didn't know you've been like that, Valdez.
Yeah, it's me, actually. Definitely me. It's not me.
Well, we had a lot of great action yesterday with 8 best of ones as we take a look at some of our Kadia top plays from yesterday's matches. It was a ton. It was a battle of endurance because you definitely had so many matches. It is a format unlike any other. However, everyone was dealing with the same circumstances, and a couple teams rose to the top here, Finn.
Yeah, it did hurt seeing MK blunder that dive, but here we get compensated with his beautiful Yon ult by Dodgebun that really put them back into the game yesterday, finding that crucial outcome fight. I feel like yesterday really delivered in terms of games. I feel like almost all the games were really hype, kind of contested, with some exceptions, of course, which were a little bit one-sided, but in general, a lot of action and a lot of scrappy skirmishes.
Yeah, it was nice to see Half-Life Esports playing pretty well yesterday, respecting their opponents. So that was good. They were able to make it on to the next round, to the knockout stage. And MKOI and CFO, who did play up against them, did actually show some good stuff. So as you were mentioning, definitely pretty competitive so far, as we're taking a look at some of more of the highlights from the day. Definitely a fun day of games so far, but now as we move into knockouts eventually, after our first couple of best of ones today, it is going to just ramp up that competitiveness even more.
Yeah, it's a shame there's only one NA team at this event. I was really looking forward to having more NA teams here, but I guess just FlyQuest again.
Yeah, FlyQuest kind of carrying the banner now for the LTA North squads, as it was Cloud9 and GAM Esports that were eliminated. 1 team from the LTA North, 1 team from the LCP, and their keys were crushed. But we do have 10 more keys still available and alive vying for that title. Standing by right now is Kitty and Hysterics.
Hey everyone, it is week 2 at the Esports World Cup. Wait, it's another Australian. Welcome, Jake. We are in front of the key wall right now for League of Legends day number 2. A little bit of a recap from yesterday. We've had 2 teams eliminated so
and one
far.
of them was NA second seed. People saying they should be going to MSI, but look at Cloud9. Their key is bent. Absolutely destroyed by Fury yesterday. And then, of course, GAM versus CDBC Flying Oyster, another grand final rematch that ended pretty tragically for GAM Esports. But we've got 4 more today that we're going to crush as well.
Yeah, 4 more teams ready to be on the stage. And also, we have best of 3s today. So for the first half, we will be on best of 1s. For the second half, we will be entering into best of 3. So I can't wait to see how that plays out, Jake. Back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you very much, Kitty. There are 10 teams still alive in the tournament, which means 2 will sit out today. It is our top 2 finishers from MSI in T1 and Gen G. They will do battle tomorrow against the winner of FlyQuest and Furia, as they are the 2 that are still up and alive. We get to see probably one of the proudest moments in all of Brazilian League of Legends, a key crushing of a North American squad in Cloud9. It was a pretty big moment. It's been a long time since a Brazilian squad has defeated a North American squad in League of Legends.
Yeah, it hurts a little bit. I'm not going to lie. I don't think it was very expected. I think coming into this, a lot of people, and myself included, really thought C9 was going to have a good performance, but it just wasn't their day yesterday. And, in these formats where it's just 2 best of 1s, sometimes it doesn't work out, and you speedrun it.
Yeah, you definitely got to be able to show up here in this very difficult GSL best of 1 format. Yesterday, Movistar Koi and Hanwha Life Esports were able to get the victories over GAM Esports and CFO respectively. Then Hanwha Life knockout Movistar Koi to the lower bracket qualification match. CFO defeated GAM Esports in the elimination match, and this is probably one of the better reactions that we've had to the key crushing as Doggo put the Vietnamese team to the sword.
Yeah, eliminating the team from his own region. Once again, a little rematch of the finals there from their local league. Just so good performances. He's a little bit shy there. Startled by the crushing of the key of GAM Esports.
Yeah, so with that, here is the prize pool update with GAM Esports and Cloud9 slotted in at that 11th and 12th place on your screen right there on the right. The two teams that get eliminated today will leave with $75,000 for the squad at 9th, 10th. But after that, then you get to the playoffs. Then you get to the best of 3 portion of the format, where now you're starting to think, hey, this is more like the formats we're used to playing. This is a format where we've practiced all year long and we're more comfortable with the draft at that point. And I think, Finn, that to me is the interesting part. We've seen teams try to decide different strategies for the best of ones, whereas the teams that already were seeded into the knockout phase because they had finished higher at MSI, they get to just stick with the best of 3 format here.
Yeah, I think in the beginning of the year when this new format was introduced, I think we saw a lot of teams put heavy emphasis on kind of designing their own approach to how to deal with this new format. We saw CFO with the 2 top laners. We see MKOI with its really explosive drafts. And I feel like you don't really get to show all the things you practice in just a best of 1. And I think now we're going to start to seeing all the different colors of these teams, all the flavors they have prepared for us, and all the different nuances the drafts can give us.
Well, we did have 8 best of 1s yesterday, which gave us a ton of great reactions. Let's take a look at some of them in our Crunchyroll top reactions from yesterday's matches. I assume we better have a montage of the Furia reactions, a lot of European reactions as well, as G2 and MKOI had successful days. FlyQuest got themselves a win, so maybe we'll see them in there as well. But great to see the players on stage smiling, popping off, and executing as we know that they can.
Nice. Oh!
Yeah. A lot of nices, a lot of big smiles, obviously. Got that from Whipple. We also had a reaction at the end of their game, which was like a little bit of a, it was a win, but it wasn't like the best win. That was up against Cloud9, of course, but still, at least they did get the win in the end. But yeah, everybody just trying their best. You see some of C9 there as well. Here are some Furia reactions as they were pumped as they got the big victory yesterday against Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely happy. Very exciting win for them. Definitely coming in as the underdogs. I don't think many people were expecting Furia to do as well as they did. And they've still got another match today to actually make it through to the bracket stage. But, it's a good start for them.
All right, if everyone's keeping track at home, every time that we've tossed about the Furia to Cloud9 victory, it's always ended up in Medios' laugh. So I promise I will try not to do that anymore. I'm sorry, man.
I mean, it is what it is. I'm an NA fan. I'm a C9 fan. And yeah, you don't always win. And that's okay.
All right, well, let's take a look at the Aramco power rankings that are updated. We will update these daily based off what we've seen teams do and not do. We've kept the same at the top. With Gen G and T1 as the favorites. Contenders, AGAL and BLG still stay there. But then we've done a swap here of some of our Western teams. G2 moving up to the contenders and FlyQuest moving down to the underdogs based off of what we've seen yesterday. And Finn is grinning.
All is right in the world. Once again, G2 seen as the contenders and NA are in the bottom. It does feel like a blast to the past seeing all these teams. Gen G, T1, BLG, G2. All these top teams throughout the time of esports. They just belong there at the higher tiers.
Yeah, I think this just makes sense. If you're wondering why FlyQuest may have been moved down, I think it was just because their one victory over Cloud9 was pretty close. And then, of course, Cloud9 got knocked out by Furia, which is another one of the underdogs. So it's kind of like, I don't know, maybe, again, it was just one best of 1, but at the same time, it gives us a little bit of a read on to where their form is at right now. And obviously, they can prove us wrong and do a lot better. G2 could also do the same in their best of 3 a little bit later, for better or for worse, but we'll have to wait and see how that goes.
Yeah, all the underdogs right now are the teams that are still fighting to move on to the next round. They're all still kind of at elimination point. They have to win their next game to move on, so it makes sense.
Good read, good read. And again, for those of you wondering, AGAL is Anyone's Legends with a partnership with AG for the Esports World Cup, so we will be calling them AGAL throughout the tournament. All right, now let's take a look at today's schedule. If we see that, it is the best of ones, 2 of them, to see who moves on. All of our underdogs are doing battle as it starts off with the champions of Europe against the champions of the Pacific, LCP champs, CFO against Movistar Koi. Then we move on over to FlyQuest versus Furia for the North versus South battle of the LTA. Then we get to the best of 3s. The best of 3s in the quarterfinals are all single elimination. So AGAL, who's been sitting watching idly, have to win. Even though they haven't had the chance to play on the stage yet, Hanwha Life Esports, they had 2 games under their belt, took care of business. Same thing with G2, 2 games under their belt in the group stages. Now play BLG, who have been waiting, idling by, trying to prep their drafts and glean as much information as they can moving into this quarterfinal match.
I mean, there's just so many good games today. Honestly, like, there's a lot to look forward to. My eyes are, of course, on this first game that is coming up soon. The CFO versus MKOI, the rematch from MSI. If you remember, MKOI was knocked out by the Flying Oysters in that best of 5 series, a 3-1 score for the CFO. So this is a big grudge match. Really would like to get back and get some little bit of revenge, and of course secure that spot in the playoffs for MKOI.
What else jumps out at you here, Valdez, when you take a look at that schedule?
I mean, it's definitely the AGAL and Hanwha Life Esports match. I think that's one we've been looking forward to for quite a while. You know, we assumed that HLE would make it through in first place out of this, you know, to qualify into the knockouts and be matched up against AGAL. And, you know, it could go either way. I think that Hanwha Life Esports, if they're on their game, they looked good yesterday, but they also got challenged by a couple of our underdog teams here. So AGAL might be just licking their chops waiting for that victory.
Yeah, you know Hanwha's hungry. They want to prove to everyone they should have been at MSI, and this is kind of their chance to do it. They're playing against AGL, the #1 team from China. So, yeah, it'll be a big statement for them if they're able to take them down. But I think for me, obviously, I'm looking forward to the FlyQuest versus Furia match because on paper, you would think FlyQuest would win. But again, it's a best of 1, and it would be huge for Furia if they could manage to take them down because that would be back-to-back wins against NA teams. And I know for the longest time that regions like Brazil and South America have been kind of in the wild card category and haven't been super competitive with the major regions, but it seems like it's turning around a bit this year, and if they could take down FlyQuest, that would be even better for them.
Especially because with Cloud9, we knew that they didn't go to MSI, they didn't have international experience, but with FlyQuest, we know how good they are. We know how close they were over at MSI, getting some huge victories, so we'll see how Furia does against a battle-tested FlyQuest. Now, for a caster check-in, let's send it on over to our pair on the first call of the day. That's Hysterics and Ox.
I'm next to Orcs, I'm Hysterics, and we're ready to get you into day 2 of the Esports World Cup for League of Legends yesterday, bro. Oh, it was a rough day for some regions, eh?
We had some grudge matches. We had 2 teams sent home. We said goodbye to GAM and Cloud9. Domestic knockouts already.
Feels good as an EU caster to send Anna home a little bit early, but today... Yeah. No, I've got to. We've had a rough time of it. Today's different though, right? Today there's some big matches and we move into some best of 3s as well.
Yeah, I mean, the big one for me, AGAL up against HLE. That one is such a banger.
That's our SMB match of the day as well, by the way. Don't forget to tune into that one as we get into the best of 3s. Orcs and I will see you around, but we're going to send it back to the stage to get the day started.
Nice little shout out there for the AGAL and Hanwha Life Esports match, which will be coming up in a little bit. But now it's time to set the table for our first series here, the best of 1 elimination match and key crush match. It's CFO versus MKOI. Let's start off with CFO for the Pacific. These guys have been pretty great, traveling all around the world from the LCP, then heading on over to Vancouver, now here in Riyadh, getting here safely, thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport. If you need to make a deal, go to Jamil. As CFO looking to make a big statement here against MKOI, who are trying to, recover from the battle scars of MSI.
Yeah, and always, as when you have a team with 6 men, it's really interesting to see who they choose to play. And it's going to be Driver once again after that Gragas performance yesterday. What a show he put on with those flanks, those mega bombas. I really liked his team fighting, and he is just this stable force for CFO. He's really good at these blind pick kind of tanks. I think of the Ornn, I think of the Kazante, I think of the Gragas and the Sion. All these champions, he's just such a constant player for this team, and it really allows the rest of them to be a little bit more volatile.
Yeah, I think that, they've kind of had their struggles in the top lane for CFO, but I think that Gragas for Driver is one of their staple picks, and it's something that I almost expect to see MKOI take away, because in a lot of these high stakes matches, I think it's his most comfortable champion. If you look at his stats throughout the year, it's his most played, highest win rate. So I definitely expect that to be an area that MKOI would look to punish. And then, you have Merwin. He's been playing great. He's very versatile in how he plays. So that's definitely an area that if I was MKOI, I would look to try to get an advantage in.
Yeah, I just feel like, MKOI definitely have a chance here, but it's another best of one. I think if you were watching CFO over at MSI, you see them come over here and they lose that first match to Humble Life Esports. It feels a little bit crushing as a fan of CFO, but remember that it's Humble Life Esports who are here to prove something, as you were saying, Medios. They look really strong, and I think CFO as well, in their victories, looked incredibly strong. So for me, they're the big favorites in this one.
Yeah. All right. Well, we have had a long journey to get here. So have CFO. So let's take a listen on how they've been able to get here.
因为来到 EWC 之后，我们其实刚打完 ASI 不久嘛，所以我觉得大家的状态都还是在的差不多。然后我们会利用 ASI 的经验来打这次比赛。从 ASI 的经验来看的话，我们可能打团前的站位，我觉得有很多可以值得我们进步的。我觉得全局 BP 这个模式对我们来说应该算蛮好的，因为我们还有2个上路可以多多轮换嘛，然后我们就大家的英雄值都很，让这游戏变得特别有趣吧。T1 作为去年的 EWC 的冠军，我觉得他们应该会变得更强，因为他们本来就是一支就很会进步的队伍吧。然后我觉得他们今年应该会更强。最想交手的队伍应该是 Genji 跟 T1 吧，因为他们是 ASI 的冠亚军。目标来 EWC 的目标应该是先进小组赛吧，就进个8强。
Great to hear from them, and the goal was set. Top 8 would feel pretty good. And the thing that I liked that he called out about T1 is that it wasn't just, hey, here's a technical aspect of it. They're just good at improving, right? For the longest time, the LCP was dominated by Talon. CFO seemed to be the new big dogs, and they've now had staying power going to internationals for 2 years running, and I find that so impressive, Finn.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what coach it was. There was a championship-winning coach in some Asian team, I remember, who said that coming into every tournament, every team has a lot of issues, right? And usually the team that wins the tournament is the team that topples those issues. And to me, like when he said T1 is so good at improving, that just struck out to me because they feel like a team that they come into a tournament and it's like all the issues they previously had before the tournament, they just solve them and they just adapt so much to the atmosphere and the pressure, and they just always topple that kind of pressure environment. I don't find a better word for it. That's just how it is.
Yeah, and again, I always love when we have the opportunity to give shout-outs to Coach Chowie, one of the long-standing great mid laners in the LCP, then shifted on over to Coach, did some time over at TSM, learned a lot about problems and problem solving there, and now heading on over to CFO and finding success. So best of luck to CFO. But now time to look at their opponents. It is the Kings of Europe. It is MKOI. My boy Jojo Pyun, they're leading the way, but truly it has been the play of all the players combined as one team. Merwin experimenting in the top lane, Elyoya driving the pace forward, Super doing the damage, and Alvaro just constantly finding these engage angles, very reminiscent of Delight in finding ways to set up the rest of the team.
Yeah, I think, I mentioned before, I feel like their opponents might be favored, but I do think that they are a bit of a wild card for sure. You think about Miran and the weird picks he's been able to pick up. I think that also Jojo Pyun has been a big star in the mid lane for this team. Elioya has been that rock. I do think that they have a chance here, but I'm curious about how they're going to manage it in this best of one.
I really liked their game yesterday against Scam because one of the hardest things about playing internationally is the pressure. And to me, I really liked the patience that they showed because even though early game wasn't going too well for them, top lane was kind of falling behind. Levi was getting super fed in the jungle as Wukong, but they didn't start getting desperate and over-forcing, which is something that happens a lot when you're feeling pressured. Especially for Jojo, he just he was 0-0-0 for the first, 20 minutes or whatever of the game. And I think a lot of people in this situation would, want to get more involved, try to force something, but he just kind of patiently farmed up, got his items, waited for an opportunity, and then, that Otacon fight we saw earlier was just huge for him. So to me, that is definitely a trait of a very good team, is when you can just stay calm even when it's not going well for you and just find your window to come back.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes this head-to-head so exciting. Jojo Pyun, no longer a rookie. He came in, took NA by storm over with EG. He's now the veteran going up against Hongkyu, who is the rookie, who is the young guy, who is lighting up the international stage. And I feel like a lot of focus is going to be there because for anyone that has experienced Jojo Pyun, you get good Jojo Pyun, you can take over a game, and sometimes you get tough Jojo Pyun where everyone else is going to have to maybe make up for his tactical decision making. But here, this is one of the highlights and one of the moments that you live for when you're a Jojo Pyun fan.
Yeah, I feel like in winter we got a lot of the other Jojo Pyun, but all throughout spring we've just seen Jojo Pyun accelerating, improving, and just reaching his final form, and it all culminates here with this ult at this Otacon fight, just completely saving the game and getting his team back into it. I think game was looking really sketchy before this, but this really good call by Mad or MKOI to force this was just the key to bring them back into the game.
Yeah, and at the same time, we look across the aisle at Hongkyu, able to set up this amazing wall. Obviously, he started the fight, and then Driver knocked it down with his Gragas flank that did come in just a little bit later with a 3-man body slam. And the team fighting from CFO has been incredible, but certainly some of the highlight plays from our mid laners is where we are going to be looking at for this matchup.
All right, well, it has been a long journey for everyone. We got to hear CFO's journey here. Now it's time to listen to MKOI's.
I'm pretty confident coming into this EWC. We are really grateful for this chance that we have to prove ourselves again. My main goal this EWC is gonna be that I perform well. I think the main thing I have improved on since MSI was my preparation, my mental preparation. I wasn't ready for an international. I didn't have my head where it had to be. So I made some adjustments and hope it will be this time.
Yeah, I would say what we worked on after MSI to this EWC is just sharpening what we learned from MSI and trying to keep it in our game without losing it. So I would just say, yeah, just keeping the fundamentals we learned from MSI. Playing in internationals and MSI compared to LEC or even LCS is always going to be such a big difference because you're versing the best teams in the world. You get to learn what you're doing wrong, the teams will punish way more, and you get to improve so much faster. And any personal goals would be probably just versing the top teams and just winning a best of 3, best of 5 against them pretty dominantly. I would say that's my personal goal. You really have to not take it for granted whenever you go internationals and just try learning as much as you can.
Yeah, I mean, that's the next step for this passionate fan base. It's now building upon what they've already had and getting some titles, getting over the hump in the international stage. They've been able to conquer Europe, but keeping the growth and the momentum, just like what CFO said, right? It's, are you able to problem solve and get good during the short time frame for this squad here, Finn?
Yeah, and something Elioya has been very vocal about in these last couple of internationals is that the fact when he goes to internationals, he feels like he gives the East Asian junglers a little bit too much respect. He feels like he makes himself a little bit too docile, and it kind of like he doesn't push himself as much. And I really think today against Junji, who is still, in my opinion, one of the top junglers, he is such a force for the CFO roster. And I think this is a great game for Elioya to finally conquer those demons and kind of think, okay, I'm on the same level as these guys. I can compete. I just need to play my game, bring my thoughts to the matter, and I will get it done.
Yeah, and I know a lot of these teams have talked about taking what you learn from MSI and applying it, but sometimes I feel like that's harder said than done, because a lot of times when you lose to these top teams from around the world, it's not always obvious why you lost. Sometimes you might think it's something, but in your effort to correct it, you might cause other problems, fixing things that weren't broken within your team. So I think it's really hard to, make such a quick turnaround, but these teams have to if they want to keep going, and there are definitely valuable lessons you can learn from those matches against top teams.
For a deeper insight, let's take a look at Supa, who is standing by right now with Kitty. Take it away.
Thanks, Dion. Welcome to the first pre-match interview. By my side is MKOI Supa. Welcome. So you guys had an intense battle against Hanwha Life yesterday. So how do you feel right now going into today?
I'm really excited to play because I think I prepared really well from the MSI to here, and I want my revenge today.
And of course, you guys are facing CFO, and I know there's a little bit of a rivalry between you two because CFO didn't eliminate you guys during MSI. So what are you planning on doing to them today?
I mean, I need to be thankful because they give us more time to prepare and vacation for the Esports World Cup. So I will let them better vacation so they can prepare for Worlds better.
Yeah, and last message, because we know that C9 unfortunately got eliminated yesterday, and surprisingly, EU is doing quite well this tournament. So is this the turn back or turnaround for EU?
I mean, I think we don't need to over complicate the things. EU was not that bad. People is not that good. I think we are in a really close level, and I believe who prepare better for the official day is who is going to make the difference.
I hope this doesn't age weirdly after the game, but best of luck today, and I'll see you on stage. Back to you guys.
Thank you again to Kitty asking the hard-hitting questions. I love it. Don't worry about how it ages. It'll all play out to fate. Now it's time to put our prediction fate on the line. So let's start on the outside in. We'll start with Meteos. Who you got here winning and why?
This is a really tough one for me, but I think MKOI will win. I don't have a great reason why, because it's super 50-50, but I don't know. Just from how they've played, I think they can do it.
Yeah, I'll take it from here. I think that CFO will take it down. I think it's going to be relatively easy for them. I think MKOI is a pretty good team, but I think that CFO have proven that they're on a different level at the moment. I would say it's like 75-25 for me.
All right, Finn, give it to us.
Well, we have converted the American into a believer of European League of Legends. If that doesn't tell you how favored MKOI is to win this game, then I don't know what to tell you. I think it's going to be an easy sweep for MKOI. I think they got it in the bag, and I think they are the better team. Supa said it themselves. It's about who prepares harder on the day, and the other teams are not that good.
Wow. All right, I guess that's it.
Not my word.
That is what Supa said. Now it's time to put aside the talking and time to do the playing. It is the #1 seed from the LCP, CFO, looking to try and make it to the knockout stages and do what they did yet again to MKOI, the reigning kings of Europe. Will they be able to make their squad proud, or will their key get crushed? Let's find out. We start day 2 for the Esports World Cup right now.
Yesterday started steady, but as always, we ramped up the pressure. Teams blinked, and before they knew it, they were back checking in bags at Riyadh Airport.
This is League of Legends at the Esports World Cup, and now it's down to 4 different regions, 2 chances to stay alive.
We got 2 quarterfinals coming up, but before that, a crucial best of 1. Win it, and you get a spot in the playoffs where Giants T1 are waiting for you.
And the stakes could not be any higher. You got a club championship points, legacy, and a shot at $2 million on the line.
By the way, if like me, you are a key-crushing super fan, do not worry. 4 of them will be shattered on stage here today. Now, I don't know if you heard earlier, but we've got some mega fans in the building over here. Fancy, let's give them what they want.
It's Movistar Koi!
Their opponents avoided being KO'd once already. Can they complete the lower bracket run to playoffs? It's CFO.
A quarter-final slot will be locked in. A key will be crushed. It's the Esports World Cup. Let's get back to business.
We are back to a qualification match. We are back to elimination. That really feels like the story every day. Myself and Orcs will take you through yet another game between CDBC Flying Oyster and Movistar Koi. A game, or rather series, that we only recently just saw where everyone's pick'ems were destroyed at MSI. You all out there know how I feel. I'm with you. And in a 3-1 fashion, Koi were eliminated from the tournament. And CFO created what I think was one of the biggest upsets, at least of the tournament.
And you know, they had opportunities after that to face. They had some pretty big matchups. You know, went 3-2, 2-3 against T1, who made it all the way to finals. So really got to show their stuff, I think, at the tournament, and earned a lot of respect. And now Koi have the opportunity to get some revenge here on the day. I think definitely showing some good form to get to this point. You know, both of these teams having beaten GAM, but losing to HLE. HLE obviously a formidable opponent.
Yeah.
Hard to judge. You saw some disagreements on the desk as to who's going to take this one. I think either team could take it on the day. Obviously, it being a best of 1 as well.
That's the
thing. It really just comes down to the approach. We often talk about how Fearless there's so much impact in draft when it's Fearless.
Yeah.
That's also the case when it's a best of 1, because you only get one draft to come out with. If you make a bit of a fumble, you don't get time to adjust. You don't get time to sort of shake things up as you go through a longer series. So whatever you end up with in this one game, you're stuck with.
And that's what leads us into our draft for this only game. Center so far yesterday, exceptional performance, 3 out of 3 wins. Yesterday as well, we saw a lot of Annie, a lot of Talia. Things we should also mention is things in jungle pairings like the Xin Zhao. Sejuani Yone, I remember you came into the day yesterday and you were like, man, Sejuani Yone, like, there's a lot of angles for it here. That's one of the first bans we go into pick and ban here for CFO. So maybe that pairing taken away as Sion against Driver also makes a lot of sense.
And Gragas, so pretty heavily targeting Driver.
He was insane. He was insane yesterday.
Yeah, and I remember Sion as well in the series. These two played against each other at MSI. You know, him getting solo kills on that Sion, which is something you don't really expect to see, but it was such a big factor. So learnings and respect given over. That Pantheon first pick, we've seen that a lot at this tournament. A lot of priority towards that for that early pressure. The jungle will get the Rumble coming through for Driver.
We get a Xin Zhao part 2. Jun just smurfed on that yesterday.
He was so good. You know, we had some fantastic Xin Zhao yesterday, and yet he was the best.
He was
and that was tough to have that.
His Skarner is okay.
Yeah, it does end up locking that in. I think the Rumble Skarner combo, we've seen that have some power. You can kind of just, toast them over the fire, skewer them and hold them there. Does mean when you get deeper into the game, the Pantheon has pseudo tankiness from the fact he can block damage, but overall is a pretty squishy champion in comparison to the Skarner. You have that solid front line. And Koi will lock in that Aurora. I've seen that pick at a ton of value. MSI, Chovy in particular had some fantastic games on it, and something that Giorgio Pion has picked up himself.
Remember as well, can be top lane for Mirwin. Mirwin is no stranger to picking out some, potential lane counters. Aatrox thought about that. It could also be realism as...
I mean,
instead. Okay.
Could also be an Aurora Flex, something I wanted to mention. You see some hovers that suggest that it. We have seen Aurora into Rumble before. Probably going to be mid. Something to mention. Kai'Sa does suggest they kind of want to sort of lean a bit more into that sort of dive, which fits the theme of the first 2 picks they have.
Yeah.
And CFO, they have a pretty strong front line with that Skarner. They're looking towards this Victor. So much AoE damage already. And considering all of MKOI's composition so far is quite squishy, you could just shred through targets. You think about the Arcane Storm, the reset you get. We've had fights where, you get a couple of kills with that ultimate and it just expands so quickly.
True.
Going into late game team fights is going to be a little bit scary up against this composition. Now, we go into the second phase of the draft. Could look to target top lane a little bit if there's a matchup you're not too comfortable with, but Rumble tends to do so well into a lot of scenarios. I also think banning away supports that match up well with the Kai'Sa. Nico is a big one we've often seen paired
Nautilus,
with the Kai'Sa.
right?
But they actually go for the casting ban, so aware that potentially the Aurora could go top, and worried that casting could be something that could just scale up against the Victor and be a problem later on.
Okay, with that away, maybe they get rid of something that can bully the lane a little bit, something that tend to survive the lane. Again, Aurora, we're talking about in flexibility, but they're saying that, Mirwin might actually just take this top because of the matchup itself. Alistar's going to be one of the bans. Supports that maybe CFO will fish for on 4 or 5. As you said, Kai'Sa pairings are still many with things like Rel, with Nautilus. Nico, you also mentioned there as well, maybe CFO will be able to utilize that better.
Yeah, they don't ban the Nico, do ban the Braum. Kind of suggests maybe they just want to go for the Nautilus.
Yeah.
But the Senna's still open, which I feel like it's kind of crazy they left that one available, especially, the front to back from CFO already so strong.
True.
You're going to have to work really hard to get on that back line. And, I mean, the other option, you could actually pick Nautilus yourself, and then you could end up going Senna Nautilus, which is a really strong combo. There's that option for CFO. But looks like they might actually just go for the Rel themselves, not wanting to give away too much. Rel with the Alistar gone as well, feels pretty comfortable, keeps that 80 carry option available. Senna could still be an option, still there, but want to see a little bit more and just happy to pick up that engaged support. Now for MKOI, they have the Nautilus as an option, they have the Nico as an option in terms of support role. We will get to see where this Aurora is going.
Oh, Galio top and then Aurora mid.
Yeah, that makes sense. We saw Galio really show up first in the meta, played into the Rumble in the top lane. I mean, in honesty, you could go either way. I think it probably would be the Galio top, but we'll see what they end up going.
Technically, you're right, you could mismatch.
Yeah,
swap around.
Really means it's important that you get a support that can kind of lead the charge here, because you want to set up that Galio ult. And I actually like the Rakan a bit more, or the Nico's fine too, because the thing with the Nautilus is, although he has that engage, he doesn't really lead with the body, and you want a body going in so that the Galio can ult to them. And the Nico's pretty good at doing that. You set up with the big Pop Blossom.
You can also use
Galio
clone. You can ult on Galio clone.
Yeah,
no, Nico clone.
Really strong. And CFO kept the 80 carry pick till late. Maybe thinking the Senna might be a little bit hard to defend. Sivir, though, the spell shield, a lot of value, but Jhin can just play at range.
Much better setup.
I mean, they do have range advantage. I think Movistar, a lot of tools to close the distance. Their comp thematically fits together. A lot of dive pressure. On the other side, CFO, a lot of AoE damage, and it feels like they just want to play those 5v5s in a more front-to-back style.
Yeah.
But I think both comps pretty exciting. We know how they're gonna try and outplay each other. They sort of have different win conditions for the fights. And really, I think it's going to come down to execution.
I feel like MKOI's comp, just to niche it a bit, there's a lot of committal engage, right? Like, there's a lot of all-in.
Yeah.
Once you're in, you're staying in. For CFO, you talk about range, and I see Rumble, I see Victor. Yes, very crucial ultimates to set up for any team fight.
I mean, a lot of the MKOI champions are quite short range.
They are,
into like a Victor, Rel, Skarner, Rumble.
Yeah.
A lot of churn and burns. That's why these engages have to be crisp, precise. You need to land on the right targets. Because if you fumble it, you're going to pay for it.
It's MKOI's strength. They're great team fighters in LEC all year round. We have been spooking that this Spanish organization, this Spanish team of young upstarts are so good at the 5v5 because a lot of the time they'll just hand stiff. They look for blood from the blood god because they'll just send them in and go, hey, guys, first 15 minutes, we win every fight. I could speak better English to you, but ladies and gentlemen, you know who I am. I wouldn't give you a day of your life in English. Does that make sense?
No.
It's so funny talking about I can't speak English properly and then I just...
You can speak Australian perfectly fine, though.
Yeah, but it's sometimes just my brain doesn't keep up. Well, with an elimination best of one, I hope it does, because this should be gruesome and hopefully it is explosive as well. Let's see, MKOI versus CFO, a qualification match. Another key to be crushed for the loser. And more importantly, the winner goes on into the next round, the quarterfinals. Orcs already drawn yesterday. I'm looking forward to it because CFO and MKOI have something to prove to each other. A 3-1 at MSI, where Europe was let down by their first seed. Now in a single game, can they redeem themselves? Or are the Flying Oysters once again just annoying fresh seafood?
I think something for me in this game, you know, the fact that they have this Galio Pantheon duo, the double globals, right? Also that CC setup, that damage. You know, you have the range top laner, you have the double range bot lane as well. You're going to have priority in those sides, and then you have the double globals and those skirmishing half the mid jungle. So I really think MKOI, you want to get the ball rolling. A composition like this from ahead feels so much better. We'll see what they're able to do. If they can find an advantage, like if they burn Honkyu's flash early, put him behind, find any way to free up Jojo Pion and Elyoya to move around the map, free up their Galio to make an impact, I feel like the game just gets so much easier.
An agency on Elyoya is something I feel confident about as well, as where the super fans have grown. I don't remember them being that many. We've definitely grown the audience. At the start of the show, the super fans were like 10, 15. Now there's 30. As CFO fans are out as well. Yeah, big. I see what I think is either Jayo. I cannot read.
You can't read?
No, okay. Yeah, sorry.
There's some competition in the crowd. Good to see the support. I think that is one thing, though, when there's some really hardcore fans there getting the chance going. It kind of spreads, you know, permeates throughout the crowd. We're sort of seeing that happen. Do you love the power hat there?
Dude, it's looking good. It's nice to see the crowd out and about. And again, like, the CFO fandom is growing, not only because of LCP now, you know, looking after multiple regions in one. Obviously VCS, LJL, OCE combined with it. OCE includes New Zealand as well. Shout out to New Zealand. Everyone forgets New Zealand, Orcs.
I didn't forget New Zealand.
No, but you didn't go, did you, when you went down?
No.
Did you go to New Zealand?
No.
My
parents went to New Zealand, you know. They had a nice trip there.
New Zealand is actually goated. Like, I'm an Australian, but I like New Zealand more than Australia.
Whoa.
And look, I'll tell you why.
You already annoyed Atlas so much yesterday. You're gonna be bothering him.
Look, we bag out people from New Zealand, but it's just such a lovely place. And there's not many people there, and I think that's always nice.
There's hobbits there.
There's hobbits there. There are hobbits there. I want to apologize to any nocturnals I offended yesterday. Any marsupials.
Like, I can be honest,
they're not the same thing. Marsupials and nocturnals aren't the same thing. I had a brain.
If you had to apologize for everything you said on cast, we'd be here all day.
Oh, we would be listing it out. And mostly I want to apologize to Atlas just for letting him down as another Australian. Well, we'll hold aside because we're finally back in the game, if you couldn't already get that by the game sound. But 2 minutes deep, Orcs said it. MKOI need to get the ball rolling soon. And in the early game, it's going to be really important. 2v2 is quite impactful as scaling from Super, but Nico always changes the lane, but a flash engage, Super in trouble. Ignite down, double shattering strike, deadly flash. Oh no, flashing in front, Doggo, no. Super can't escape.
Really clutch play there from CFO, managing to push the wave a little bit quicker. Doggo got the bouncing grenade in, and then that level 2 hits faster. Super had Ghost, didn't have cleanse, gets caught out. You saw Alvaro went for the minion there, but was too little too late, and that is such a bad start to the game for the bot lane.
Maybe don't.
Love start Koi.
Level 3 hit from Honkyu, but look, pushing up to the wave. There's going to be an instant flash. Justice Punch, but a quick stand, and under the gravity field, Honkyu feels okay. He's burned his flash at the cost of one from Jojo.
You know, I still think you'd be okay with how the gank went, right? You got the flash from the Victor, return gank, likely to be successful. But a good play from Honkyu there to avoid going down. But as I said, this is kind of what I see being the win con for MKOI, is that you put pressure on the Victor, find opportunities for to prevent that pressure. He is now being ganked, though.
Vice versa for the pressure. Justice Punch, but in the way. Kaiwing, great gank. Another shattering strike. Gravity Field gets the slow, and Jojo's getting whittled down. Kaiwing, 2 out of 2 KP. This guy is rearing the early game.
Such a good start for CFO. And we see here, so you know, I think maybe Super goes for the Q there. not enough damage done to the minions, maybe a bit too much focus on the poke from Alvaro, and then Super just gets demolished there. Doggo with a great flash over the root there to finish off the kill. And the fact that you get that kill, then Kaiwing moves mid, gets killed there as well. Phenomenal start. Already CFO 2 on the board, about 1,000 gold lead. This is the start they really want.
2 for their carries that are going to play so well on zone control as well that we talked about in draft. So it was like early game is now really chill, and the onus is on MKoi. We've already said it. MKoi need to really get the ball rolling, and so for CFO, if they can mitigate that in the first 15, 20 minutes, I just feel like some of these kills add a lot of pressure that Koi might not be able to deal with.
Yeah, we see top lane's been pretty chill so far. You know, I think Driver doing a pretty good job of just farming in the matchup. Not the most fun playing into range top laners. I'm sure every top laner knows that experience.
I've seen this matchup get bodied from the Rumble's perspective, so the fact he's actually up in CS, even early game, kind of nice.
Doing pretty good. And I think, you know, if the game does end up in a neutral state, it's not like it's over for Stakoi, because if they get a big engage on the right targets, that's fantastic, but a lot of their picks will feel a lot more flat if they are behind, you know, or even just even doesn't feel as inspiring. You see CFO with a lot of control in this lane right now. Still early days. We do have that flash from Honkyu about halfway off cooldown. I really want to see some window where Stakoi look to capitalize on the punish, but in return...
Jojo's in trouble again. He still doesn't have that flash. The Justice Punch is interrupted, and against the wall he will stand. Here's Charles' warm embrace. Leads to another kill. This time one over to Junja. Elyoy is trying to get something back, but with no red buff, no real damage onto this Scorpion. It's trouble as Alvaro, he's locked in place again. It's another great Shattering Strike. A quick cleanse away from the Tangle Barbs, and at least something back for MKoi, but there is nothing going right here for the Spaniards in this game.
You know, I'm talking about how I think the focus was really needed to be on this Victor without the flash. It was MKoi who went for that first gank, who burnt the Victor's flash, and yet the return has been from CFO. They just keep punishing the fact that Jojo Pion flashed early, and here he's playing a melee champion into the Skarner, tries to sort of use his dash into him, just gets pulled into the wall, immediately goes down. He is having such a rough game, and if your Galio falls behind, gets trapped in lane, the comp's going to start to fall apart.
If this Victor can just start one-shotting waves earlier than expected.
I mean, he already has that lost chapter.
Yeah.
Really nice to get that one down early on. Not too long until his flash is available as well, so I mean, he's fine just wave clearing, you know, and the wave, it consistently feels like whenever we look towards mid, the wave is in an uncomfortable spot for Jojo Pion. He has to be pushed up as a melee champion. Puts him in a threatening spot, an uncomfortable position now. Alvaro hovering.
Needs to get the Tangle Barb. Something can be done. Remember that Galio has ult, so we're just talking about how Jojo's in a rough spot, but now he can move the map. Now if he sacks the wave, something else can be done elsewhere. CFO covering well. They're not overstepping, and as they hover around top side, it's a minute 10 till Grub spawn. That's why Junja now looking for his level 6 so that he can have the similar impact as Elyoya rushes there too.
Felt like there was a bit of a bait there from Alvaro to try and set up, but Kaiwing just does not fall for it.
Yeah.
Has the backup from his jungle a little bit later, so still a solid lead there for the side of CFO. And I think really they're fine just chilling out now. Jinja as well has the early double giant spell, so he's super bulky already at this point if we enter those early skirmishes.
Oh, Chaos Storm's just going to be used out the chunk. Jojo has no TP, so he's walking back here.
Man.
And the timing could not be worse here. Dragon, Grubs, take your pick here as Junja has now hit level 6 as well.
And he's just going to be trapped in lane. You know, if you're not able to move, you know, the matchup we have, the Aurora against the Rumble, is being pretty neutered, right? Driver has the Merc Treads, so a bit of extra magic resist, and he's actually been having an advantage recently. The bot lane matchup, Doggo and Kaiwing have been playing really well, so you know, if you're not able to unlock that Galio, CFO is going to be able to play the game at their pace. And speaking of which, they are starting up this Dragon. I don't think any contest is going to come through.
And nothing happens topside in the meantime. It's not like Elyoya is trading with his ult now available. Maybe there's something can be done for the bot lane that's slowly pushing in. You can see Jojo's also hovering, but pings are going down. CFO are not overstepping. They know that this Galio really needs to move to get the game back on MKoi's side, but they're being really cautious here. You can see, look, Doggo's just stepping back, and River's just going to be given over to MKoi in the interim. curtain call. Alvaro, flash, engage, Magnet Storm. Keeps in place and even matches the flash to predict for the third shot. MKOI, it's now 0-4. Yes, Grubs will be taken, but look at Mirwin Bot. It's turning into a dive. An easy kill. We don't even need to see it because it was a one tick, and CFO are going to find plating through Bot. The push in top. Grubs are the only retribution that MKOI are going to be sitting on.
It's just disaster after disaster right now for the side of MKOI. I mean, you know, trading the Grubs, losing Mirren on the bot side, like, that can happen, right? You know, the counter punch comes in, but the fact that Alvaro dies there, the setup from Kaiwing and Doggo, they've just had their number in the bot lane 2v2, the confidence to go for that play. And typically, Nico is one of these picks where it's not that easy to pin it down, right? When she has that W, when she has that clone to sort of give us some space with the movement speed and with the disruption. But Kaiwing has just never hesitated when going for this Nico and constantly found angles, and there, the fact that the flash was burned and that shot still connected.
Okay. We're going to have a bit of sky falling onto Driver. Flash away, a stun. Alvaro's here, but Tangle Barbs doesn't connect, so the damage is not going to follow up. Super also ghosted to try and be in range, but because no CC landed, there's no killer instinct.
Yeah, it didn't have the follow-up in time, and this feels so bad because you're committing a big cooldown, you pin your jungler to the top side. Sure, they'll be able to get some plates, but you know, it's not really that big of an advantage. And also, there's a limit to how much they can push because Driver's ult is coming up soon. So, you know, they'll push this wave in. They can't take any more because the next wave, Driver can just ult it if he really wants to. Whereas Doggo and Kaiwing, they can continue to zone Mirwin away here.
It remains a 2K for now. That's the lead. Super getting this with 3 Grubs, yeah. It's getting more and more positive as they stay isolated, but Jojo now hovering up. Honkyu on the way. Junja's just going to push him back, and Jojo gets away unscathed.
Okay, looks like ult was a little bit further away than I thought it was. So
yeah.
They're going to clear this wave. They will actually get some more plates. So actually working out better for MKOI than I thought it would. Driver does have his ult now, though, so that's where the push ends. So actually, working out pretty positively for MKOI, all things considered.
Jojo stepping forward through the gravity field was also a nice play, but again, Ishtal's impact gets him in range, and Judge's now looking. Impale out, yes, in the Justice Punch with the Chaos Storm on top layered. Well, he flashes as Honkyu already locks on.
2 times in a row we've seen MKOI members flash and still go down. It's got to feel bad, and CFO 6 on the board at this point, and you know, 2 kills in both their carries, 2 on the Skarner. He's going to be super bulky later in this game.
It's a 1K gold lead on Honkyu. I mean, this is the dude that gave Faker a run for his money in that best of 5. And everyone's saying he's a prodigy. Like, we're going to keep an eye on this kid. You know, he's so young, but he's so talented. 1K gold lead on Victor already, with a Blackfire Torch that's going to shred through this tank Galio and any other bruiser on the side of MKOI. It is a bit of a disaster in the early game. It is encroaching 3,000 in the lead here for the LCP representative, and more importantly for MKOI. They have not been able to use these semi-globals into session orcs, like the Aurora laid with Galio, laid with Pantheon, the Nico ult. I mean, I've never seen everything on top.
We saw one Pantheon ult, didn't really do anything. Galio ult hasn't come through yet. The Nico's only just gotten ult.
Aurora's been cooked in lane.
They're already so far behind where it feels like, you know, if you end up in a 5v5, you have such a disadvantage, it's going to be a struggle to pull things off. They need to kind of use these tools to find numbers advantages, and it feels really bad to be at 12 minutes and already talking about, hey, we're so far behind, we have to kind of navigate things well. They are looking.
Magnet Storm, Deadly Flourish doesn't connect. Here's a curtain call, but Driver's burning them down. Okay, no skewer combo here available, but the Equalizer now used. Kaiwing will be a trade for MKOI's first kill. We sit 1-7, but Brazil's not showing up to this game. We'll hold for a second as Mirwin teleports in. It is just a simple trade for now.
Doesn't feel too great, though. I mean, normally if you're trading when you're behind...
Base checking into a Skarner. Flash away from Elyoya for the red buff. Okay, but Mirwin needs to pull his weight. Puts the Between Worlds up to get a shutdown. Elyoya is still alive, and red buff is doing a great job at Junja as he finally autos away with his passive. Will make it another trade. Teleport up from Honkyu. Want to bring the fight into full succession as top wave goes down, or rather turret. Super picking up the gold for the trade. When you're 3,000 gold behind, now you're only 2 orcs. I think you just take what you can get.
You know, I think a little bit better. I was saying before, you know, the 1-for-1 trade, considering they committed a TP and a Galliwell, doesn't feel as good. But, you know, getting another kill trade, Jojo Prin's going to get some plates here. I think MKOI feeling a bit better. They are now on the board. The gold lead closing a decent amount, you know. Needed to get some kills, and they have gotten that.
So 2 plates as well for Jojo, and Jojo was 1,000 gold behind. He's just picked up 300 from these plates.
Yeah, close a lot of distance, and Honkyu's stepping up massively.
He is, and his gravity field's down. Alvaro coming in, Tango Barbs at more range, doesn't connect. Honky turns around with a Chaos Storm onto this Nico. No kill threat just yet, but it's enough to send Alvaro away.
Yeah, I think even if the root had connected, the ult wasn't there for the Nico, so probably wouldn't have been a kill, but would have chunked him out more, maybe could have set up for that dragon. But to be honest, I think when you're still a bit behind, it's fine just to let this one go. It's only the second dragon of the game. Obviously it doesn't feel good to give it over, but I think wait till you're in a better position to fight.
Yeah. Super. Has to be careful. Kaiwing has his flash available. He's going to second skin away from that, rather. The supercharged route. Junja is looking for Jojo again. Jojo giving up the wave, giving up the pressure, and with it, Honkyu will be able to match that first turret that MKOI obviously found in top.
Yeah, we'll open up the lead a little bit more and getting that dragon as well. CFO still definitely ahead in this game. And Honkyu the most ahead on this Victor in a comfortable spot. I think as well, another thing to be mentioned with this composition that MKOI have, it's really important that when you go into big fights, what you are going to start seeing as we get later in the game, right? Second dragon taken, next will be that third, that sole point.
Yeah.
Having summoners bin. And if you can find like small scraps, maybe it's like an even trade, like a 1-for-1, or just like a quick engage where you get a summoner spell, can be so good to find that before a big fight starts. You know, a minute or two before it starts, that a cleanse or a flash isn't available. Because if you go into a big 5v5 and Honkyu and Doggo have flash, you're probably just going to lose.
Because we spruiked about MKOI being all in and like their committal engage, but the carries on CFO are not mobile.
Yeah.
So further to your point, those summoners are going to mean so much here, as Koi are going to be picking up the Herald, but CFO want to contest it, bring in the fight. Smite comes down and Elyoya has it in hand, but Junja with an Impale ready, wants to come in. Driver flashed over the wall for this. He's going to equalize down as Elyoya is the only one cooking for now. Pop Blossom off the side, hits no one between worlds. Doesn't do much, but the Magnus Storm does. Keeps him in places. Kaiwing is a nuisance against the wall. Junja doing the same with an Impale. A scrappy, messy fight with a Chaos Storm, shredding down and charging everyone. An order that won't reach to full fruition as Koi are left with 4. It's only Elyoya for the Herald being the full trade, but I correct myself because that Rel dropped in the interim.
Yeah, ends up being a 1-for-1, and they got the Herald, so I think they're pretty okay with how that one went. Looked a bit scary. There was definitely a point there where it was a bit concerning. MKOI able to navigate that one pretty well, all things considered. They do end up getting this. I think some abilities whip. That's something to be said for MKOI. It could have actually gone better for them, but you see Alvaro's ult doesn't actually connect onto anyone. It's used a little bit defensively. Doesn't actually clip on the driver. And then the pawn from the Galio here, trying to get as many targets as possible. I think only gets Honkyu here. Oh, it does get Junja as well, actually, but, you know, was maybe looking for Doggo too.
Wait, did you watch Super in that? Super just dodged everything.
He was pretty clean.
I feel like he's the reason that they got the try. I mean, he definitely was. He ulted into the back. And, yeah, 1,800 damage out of the Kai'Sa when Pantheon obviously is going to hit higher damage earlier on in the game. That's something to look forward to for MKOI fans, if they can find another fight like that where they skirt around.
And the thing is now, you don't have Cleanse and Doggo, flash down on Driver and Kaiwing. Obviously, Honkyu and Doggo style flashes, not ideal. Well, you really wanted those to be down, but some targets you can set up plays on for the side of MKOI. You can find engages onto. Now, though, CFO looking for this mid tower. TP coming in to defend.
The Aurora, but Pantheon's going to turn into a fight. Elyoya just runs in front of Kaiwing, no Shattering Strike, but Elyoya's ulti is now down. Nothing is up.
Yeah.
Off the back of MKOI to move to.
A lot of resources committed to defend that tower, and it still took a good amount of damage. I don't know how much longer you can really maintain this, but for now, that tier 1 tower is live. You'll see, though, Driver's moved over. They're pushing him on this way. I think this might just be gone.
With Equalizer, I think so. Might not have grubs, but they'll have the damage here as MKOI don't dare to step up. Jojo also on a ward as he came in for his flank. There's the turret. Mid is now open. Gold is still growing for CFO.
You can see, just if you look at the minimap, there's some fantastic vision control around mid. There's like 4 control wards all around. And, you know, you'd think with like, you know, Mira and the fact he was there, if he'd stuck around, there just was no... The vision denial was so good that there's no way he could stick around and kind of punish that turret push. So really good homework from CFO to make sure they could go for that turret without the threat of like an engage or a dive. A lot of times teams, you know, they heavily go for that mid-tier 1 and they end up getting punished for it.
He's checking for the wave. Driver walks in. He only thought Jojo's there, but it's Elyoya covering his mid laner. That's an important kill. And a wave denied.
Good kill picked up, and you know, more picks they get like this. We talked about the gold lead being pretty significant. It was like, was 2-3K way earlier in the game at about 12 minutes. Now only 1,000 at 18. That goal lead being closed quite substantially, and still, there's still bounties on Skarner, Victor, and Jin. One team fight could really turn this in favor of Movistar Koi.
And Super's actually up in gold. Now Quinsu's picked up, by the way, second item. So if any of those shutdowns go over to Super, he's going to be leading the charge. He's going to be onto that third item quicker, and that Poke Kaiser will be online.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big spike for the Kaiser, the 2 items. Whereas with the Jin, the Ghostblade Rapid Fire doesn't feel as good. The 3 is really where you start to feel, you know, when you get the Infinity Edge.
Infinity Edge, yeah.
Yeah, so they're feeling confident leading into this Dragon. This is third for CFO. Is a Chemtech, so the highest priority soul, but we're probably trying to find some setup here.
It's all about Alvaro with the Tangle Barbs as well. Make sure you watch Super as Kaiwing's engages have been the fear for MKoi. The support of CFO has been carrying through the last couple of fights. And don't forget, Honkyu stronger than maybe you'd expect here on the Victor, as he's found such an early gold lead. Mid versus top right now in the bot wave, matching each other as Super's hitting mid wave, but CFO are in river first.
You see Kaiwing just trying to threaten Jojo Pion here, but just lose some pressure towards, you know, that banana rush. I'm quite trying to get some mid priority, trying to move in, but CFO holding strong, denying them access to the area. And I think, you know, the fact they're trying to push through that one choke, really difficult into Victor, into Rumble, into Rel. Ideally, they want to find people coming on flank angles, and they haven't really had a chance to do that so far. Now, though, just moving up towards... They're going for the Anakan. They're actually throwing Herald down.
You're saying forget it?
That...
What do you think?
Did he mean a sweep, I wonder? Because I feel like throwing the Herald down kind of gives away the play.
Yeah.
But just, I mean, the Kaiser does a lot of single target damage. Maybe he's just trying to distract them. Only Kaiwing is here. It's not Spellbook Rel, so no chance to steal. I think this is a really good trade. So, good move from MKoi. I mean, it's just a third Dragon, right? And it's only a Chemtech Soul. If CFO do get Chemtech Soul, it's not the end of the world, and they don't have it yet. And they pick up that the Atacam for free. It's a lot of XP. It's a lot of stats as well. You can
17 flowers, by the way. That was what they got.
Yeah, you can see now Super higher level than Doggo. Jojo Pion higher level than Honkyu. It was a big influx. So actually a really heads-up play from MKoi there. Just to say, you know, we can't find an angle into this river, into this Dragon fight. We'll take this instead.
And they'll wait till Jojo's at two and a bit items as well, and that'll be around the fourth Dragon rather, as there's no turret here, so Junja's going to bring Eshtal's impact into it with an Impale up and available, waiting for max range. Jojo's getting help with a TP from his ally as well, but Alvaro's also on the way. Shield of Duran gets 2, and Driver isolated, getting burnt down between worlds. All they need is a Pop Blossom, and they'll get it from Alvarito. Merlin zones off the rest, and MKoi know that CFO won't dare show their face for the rest of the fight.
Huge counterpunch, and for the first time in a while, MKoi have a gold lead.
Tangle Barbs, also Super in, ulti's in with a Killer Instinct, flashes the Magnet Storm! Super avoids it all, a Shattering Strike, yes, but no Curtain Call! Doggo in the back, interrupted by El Yoya, and even though the flash won't work out, coming close, MKoi are back in this game.
Now with a significant lead, finding a great fight, the attempt to punish Jojo Pion there, maybe as a response, losing the Atakan. CFO feeling some regret after that one, but they disrespect the composition of Movistar Koi, the speed at which they can join into a fight, and also the engage potential. They get caught up in it, and they get punished swiftly, and now losing turrets across the map. This gold lead just ballooning for Movistar Koi.
Those 3 grubs are now paying dividends. It was a big investment, as Jojo's not going to get Deadly Flourish. She's fine to walk it out. But as you said, I mean, the Atacans obviously made a big difference here, but they overestimated their damage onto Jojo.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with the Galio, you're quite tanky. You can also reduce a lot of damage, and Driver's waiting for cooldowns. The Taunt also gives a damage reduction. Mewing gets in just so much damage to Driver, who has to flash kind of into him to get away from the other targets. And the ult that comes out from Alvaro is massive.
Yeah.
And then the thing is, you think the play's done, but Honkyu walks up here, ends up getting fought out again. Alvaro with a huge play. Super goes in with the confidence, dodges the Magna Storm. And honestly, the only saving grace here is that Doggo doesn't go down, but it was so close.
They're back in this. 3K gold lead now squandered, now lost, now everything hurting for CFO. Their early game so brilliant, so clean, really. Honkyu had such a lead, but all I see at the bottom is blue. All I see is once again Koi in a position to come back.
And now flashes down for every member of CFO. Those engages from Movistar Koi are going to stick.
As we talked about, the immobility to hurt CFO. Baron's up in a minute 5. That's the next objective to look towards. And remember, Dragon spawns 45 seconds past it. So if CFO can maybe, just maybe delay Dragon enough, or rather delay the Baron enough, I should say, then we have those objectives up at the same time. Maybe it's a solo angle, maybe an early Elder. I don't know what you think of early Elder, who it favors. Maybe it actually favors Koi.
I think it's hard to say at this point. Yeah, I think it's difficult. I mean, it's so hard playing around Elder because it makes it so flippy.
True.
Especially in a best of one where it's do or die, you know? It's a delicate situation to be in. Honestly, I think the early Elder favors whoever has control of the game at that point because it's going to be really hard to contest. Right now, Movistar Koi have control of the game. You can see CFO a bit on the back foot, kind of pushing and get some vision that is now being swept out. I think Movistar Koi might just look to threaten Baron as soon as it's up and available and force CFO to come in and set up that engage.
Baron's there now. 43, top right, you see it. That'll be next. CFO are hovering top, though, and Jojo, as he gets pushed in bot, there will have to be some attention from Driver, who's just picked up his Bloodletter's Curse, to go bot and receive that wave. But CFO, after they do their due diligence, they're going to get into River and get their wards down. Timing's going to be everything. As you said, it's a best of one, but at 25 minutes, it is leaning towards Koi with a 2,500 gold lead, a couple extra flowers that they found from the kills as well. They're in the driver's seat here as they approach. Third items on some big carries.
Yeah, I will say though, the Baron Pit, Victor gets so much value, Rumble gets so much value, especially with the terrain off the rift. So Dragon is spawning, let it go. This is what they're doing, they get him some vision in the Baron area. It's the first Dragon for Movistar Koi, it's meaningless at this point of the game. I think this is the right call. You just try and get a little bit of extra vision around the Baron area, you give up the Dragon, and more importantly, you wait for those flashes to be back up and available, which they're coming up soon. I think really CFO playing around the summoners is very important, and if you're going to get back in this game, if you're going to get pressure again, get control again, it's going to be around Movistar Koi being in a scenario where they're in a choke point like that Baron Pit, and you just punish them. You take advantage of that AoE that they have in those solo laners.
Just a side note before we get to that fight. Super has gone Terminus third item, so it's not like he's got, Nashes for enhanced W, for upgraded W. But Terminus means that the dueling power, the on-hit, is still very potent here, and Super, obviously, we've talked about how he wants to dive in. Makes his job a little bit easy here.
I mean, he also has so much objective damage.
He really does, yeah. That also helps a lot. Upgraded boots as well. Yeah, Super. He's hitting like the Flash. I don't know what the Flash is. I've never watched it, but I assume that guy hits hard, At the move speed he's got.
He does hit.
Does he hit hard? Does he hit people? Is that what the Flash does?
Well, yeah, he can. He hits pretty fast, and things that go fast.
Yeah, like some science. There's science.
Yeah. Force equals mass times acceleration.
Every action has an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, science lessons with Jake.
Okay, get to it. Orcs. That river is quite dark, and Baron is starting up ever so slowly from El Yoya.
Yeah, not too much damage on it yet.
Super's pulling off. They're trying to draw him in. Trying to draw CFO in. Tangle Barb doesn't connect. Junja walking into the choke as well. Remember, Super. That W doesn't connect. No upgrade either. Jojo coming in from an angle, but he's spotted out as well. So CFO alleviated from some of the pressure as Alvaro tries to get the ward over the wall. But again, good defense here of their scrimmage line from CFO.
Definitely feels like the...
This is also under turret, but Jojo doesn't really care. In fact, Driver just does not do that much damage to him.
I think it's always scary playing the side lane in this situation because they could just have Super Alyoya come in, you know, and you see both of them actually moving over now.
Good timing.
Yeah, and if Driver ends up overextending, he could die, and I don't think that CFO are quick enough to get in position around the Baron, start the Baron up, and finish the Baron before the response comes through. So he ends up having to back away. They get this tier 2 tower. And I feel like the game has slowed down recently. It's been MKOI just trying to find an angle to push the game further, and really CFO are holding on pretty well, but they do find a little bit of an advantage there. Now, Junja is very
on a ward,
positioned.
On a ward with a Tangle Barb as well. There's 3 members on him now, 4, thanks to the Skyfall from Alyoya, and Junja taking a killer instinct, can't get his impale. Super will take opening kill as Kaiwing got chunked heavy. Mirwin jumps into a Chaos Storm to a gravity field, now flashes away from everything launched at him between worlds to escape from the curtain call. MKOI have burned a little bit, but CFO used a lot to try and get something back.
Yeah, and now Alyoya's going to pick up the Honey Fruit. The TP's there for Mirwin, and without the jungler, the DPS of Super, they can just take this Baron with complete confidence. Those ults not being available for CFO, I think, makes them a bit too weak in this fight.
Mirwin's backing away, but he's got teleport instantly channeled as he returns. 3k, 3.5. Alyoya zoned off, flashes in, Doggo cleansing out, but at the back of the fight, there's Jojo! Galio waits, and he receives Hongq with a trade onto Alvaro, but even though it looks like a 1-for-1, Baron still goes down to MKOI. Their return in this game now, more than just a reality.
A lot of correct decisions made by Movistar KOI in this situation. The confidence just to start it up, even with 4 members of CFO alive. They knew those ults were down, the jungler's not available. Ends up being that 1-for-1 on the back end. But they get the Baron, they get what they want, and they'll take another tower. They are looking towards that top lane, tier 2 as well. And the gold lead is just getting bigger and bigger.
Everything for Super. And as you can see, he's playing well. I think at MSI, same could be said that Super was really a shining light when Alvaro and Alyoya weren't coming online as a duo. This game could give you a bit of a story to talk about with mid-jungle, or rather jungle support. But let's look again, because Junja sees, hang on a minute, I see a control ward. Where is everyone?
Yeah, I think just a bit of overconfidence because he saw that bot side lead. But the thing is, into this composition, so much engage potential and so much ability for not only the Pantheon to come on in, but the chase potential of the Kai'Sa. And Super's damage now to cut through even a tankier member like the Skarner. It was like paper. And then here, they try to do the counter punch, but they don't really succeed because they get Alyoya low, but the Honey Fruit's there to heal. They get Mirwin low, but he just TP's back in. And then here, that flank from Jojo becomes so powerful to find Doggo. Yes, they lose Alvaro, but it's completely fine trade to make.
3k damage from a single fight. He's been glazed enough this game. And Super's going to take Chemtrail Drake number 2. I mean, just bonus tenacity feels nice, but we're not going to see another at this rate because CFO, on their dying breath, 8,000 gold disadvantage. Their base getting rammed in from 3 different lanes.
Yeah, and now we have like a 2-level lead between AD carriers, between mid laners. It's not just the gold, but also those advantages. Where the feats of strength, the boots, right, the extra stats from the pedals.
Yeah.
There's so much going in favor of Movistar KOI right now. And you think to how badly the game started, how CFO had a big advantage. You know, it's so hard to bounce back when it is that high pressure best of 1, but Movistar KOI have managed to do so, and
Impale.
find an ult.
A reward with Deadly Flourish, but can they kill Jojo up against the turret? Another Ishkal's impact, that's nice, shut down. MKOI stepped a bit far forward, but now that the turret's down, their leaning capabilities to CFO are minimized as Curtain Call's running into a simple clone. Alyoya for the 4th shot will dodge to the right and it wins out, so MKOI are going to lose one. They open up the turret, but that's their siege coming to an end.
Yes, they'll have to respect the CC potential of CFO.
Oi, don't do it.
Jojo Pion oversteps there, and you know, if Hongq would drop that Arcane Storm, I think he was looking for that next target to try and get the reset. Could have been big. Just didn't expect to be grabbed from over the wall there. And Hongq was moving over, and then I think he was waiting for Alyoya to potentially get a bit lower if he was going to Arcane Storm. If that had opened up, it could have been so much worse, but I think Movistar KOI managed to disengage from the situation, but it does buy time and sort of stall out the rest of that Baron buff.
Yeah. Ulti. Grand Starfall rather comes in. Kaiwing, though, he's dismounted, so he's slow as anything. Pop Blossom Over the wall also gets Junja and Kaiwing. He's going to flush, but still to his death. Alvaro dies to Hongq. That's a 1-for-1 as LUA has to commit hard. Look towards the right side of your screen, and Super is a new target, and Junja finds him. And a wall! Another shutdown to the Victor. And MKOI, this game is not in the bag yet. They are throwing it away.
Starting to make some big errors, you know. I think the Jojopion death was excusable.
Mirwin has him. Again,
down in
is there enough
numbers.
damage? That's the biggest question. Equalizer comes down. LUA is going to trail to the right. Runs down River. No Deadly Flourish means that he can get away. Jojo, he's in position for a heroic entrance, but Mirwin will not give him one.
There's nothing to play for right now, you know. For Movistar Core, you've lost 2 members. Just back away. Just wait for time. You know, your super strong Kaisei isn't on the map right now. I think the Jojopion death was excusable. You know, he got caught over the wall. It was a nice pick. But here, this just felt a little bit overzealous. You know, they look for Kaiwing. They don't connect. Super ulting in here. Focusing this Rel, who is still quite tanky despite being behind. And then Super ends up right next to Skarner, right next to Victor. A dangerous position to be in, and does pay for it.
Again, Junja.
And look at that 1,087 gold over to the Victor there.
He keeps setting up his team, and I mean, he sets up 2 kills for Hongq. Hongq is now almost at 4 items. This Victor has the capability to do what we set out here today in this draft. The big AoEs Orcs, they're still trailing to that point. There's an Infinity Edge on Jhin as well. Like, if Koi keep making these mistakes, these fights are going to turn into next Baron, into Soul, into a return for CFO.
I think it's clear that, you know, Movistar Koi are ahead. They have advantages, but if they mess up their win cons in the team fight, they can still lose. It's still very possible, right? And that Victor is very strong, so you can't just think, right, we're this far ahead, the game is done. You know, you have to be crisp, you have to be clean throughout, and you don't get a second chance on this, so you just sharpen up for the rest of this one. LUA is waiting in the wings. We'll find Kaiwing, but not really able to threaten each other too much now. We do have Baron coming up in about 35 seconds. Next objective on the map. And they did a good job of setting up around that the last time.
Yeah.
We'll see if they can find an angle again.
This tells Impact being geared up for Junja. He's thinking about it as LUA is trying to steal his red buff away. Mirwin off to an angle. He was on a ward, but he retreats as Smite secures for Junja just what he can. And a red buff for the whole team is definitely impactful. 10 seconds for Baron, 50 until Dragon. The turning point for either team, the finisher maybe if MKOI can get the Baron and get their siege back on. That's what's on the line.
I think CFO have done such a good job of just this defensive play, considering like they have had a big deficit. And yes, there have been some moments that MKOI have picked up big leads, but you know, some teams would have just crumbled under pressure and the game would have been over by now. The fact they managed to get these counter punches, game is still going, there is still hope. Dragon in 20 seconds, there will then be 2 objectives up on the map, and we'll see how Sakura play around that.
Mirwin has to be careful. Junja is angling for it as well. Kaiwing doesn't have his flash available, but he has a Magnet Storm, and you can see. Steps forward, he looks for that pick. Someone caught out of whack, and that's how dangerous it is for MKOI. They're going to get mid-push. They move to bot. TP in from Jojo. An angle here. Junja and Driver moving into position, but Jojo is spotted out. The winds of war fly swift. But Driver and Junja are unaffected as Dragon starts again.
You see Jojo in a great spot with that Mega Blast Cone. Trying to look for an angle. Look at Doggo.
Shield to Duran. He wants to go in. The flash and the setup from Mirwin. It's gorgeous. MKOI now have all the AoE and Super runs on in, and the comeback be damned. MKOI silence the doubt and bring us back to a 1-game win.
Beautiful engage at the flank from the solo laners, and Super with the final punch to finish it off. Movistar Koi will not be going home, and they'll deliver the death blow to CFO.
The LCP will, though, in full completion. Gam, now CWC Flying Oyster, but Koi get their revenge for MSI and qualify to the quarterfinals at EWC.
And just so much resilience shown in a game. You have this one best-of-1 opportunity where you fell behind early. I think a lot of people would have seen that start and thought it's doomed, right? You're playing into picks like a Victor, who are so strong in today's stages. But they didn't give up. They held strong. They managed to bounce back and keep their hopes alive in this tournament. And it must feel so good.
Is such an insane game. Yo, Trumpet guy, gear up.
Oh, the fans must be so hyped.
Again, oh, hot damn. Okay, Mirwin, show me. Yeah, okay, we're doing, this is a meme.
Oh, it's the kid dancing on the boat.
Yeah.
We all know it.
Okay.
And I think, a little bit heartbreaking for CFO. They had there he is. There's a jumping guy. He's diving.
Let it out.
Yeah, as I was saying, a little bit heartbreaking for CFO. Had some great performances at MSI, managed to take down Movistar at that tournament, but just weren't able to pull through here in the day, and that's League of Legends esports for you. But Movistar got their redemption, and EU having some great redemption at this tournament so far, with both of their teams going through to the knockout stage.
I can't believe it. Like, this is EU's tournament, and Orcs, with that, I mean, they've got a date with T1, right? B2 is their seed, and they'll be at the bottom side of the bracket. It's exciting for EU. It's just our tournament, apparently. He's not going to send it over the stage. Ian and Elyoya having a chat.
Thank you very much. This is your Amazon winners interview here with Elyoya of MKOI. They've just sent CFO out of here. And it's only been 12 days since they took you down at MSI. This must feel like sweet revenge.
It does indeed. I think, they're a really strong team. So it felt really great, the fact that we could get a revenge on them. And that, we'll eliminate them this time. So, it feels really sweet. It feels really great.
It must feel great as well, knowing that you've got this kind of fan support over here. And I imagine that they'll be backing you throughout this tournament. What does that mean to you, and does it help your performance?
It for sure helps. I think, we just play much better when we can feel the home crowd, when we can feel them cheering for us. It feels like it's a 6-man in our team. So I think they are the reason of our win today.
Now look, we could spend time looking in the rearview mirror, or we could push forward to the danger that lies ahead. You are now in the quarterfinals, and you will be up against T1. Very formidable opponents, and you've never gone up... Bit of a boo there for T1. You've never gone up against them in this jersey. How do you feel about facing off against the Giants and last year's EWC winners?
I think it's going to be a really great series. I think they are obviously a super strong team, and we're really excited to face them and see how good they are. So we're really excited for this matchup.
All right, well, there's one thing we need to do right now. Would you like to crush a key at EWC?
For sure, as long as you tell me how to, I would.
Let's go. Let's do this. All right, we are heading down to the key crusher now. The first one of the day. 4 keys will be crushed. Elyoya here of MKOI is about to seal the deal. CFO, crushed, folded, out.
Vamos MKOI, el rey de Europe, because I forgot how to say Europe in Spanish. I think it's Europa, but that's okay. They got the job done here over CFO after it looked dire. The exclamation point team fight here at the end, at the Drake, gets them into the knockout stages and resets the established order that we got used to for so long. With the dance moves and all, it is 2 teams for EU on into the knockout phases. A big victory here for MKOI. We say goodbye to CFO. We say goodbye to the LCP. But it's a mood enough for dancing. Welcome back to the desk space here. It is myself, Finn, and Valdez, as it is MKOI 15-14 right now. Currently standing by, though, is an interview with one of the players over at CFO and Kitty.
Hey everyone, Kitty live from the... Hey everyone, Kitty live from the arena right now. By my side is Kai Wing, the support of CFO. Unfortunately, you guys were eliminated by MKOI. I know the start for you guys were actually, it was really, really strong, 0-6. So what actually went wrong today?
首先非常遗憾，你们可能就是输掉了今天比赛。但是呢，我们看到在游戏的前期，你们其实是取得了非常大领先的，一度达到了6-0的人头领先。那你觉得在游戏中发生了哪些问题，可能造成了今天这个遗憾的落败呢？
应该最主要是我们在团战的前面的布局跟处理没有很好，所以导致于我们该要赢的会战没有赢到。
I think that during the early stage we did get some early leading, but I don't think we coped that well during the team fight, and the synergy and strategies over there is not pulling really well. That's why we lost today.
Unfortunate to hear that. And of course, today we had a very back and forth game where we weren't actually sure who was going to take the win at the very end of the day, around 35 minutes. So please walk me through the team fights. What do you actually think went wrong for the team fights for you guys to get this result?
就是我们在游戏中期看到，其实是战况是非常焦灼的，甚至是在35分钟的时候，我们甚至都没有办法看出来谁会赢得今天的比赛。然后你觉得在团战中的话，就是怎么样处理的呢？
因为玩到中后期的时候，他们双系的那个等级拉得比较高，所以那个团战我们如果没有一些明显的优势去打的话，可能在中后期会达不到我们想要的画面，所以导致于后面的画面会比较不理想。
I think that moving on to the later stage during the game, I do think there's a big gap between the levels of the components and us. So I don't think we played that well during the team fight.
And because today is your last day at the Esports World Cup, we have some fans that also traveled all the way here to support CFO. So do you have any words for them?
就是比较遗憾，今天可能是在 EWC 最后一天了，但是有很多不远万里来到现场，以及正在看直播的粉丝们，你有没有什么想跟他们说的？
就这一次就可能有让你们失望，我们没办法进到8强，然后可能我们回去第3阶段的时候会更努力的打好每一把。
We're quite sorry about not moving to the quarterfinals, but I'm pretty sure we can do something better during the next season.
Sorry to hear that. We will see you next time on the international stage and back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you for the interview, y'all. And Kai Wing and the rest of CFO should be proud of what they've accomplished so far on the international stage. They do fall short here at the Esports World Cup, getting eliminated now, and will not be moving on to the knockout stages. MKOI will. And joining us now, support for MKOI, Alvaro joins us. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
The revenge angle is there. The dance is there. Let's start with the dance. Where did the idea from the dance come from?
I'm pretty sure it was Mirwin idea, but I think also everyone was down to do it because, as people probably know, like in MSI, when we lost into them, like Driver did a dance on us. So yeah, we just had to do a little revenge.
Yeah, a little revenge. Did you realize the state of the game? Like early on, things weren't going your way. What were the comms like there?
I mean, the comms were fine, I think, when we were like 4 kills down. But when there was one bad play, I remember it was a bit more, I will say, we were a bit more tense. But something that we really tried and we have been working all year long, I think, is the resilience. And yeah, I think it shows up like...
Yeah, I'm really curious about that Atakan rush. It feels like you guys stalled for so long, not allowing them to start the dragon. At what point were you like, oh, now wait, they can't join us if you got Atakan? How do you see that sequence?
So I think it's a lot of conditions. I think Jojo was getting tempo on bot side. Also, Rel didn't have any more wards, so if they wanted to face check into us, I don't think it's a good fight for them. And we were really valuing the risk of actually getting a fight. And you know, if you win this fight, of course, it's something that is good, but it's not really that easy because they are on their spikes, like they have items as well, and we need to walk into them in the day. So I think the best decision that we could take is, okay, we control mid, then we decide what we do, and since we delay them that much, we have the opportunity to go into Atakan, and maybe also they get in panic, and they come to face us in Atakan, and if they face check into us, it's actually better.
That was a great call.
Thank you.
Yeah, there was a lot that went into that, and I'm curious about, you know, for the rest of the tournament, you've made it now through the best of one stage, and you have to go into some best of threes against some really strong teams. What do you guys think about your chances moving forward in the knockout stage?
So we're facing Genji or T1, right?
It's T1.
T1.
It's T1?
It's T1.
Okay, so I mean, I'm happy because I think, for example, the player that I only looked up to, I think is Keria, and it's someone that I have respect, but, you know, I'm not any fan or anything. I think everyone, like, I need to look at them on the same height as me, you know? I cannot look anyone up to because they're my competitors. So, I mean, I'm really hyped. Like, for example, I never played into T1, and as I said, for me, it's something that is, yeah, it's once in a lifetime, you know, because you don't get that much international. So right now, I think we are confident. Today, for example, the lane was a bit confusing, but I think we have the tools, and the team that comes better prepared will take the win.
All right, Alvaro, let's go through some of the highlights here. We've got 3 clips pulled out for you. First one was in the mid lane. Jojo kind of getting bullied pretty hard time and time again, just getting picked off and focused. I feel like that just seemed to be the clear game plan here.
Yeah, here I told him Rel can move because we died on bot and he was full HP. And since he didn't show, like in 10 seconds, I think he assumed that he wasn't there. And the problem is that in that play he didn't have phase rush, otherwise he could escape. And yeah, I mean, here is just... I think Skarner is so annoying as a champion, but he's not played that much now.
Yeah, I think he could have actually, if it W's first to cancel Skarner E and then E's out, he probably could have gotten away. He realized after in the game that, oh, it's just W first and then E, and then Skarner isn't that much of a threat. But obviously, he is getting caught out by the edge of the Skarner E.
It was funny because, you know, he's dying on Galio, but we were maybe going to pick Kassadin, but they banned it as well. So, you know, maybe with Kassadin it was even harder. But actually, Kassadin can cancel the Galio with Q, the Skarner with Q.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of information there, but maybe good research there by CFO. Then later on, this was one of the coolest replays I've ever seen. This was a race for feats of strength. You guys made the call to go to Otacon, drop the Rip Trail in the mid lane, and then Driver pops ult here with Junjia to try and burn it down. You guys barely beat them, 97 HP. Then the gank down here. And there's no way you guys knew that he had Rumble. Did you think he had Rumble?
I mean, we didn't know. Like, the thing is that probably, I mean, it happened to us also, you know, when you are a bit tense, I think you don't even think and you are like, I want to finish this objective as fast as I can, and he was thinking the ulti was the best DPS. But yeah, I think this fight, for example, we have a lot of tools that we can go into them, we have globals, so it's hard for them because they actually had to move into topside, and we were ahead on tempo.
Well,
and here Supa with, you know, putting some pressure on them.
Yeah.
I mean, he was really confident and he was giving confidence to everyone. He's saying, let's go for this fight. As soon as I hit the E, he said, I'm going in and I'm flashing in. So.
Yeah, well, we have Alvaro here now breaking it down, but we also have the team comms of what was happening at the time. So let's take a listen to that one there.
I can make so much time. Yeah, I think Super will be faster, okay? 3 votes. Okay.
I will. Genie stop.
I'm gonna W.
I'm coming. He's good.
I can R, if you go.
I don't go.
I still vault. Yeah, don't worry.
Okay,
don't go deeper, okay? No. Push me. Guys, I TP top. I can't wait to play the map.
Yeah. Here. Can you push bot? Maybe.
Only if they go too deep.
Look.
No, I'm here. Run no flash.
Careful, Ganyu tank.
Someone tank. Ah!
Yeah.
Yeah. And here I think it's Javi Saudi as well, like fucking good.
Yeah.
Let's play normal. Gen low?
Yeah. Oh my god, I didn't see this.
Yeah. And now you get to see it. The meme taking over the world. Indonesian boat dancing, boat racing.
I mean, maybe it looks good, but we are not seen, you know, in the back. That's the sad part.
He's taking the show from you.
When you look at the meme, do you know who's rowing? No, you know the kid that's in the front.
Yeah, that's true.
Very accurate. Huge win there for you. And then we can fly the final fight and just kind of talk over it in general, just how this feels for you guys, because you know, the MSI performance wasn't exactly what you wanted. What does a win like this do for you, knowing that, hey, we can win in high-pressure best-of-ones, and now we have opportunity against the reigning world champs in T1?
And how I actually see it is, since I really love competition, I think being able to compete the most that I possibly can, like having another day and having another chance to prove myself into the best, I think is what actually drives me, like through the competition. And basically this time, I think also winning them when we actually got eliminated some weeks ago in the MSI, 1-3 in a series that we actually didn't really enjoy playing. I think it's also, yeah, like showing that even if you are behind, and all the things that you are actually doing in training, even if one day goes bad or anything, when you are actually doing the things correct, you can still win and show that you actually have the potential and the level.
How much do you feel like the mental game plays into how well you can play on the day? Do you feel like a lot of it is your actual preparation, the way that scrims go and stuff, or do you feel like it's a bit more up in here and how the team is feeling as a whole?
I think, for example, we're a team that in scrims doesn't play as good as usually other teams play, and I think we are more of a stage team, as we said. I think this is also because we are a bit emotional team, and you know, there is sometimes that the frustration can trigger on us, and we actually don't stop it on time. But also we have the tools, we have the staff, and as players we actually grew up a lot. So I think mentally is really important, and also the confidence that you give to your teammates, because the way that you can express your body language, how you are actually communicating in the game and everything, I think is the important part when it comes to the game, because I think the work is already done, like studying the game and outside of the rift.
So I was wondering a little bit, because obviously you play in Europe most of the time. Is there something you feel like you can punish more international play than just in Europe? Is there something that you kind of wish you can get punished more by in Europe?
Like, so I can get better on Europe.
Yeah.
I mean, for sure. I think the one that impacted me the most, it was the first international I played in Worlds 2024. I think it was the opening of the enemy support. Like in early game, for example, I think in Europe, mostly the support doesn't do much, like it's just mostly opening mid or bot side. But I remember when I was playing in 2024, like openings on top side, coordinating with the jungler at level 4 or level 3, diving. I think how they play with the tempo and how fast they play and how coordinated, I think is something that actually in Europe doesn't happen as often. Sometimes happens, but it's not something that is actually constantly, you know. And yeah, I think when you play into these kind of teams, you actually need to be all the time focused, because if you do one mistake, they get a big lead. Especially into LPL, I think they play faster. And then LCK is more stable and more slow.
Yeah. All right. Well, with that victory, you make it on into the knockout stages. Congratulations. Any final words to maybe all the fans, all the Europeans in the world that were looking towards you?
I mean, I'm happy because today, actually, our fans came to see us. They have traveled a long time and giving them a win so they can also see us tomorrow. I think it's something that they deserve. And for all the people that are from home and also to my family, thank you so much for the support. And yeah, I wish that tomorrow we also have a banger series.
All right, Alvaro, everyone, the victor on today's knockout match. They will advance and play T1. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, one more knockout match to play. FlyQuest versus Furia, the hopes of Brazil, or will it be the LTA North triumphing again? Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup. To bring in our special guest of honor, it is streamer for Brazil and a epic icon in the Americas, Baiano, joining us. Congratulations, brother, on the support for the victory there for Fúria. Welcome to the desk. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Really good. Yesterday was insane. You know, on the stream, like people in Brazil, we had almost 100,000 people watching. So, you know, for us in Brazil, we have to believe in that we can win. And the next match against FlyQuest will be insane.
When it comes to wins in Brazil, famous wins in Brazil, what is another famous win in Brazil that this rank compares to?
We had some times in Worlds we can win like against ADG, like China, and like some match like that. But for now, that you know how it works, LTA, right? Right now we play South against the North, so win against Cloud9, win against FlyQuest is so huge for us, you know, because we get hope that we can win against the North teams, and we need that in Brazil right now. You know, we need that hope that we can win.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a look at the rosters here for Fúria after that huge upset victory against Cloud9. And I think everyone was battling the elements in the interview. You could see how red the eyes were. It was not an easy game for either opponents, but the job was done there by Toots and the gang. Medios.
Yeah. I mean, congrats on the win against Cloud9. Not exactly what I was hoping for. It's cool to see the South being a little bit more competitive. How have you felt so far about, you know, the LTA merger, the North and the South battling each other? Because up until now, you know, Brazil has kind of been in that wild card slot where now they've combined with NA and they're the LTA, and you know, they're a major region now. So what do you think about that competition between the regions?
You know, at the beginning we thought that was impossible to play against the North. Like, it's impossible, we have no chance, we're gonna be smashed all the time, it's gonna be so fucking hard. But now we can see, like I said, that's why it's so important, these games, that we can feel that we have hope that we can play against Cloud9, even FlyQuest, which is the best team, I think, outside the Asia right now. So we need that hub, and playing best of one, like, we have a chance. Like, best of 5 is gonna be still hard, but best of 1, like this game, where we can believe we have a chance.
Now, their opponents are FlyQuest, who are the reigning champs of the LTA North, had themselves a pretty solid run over at MSI, and Valdez, they're looking to try and get themselves into yet another knockout phase of an international event.
Yeah, I think FlyQuest definitely making a big name for themselves nowadays. I think they are the first name you think of when you think about competition from the LTA in general. And obviously with some big best of 5s against some strong teams, they have proven that themselves already. I think a lot of people have been inspired by Inspired and his play on the big stage. And yeah, definitely a very strong team. I'm curious, Baiano, going into, you know, you took down Cloud9, but now it's like FlyQuest the next step. What is the big hurdle for you that you would say? What is the biggest issue potentially going up against FlyQuest? How can you take them down?
I think Bipo and Inspired, they are so fucking good. Like, it's so hard to play against them. Like, we were talking to Tatu, our jungler, yesterday, and he was saying, like, oh, Inspired, like, I learned to play with him, you know, and now he's gonna play against him. So it's so hard for us. But I think the jungle in the top can be really hard to play. But you still have a chance, you know, if the team they are focused, and we got a really good early game, get some kills with Tatu playing aggro, like invading jungle. We have a chance.
Well, speaking of Inspired, we have him standing by right now with Kitty, so take it away.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-match interview with Fly Inspired. So tell me a little bit more about yesterday. You guys went up against C9 and G2. Now you guys are about to play your third best of 1. So how are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good, feeling confident going into the game. I think yesterday our loss to G2 was a bit unfortunate. I think we all felt pretty tired. It was a long day, and today we are well rested, and we are going to play way better.
Nice. And I did want to bring up the conversation that a lot of fans are having on the internet, where they're considering you to be one of the best Western junglers to come out of European history. So how do you respond to that?
I mean, I don't really think about that. If people think like this, I'm really happy. I obviously try to play as well as possible. I think I play very well, so I'm happy people think like that.
Amazing. And also, you guys are going against Furia, which is quite unexpected, to be fair, because yesterday Furia were going into the game as underdogs. So tell me a little bit more about what you think of Furia and how they play as a team.
And Furia looks like the best Brazilian team ever, honestly. I think usually the Brazilian teams were pretty easy to verse. Like it felt like they were not very good at laning. They like in mid game they would not make correct decisions. And nowadays, at least when you play against Furia, it feels like they are actually the team that can compete easily. They have good mechanical players. They are an aggressive team, and you have to play very well if you want to beat them. So hopefully we don't get surprised today in the best of one, and we will play a good game so we can take them down. But it's also going to be a tough game.
Okay, hopefully we will see an exciting series between you two, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Polska, Godom there, inspired. All right, less than a minute to the stage, so let's get to it. Medios, what you got?
Well, I just wanted to ask Bayano, you mentioned that you think Inspired and Bwipo will be tough for your team, but what is Furia's strength? You know, who can you rely on to carry this one?
I think we have Tattoo, like I said, like when he's confident, he can invade the jungle, he can play the game so fast. And for me, that's the point that we can win. And we hope that come on that way. Like, that's the way we're cheering for.
Yeah.
And let's go. We are the underdogs, but people home, just cheer for us. This is an epic game for Brazil. If we win this game, it's going to be epic for Brazil for all the history. So let's go. Let's go. Cheers for Brazil.
All right, there you go. Let's go. Furia versus FlyQuest.
Teams are dropping like flies from this tournament as our key graveyard continues to stack up.
As we now know, all but one of our quarterfinalists, one last battle of best of one must take place to lock in the final spot.
You're absolutely right, and a big win here secures that spot in the quarterfinal. And I can tell you now, we are lucky enough to see the players backstage, and tensions right now are palpable. That's because a win here is worth $110,000,
That's a lot of money, so let's welcome them to the stage. First, we have NA's finest. Can they soar to the quarterfinals and keep their key from shattering? It's FlyQuest!
The beasts from Brazil are determined to keep their dreams alive. It's Furia! One more spot in the League of Legends. The EWC quarterfinals hangs in the balance. Who will grab it with both hands? Let's find out.
Thank you, gentlemen, for those introductions. And we are here. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf, and we're ready to get into FlyQuest versus Furia. North versus South, Wolf, for all of the marbles.
You know, if this was a best of series, say a best of 3 or a best of 5, I think you really give a pretty massive edge to FlyQuest. They've got a lot of draft
What about
flexibility.
Best of 7?
if it was a best of 7, that same rule would apply. If it was like a best of 11, same thing. But it's a best of 1, right? And I think FlyQuest are definitely the favorites, but anything can happen in a best of 1. And Fury has proven time and time again, we saw it at MSI, this team could take a game off almost anybody if they have the right settings, if they're in the right condition. And I do think that, FlyQuest comes into this as favorites. I think it would be a massive disappointment to lose here, considering their MSI performance, considering how well they played at Worlds last year. There's a team that is very, very strong, and one of the best representatives we've seen from North America against other teams, internationally for a while. But they could drop out here. It's all down to one final game.
Exactly right. And of course, this is not exactly the momentum they were looking for either on the side of FlyQuest. G2 were easy opposition in Vancouver, and they were less easy to take on here in Riyadh. So we'll see whether they have got back on the horse after a good night's sleep and will be able to take it to Furia here today. There's one thing I want to mention. It's a bit of an aside. Sure. And that is, I just saw Thinkard's notebook, and it looks like he just got it from a pirate ship, like a sunken pirate ship from the bottom of the ocean.
I see that,
Look at it, man. It's so regal and beautiful.
Yeah,
there's lore behind that,
Yeah, I feel like there really is, truly.
Like, I want to read it not for the strategies. I just want to, hold the paper in my hand. Anyway, we're getting a little bit sidetracked, or I am. Let's dive in to the draft here for game
let's see,
one.
Let's see if X marks the spot on an Azir ban in that final spot, because that is what FlyQuest have tried to rely on in their last 2 series.
I like that. It's a treasure map. Is that what the reference was? I liked it.
Quad has been really enjoying to play that Azir and trying to scale up. It is going to be that final ban. This is what I expected. I think FlyQuest have really leaned on him quite heavily, and they will have to adapt here this time around on the third time of asking. Kai'Sa priority has been going up a little bit, but I don't think it's really a first pickable champion in this scenario. I like the Varus a lot more.
I like Varus. I like Rumble as well. And Rumble in this spot for Furia could also be something pretty powerful. If you pair it alongside a Sejuani, for example, there are quite a few things. The Pantheon being banned away alongside the Vi, these have been sort of the top ticket junglers so far here at EWC. But that is a very early cow, as the Zinzao are going to be locked in alongside it. That is like a 1-2 punch here from Furia for controlling teamfights.
Really strong, robust front line here. Strong tanks, really great in mid-game teamfights around objectives. Once the Alistar hits level 6, so difficult to take down.
One day, Inspired is just going to lock it, I feel like it's just, I just want it to be insta-locked. I know he spends a lot of time hovering, the Nidalee.
I wonder what sort of AD carry we're going to see out of IU here, though, with this Alistar, because you do budget a lot of your power, away from that bottom 2v2, and you do lock an Alistar in this early, just simply because playing into the Varus, which is already a strong lane bully, your level 1 is very weak, so what kind of prio we're looking for is going to be interesting. Now, this Trundle pick here, you already have 2 pretty decent subjugate targets, so I like that a lot. Also pretty strong into both of these tanks, because they don't have great ways to get out if they are pillared. If they're going in, they find themselves trapped inside. It can be very frustrating.
The 1v1 matchup into Zinzao is also really good for Trundle.
Yeah.
The good old being able to chomp away their ability to fight back is just not very fair. And Toots, that's a Yasuo. That's locked in, Wolf.
Okay, well, that certainly is.
Maybe they were looking for his brother, and then Yasuo came to the door, and he's like, "Nah, I'm sorry, he's not home." Unfortunately, it's do you want me to help you out?
I don't think
maybe that's what they did.
Necessarily a weak pick here, but we're going to have to see what the rest of the draft is that they're going to try to build around it, because this is not your traditional, Yasuo Gragas or Yasuo Diana situation. I mean, it could still be a Gragas, of course, if that is left available and they want to go for that in the top lane, but it's a pretty unique look here from Furia, so...
It's blind, Wolf. It's blowing my mind. Like, really?
It is quite unusual, but...
They didn't have to do this.
They certainly did not. They could have just looked for an 80 carry pick, which also makes me wonder, what that is going to like. It's not like one of those games where you're going to see the Yasuo bottom lane that we've seen in years past. We've seen some of those like Senna Yasuo lanes. We've seen some wild stuff. T1 has experimented with this as well, but the Rumble makes a lot of sense as a ban here for FlyQuest, who are probably still looking at this draft a little bit perplexed, but going, well, there's still some top tier stuff we could take off the board. You see the Scion, the Galio are both removed here. It makes a lot of sense in this draft, especially the power that you could have with the Galio in terms of global on the map. Final ban here might just be an 80 carry ban if there's something they're concerned about with that Alistar to make sure they have the pushing power with this Varus, but a lot of discussion around it. Will ultimately just be the Jace here, so still kind of keeping things a little bit of a mystery here in terms of what FlyQuest's plans are going to be.
The Jace is also a really weird one.
Because they already have Gwen banned, you know, like...
There's a lot of AD on the side of Furia already, right? And we're expecting, like, I don't know whether Toots is going to be playing this. From what I can see, hasn't played it very much competitively in the past. So that is going to be heading elsewhere.
Yeah, it may.
And Ayu could just be playing this.
Yeah, it may
like
be the
last
bottom
time,
lane.
Yeah.
So I just don't.
I don't think it's good.
I don't think it's good into Varus when you have this Alistar. Now, if they prepared it really well, if they practiced it, they scrimmed it a lot, it can catch you off guard because you're just not used to playing against a duo like this. But very unusual setup here is it looks like we might see a Renekton to come up here into the top lane, and then we'll find out what that counter pick is going to be here for Quad.
Yeah, and Ayu did play it at MSI, so it does make some sense that the Yasuo would be going to the bottom side.
It's again, just because you've played and just because it has been viable in the past doesn't necessarily mean it works here.
And also viable is a question mark word there as well, Wolf, because it didn't win.
I thought maybe we'd see FlyQuest just go for a Rise pick here to give them a little bit more global power for sides and insane wave clear, extra damage, but they're going to go a completely different route here and go for this Syndra. You and I have been pretty critical of the Syndra that we saw already in this tournament. We're not a big fan of the champ right now in terms of what it does in team fights, but there's some cool new Syndra builds we've seen, and they're going to lock it in here. It's great setup. If you can pillar someone, you can guarantee they're going to get hit by Scatter, and then you can blow them up with the Syndra ultimate. So there's a lot of single target blow up in this draft for sure here on the side of FlyQuest. This bottom lane duo is a big question mark for me, though. You can block some of the Varus damage with the wind wall, I suppose.
Also, like, it's really good into Syndra. Like, we talk about the R button being the gameplay button. Well, Windwall means that there's more gameplay than just the sarcastic gameplay button that we talk about all the time.
I mean, it pairs well with the Orianna, it pairs decently well with the Alistar if you can hit a big knock-up with the Pulve. You know, there are ways to set up big ultimates in team fights, but the composition really just screams desperation to me, Atlas. You know, it's got strong parts, and they can, in certain niche scenarios, work together very well, but it's premedicated on a lot of map control. It's premedicated on not falling behind early. If anything goes wrong for Furia in the first 15 minutes of this game, they find themselves at a 2,000 gold deficit. I just feel like this draft becomes unplayable. So insane confidence, you know, insane risk-taking, your key on the line, your tournament life here at Esports World Cup, League of Legends 2025 on the line. They lock it in again. We saw it at MSI, as you mentioned, but I'm just not sold.
Yeah, I'm sort of not either. And I also think that there's going to be a lot of fun to be had for Inspired on this Trundle and for this Rakan as well. I mean, if Rakan loves anything, it is a whole bunch of champions all grouped up standing next to each other so they can all get charmed and in position for all of this AoE to come through. Scatter the Weaks could also be very, very dangerous. So I'm a little bit worried here for Furia, but if they start running away with this game, I mean, their composition is a meat grinder, even if it is a very up-close meat grinder.
I think it has to run away with the game, though, because you know, they're playing Orianna, we'd set up some combos, and given, again, the right circumstances, do a decent amount of damage. But it's also more of a burst composition where the Orianna sets up a combo, you have the Yasuo, the Aatrox goes in, and you win the fight basically instantaneously, because if the fight is longer, it's going to be so much tougher to play out here into the composition of FlyQuest later on. And from a deficit, like I said, those opportunities, those combos you have to fish for become so challenging as everyone's super locked in here.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, the Fury players, like, really doing the woosah, you know, like, making sure that everything is calm, they're ready, and looking confident here with this composition. I don't know whether that's how I feel going in, but we don't know. We don't know. And up against FlyQuest here, there is a chance to take them, catch them off guard. That is the spirit of best of ones, right, Wolf? Like, best of ones, this is where you bring out the weird stuff, potentially cheesy stuff, try and take them down. And also going with comfort. Like, before MSI, this Yasuo bottom lane situation that they were running was undefeated. Wasn't exactly a large sample size, but I do like that.
Yeah, it's a risk for sure, and we'll see if they can pull it off.
Yeah, let's dive onto the Rift here. This is do or die for both of these squads, Furia or FlyQuest. Which one will be advancing to the knockout stage as we are playing some cowbell as well. You love to see it.
The volatility of these drafts as well is something that's really exciting for a best of one. You know, if you are able to get those conditions right, if you are able to make a really strong early mid-game play, you know, around grubs, around first, second dragon, you can force a team fight and get this Yasuo composition accelerated. The Aatrox gets accelerated. I mean, you can just win with this wonky draft and be that underdog story that you want to be, and to take that win, to move through the knockout stage. And everybody could always use a little bit more cowbell.
Yeah. And I hope that we just stay here the whole time as we pan away immediately. It's a bit sad. Inspired is traditional Trundle, so still having the Pillar of Filth is absolutely fantastic.
Massive gold lead for Toots as well, by the way.
Oh, that's true. Oh my god, 5? That's infinity more than everyone else.
Ward Spotter.
Nuts. Okay, and Ayu as well has gone for the most edgy Yasuo skin. If you've ever played solo queue, you know this is the one.
He did go for the exhaust, which is unsurprising. Allows you to all in a lot better in a lane like this in the bottom lane. As we'll watch this top matchup, it is very critical that this Yasuo does not, or sorry, not the Yasuo, the Aatrox, excuse me, does not fall behind in this matchup. As man, playing Yasuo bottom lane, you kind of just have to pick your battles perfectly, look for your all-ins and your trades when you can, utilize your shield to last-hit minions, because otherwise you're melee into range and you got an Alistar support. I mean, look at Maso and Lucio just going, yeah, try to play the game. Good luck.
Yeah, this level 1 is not the most powerful in the game. You're absolutely right. As Whippo with level 2, slicing and dicing and acting all cool, will be able to be followed up here by Guigo decently well. But doesn't hit level 3 yet, so doesn't have the Ruthless Predator. Can't show us that indeed the minions are not in as much danger as they were yesterday. As I found it crazy that Whippo's played 2 games in a row of Renekton when he played only unique champions.
Yeah, I was going to mention that earlier. It was funny that that's the one that ends up being
it was like
the
13 in a row unique champions, which is like pretty nutty, all the way up until the Gragas. It was bookended by Gragas's, actually, with his last game in the LEC being a Gragas game.
So far, this mid matchup relatively even between these two. Toots wants to look for an extended trade.
This is one of the oldest matchups ever. The orb off in the mid lane.
When I think of these two champs, I think of my first year of the LCK, and I think of, BDD versus Showmaker.
Yeah.
As, okay, we are going to have a bit of a trade up here on the top lane. Bottom as well, the all-in.
Yep, there's the exhaust down onto Master, who's trying to get himself out of there, and the last Steel Tempest not going to land. As Ayu going to try and find a tornado, doesn't quite get it. It's not quite an all-in, but now going for even more as the grand exit to come on through. And now Tatu, I mean, this is the most common gank that we've seen throughout this tournament, and Inspired is there to catch it this time around. Like ships in the night, they're just going to back away. That's not how the ships in the night thing works. That's when they walk past each other. They saw each other and then they left.
I think the observers are showcasing here really well how aggressive all 3 lanes are right now, like how on a knife's edge and how volatile all these matchups are.
I only have 2 eyes though, Wolf. It's really hard to like focus on one thing in particular.
We're going to see that TP back in for both mid laners here, as that's going to be the end of that knife's edge battle that we are having, as Whippo continues to have a slight advantage here on the top side. Do see Inspired wants to turn that into a larger advantage, though, here at level 4. Let's see how Gigo responds. Does, of course, have his flash.
Yeah, in comes Inspired. Doesn't quite get the fadeaway there, as Gigo does have that Q charged up. Flashes pretty late there, but Inspired holds onto the turret aggro, and that is a gorgeous dive for first blood onto Whippo.
Yeah, just holding that aggro is all they needed to do. They have the setup, they've got the pillar, and down goes Gigo. So first blood over to FlyQuest here, and on the cross map, there's just simply nothing Tatu can do right now. He's still clearing that Gromp at the moment. Does have bot side prio, but really frustrating situation here for this early game for Furia, who find themselves nearly 1,000 gold behind. There's another all-in.
The flash pulve as they're layering the CC. Teleport to immediately come down, though, as Jojo, I don't think, got the memo that they were getting out of there, because Whippo's coming in, and he really wants to stake. He's going to be able to pick it up. No more cowbell, at least for the next 10 seconds.
When you go for these types of plays, the reason I call them all-ins is, we saw the exhaust play previously, and then this one here, is there isn't really like a cancel button. There isn't really a, oh, well, we tried to trade here, but I guess we get out now. When you go in, you have to get the kill as soon as possible, and when teleport is available, as it was there for Bwipo with the advantage he had topside, you don't get out. You lose. You either have to get that kill or you're going to pay with it with your life, and that's exactly what happened down there in the bottom side for JoJo. And so this is a really tough situation now as Masu goes topside uncontested. Gigo trying to catch that bottom wave. Look at Ayu going so late up here to the top side. Won't miss a ton of minions here, but still the tempo advantage is hugely flies.
Well, there's a headbutt Pulv as the trample are going to come down as well, but the scat of the week was so good. There's the flash in from Tatu though, but he gets knocked off. Busio in perfect position. And there is the unleashed power to lock down the kill for Inspired. JoJo just trying to get himself out of there, and he will be able to do so. Furia, they're clutching at straws, Wolf. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, this composition really cannot fall behind, but it is, and this is starting to feel worse and worse.
Well, another fight here towards the bottom side of the map as Bwipo now with 2 kills after teleporting opportunely towards that bottom side, utilizing that as a lane swap as well. Oh man, not losing tempo and still being there for the counter gank was pretty ridiculous. And that means this Crocodile is so powerful.
Really is. Ayu here, you could see looking for trades like this and just losing so massively at this point. I mean, look at the itemization. He's got a Hearthbound Axe versus just the Greaves, but it's the range advantage that Masu has where he's like, okay, nice try, but on your way out, you're going to lose a fourth of your health bar. As this looked like a really big opportunity here for the side of Furia, I think Quad, knowing that both his support and jungler are nearby, feels pretty comfortable to kind of push this and bait this. And he's looking for something, right? And then look at how well he plays this here.
Scatter.
The double scatter, flashes away, buys a ton of time. Busio comes in here, gets the knock-up, and at that point it's over. He ults in, they get the kill, they get the feat of warfare, and it's just a sick play.
Where did the shockwave go?
Yeah, it wasn't quite.
It was on cooldown. I'm really, maybe it was used a little bit early. So a little bit unfortunate there for Toots, but that's fine. As Guigo down to 300, Bwipo just got, oh my god, he just killed him. Okay. Well, that time he didn't hit a minion, Wolf.
Yeah, well.
I think he could have, and he may have still killed him, though.
The news doesn't get any better, unfortunately.
Did you see him in the play?
Yeah.
Oh, it was very good.
Well, when Bwipo is locked in, man, he's got his head focused. He is leaned into the monitor.
Oh, that's true. He does have, like, pretty ultimate gamer position.
Yeah, the gamer position where you're on the couch, you're kind of sitting back, but then suddenly you're like, I'm really gaming.
Oh, yeah.
Bwipo is always really gaming.
Yep.
That's why he's so good. He's got 3 kills in this game. He's got a cleaver online at 8 minutes. And I don't know what else I could tell you guys about how bad this is going to be for Gigo for the rest of this lane, as those plated steel caps are basically made of paper in this scenario. And now we're looking to fight for grubs here. Busio does have level 6. I mean, all summoners available here for the bot duo. This is a really big risk here for Furia.
It is.
This is trouble.
This is what their composition wants to do. The flash heal to come on through there, but he just gets eaten. Shockwave does come down, but doesn't do too much of anything at all as they knock up the cow. And Busio still looking for even more. They'll take JoJo on their way out, and my goodness, this is an absolute shellacking here.
And, we knew from the outset as Ayu will survive, but has to use his flash. We knew from the outset that if this comp falls behind even slightly, like I said earlier on, it's impossible to play. And now at 9 minutes, the game is essentially over. And I hate to say it because this is an elimination match. This is Furia going home. This is the end of their tournament. They had a really risky draft, but they fell behind early. Super hard to execute on this composition. FlyQuest looked very ready for it. Masu and Busio handled the bottom lane all-ins masterfully, and Inspired has had an amazing game here, right? He's been everywhere he needs to be. He's absorbed that pressure. He and Busio both have really stopped every single angle that Furia have tried to find. And from behind in this scenario, like you said, your comp needs to fight early. It needs to get advantages. So they have to look for plays like this. They can't just simply give this up. But in the current game state, you just get cut to pieces if you're split. And Tuts is the victim of being split here in the mid lane. And there's just nothing Furia can do. At this point, if you're trying to say, aha, like Furia, this team has no idea what they're doing. If you're watching this at home, it's just not true. But the composition dysfunctionally can't really operate anymore. There aren't really great choices to make. At this point, you're really hoping for a big mistake from FlyQuest.
And honestly, sometimes if you hope for these mistakes, they can happen. We saw
have
even
seen it
in our last best of one, The early game was in a fair bit of control by CFO, but things can happen to bring it back around as Toots taking a big old trade here from Quad, who is feeling pretty good on this Syndra right now, really starting to hit their stride as the Blackfire Torch does come in as item number 1.
This is the new Syndra ability, Blackfire, Cosmic Drive, and we get the Blackfire this early. Yeah. You're happy to just chunk anyone you interact with out of a mid lane matchup, and in this case it's Toots, unfortunately, who got picked in that last fight, who is now going to be struggling to hold on. There's just get TP to come through here for the Rakan. This is going to be Drake Pryo on the lockdown here for FlyQuest. And even Busio spotting out where Tatu is here, just leaving nothing to chance, leaving nothing here to question. They have Bwipo with TP who could join this fight if it is a fight, if it is a contest. But frankly, I think Furia have no right to be anywhere near this dragon.
No, I don't think they're going to be fighting for this one. It's a very late dragon, actually. 11 minutes for first Drake of the game. I was looking at the top of the screen. I'm like, oh, it's a fancy new UI. I guess I can't see the dragons, but I couldn't see the dragons because they were not there.
They were not there.
That's why that was a thing. FlyQuest now going to be moving one away from collecting the feats of strength as well, as far as those objectives are concerned.
Look at where Bwipo has the lane. He's like, I'm the only person they could try to dive or make a play on because we're doing dragon on the bottom side, and I'm just going to hug turret and keep the wave right here so I can both farm and you can't kill me. Okay, they're baiting him a little bit though.
He sliced and diced, he got himself in, but the Dominus is going to keep him so healthy. Let's see whether they can actually kill him. He just needs one more Q and he's going to get all that health back. There it is, as they should be able to take him down. There is the kill. That's a good flash from Guigo as he makes his way out, and Tatu didn't have the turret aggro, and so that is going to be a successful dive against Bwipo.
I feel like I gave Bwipo a lot of credit for how he had the wave there and how he was like, nah, I'm not going to allow it.
Immediately sliced
but I do almost feel like I still was right. Like I feel like Bwipo was just like, no, hold on, I'm so fed. I can actually bait them and Inspired will clean up. And he went for it anyways. And then he ultimately did pay for it with his life. But this is one kill. This is one bounce back. It goes over to Tatu on the Xinjiao. So it doesn't feel great. He finally has that first item online. But you need so much more than this. And looking at where Inspired is on the map right now, he's heading up when Bwipo does decide to make that call. And so I think Bwipo is thinking like, okay, I've got my ult here. I'm going to have the empowered Q for the heal. I mean, look at the heal that comes through here. Bam.
Yeah.
And Inspired is almost here in time. I feel like it was an intentional choice by Bwipo, but they didn't quite have the distance, or Inspired wasn't quite there in time, I should say. The distance was too great.
Well, FlyQuest is thinking about killing the turret, but Guigo was being cheeky and tried to kill the minions, so they had to kill him. Quad takes a turret shot, but that is about all that went wrong there on the side of FlyQuest, so the revenge is immediate.
Yeah, Toots is going to get a plate here in the mid lane, small victories, denying some farm as well. Anything you can get. As unfortunate this Yasuo, I don't know if it's ever going to be relevant in this game. Gets a flash, though, and that was, as you say, a well-timed one. But you can see, look at how much damage he takes on the attempt. It's crazy, and this has kind of been happening all game long.
This is on-hit Varus as well. That's not lethality damage. Did he take a turret shot? Maybe he took a turret shot. I'm not sure. That looked like he took a turret shot.
I don't know, but either way, the damage that came out from the Varus autos was what I was really looking at.
Yeah.
Which was a lot. And
do you know what the worst part is, Wolf? Furia, there is no one that can even go anywhere near the range of Masu right now. As far as on-hit Varus is concerned, no one gets to do the do-si-do as far as the range advantage.
Look at Gigo's items, or lack thereof. I don't think he wins a 1v1 against Masu right now. You know what I mean? There's not a whole lot of good angles in this game. And when you see a draft like this that's so all in, the game can end up this way, and Fury were very well aware of it when they made that choice, but they're unfortunately reaping the consequences of their choices now.
That was really cute by Jojo, actually managing to taxi his way out. Didn't have to use the flash, and by didn't have to, I mean he didn't have it. As now Tatu's going in as well. Busio and Quad still in position, but it is just going to be half the health bar as these dark spheres are really starting to hurt.
They don't know where Inspired is, but they're about to find out. And Guigo is not going to like it.
He's just going to go straight past the ward as Guigo is Just dead, guys. There is no way that he's getting out of that one. There is a teleport in, but now it's Toots just kind of here watching them kill his turret. He's going to have to wait for Tatsu to make his way up. First turret is going to be feats of strength over to FlyQuest as well. And they are just going from strength to strength.
They wanted to make that play to try to play around the turret and punish there, but the turret gets killed so quickly and they TP topside. Guess what? They also lose bottom turret because Syndra is pushing that in right now. Quad actually could TP to this fight, but is it really even a fight that he needs to come to? It's just slow, casually played here by FlyQuest because like, oh, we slow this down, get the bottom turret. Quad can show up at any moment. Just play this slow, don't need to hard force anything. Just continue to snowball our lead. There's that bottom turret. Now Quad can back by and then TP in for the Herald contest. FlyQuest can really do nothing wrong at this point as Gigo also has teleport, but I don't know how relevant this Aatrox is going to be in this skirmish. The window is closing though, and I think FlyQuest may just simply have been a little bit too slow to show up on this one. So again, small victory here, small pickup. For Furia, it's going to be a lot of dominoes they're going to need to try to push over here to get back into this one, but baby steps, I suppose.
Indeed. 10 seconds until the next Dragon, so that might have been what FlyQuest were aware of, wanting to make sure that they can get some priority on that area. That is exactly what it looks like. But Bounty Gold, actually kind of a big deal here for Furia to try and get themselves back in. When we say things like Bounty Gold, though, that shows that it is certainly an added layer of cope, because it is 4,000 gold the lead at 16.5 minutes. That is nothing to scoff at. They will be able to take an uncontested Dragon here towards the bottom side of the map. Tatsu wants nothing to do with it. He's just going to take himself back to base. Still holding on to the Rift Herald. We'll see where Shelly does pop down.
Ocean Drake here for the soul. It's not the craziest for either of these teams, but will be significant for the leader in FlyQuest.
I think a really lucky one for Furia as well, because they don't really care too much about that. They're a wombo combo composition, right? They have to kill you instantly, so a bit of sustain shouldn't be the end of the world.
It's kind of problematic with a Trundle and a Renekton this big, though, when you're trying to kill them fast, I suppose.
Yeah, that is a good point.
But yeah, I mean, it certainly could be worse. It could be a Hextech, in this scenario where you're already super far behind with this low-range composition that is just going to get slowed and struggle to close the gap. And I feel like this is a composition here for Furia that went wrong that doesn't really sell how good this team is, how well this team has played internationally so far this year. And it's a sad ending. It's got to be crushing for the players to go out like this. Down 7 kills, down 5,000 gold nearly. Or 4,000 at this point. They did bring it back a little bit, and we're down 5K earlier. To be in a position like this where the rest of the world is watching, and perhaps not even necessarily understanding why this comp can't function anymore. They just don't have any windows, man. It's one of those games that's tough as a commentator as well to try to find what could be the angle, what could be the way back in. It just feels like checkmate was reached long ago.
Yeah, it does certainly feel like that. And there is certainly angles, but it relies on FlyQuest making a mistake, overextending, giving away shutdowns. Like killing
some crazy Orianna combo.
Yeah, killing Inspired could be a big deal, right? Like he's got the biggest bounty on his head right now. So that could be an opportunity, but yeah, like you were saying, I'm also just clutching at straws here. It's not looking too easy for Furia to find that angle.
And FlyQuest also just, the way they're playing this is incredibly respectful, right? They've made a lot of great choices. I mean, maybe Blippo's decision on the top lane earlier was not as respectful as it could have been, but otherwise just not giving Furia any ins. They're like, well, if we just play this slow and carefully, it's literally unlosable. We're not going to take any risks. We're not going to play greedy. We're not going to showboat. We're just going to control the map, set up deep vision, and sit back and wait for objectives to spawn. Take those, take the win, and take our spot in the knockout stage.
Yep. And this is one of those compositions that can do it so many different ways as well. It's a very flexible draft, and against what they're against, they have like range advantage, infinity. You were talking about Blippo giving away opportunities. That wasn't quite it, but he was pretty extended, but still able to slice his way out. No flash required. Okay, 2.5 minutes until the Dragon, even though we are heading, looking down that way. And the Arakan going to be spawning on the top side of the map.
Yeah, it's tough to imagine how IU can break through in this team fight. Like, he has a Kraken Slayer.
He has a gold lead. Look at that.
Yeah, he does. The thing about the Kraken Slayer in this situation is it's going to require you to proc the Kraken Slayer by attacking people multiple times. I'm just not sure if that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's the wrong build or anything like that. Just It's just the circumstances are so rough here, and you're still trying to stick to your game plan. But I do think at any point, once these waves are cleared out, FlyQuest can threaten Otacon's start and go for a turn so easily, especially with the Syndra. And Quad does have TP, and he has side lane control because he has such a massive lead over this Aatrox that is sitting on still just one item.
It's looking dire. 82 stacks on Quad as well.
And here's that Otacon start.
Up. And yeah, there is vision. And I don't know whether FlyQuest really care too much about them being able to see. They're just trying to bait them into a fight as Whippo's already ulted.
And in this interim, while they slow down and control this Tri-Brush and force controllers to be used, they're going to get mid-turret. Monster's going to take that out, and this is that slow, controlled, great macro here from FlyQuest where they force Furia to come over and contest Otacon, and then they just grab turret, and then they can collapse back in. And, I mean, this is going to be a sandwich here, potentially.
Yeah, you're already taking a third of his health bar there from a combo from Quad. As Furia, a bit of a desperation start like you were talking about, Wolf. There is the Shockwave landing onto a couple as Busio still not taken down, able to get out Scat of the Week onto the entire team, it feels like. And Masu is just free hitting wherever he wants to go. That's a very hungry Crocodile as he takes down the Yasuo, and Guigo is just limping his way out. It looks like the consolation, or at least the prize of the Otacon will go over to Fly without any more contest.
That is going to be such a huge win for them. Already, a massive lead in Petals, and the XP is going to flow. And from here, I mean, everybody gets an extra level. You're looking at a 3-level lead in the top lane. and a full item lead.
3.3k gold.
Yeah. That Cosmic Drive is done here. Obviously, feats of strength. Like, how many more advantages can I read off here for FlyQuest?
Well, they now have Otacon, so they've probably got more Petals as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm getting at here, is that just pushes everything here. Lucio is the initial target, but the scatter on the turn here from Quad is amazing against this low-range composition. Gets the 4-man here. The Pillar also just locking JoJo in, and they just chase them down and slice them to pieces. Not a chance, not a prayer for the Brazilian squad.
It was a decent little sidestep on that piercing arrow that allowed Guigo to at least get out with his life. But it's 11-1, guys. It's 7,000 gold lead. And FlyQuest seem to be able to do no wrong at this point in time. That'll be Soul Point as Inspired looks to take down this dragon. And maybe a good thing here for Furia is the fact that this is only Soul Point, because it was a very late first Drake. So here at 22.5 minutes, they don't have to worry about a soul just yet. But man, that is not even a silver lining. That is like a gray that looks a bit shiny in certain lighting lining. That's what it kind of feels like.
There's a lot of lessons to be learned, I think, in this game about how FlyQuest played from ahead. Because, we talked about so much, like, if they make a mistake, if they overextend, if they're sloppy, if they're greedy, maybe there's a way back in. This is about as textbook, choke out the enemy, take all vision away, blind them, and cut them, kill them with 1,000 cuts rather than just all-inning and being like, oh, we're so massively ahead, we just push in between these turrets and look for a crazy team fight. That FlyQuest are playing. I mean, it's not the most quick and exciting way to end the game, but it is certainly the highest chance of success with a lead like this, and I think they've nearly reached 100%.
Yeah.
As they just won't give Furia any outs, any core. Look at where Toots is on the top side. He's the only one who's free to even move on the map, but even he knows once he hits that midway point, once he hits the river, he's like, that's as far as I can go. I can't touch that turret. There's no way I'm getting a bounty.
You're
and
also
to
never
breathe
allowed
is so hard.
You're never allowed to take your own jungle camps, right? So
never.
Slowly but surely, FlyQuest will just get further and further ahead, no matter what Furia do, if the game stays in a position like this. And so their only option is to go for a desperation fight, which is always going to be on FlyQuest terms, as Tatsu is looking for that little flank angle. Scat of the Week comes through. Are you not going to be able to follow up too much as Chains of Corruption comes on in? Tatsu takes half of his health bar just from that piercing arrow, and rocking the Blight.
If Furia commit to a fight, they will get wiped and the game will end. So they have to just try to buy time. Desperately, that is all they can do. And with the Orianna wave clear, I mean, you can see here they can buy some of it, right? Like, they have some tools here to slow this game down. Baron's going to spawn in 30 seconds here, though, and that's when things get really problematic. That's when FlyQuest really start to threaten inhibitors. They've already gotten some damage onto that bottom inhibitor turret. The inner is already gone there. They have super clear, deep vision on the bottom side of the map. And they can just simply turn their eyes towards the Baron with these resets coming through here. You see Quad is back, Masu is back, Bwipo is buying here. And he's going to have a GA potentially after the next fight if he's able to get a few kills. And, I mean, at this stage, as Furia, you're like, what if they group bottom and just take out our inhibitor? We have to be aware of that possibility. We have no vision. Look at how carefully Tatu has to surf around the top part of his jungle. He's like, okay, I guess I can get wolves maybe when those are up. But I can't really go any further than that. And FlyQuest, at any point, can just move towards Baron, but they're keeping their options open.
And on top of that, Inspired is about to like finish a Thornmail, I'm pretty sure. Like, then who kills him? Because Toots is just not doing any damage right now. He's nowhere near a Void Staff or anything like that. This Orianna has been pretty far behind throughout this game, but also Orianna, I feel like, needs a little bit of help, needs a little bit of acceleration to really be dangerous. And then the rest of the team is just physical damage. And yes, you can say that Yasuo takes 45% of your armor or something like that, but 45% of Infinity is still really large. So Bwipo now going to be fighting against Guigo here towards this bottom side as Inspired, just waiting for his angle of attack. And now there are 3 people here. He's chasing after this Yasuo. The last breath comes in, and it's exactly that, ladies and gentlemen. There's the Pulverize. It is going to connect as Bwipo finally will go down. It's a 1-for-1, so I guess that's good for Furia because the ones on the side of FlyQuest are way more dangerous, but not anymore. The piercing arrow coming down. The Pulverize is there to protect Toots, but now he has to get out. And this turret should be following suit.
Yeah, a very strong fight here for FlyQuest, despite it being an even trade. They got rid of one of the threats. And this is a risky call here. I'm not sure if this is going to work out for Toots, but he's going for it.
We're going to try and take down Busio. That didn't quite work out there, but the rest of the team are now in position. A possible flank angle. There are some CDs that have been used up, and Busio will be the one to fall down first. They're still trying to chase this one out. The Dissonance will be able to help Toots catch up. And Scatter the Weak coming on down. Guigo dealing with these orbs coming on through, but he seems to be able to do so. Is now Inspired in a fair bit of trouble. The King's Tribute not helping out at all because no one died on the side of Furia. And here are some shutdowns.
TP.
Scatter the Weak didn't land because they ain't weak anymore unless Bwipo has something to say about it. Cull the Meek coming on forward there as Jojo will be going down. That is a dangerous spear, and that is a second one. The slices and dices are coming on in. He's put into the bouncy castle, but that is a double kill now for Quad, really asserting his orb dominance on the Orianna.
IU's going to get a mid turret here, which is bounty gold as well. You know how we talked about, or I was really talking about textbook, how to play perfectly and increase. They kind of got bored of that.
Yeah.
They were kind of like, you know what, I'm kind of done with this a little bit. So they could have just done Baron. As Quad is also extending quite heavily into enemy territory here. He's got Bwipo with him, but now we're looking at, you know, a situation here where it's still really bad for Furia, but I think this was best case scenario. They defended their inhibitor. The teleport play was extremely greedy and could have actually cost them. The game would have ended if that failed, but they were able to pull it off. They were able to execute on it well. Ocean Soul is going over here to FlyQuest, but it could have been a Baron and a Baron turn here, but they got a little bit eager there on that bottom side. And Bwipo is so incredibly strong, I can understand the idea behind it. He actually built Death Dance instead of that GA I was talking about, so in these types of fights, he is nigh unkillable. But you can see this flank here really does pay off. And, you know, with the pillar attempt here from Inspired, you could buy some space, but they're just not quite able to get away. Toots has the speed up, of course, with that ball. Is going to be able to run them down. Bwipo then decides to TP in here and commit to the play further. He's so big at this point that taking him down is incredibly difficult. He doesn't have Ocean Soul yet in this fight. They get it afterwards. If he had it in this one, he might just end the game.
And they did a decent job, like interrupting the slide and things like that, as we are straight into the action here. As Tatu not going to get stunned up by the Scatter the Weak, but that pillar placement was just obscene from Inspired. Down goes the Xin Zhao, and now no one's going to be able to get anything done. And of course, the wallets are just that little bit too heavy on FlyQuest's side. No chance here for Furia in a straight up 5v5 without the turrets helping out, without that positioning that they had the last time around. round. And with Aquigo now, that will allow this front door to be opened and FlyQuest to just knock it down.
That should be the end of this one. There was one heroic defense, one moment there for Furia at the end, but with a draft like this, the all-in attempt fails, and FlyQuest will soar into the knockout stage.
Really good to see the bounce back here from FlyQuest. It was a difficult day yesterday. This time around, though, making it look not even close in any regard. Wolf?
Yeah, not really, and I think the draft just left the options for Furia so limited with an early game like what we saw, but they were brave enough to pull it out. It was cool. Everybody loves to see Yasuo. Everyone loves to see a Yasuo bottom lane.
Yeah.
It definitely kept it interesting for the fans. It was a unique draft, but FlyQuest, the massive favorites coming into this one, and they will stand tall.
Certainly will. Taking a bow here. Now get to think about the knockout stage. But before that, they get to do some key crushing, Wolf. And this is the first time that we have been on the broadcast ready to send you to a key crush, and I'm really excited about it. Certainly was the best part of last year as well, and already we've seen quite a few of them bite the dust. You can see Fancy collecting the key crusher himself.
I think Furia is a stronger team than what this final best of one really showcased. I think hindered by the game state in their draft in this one, but have had some pretty strong performances here across 2025. And their year is not over yet, but their EWC is, perhaps we'll see them return next year to try to compete to make that top 8. But I do think we got to give this squad a shout out for some cool drafting, a lot of confidence, and I think performing higher than a lot of people's expectations across 2 recent international events.
I do want to say as well that, like, Whippo's bounce back here as far as his performance yesterday on the Renekton to now, like, he did, what, 40% of the team's damage on a Crocodile? That was pretty impressive. He did certainly get himself off to a great start, but man, must feel good to bounce back. But now it is time to throw it over to Fancy with Masu alongside to crush some keys.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We are back on the stage after FlyQuest flying to the quarterfinals and a few games away from earning this trophy. I have Masu with me, but before we start with the interview, I just want to say congratulations. You are the first ever Middle Eastern player that goes into the quarterfinals in EWC League of Legends history. Very, very happy for this moment. Just want to know, how does it feel to win at your home region?
It feels pretty good, of course. I don't know if there's any other Middle Eastern players right now that are here, so it feels good.
All right, so you guys lost to G2 at yesterday's match, but there's a chance that you might face them in the semifinals if you win against Gen G. So do you think you guys got it?
I mean, of course, if we're beating Gen G, I think we'll have a good chance to beat G2. But overall, I think individually, I have not been playing well. And as a team, I think we're also not playing that well. So I think we have a lot of time to ramp up. And then if we play up to our level, I think we'll be able to.
Absolutely. You guys have a tough road ahead to get to this trophy. But now that you've won an elimination match, you get to crush this key. Are you ready?
Yep.
All right, let's do it. So we're moving to the key crusher to crush a key at EWC. As we know, this is what EWC is all about. As soon as you win an elimination match, you get to crush the key yourself. Masu, I'll let you enjoy this moment.
That has to be one of the best key crushes I've seen in the last, since the beginning of the Esports World Cup. That one was just dented straight through the middle, just like Fudia's hopes here. fell short, never really had an opportunity in this game, except when the score was maybe 7-1 for a brief moment, and then FlyQuest quickly ticked that one over to 8-1 and took the wind out of the sails of the squad from Latin America South, or LTA South, as it is the LTA North, taking the victory and moving on to the knockout stages. FlyQuest 1-0 over Furia. Welcome back to the studio. Digon here alongside Medios and Valdez. That gold graphs says everything here, Medios.
That was an insane game from Whippo. He's one of the people that is so scary under Renekton. I think a lot of the time when people pick this champion, you know, it's something that you can go even on, hard to punish, but when Whippo gets it, he just runs the game over. I think Inspire did a really good job of getting him ahead early, and then he just ran the game.
All right, well, standing by right now for their exit interview is Toots. Take it away, Kitty.
Hey everyone, Kitty here. I brought Tuts from Furia. So unfortunately, you guys are eliminated from the Esports World Cup with a quick game. So please walk me through the unique draft that you guys decided to bring for us and how ideally it could have been pulled off.
I think we played this one in the LTA South and it worked out pretty well. I think that we made some mistakes early game that made the game super hard because it's super is no body comp, right? If we go behind, we have like 4 melees, it's going to be tough. So I feel like the mistakes we make early game are going to impact the game a lot. So yeah, after we start, the game behind is going to be super hard to come back.
It do be a feast or famine composition that you guys locked in today. And of course, I want to talk about your achievements. You guys were able to bring down C9 yesterday. And I think a lot of people on the internet have actually praised Furia for their strength. So do you think this is a good direction and positive message for the fans that LTA South is something to look out for?
Yeah, I feel like for sure we're a bit underrated. I feel like we are a pretty good team. I feel like we have a lot of strengths, but also we have a lot of weaknesses that shows a lot, right, when we're behind and things like this. So it's something that we need to improve on, but I feel like we made a decent statement. I feel like if we won today, it would be a huge statement for LTA South, but I think it's like we had an okay run, you know. I think a good run would be if we made out of first stage.
Recognizing your weakness is a type of strength in itself. I'd like you to send a message out to the fans back at home or in the arena in Portuguese. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course. Bom, queria agradecer toda a torcida, todo mundo que apoiou a gente, que confiou na gente. Pode ter certeza que eu dei meu melhor o tempo inteiro e muito triste a gente não conseguir passar de fase, mas eu espero que a gente tenha outras oportunidades futuramente para provar diferente e provar que a LTA Sul é uma região boa. Então, muito obrigado à torcida, muito obrigado aos fãs, amo muito vocês.
Thank you so much. That's all from us.
And we say obrigado to Furia for getting us to believe and dream for a little bit for the LTA South. Words there by Toots, who has fantastic hair. And speaking of fantastic hair, a man who has just as great hair. No, I'm not talking about myself. It's Whippo. Look at that hair, right? Yeah, Whippo.
I don't know. It looks okay. I don't know. Thank you. I think your hair looks better, actually.
Thanks, man. That's what I was looking for. Congrats on the win. I feel like it has to be the expectation here for FlyQuest. What was that match like for you?
I feel like Furia is a pretty strong team. I don't think we underestimated them. I feel like their preparation coming into the match was really strange. I feel like coming into an angle where they're discussing their draft of first three, they obviously had Yasuo planned into Varus. Our team is probably the best Varus team on our side of the continent, right? Varus is a champion that is highly contested even by Asian teams across MSI against us because Masu is an insane Varus player. And then you go 4-5 with Yasuo bot lane and you end up giving me Renekton as well on top of that, which again is a super contested pick when we play against the best teams in the world. So I feel like in terms of preparation, it was cute that they tried to do that and I respect it, but they definitely had a huge oversight giving us Trundle Renekton into a 4 melee comp. And had he had something different prepped for the Renekton as a counter pick, maybe maybe he had like a super strong Nara or something, I could have seen the vision, but as soon as Aatrox got locked in, I was just like, I mean, this one's over.
Medios?
Yeah, I mean, congrats on the win. Who are you looking forward to playing in the rest of the tournament?
I actually don't know how the bracket works at all, so I don't know who we can draw, but I'm excited to get a rematch against BLG. That would be really fun, and then obviously against HLE, it would be really, really cool to play against Zeus. I mean, I had a pretty intense series against Bin, and I feel like I performed rather all right, so if I can climb up the ladder one by one and take down from last year Keen, Bin, and then now have a series against Zeus, I feel like that would be a really good experience for myself, and also, I'm reaching Ong status in esports, so if I can hang with the best, that still feels pretty good.
I had one more question. Did you see Broken Blade's interview yesterday where he said he could out-yap you?
I mean, that would be shocking. I mean, maybe in certain elements of life, but when it comes to League of Legends, I think I am the biggest yapper on the planet.
Yeah, Master 5000 over there. You guys have been drawn already. You will be playing Gen G. The next match is Hanwha Life against BLG. So theoretically, you'd be playing against one of them as we take a look at that playoff bracket. Now that you've finished your match, it would be Gen G. Gen G versus you guys.
Yep.
BLG versus G2. So you'd play the winner of that match. And then on the opposite side, it's AL versus Hanwha Life and then T1 versus Movistar Koi. You already talked about it. You've played Keen before. It feels like that's just a matchup that you would look forward to.
I mean, absolutely. He's the best top laner in the world, in my opinion. I think, when you scrim against him especially, I think the level he performs at consistently is just a step above everyone else. Obviously, Zeus wasn't an MSI, so I can't speak for him, but when it came to the LPL top laners and Doran, it was very clear to me that Keen was one level above everyone else. So getting to perform against him and getting an opportunity to play against him on stage is always going to be, rare. It's very rare, I feel like you can say, like, this guy is the best player in his role, like, undisputed. And I think that when it comes to Gen G, they've obviously got quite a few of those. So it is always a pleasure. Gotta measure expectations, however, because, losing to them is no shame.
Yeah, I was curious. What do you think makes Keen the best? I feel like he's got a pretty eclectic champion pool. Like, he's willing to go on to Ornn and those tanks and stuff, but he is also willing to pull out the weird stuff. Like, he's pulled out Vayne before and stuff like that. So what do you think makes him different from the rest?
Another thing is just his composure. I feel like a lot of people can get dragged into your kind of pace when they change archetype of champion. Like, usually, like, the best players in the world, they're like tied to certain archetypes of champions, and they make their name playing that specific style, right? So if you look at someone like Vayne, it's like carry top laners. Zeus, same thing as carry top laners. Like, they perform on tanks, but the thing is when they're playing tanks, they're almost looking like, oh, this guy's playing Ornn like a carry, like he's taking mass resources, he's like playing like very aggressively on the Ornn. I feel like Keen actually is one of the few players in the world that can actually change the way he will play the champion, and he doesn't get swept up in his own style. I feel like a lot of players have their own style. I mean, I'm a big example of this for sure. Like, I have my own way of playing the game, and it doesn't matter what I pick, you kind of see me like gravitating towards those kind of decisions. I feel like he is much more detached from that, and I think that's what makes him especially impressive, on top of the fact that he has the best laning phase in the world right now. So
let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this last one. Early game, you and Inspired were running the Rift, man, making a huge impact across. Why don't you talk us through some of these moments?
I feel like, generally speaking, when you're playing Trundle, like if you're playing Trundle or Nectin, it's a really strong early game against champions that are weaker than you, and you're basically just the biggest bruisers on the Rift. So in this particular game, we ended up being stronger than Xin Zhao. We pushed out the Xin Zhao out of topside because he didn't want to get double crabbed, and Aatrox ended up being vulnerable and getting dove. So from there, I'm just really strong. I actually really like this creativity here. I was actually talking to my bot lane, like, if you guys can all in, I can just slam, teleport, and kill him, and then the Alistar flashed in, so I was really happy about that. But I proxied a cannon wave, so I had mass tempo in order to set up a TP play, and I felt like once I had secured both top lane by diving the Aatrox and then killing the Alistar bot, I felt like the game was good. And then, yeah, I just had flash advantage from all this still, so I was able to squeeze in another kill, and from that point on, when I'm 3-0 against the 4 melee comp, it's all she wrote for them.
Yeah, Meteors, when you hear him talk about the game like this, I just feel like we do have just one of the biggest minds in League, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think something that I've always been impressed with FlyQuest is it seems like you guys have a really good understanding of, how you want to play the game. And especially, you've played with Inspired for a while now, and I've always viewed him as, one of the best junglers, extremely consistent, very smart. Going into the game, was it your plan to sort of spend more time around top lane? Because, with that matchup can be kind of snowbally, especially if Renekton gets ahead. And he did a really clever gank where he came up around level 4, you warded the Krugs, counter-ganked the Xin Zhao, took the crab, and then looped around, super far around Aatrox's ward. And I thought that was just extremely smart. And so is that all pre-game prep, or was it just kind of like we're adapting to how the game went because you traded well earlier?
It's usually a conversation we have at the start of the game, and then we lead up with updating each other as he's clearing through his jungle, right? Like, it's very stock standard, I think, but it's necessary for high-level basic League of Legends. He asked me, what are you doing in the first 3 waves? I told him, I'm going to be being in and trading aggressively, trying to get an advantage. I definitely want to play and force him to use his teleport early, or put him in a position where we're going to dive him. And either the wave's going to bounce and we're going to gank him on the bounce, or we're going to dive him, or we're going to take double crab. Like, whatever the decision is there, we'll adapt as the situation situation goes, and that's like dependent on micro. Sometimes we're not going to get that dive because he base TPs early and he wants to make sure he doesn't, and then Trundle will just sprint down bottom. But we got a really nice trade on him, or I managed to get a nice trade on him. We were both low. Generally advantageous for Renekton because when you're below 50% health, you generate more Fury, if you didn't know. So it was very volatile top lane, which is really good for us. And then at that point, he couldn't recall anymore because Trundle's pillar wouldn't interrupt his recall. And at that point, we just made the call that he's going to loop around and look for the dive. So really, honestly, just well played by him, reacting to situations. I think that it is planning, but the execution is 100% on him and me combined in the sense of in that winning position, capitalizing.
Yeah, so it's kind of, you have the loose game plan of you want to play around top, pressure it,
basically.
But then you understand the different decision paths that you could take and how to adapt each situation. Because I think at the same time, sometimes you can have too rigid of a plan where it's like, okay, we're going for the 4th wave dive, and it's like, oh, well, it's not set up, and you're like, all right, well, I guess GG.
Exactly.
But yeah, just being able to understand all the options and execute the right one, very impressive.
Yeah, 100%. That's like a big thing about Inspired. I think it's really impressive about him is he's really he makes his decisions very quickly, and I think a big part about playing with him is understanding that that's one of his biggest strengths. Where as he's doing the crab and he's pushing it around, he's going to make a split-second decision of like, I'm playing for bot crab or I'm staying around top side. And as soon as he makes the call that he's staying around top, obviously I got to react well, and then we win.
And then you did. Valdez, any final questions here for Whippo, since we're just getting a masterclass on how the thought process goes for FlyQuest?
Well, in a wider scope, I feel like a lot of NA fans are getting very excited for FlyQuest nowadays because you guys are getting so close over and over again against such big teams. What do you feel like is the final step to take where you guys are actually a big threat on the international stage?
I'd say honestly, I think we could play a little bit looser, like on opposite side of where I'm playing. I feel like usually I play very loose. I'm someone that like was willing to take a fight. I'm willing to take an L. It's top lane gaming, you know. You don't mind going 0-1 or 0-2 sometimes, as long as you can get the game going and you can start picking fights that you can potentially win. I feel like that mindset is something that currently is rewarded quite well. I feel like if you can get small leads and translate them into like crabs and stuff like this, like the game is like very slow in a sense of like, there's a few minutes where nothing really happens, and then like a crab spawns, and like everyone is almost ready to fight and win the game on the spot off like a team fighter on a crab or after Khan or a dragon. So I think in between those moments, when we're strong, I don't feel like we squeeze that hard, and we give a lot of breathing room for people to buy their items and then get a fair chance at those fights around Atakan or fights around dragons. And I feel like the best teams in the world, they do squeeze a bit harder. So I'd like to see us do that.
Love that. Whippo, so much insight here with us. Congratulations on your win and best of luck into the knockout rounds later on against T1. That will be happening tomorrow. But before that, we have our quarterfinals starting today. So we will set that up for you and more in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Nice. GG. Calm down. No hack, okay? No, calm down. No, guys, they emote. No. Oh no.
Renekton's also there, guys. Mid, okay?
I drop.
You flash. I'll kill him. Yeah. I'll kill him. You kill him. Okay.
Nice.
I'll kill him no matter what. Okay. Don't die.
Don't worry. Yeah.
Good job. Very good bro. You can W?
Yeah.
I'll E.
Nice. I ult.
Contact. Okay.
I ult as well. I ult him.
He's out.
Let's see if we get.
Okay, it's on you.
Kill the turret.
Okay, I need to go. I'm fine though. Just get out. If you're dead, you're dead.
Just keep pushing. Rank some, I get to top.
Nice, guys.
Nice.
Dum.
We're just built different.
He was back,
baby.
Let's crouch, bro.
Oh my god. Good job, guys. Nice.
And there's your first look at the newly named AGAL. All Gamers, one of the biggest organizations in Crossfire, also now partnering with Anyone's Legends for the Esports World Cup Club Championship. You still know them, same guys, Flandre, Tarzan, Shanks, Hope, and Kael, as they will be doing battle against Hanwha Life Esports in the quarterfinals for the first time at the Esports World Cup in 2025. League of Legends, we're going to best of threes. Degon here alongside Finn and Valdez. And Finn, best of threes. Now the draft getting on. No more fearless best of ones. We don't know her anymore. We forgot him. We're going into draft prowess, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm grinning up to my ears right now. I'm so excited for this game. I think AL is one of my favorite teams to watch globally, because I just think this is a team that really understands approach angles. Whenever there's a fight, you always see them go from 2, 3, sometimes 4 different angles and just pincer the opposition so well around objectives. And I think they're one of the only teams that have mastered this art. And going up against a team like HLE, who is just so solid across the entire board, I think we have an amazing game in front of us.
Yeah, HLE definitely a very flashy team. I think that sometimes that volatility can get them into a little bit of trouble, but they're going to have to kind of clamp down a bit up against AGAL. I do think that there are a lot of angles for them to take advantage of AL. We will get into that in a little bit, but so many cool matchups in this best of 3, and I think this is definitely one of the big hype matchups that we've had here so far at EWC.
Absolutely. I mean, you can look all across every single lane. I look immediately at the jungle position because Tarzan has been great for such a long time in the LPL. Finally gets over the hump and gets himself a championship. On the opposite side, one of the most established junglers in the history of Korean League of Legends with Peanut. So it is going to be a lot of fireworks in this single elimination best of 3 quarterfinal. And to set us up, we have a chance to talk to one of the greatest coaches in all of League of Legends, Tabe, standing by right now with Kitty.
Hey everyone, this is the pre-match interview between AGAL versus Hanwha Life. By my side is Coach Tabe. We will be heading into game very shortly. However, I do want to talk about this short turnaround for you guys, just coming from MSI. So tell me what the biggest, most important fact for this team to have a really good, strong performance going to today.
I think it's because everyone in our team are very willing to strive in scrims, and also we pay a lot of attention in different tournaments, and also what happened in the games. We will always tackle our weaknesses and to strengthen our strong things. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah, and talking about AGAL, I wanted to ask you specifically, so what do you think AGAL as a team really excel at?
I think we excel at we are really willing to learn, and we are really hardworking. So we really devoted a lot of time in our daily scrims and practices.
And I believe it's your first time in Riyadh, so please share us your thoughts and opinions of being here.
I think everything here is great, and but because I need a lot of time to practice and scrims, but if I have time, I will bring my team to have a good walk in here.
I heard that you can ride camels here, so maybe that's something we can consider. Thank you so much for your time, Tabe, and best of luck.
Thank you, Kitty, for that interview. and maybe the extracurricular stuff will come afterwards. AGAL, again, getting over the hump, representing as the #1 seed from the LPL. When you think about this team, what makes them so dangerous compared to some of the other traditional powerhouses that we've seen for a long time, like a BLG, like a JDG, like a RNG, EDG? You can go down the list.
I mean, there's a lot that really sticks out, but I mean, I feel like always they are on the same page, and whatever play they're making, they are making it as 5. And to me, like, Flandre is a big part of that, because a lot of top laners, they're not that willing to just drop everything just to join the play. But he's one of the players that's just like, he will be there with the fight no matter what. He wants to fight with his team, and the fact that they're all so coordinated, and they're all so willing to play fast and create skirmishes and try to outhand their opposition, I think that has given them so much local success, and I want to see that translate onto the international stage as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely a very strong team. I think they were pretty close to getting some big work done at MSI. They fell just short to T1, I believe it was, right before the finals. So obviously an incredibly strong team if they get that close up against T1. I do think that a lot of this is going to come down to the form of HLE. You know, we've seen them in a couple of best-of-1s where it's like, you know, they look pretty good, but against that competition, it wasn't exactly too difficult for them. I think that AGAL have been sitting back, watching, getting ready for this one. And in a best-of-3, anything can really happen. I have been pretty impressed by Delight's play so far. I think that Peanut as well isn't, even against some of these other teams that he should be better than, he has been treating them with respect. He has actually been playing to his top level. And as long as they keep that up, I think that there are a lot of matchups where HLE can get the advantage.
All right, yeah, let's shift our focus on over to Hanwha Life Esports. They arrive here, or they have already arrived here, as you see on your screen, with the lineup that you know and love. The big change to this Hanwha Life Esports roster from the one that won in summer in 2024 in the top lane. Zeus comes on in, then Peanut, Zeka, Viper, and Delight, one of the strongest bot lanes in the world, one of the most established junglers in the world, one of the strongest top laners in the world, and world champ Zeka. We know how good he can be when he's on his day. This is a roster with high expectations. We've hit this number multiple times here, Valdez, where they were pretty strong favorites to make it to MSI when we got to Road to MSI, and they proved it through the LCK Cup win, through the first international tournament first stand win, and their relative dominance against everyone except Gen G during the spring split.
Yeah, I just feel like LCK right now, we are blessed with a lot of talent and a lot of very strong teams. It does actually feel like a 3-team region at the moment. Like, if T1 didn't explode with this power in Road to MSI, we were all predicting Hanwha Life to be at MSI, and it was a big upset when they weren't. So the fact that T1 has now sprung back onto the stage, it has been incredible, as this is the play from Delight that we were all talking about. Just the wherewithal to just identify that there were 3 guys right there ready to engage on. He is one of the best, if not the best, support at engaging and finding those angles.
Yeah, and paired up with Viper as well, who I think he's been a little bit quiet this tournament, but we know almost every AD carry in Europe, at least, when I ask them who's your favorite AD carry, 9 out of 10 people say Viper. He's so well respected in the scene, and obviously has won a world championship together with Flandre on the opposition team. Together they won 2021, so a little bit of a fun matchup there. But in general, I really have high hopes towards this bot lane today, because I think that is going to be the main driving point of HLE, because I think the solo laners are a little bit more evenly matched.
Yeah, speaking of those evenly matched solo laners, let's take a look at the mid lane. That will be our head-to-head for this matchup. It is the young gun in Shanks up against Zeka, the world champ. However, one of the unique things about this matchup, when Zeka spent time in 2021 in the LPL, Shanks has had the advantage over him. So not unfamiliar. It is 4 years ago. However, it is Shanks 7, Zeka 2.
Yeah, and it also is telling that a lot of people see Shanks as this rookie. People see it as like a player that just came up, but he's been there a long time and he really earned his colors. He's really put in the work for a long time and grinded to be at this stage right now. Grinded to be at this international stage where he can compete with the best.
Yeah, I mean, Zeka, another guy where he was not meant to win a world championship, it feels like. You know, you think about 2022 DRX and the fact that he was on that roster and he has that title under his belt. And he's really developed in a huge way as a player, I would say. You know, he used to be just kind of a two-trick pony. Silas Akali, he would just play one style. You know, Bippo was just talking about it before, where it's like the players are just known for one style. But nowadays, Zeka does have a lot of different shades of play that he can bring out. He can be the aggressive guy or just the control mage farmer. He really has developed a lot as a player.
Yeah, and that was the narrative for Zeka last year going into that summer playoffs, where when we were stuck in the Azir Corki meta, he did not have a lot of success on the Corki, and you're getting worried about it, but he was able to level up into the playoffs. He's carried that over on into this year and is looking pretty solid here, Finn.
Yeah, he has been a player that I watched for quite some time when I analyze. Not really like, because I'm not a mid laner when I was pro player competing, but the way he finds flanked through Fog of War is immaculate. He really plays around with these champions that he's so good at. When he's put on these champions where he can play make, he will just appear behind the enemy team and have like these monster angles or like a charm from nowhere. I just think he sees the game so vividly and has like this eagle eye on what his team sees and what the opponent's team sees as well.
Yeah, I like the way that you bring that up, because we said the same thing about the Light having the eye for engages. We say the same thing now for Zeka, for eyes for flanks. We still haven't even talked about Zeus against Flandre. Again, two dominant world champs in their own right. But it's time for predictions. Valdez, let's start with you.
I'll go with the HLE 2-0. I think, I don't know. I'm feeling pretty strongly about them at this tournament. I think that they should have been at MSI. They choked, for sure. T1 played well, but like they kind of choked as well. And I think they should still be respected as one of the best in the world right now.
I love this, because this is the first time where we're getting some LCK biased on the desk.
Yeah.
It's been this man cheering on all of the LEC. So who you got here?
I mean, I think it's going to 3 games for sure. I think these teams are very closely matched, but I actually have AGAL as the winners. I think what I saw from them against T1 was just a masterclass. I think they were so evenly matched at that MSI, and I really think they have what it takes to beat HLE.
We're blessed with one of the best possible quarterfinals. The reigning champs of the LPL against the reigning champs of the LCK. Who will come out on top? Let's find out. Hanwha Life Esports against AGAL.
The top 8 teams at the Esports World Cup presents League of Legends have been decided, and it's time to put them to the test.
We're stepping into best of 3 territory now, and this is where things get really serious. In case you didn't know, in fact, come here. I want to tell you this up close and personal. Our total prize pool is $2 million. A win here in the quarterfinals alone guarantees you $160,000.
That's a lot of money. So the process to crown our next legends starts right now.
Should we do this? You really want to do this right now?
Let's do it right
this
now.
second. What do we think? Should we do it right now? After a phenomenal, fantastic third place finish at MSI, please welcome onto the stage, it's AGAL.
And their opponents, they've blown away all opposition, representing LCK with pride, it's Hanwha Life Esports!
A semi-final spot hangs in the balance. Who's making the top 4 and whose dreams will die here? Our first best of 3 matchup begins right now.
All right, LCK versus LPL. Big seeds with a big job to do in a best of 3. I'm Asterix, I'm joined by Orcs, and we're going to be taking you through what we hope will launch the quarterfinals in spectacular fashion. And this is going to be fun because I think these teams can be very explosive when hitting their prime.
We've seen a lot of rematches so far in this tournament, you know, rehashing some rivalries we had at MSI. This is a new matchup. They get a chance to see this. HLE the opportunity to face up against the first seed from the LPL. And, you know, we had some differing opinions coming from the studio on who's going to take the lead here. I will say, you know, HLE obviously coming from the region I cover, I feel like it's been a while since I've seen them in really convincing form.
Yeah.
They obviously got reverse swept by Gen G in the road to MSI. They then got demolished by T1. And then even in the matches we've had at EWC, yes, they won both their matches, but they weren't really that convincing considering the level we've seen from this team before.
True.
You know, these are the first stand champions, and yet we have such high expectations for this team. And I think if they don't come in today on their A game, I think AGAL may give them a really tough run of it.
Whereas for anyone's legend on the other side, fresh off of MSI, they made a bit of a run of it. T1 obviously got in the way, but went to a full 5-game series. Had plenty of those over at MSI, counting 9. But for me, what really sells AL is Finn mentioned on the desk, like, Flandre will be willing to sack waves. Shanks will be willing to just move. AL are always up for a fight. And that's how they've overwhelmed opponents before. As we move into pick ban, we can talk about the Griffin reunion later. We can talk about the EDG 80 carries a little bit later. For now, we start game 1 off in our first best of series. As jumping right into another Fearless. Let's just see, already Yone's gone. Vi's gone as well. Jungle Panther not going to be allowed here to someone like Tarzan.
A lot of respect given to the top side of HLE. You know, we saw that Yone ban so often during the LCK season. The Vi ban as well. Peanut did so much work with that pick during first stand. And going away from Zeus makes complete sense. But a lot of jungle bans towards Tarzan, really respecting the impact he can have on these picks. Still, the residents are available. Bavaris being left open, that will instantly get snapped up here. We did just see it win our previous match. HLE definitely will have expected that. We'll see what the plan is going up against that pick.
Talia's also open, so if you want to talk about power pairings for Zeka and Peanut, I don't know how you feel about seeing a Xin Zhao Talia to open up game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Zeka's definitely confident on the Talia, something he was keen on bringing out. Rumble also
keen on picking out, nice one.
Available. Looking towards the Azir, though, interesting. We often saw, you know, the Talia, people happy to take the Talia into the Azir in the LCK. Zeka opting to take the Azir part of the matchup, so I imagine Shanks could just go for the Talia into it, and we could just see them go for the, you know, the side you mentioned, which was that Talia Xin Zhao in return.
It suits the playstyle for Tarzan as well. Give him something he can initiate on. It's perfect. I feel like Shanks has really honed his craft on champions outside, just the Galio, his Casio OTP, his Rise is like, Shanks got such a diverse pool, and on carry mid, you can rely on him to win the lane and try and take over the game from there. Let's see if Tarzan gets the pairing here now. You'd think yes. Now the biggest question is, can Peanut match it with anything? Do you like a Sejuani here, Orcs? That feels like that's an easy, obvious answer into something that wants to go into melee.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Peanut has a lot of options he's gone to before, you know, even like the Trundle is okay in the Xin Zhao.
So open.
Skarn is fine. I don't think there's huge pressure to pick up now if you want to match AD carry in this situation. And I will say, going for the Xin Zhao here for AL does mean that the top lane pick won't be secured in this situation. So Flandre, you know, he won't be able to match the Rumble right now. They will just go for that Trundle coming out. And obviously in some of these early duels, that bite reducing the AD of the Xin Zhao, he is auto attack based, can be pretty solid. And now going into the bans, so can really set up Zeus to be in a great position here. If there are any picks you expect Flandre to bring out, can target him a decent amount. You obviously have first priority after the bans as well. So if there's a support you want to pick up and prioritize, you can look to do that as well. They all opt to actually ban away supports, taking away the Braum. Obviously a good pairing with both the Xin Zhao and the Varus. Being able to stack that up quickly, especially if it is that on-hit Varus. And Jin taken away from Viper, a pick he is very potent on.
Flunder might be opting in for an option now. Probably thinking a bit deeper because the Brom is gone. Something like the Ornn into the Rumble we've seen a lot, even especially at MSI. I'm not seeing a lot at at LPL because it'll lose lane, but again, long-range engage, added with something like Varus with Talia pick. Something to discuss, something to think about. Nico's gone, another engage option off the table. Jin was utility range for HLE. Something to match maybe the Varus. Do you care about Ezreal's the biggest question? Is Sivir actually a scaling option taken away from Viper?
Yeah, but anyway, that Sivir that we've seen Viper play earlier in this tournament, actually, time that one. And they are just going to go for Delight Alistair, prioritizing that on that fourth pick. We saw this quite a lot kind of in earlier patches where you'd see that fourth pick Alistair. The Senna is still open and available as well. They can actually take the Senna Alistair here with that final pick. So I think a pretty smart move taking the Alistair here, and the fact they deny the Braum Nico sets that up. AL considering their options, the Rel, you know, I mean, it's still playable into the Alistair, but I think Rel into Trundle Alistair might have a bad time, so instead opting for the Rakan, potentially, seeming to be the lock-in, and now we get to see what Flandre is going to go on the top lane. Obviously, a lot of options. Could just go that tank in the top lane. Could go for something, a more carry matchup.
Galio's open, but do you have enough damage? Are you worried about how your damage scales into this comp? Or maybe it's just a non-factor?
I think they have enough damage.
Okay.
You know, I think it's...
Double AP soul lands, Galio feels nice. Now, apparently it's been picked, we just can't see it. Ooh, the mystery pick. We don't know what it is.
We don't know. They opt to go for the Xayah instead of the Senna, so a bit shorter range, but you know, when you're diving into it, a lot of power, but it does mean into the Varus. If it is that poke Varus, might feel a little bit painful. You know, I feel like sometimes you get a draft where a lot of the picks are just powerful sort of meta picks.
Yeah.
I feel like we've kind of gotten that. Have been revealed, Aurora is that hidden pick.
Okay.
So we had that matchup earlier today as well, the Aurora into the Rumble, looking for a bit of power on the top lane. Flandre wanting to put some pressure on Zeus.
She was in the weeding, that's why you couldn't see her.
Makes sense. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the picks we have, quite high in the tier list. Not too surprising for a game one in a series.
Yeah.
Nothing too crazy, I would say, has come out so far.
But again, it's a lot of prep for the rest of the series. It's what's nice about Fearless as we get into best ofs. You know, obviously it's best of 3 until finals, and that's a best of 5. But like, we do get some kind of draft identity being built over the series. It is only game one of a new kind of rivalry that we're building up, and AGL versus Humble Life. They haven't had the chance versus each other, mainly as well because anyone's legend, new to the top. This team has kind of been sourcing itself for the past couple of years, trying to find their identity, put this roster together with players who have been pushed to the side a little bit. Hope's a great example, never really getting his time in the sun, and you know, he was in JDG, replaced by Ruler. And then after that, Hope had to work his way back up. Shanks is someone who's been around Team WE. He was like 4th place, 6th place, 8th place for the longest time. Worked his way up. Flandre obviously won a world champion in championship in 2021 with Viper, by the way.
Yep. A lot of relationships between these two teams.
Work his way back up as well. Yeah, that's what's so cool about this is there's so many stories. Tarzan and Viper, you know, used to be on that amazing Griffin roster in 2019 that we thought would go so much further, but IG stopped them to eventually go and win the world championship. It's story galore with Anyone's Legend versus Humble Life. Our first best of 3, our first quarterfinal. It's still a knockout stage. It is single elimination. The loser of this will have their key crushed. The winner moves to a semi-final to verse T1 MCoy, whoever comes out of that series alive as well.
I mean, I feel like we got a lot of good quarterfinals ahead of us, but
we do.
You know, I'm kind of locked in on this one. This one really felt like it was set up to be.
We're going to cast it together. 3 hours together. I don't want you locked in on something else. It's like, you know, like I'm your wife or something. You're looking at someone else.
Even before I knew I was going to be casting with you know, I was like, that one looks like a banger.
Well, this could be the dingo of the series today as well.
Thanks for that one.
It's like a really cool dog, you know?
Yeah.
Well, if you didn't watch yesterday, you're out in the wilderness right now. That's okay. I'll bring you back in. Listen here. We're looking towards how mid-jungle operates. And also, I know Humble Life, we've got a bit of scaling in this comp as well, but it's a self-sufficient 80 carry. It's about snowballing here for AL. Bit faster of a comp, you think? How are we operating?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the game is like cooked. The thing is, I feel like the poke virus in this situation, you know, has a lot of value into like the Xayah and the Azir. I feel like that long range poke can have a lot of power. I do feel like some of the picks you want to have a lead with, like the Aurora and the Varus, can feel a bit underwhelming when they're behind. But I don't think it's like as desperate. It's like some of the games we've had this tournament being like you're against the Senna, and it's like if you don't do something early, it's just cooked.
Yeah.
But
not cut and dry. That's nice.
Yeah, I do want to see what Shanks can do because he had such a good performance at MSI.
Yeah.
A lot of people, you know, expectation coming into the tournament with so many stacked names, you know, your Chovies, your Fakers, your Knights. A lot of people were very impressed with Shanks' performance, and a lot of people saying he was the best performing mid of the tournament. And now with this Talia into Azir matchup, has the chance to really take over the game.
Zek is kiting well though, and the Unraveled Earth flying astray a little bit. Peanut is quite behind towards that mid lane. Behind meaning he's just moving up towards the top side, out of vision. Shanks doesn't have a deep ward here towards Raptors, so jungler's just going to be shipped in the night. And defensive ward's actually set up from Hummerlife to make sure that this Xin isn't getting in and trying to clear Peanut's camp before him.
Yeah, and this is one of the concerns, is that you end up in a situation where, you know, the poke virus bot lane with Rakan and Alistar, Talia mid, Aurora into Rumble. A lot of priority across the board for AGAL right now. Nothing that Tarzan is really able to make use of it yet, but put you in an uncomfortable position if you're dealing with pushing lanes on the opposite side across the board.
Oh yes. Now quick spoon feed for everyone out there if you're wondering why AGAL. Now all gamers, you know, currently got onto the team just as we started EWC. So instead of anyone's legend, as you would have been used to, or OWL, as the people who knew them thought they were cool, it's now changed to AGAL. And a new logo by the looks of it as well, which is kind of cool. It's like a shield, but I hope we don't lose the panda forever.
Well, they had the pandas when they came on stage. They had the little plush pandas.
I saw that, yeah, but here the logo is different, so I hope, again...
The logo also has a little panda on it if you look closely.
Hang on.
I don't think you can see it from here, but it does. Trust me on this.
Okay, trust Orcs, guys. Actually, no one trusts you. Why would anyone trust you?
Everyone's leaning in right now.
Everyone's like, hang on, I can't see it. Did you just punk us? Is it actually? I just looked at it. I can't see it. It doesn't, does it? If you look really close, everyone's got their head on the screen like, I don't see it. Keep looking, guys. Update me if you find it. Shank's getting poked out a bit now. Zek is doing pretty well in this lane. I think he's kited around the Unraveled Earth pretty nicely, but again, all it takes is burst like that. And Shanks, even after the Unraveled Earth circle, he's just going to throw a single rock out. One hits, one does not. Let's take a look towards top, because Viper's already making his move. 4 minutes 30, and lane swap begins. Azayas on a ward, spotted out, cancelled. Splanter has a slow pushing wave.
Yeah, I think, especially with how the lanes have been going early on, the sooner HLE can break up these lanes and get the swap in, the better. Other than Zeku, who's actually been having a great time in the mid lane matchup.
Yeah.
But switching Viper up to top side and changing things up, definitely favorable. But you can see already by the CS leads in the AD carry and top role that AGL already forming a little bit of a lead. Still early days, not too significant yet, but those advantages showing up so far.
Bell's hovering around mid, looking to get some information. Gleaming Quill will spot out Peanut.
I think he was just trying to stop Zeka's recall for as long as possible, being a little bit annoying. There's a lot of supports who will do that and just harass you whenever you're trying to recall.
True.
And Rakan's so good at it because it's so hard to actually punish him for it. A lot of supports die trying to stop enemy recalls, but
so many escapes.
Yeah, the best is when they have Ignite and they just do the walk up and ignite you.
Oh yeah, the Chad move.
The classic.
Unsealed Spellbook, very possible in this game.
Yeah, sadly just don't have Ignite as much anymore with all the heal being taken, but yeah, the Unsealed Spellbook gives that potential back.
That does mean double smite for both teams again. Something we did see quite a lot at MSI. Like the Bards always taking it as Hale going to start up Dragon now. This is widely uncontested. Peanut just walking down. The light, however, was all the way up in top. So in this lane mismatch, naturally AL have priority here until Seismic Shove comes through onto Zeka. The walk down, it's not going down that quick. Peanut wants to fight. then teleporting in, it's going to be a full contest, but it's smited by anyone's legend, but shoved back in. It's easy from Zeka. With Zayas burning down as well on a double flash, it's going to be match. Zayas gets over the wall and says howdly doodly, but Shanks, as he gets burned to the side, he's just trying to survive. Helped out from Kael. Shanks sends the rocks out, survives for now. Now Delight has run out of damage. Flandre joining in. The 6 did wonders, and while the 80 carry and top stayed there, Viper missed out on the action, and AL complete.
Yeah, the extra TP, the extra man for AGL gives them the advantage. I think HLE feeling confident because they had the Empress Divide, the Equalizer available, thought that's going to be enough to win the fight, but the Summoners come out from AGL that gets them out of the fight, and sure, Viper gets some free farm in the top lane, but in return, Hope is now 2-0-1 on this Varus, and they'll definitely take that advantage.
Zeka had a nice shove. I'm sure we're going to get a replay in a second, but that was all over the place. Teleport being channeled. I want to see who was first. It was AL who channeled the TP first.
Yeah, so we end up getting the ult comes in, the Equalizer, but it's kind of a shove off it, so it's not a huge amount of value.
Yeah.
And then all these flashes to follow. But Zeus' cooldown's a little bit late. It gets a bit split. Peanut goes down. We don't get this kill onto Shanks, who gets another rotation of spells. And Delight kind of has to commit so deep to finish off the Rakan, so very scrappy fight, and it was kind of one of these things where they'd already committed, so when the TP was coming in, there wasn't really a way to get out again.
Yep.
And again, Viper was just in the top lane farming. I think HLE had a lot of confidence in those ults carrying them through, but realistically, the Equalizer just didn't get that much value.
True. I should correct myself, only one TP channeled in that fight. Obviously, Zeus was down bot with the lane swap, where they were mismatching, so his Equalizer didn't get much value. Flandre picked up a kill from that trade as well. Outside of that, it was only Delight. Pick up the second kill for HLE. Small gold lead for AL. As quick note as well, that dragon, it did go down. Orcs, I'm looking up. It's Infernal. Sorry, I had to look for the logo. The Infernal dragon
that's
did start off.
usually how you work out what dragon.
I know, but
it has a little fire symbol.
Yeah, but I'm used to the color of it. It's like a white symbol here. So I look at it and I'm like, oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're used to something. It's like the overlay at MSI and EWC being different. And you look at it and like, oh, it's very different as grubs are going to start off. Pause on that thought. Yeah, I do. Like an old man. One grub taken. Second, waiting for the smite here. Tarzan gets it. Trying to disengage his Peanut. Now with a pillar up, but the light is too far from the engage. Zeka has his wall up, but doesn't want to commit. So 2 for 1 grubs is special.
The thing is, AL there, there's no real reason for them to overstay when they've already got those 2 grubs. I'll give one over to HLE. They've already got the advantage. We'll back off on that play. But again, game's still very close at this point. You can see Future Strength though built up pretty heavily in favor of anyone's legend right now. 1 away in terms of objectives from securing that. Zeka playing very aggressively on this Azir. Kind of has been all game. And he is the only person with an advantage on HLE, apart from Delight, who got that kill earlier, and he's now looking for a play.
Flandre, yes, between worlds. Zoe pops them under turret. Look out there, the minion wave is Delight still in his ulti, looking for his trample. He's going to run out shortly as the Featherstorm will fly. HLE, that 2-man dive, pulls out an ulti, gets some damage, but in the end, 2 ultis for 1 is the trade.
Such a hard champion to dive. I feel like it was a little bit ambitious to go for, you know, and in the end, you're trading both of your ultimates for the ultimate of the Aurora. You do chunk Flandre out, but I mean, they went for it. They didn't exactly lose. They didn't die for it. They didn't burn any summoners massively. And it's just a trade of ultimates. But yeah, a hard one to try and pull off there. Even though Viper did get a good amount of damage down with his ultimate. It's now a minute until that next dragon. You can see supports down in the bot side of the map starting to get a little bit set up in the area. You know, will pick up that Scuttle Crab. And already Ghostblade completed for Hope.
Yeah.
And I feel like the Varus kind of in a pretty great spot. And this is kind of the problem with the Xayah, is that the Varus, when you're playing for mid priority at this sort of point of the game, setting up these waves, the Varus can just poke you out.
True. I just step up.
Yeah. I mean, at least with the Essence Wave, you can kind of just play a little bit like caster Xayah, because, you know, you have infinite mana. You can just spam your abilities to clear the waves a bit, like Viper's been doing there. But you're still going to take poke, right? And you get whittled down, and eventually you're too low so you can't fight, which obviously isn't ideal.
It seems also very easy to pull out Xayah ulti in this game as well, right? Like, there's a lot of tools. Like, everyone has some kind of lockdown or CC that can pull out the feathers to fly.
I mean, some of them are, you know, like Xin Zhao and Rakan at least has to get close with it.
Yeah.
Seismic Shove's pretty telegraphed. The Varus ult's pretty telegraphed. And the Viper's pretty good at kind of responding, so...
Yeah, I'd expect him to be good.
We've got a good amount of value now.
Viper's not the problem, yeah, okay.
Anyone's Legend have started this up. Oh, Peanut could be in some trouble.
He's chunked out before. Wait for the subjugation, though. That might bring the fight back. You said TP. It's a double. On the back is Flandre coming in, and he's got his ulti back up. The shove sent back from Zeka. Kale re-engaged with the quickness, and the Between Worlds clears HLE. As Dragon goes down, Flandre with an auto is now cornered out, but he's going to go into the weirding. Buy time and Shank zones for him while the feathers are going to fly out on the left side of the fight, but Hope is now on the left as well. Shank sent the wall out, a double feather pull. Viper somehow brings it back. Zayas cooking them, but there's not enough damage yet. Viper now too far forward with nothing but his cleanse, but it won't save him there. A double kill over an AAL spring to life.
Oh, now looking for more?
And there's a chomp as well. Shut down. Okay, Peanut gets one. TP. They wanted a little bit more. Maybe Zeka thought we can go again.
Yeah, not really going to find anything on the back of this. Dragon goes over to Anyone's Legend there, and the fight advantage as well, but a little bit of an answer back. It's Hope, though, who's the main beneficiary of that 4-0-1 now on this Varus, able to clean up those kills. And think Kale here able to find Zeka. Really great play. So initially, they look for the Azir get the ult, and then he re-engages, catches him after the ult's down. So immediately Azir's gone. Peter gets chunked. Zeus looks for Flandre, but kind of gets juked by him here, so doesn't have the follow-up damage. I gotta say, Viper's doing everything he can in this situation. Manages to get a huge blade caller on these two. That's the only reason the fight wasn't completely doomed, but even he can't do enough because Hope is just charging forwards, cleaning up kills in this fight.
As you said, the Yeomans did work for him earlier. It's doing work for him again. Backing on a ward here, though. This is how Peanut gets the shutdown to Light with no HP. It's a clean return kill, but then they lose Zeka's TP after the fact as well. Tabi looks concentrated, locked in there.
3 for 2, so not a huge advantage, but the Dragon secured. It's the objective they wanted.
Yeah.
And if Flandre hadn't recalled on that ward, it would have been even more favored towards Anyone's Legend. It's still not a huge gold lead. They do get the feats of strength. They do have the 2 Dragon leads. So definitely a big edge for AL. But I think the main thing is not so much, because again, it's not a big team gold lead, but it's where the gold is. It's Hope having a 1,500 gold lead over Viper. It's the fact that...
Seismic Shove, as well as Weaver's Warp. Both are now out. Or rather, it's the Emperor's Divide, excuse me. Shanks is half HP, but he's just going to disengage.
That was... Oh, you missed a cannon. That was a pure solo play.
Good one. Okay, Shove. But yeah, that's just it. Zeka has no one nearby. Who's coming down. Maybe Kyle was looking to help out. Quickness going to be burned out. And there you go. A couple of ultis down now across the board. And Herald's up in 1 minute.
I feel like both these teams just being so aggressive. You know, Zeka just trying to force onto Shanks with no backup, no other players. Normally you see a play like that, you know, we pan down to it. I'm immediately looking at the map. Who's there? No one was there. He just wanted to see if he could find something. And then the Light forcing the ult from his lane opponent with some backup from Viper. Just both teams trying to see if they can get any advantage.
So Zeka's really good at finding roads. Telling me he builds them, he creates them, he crafts them. You know, Shanks is not bad at finding roads either. The difference is you can't do it on his ear. Just looking at me playing the Orc. Been building roads, been looking at who builds roads in League of Legends these days.
I mean, they can build walls.
Yeah, I'm not asking about a wall, I'm asking about roads, don't worry.
You've lost me.
Yeah, I know. Don't worry, mate. I was told by Atlas that I need to be a lot stricter with you today.
Yeah.
Apparently, I let you walk a bit yesterday.
Yeah, getting a little bit off rails.
Well, no, yesterday the off rails wasn't the point, but you know, I think you were mean to me. I think that's what he said, and that was the problem.
Yeah, I do that specifically to you.
And today I'm gonna get you to study bloody roads, mate, because I tell you what. I'm seeing Zeka in this game, I'm seeing one item, and I'm thinking maybe he can build. I'll just use quickness. That's going to be up and available, though. Short cooldown, a 15.5 minute mark. That Herald's up. Dragon's up in 110, so this time is going to correspond. Third Dragon for AL, something that HLE probably have to contest for, because it is a Mountain Soul coming up, and extra bonus stats to stop some of the all-in from HLE. It's quite nice for AL to play through game 1.
Yep. And I think, especially a Mountain Soul in a game like this, you're already struggling to deal with this Varus. That extra level of safety would make such a big difference. Herald being started.
Exhaust down. That's unsealed spellbook.
Yeah.
But nothing to swap through for KO yet, so he has no flash. Herald's pulled out maximum. Eye exposed. Zeus is coming in. Hope wants to zone this. He gets Chains of Corruption down. It's a beautiful stun. Herald taken down and Smooth Criminals. HLE just walk out with a bit of poke on their backside.
Just so hard to approach, you know. They're wanting to look for an angle, they want to try and challenge, but the poke from Hope is so significant. Even this early on, no one's that tanky, and he has such a lead over pretty much everyone in terms of gold.
Another cannon. Wait, boy, this is the zoom we're asking for, isn't it?
Now looking towards this dragon that spawned up, bit more control in favor of HLE in the area for now. The Herald gonna get thrown down mid, gonna force some sort of response. TP coming in as well. AL definitely putting the focus down here. You see the recall coming in from Zeus as well.
Quite nice. Okay, Pillar in the way. Easy for Peanut. Doesn't shove on Delight. They're drawing out the Unbreakable Will, but they haven't found it yet. Herald is going to drop down before the charge. That Pillar interaction annoying. TP flank though. HLE looking for an angle to bring this game back in. For game one, the opening of the series, it's Zeus who pokes out Tarzan and HLE converge. He jumps, he flashes, takes the blast cone. Nice escape from Tarzan, but it doesn't end there. HLE have been poked out by Hope, and this third dragon continues to be a look.
I think AL on in a rush. Just let Hope get the poke down. More poke on into Light. Zek is already half HP. Tarzan will go under the dragon so he can stack up his knock-up.
Thanks. It's about his Weaver's Wall as well. It's going to come in. Peanuts on the wrong side of it. All right, we'll see. Equalizer down. There's the quickness again from Kyle, but Peanuts still not dead at 3.5k. The Between Worlds hits 4 people. Flandre, he's exhausted, but he's done the damage. The Redemption comes down. Delight gets backline engaged, but it's third dragon over to anyone's legend as Tarzan destroys the enemy jungler. Running through, it's Peanut rather, who ends up dying, but Zeus tagged out. Viper as well. Tarzan will clear them for a triple, and anyone's legend have taken game one.
Such a good fight from anyone's legend. They're able to get the dragon, able to play it patiently, have the cleanup, the value that Flandre got there with the AoE, and it just forced them into this position where they had to try and go in. You see Delight here, the latter end of the fight. So firstly, we get the Weaver's Wall comes in, Peanut's trapped in there, he ends up having to ult just to survive. The Equalizer doesn't get much value, just kind of cuts them off, and then eventually Delight goes for this play onto the Varus, and Zeus is there to try and clean up, but the peel comes in immediately. You know, Viper's getting a lot of damage down, the shuffle is okay, but they're not able to finish off these targets, and they're just so slippery, and Tarzan getting the Wind Become Lightning onto Viper, shutting him down, cleaning up the fight. Just some excellent team fighting from the LPL's #1 seed.
Top lane is the like as well. Now, I did say, it was like AL's taking game one. It's not happened yet, but 4K gold lead. A major fight, first major fight of the game, really. And with that gold lead also comes solve point, 3 minutes 45. Artican's up in 55 seconds, and I see a 2-item Varus. I see a 2-item Talia just about as well, and I'm alive. Again, this is what AL is so good at doing, is forcing their opponent into these fights. They're very good at 5v5s, at trying to hand stiff, and I'm alive have hands. It feels like the setup in this game for AL.
I think just the Varus score is causing so many issues.
So much easier to execute, hey? He just keeps poking them down.
Just keeps poking, and it puts a timer on your setup where like you have to start the fight sooner rather than later. It makes you desperate, and then when you finally force the engage, everyone's already lower, and you have so many tools that just cause issues. Like the Unraveled Earth comes out, the ultimate from the Aurora comes out as well. Just so much AoE damage, and then the cleanup is just there, and HLE really struggling finding their way in this one. And the thing is, there's now just there isn't that pressure. There's Atakan coming up in a couple of seconds. It's on the boss side of the map as well. There's Dragon up in 3 minutes. AL can just maintain control of bot side. They're in no rush though. They don't need to start Atakan. If they get a window, sure they should. But if they maintain control there, then in 2.5 minutes when Dragon's up, they can just take the soul. If ever there's a point where HLE overstep or someone takes too much poke, that's a signal to start up the objective. Oh, they're just going to desperation start it.
You are a little bit tilted from this one, Orcs. It's 4 on Atakan.
You know what?
Worried.
It's a best of 3. The game's looking dire. Just send it, you know? Right. Do I think this is going to work? Probably not, but why not?
Teleport's going to be committed. It's double TP again. We're 5v5ing. Flandre from bot, Zeka from the top of it. At 7k, you need the auto attack from the Azir. The Weaver's Wall, though, zones him off. at 6.5. It's still going down, but HLE are pulling off as Delight pulls the unbreakable will. Seismic shove. The cow is in as the equalizer down. Does a little bit. Shanks gets poked. Kale gets poked, but in. Zeka gets destroyed again. Flounder, his ulti have been superb. Even the Arakan is taken by a Rakan. Anyone's Legend got one more chase in him. On to Viper. Tarzan says, hello, old friend. Wind becomes lightning, and Viper becomes dead.
Yeah, and that might be the nail in the coffin. AL, very patient. You know, the shred from the Arakan comes in, the poke is there, and they just execute so cleanly. The smite secure actually came in from Kael there, able to get the Arakan buff for himself.
Unsealed Spellbook, baby.
Unsealed Spellbook, yeah. And, you know, this is one of these plays where, look, the game was pretty doomed.
Yeah.
HLE were like, let's just flip Arakan. If we get it, we might have some hope. If we don't, did we really change the outcome? Probably not. And I feel like their minds right now looking towards
TP?
Looking towards a TP. Actually, I was going to say game 2, but apparently not. Not yet.
Can weird out somewhere, can't he? But he's just going to walk up, get the shutdown. Shutdown to Zeka does feel nice, all game considered, but...
Yeah, it's 50 seconds until Dragon. I don't think that shutdown's really going to change things drastically right now.
Yeah.
We'll see the replay. So the thing is, resistance is getting shredded when you're in the Arakan pit, and especially against like a lethality champion, it just makes it so much scarier. The wall comes in, which doesn't have like huge value, but like think about the light gets shredded even through the ult. He takes so much damage, and then Zeka's a little bit split here and just gets jumped on and deleted. You know, Viper has to ult just to survive. The front line gets shredded, and it's just so quickly over. Viper does what he can to survive, but not really many options in this situation.
It was a 4-man smite fight. The light didn't get the smite in the end. And again, yeah, it was Rakan, it was Kael who took the smite and got the Arakan. Now, game 1 looks all but secure, but for HLE, their last stand here in this first game at the very least to stop Dragon Soul. It needs a miracle. They need Zeka with a shove, but the Weaver's Wall begins us off. Seismic shove comes through. Peanut dodges away, but between worlds. Set up with Kael is beautiful. Now Mountain Soul easily smoked it down. Delight's unbreakable will hangs in the balance, but Viper can't save his support. All from anyone's Legend are in. They're all gamers, they're all legends, and that's all you need to know for a successful game 1. Zeus and Viper get out, but the game is all but done. Chilling smite for the follow-up. Tarzan, he cares not. He'll ulti out, and Viper will be the last to go. Again, AL sink in their fangs.
And that's game 1 going to be over. Should be able to end off the back of this. AL with a dominant start to this series. A best of 3 as well, so they'll put them on match point very quickly off the rip. And I think leaving the Varus open, they're going to regret that one. Obviously won't be played for the rest of the game. Actually won't be able to end just now, but I feel like the game is as good as done from this point.
You're right, this is 12k gold lead, and we might even be able to approach near the 20k mark as well if it keeps happening the way it is. Baron's up in 1 minute, that'll help them close the game, but it's replay time because around this Dragon, this did feel like I'm Alive are just trying to send it.
Yeah, I mean, Zeka ends up getting just clumped together. The Rakan value is so high here for Kael. And I just don't see any angles to fight for this position anymore. It just feels like cleanups from AL. Find a target, see a target, kill a target. That simple.
Tarzan doesn't even stop there. Ends up being an ace. And Tarzan, I mean, he's had a great game again. Anything that gives him agency, looks like that's why Tarzan is the best jungler in LPL when there's all these big movements being made, you know, going from Shun to Wei to Page 1 for BLG now. You know, Top Esports not making MSI. Looks like Tarzan uncontested. As Delight pops his ulti again, you're finding out why now. There is a pop over the wall. Hope is caught out this far as does a bit of damage, but he's shut down. Kael goes in with the quickness, and for Humble Life, maybe an advantage that they never knew they'd find, but Flandre destroys Zeka before he gets to interact with the game. His flash still up, but now he's body dead as Kael gets back line again. Viper caught between the worlds, and Peanut as he charges out had no chance to begin with. Even with a catch on Hope, it's still not enough for Humble Life in game 1.
Yep, not enough with how fed the other members are. They are just going to push through. Don't think Zayt's going to be able to do enough on his own, especially without the equalizer. Looking towards game 2 on the back of this push.
As you said, the Varus is a big regret, but for Humble Life, a 25-minute loss, count at 26. The Weaver's Wall, Zayas can't get anywhere near to stop it. The death time is that short, because this game hasn't even started. I mean, We normally stop at 30, but 25 minutes in a best of 3 in quarterfinals. That's domination from AL.
Completely, you know, it felt like there wasn't really a point in the game where HLE were in control. The early skirmishes went in favor of AL, and they just never gave over from when they had control. I think there were some decisions, it wasn't all about just leaving the Varus open. There were some decisions, they opted for that fight, a skirmish around Dragon, where they didn't have the numbers advantage. They put a lot of faith into the ult power from the Emperor's Divide, from the Equalizer. It backfired, and it just felt like once they lost that grasp on the game, they just never were able to regain it.
All right, we're going to send it back over, though. Game 1 is done and dusted, but it's the best of 3 eliminations, so we'll find out what happens between Game 2.
This land is calling.
Well, after the fist bump, it was all AGAL. Hanwha Life Esports fall in match number 1 in the quickest game in Esports World Cup 2025 here for League of Legends, as the LPL champion showing off their prowess and their understanding of objective control, and really didn't give Hanwha Life Esports too much room to breathe. Welcome back. Degon here alongside Medios and Valdez to break that last one down. And that was a tough one for Hanwha Life fans. And for AGAL, you're feeling good up 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, that was not what I was expecting out of this game. I know that Hanwha Life came here with a lot to prove. They didn't make the MSI, and this was their first match up against, one of the top teams internationally, and wow, they got stomped. That was rough. It kind of started with that 4 versus 5. They kind of forced it Dragon without their AD carry and snowballed from there. So yeah, I mean, that was pretty brutal.
Yeah, I thought that Hanwha Life Esports were going to look a lot better than this, obviously. The draft, I think, was fine. You could look at Zeka getting the Azir. He has played a lot of Azir over the course of the last 2 or 3 or so years, but it's not like the Omega Zeka wheelhouse, but it still felt pretty good, especially in this meta. But into Talia, can run into some problems. Also, you can really feel the difference when Peanut is not playing Vi. He got Vi earlier in this tournament, and we were like, wow, they just do whatever they want, and the engages are so clean. And then he's playing Trundle, and it's like, huh. It felt very forced from them.
Yeah, I didn't love Hanwha Life's draft, especially the first 3, because both Rumble and Trundle, in my mind, are champs that do really well when they're paired with CC from other lanes. But when your whole top side has no lockdown whatsoever, you're pretty much just relying on Alistar, who he's a really good setup champion. He can get things going, but it's best if you have things that can follow up more CC, because as it stood in this game, they were kind of just able to walk out of everything that Hanwha Life threw down. And I also think the draft was interesting that they opted to give away Varus, which is one of the best champs in the game right now. Most people prioritize him highly. They triple banned Tarzan, so they definitely wanted to try to take AJL's jungler off of his comfort, and he just ends up dropping a bomb anyway. So it was just like crazy.
Yeah, we heard Whippo earlier say Renekton Trundle makes sense, but like you guys said, no hard CC there to hold someone in place for the Rumble, and wasn't able to have impactful ults. As we take a look at some of the early fights in our first highlight, it was back-to-back Drakes here, and the setup was just chaotic. Like, they're like, all right, I guess we're running in. We're going to try to fight on top of this. But key here is keep your eye on Zeka, because he didn't last very long in these team fights.
This was that first fight they did where on the surface, this looks like a pretty close fight, not a bad one from HLE. And then you pan over to the minimap and you see Xayah's top lane. You don't have your AD carry. That's pretty much all your sustained damage. And even though she wouldn't be that strong this early in the game, it's still not standard practice to force a 4 versus 5 this hard. So yeah, a little bit surprised by that decision. And a lot of the fights afterwards too just didn't really go their way.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at this fight as well. Felt very forced. They get the big pullback on the feathers from Viper, and that was about it. That was kind of the one angle. And for AL, it felt like for AGAL, it felt like all of their team fights were very nicely set up. Like, they had a very clear angle of how they were going to approach those fights. It's something that Finn talked about. Like, they know exactly how to angle into the fights to take the fights on their page. I feel like Shanks on the Talia was really fantastic. All of his walls were in the right spot, always right behind Hanwha Life Esports, making the one engage tool of the Alistar a really difficult job for Delight.
Yeah, let's take a look at our third Drake, which is where the game finally broke open. Before then, it was 6-4. Things were still close, so you're thinking, all right, which way is it going to go? Goes the way of AGAL.
Yeah, in this one, Peanut got kind of cut off from the rest of his team, and then there was a massive Aurora ult, which just kind of did a lot of damage to everybody, made it pretty chaotic for HLE. AGL grabs the dragon, and then, they're just kind of able to clean up.
Yeah, again, this just comes down to the excellent setup from the side of AGAL. They had so many zoning tools that by the time Delight finally got his engage, he was super low. His ult was basically towards the end, and he was only engaging for Zeus, who was on the backline, but the rest of the team was so far away because they got zoned by a wall and an entire Aurora ult.
And then finally, our last one here, the Otacon fight. You had to do something if you're Hanwha Life Esports. They tried to step up here and force this one, and Medios was in the back being like, is this really the call?
This was just pure desperation. I don't think Hanwha Life would look at this situation and be like, yeah, this is good for us. This was definitely a situation where you just feel like, all right, this game is lost. Let's just try something. And this wasn't it. You see the Rumble ult. I feel like they need more CC for these champions. A lot of the fights, too, Zeka was one of the first people to die on Hanwha. I think he was, probably feeling pressure to go in, make something happen. But he kind of ended up just getting taken out every single fight very early on, which isn't ideal for an Azir. He's more of a hyper carry. So, yeah, I think it just didn't go their way. They lost some early fights, and I'm not totally sure if this is a comp they normally play, but it didn't seem to work that well for them.
It felt like a lot of comfortable pieces, but the entire composition as a whole wasn't great. We look at AGAL Tarzan. He was actually fantastic. You mentioned the 3 bans against him. Still ended up with 10 KDA on the Xinjiao, which they did pick up early for him, which did make a lot of sense. Tarzan, I think, trying to send a message to his brother Viper, potentially, and Peanut as well, across the aisle, saying that he is here to play.
Yeah, again, he was the piece joining this Anyone Legends roster from LNG last year, has been one of the most dominant junglers, able to do so in game number 1. On the Xin Zhao, which has been high priority, he's able to get in, has the Crescent Guard as well to buy time in those fights, and it just felt like lack of CC here in the composition for Hanwha Life Esports once it got to equal, and once the, I guess, vision control and vision setup was done by AGAL first. So, just got the update. Hanwha Life Esports moving on over to the blue side. We've seen a lot of blue side dominance in the most recent set of patches. So, Hanwha Life going towards that way. Medias, you've been pretty vocal about the lack of CC in that game number 1. What do you want to see here? Where's the draft going to build around for Hanwha Life Esports since they're going on the blue side?
Well, I would expect they would try to put Zeka on maybe more of a playmaker. I know that historically he's really known for his Sylas and Akali, which aren't the easiest champs to draft, but maybe something like Annie could go really well for them. And a lot of these fights, it felt like he was trying to posture up to get the fight started, which, you know, on Azir, it can work, but it's not always what you want to do. But something like Annie could be really effective for him.
Yeah, I mean, other picks, I'd like to see like Delight's Rel, maybe like a Poppy for the team, but also, of course, Peanut. Although I don't think he can do what he does to some of the lower level LCK junglers against Tarzan with that champion. Yeah, definitely a lot on their shoulders. Again, it is Fearless, so there are going to be some big champions taken away for this game number 2, which is pretty exciting.
Yeah, we didn't have a 2-0 AGAL on our panel here. Myself, of course, expecting Hanwha Life Esports to take a win. So kind of a surprise if it ends up going that way, but also maybe yet again a re-evaluation of the power rankings here for AGAL, the champs of the LPL. They did have a great tournament over at MSI, finishing 3rd and only by a game in that best of 5 there against T1. So I think rethinking like what is the true power level for AGAL when we think about our potential title winner here for the Esports World Cup, Medias.
Yeah, I mean, they looked pretty dominant in this last one. I can say that for sure. And I think Hanwha Life Esports is just going to need to chill out a little bit. They had so many deaths in such a fast game. It really sort of seemed like they were super desperate early on. And I mean, a lot of the fights didn't go their way, but like we've seen from Nkoi, I think a lot of times you have to be patient, especially if you're playing champions like Xayah and Azir. They have great late game scaling. You don't really want to get in a situation where you have to force super hard like that. So I think they just need to, you know, have a game plan and stick to it. If you're going to play scaling champions without a lot of CC, you probably don't want to be forcing tons of fights and trying to play like you're a pick comp or playing stuff. You know, if you're going to treat your comp like it's Vi, Ari, whatever, then you should probably be on those type of champions, not other styles. So I think they should draft whatever's comfortable for them. You know, Fearless drafting's hard. I don't know exactly how their comp's going to look after this one, but whatever they end up with, they should just chill out and try to play to their champion strengths.
Yeah, a little bit over a minute before we headed back on over to the stage for game number 2. Valdez, one thing that we pointed out early on in that last one is the amount of respect in the very early game. Remember last game, the first game that we saw Zeus on the Gwen, just constantly pushing, creating lane pressure and dying, but still creating lane pressure. Not doing that in this one. Maybe that's an edge that they need to go back to there.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because sometimes we look at Zeus and we're like, you're just going crazy. Like, why are you doing this? You're so good. You could control the lane, but yeah, maybe a little bit too reserved here. I'm not sure exactly what the idea was. As Midos has been touching on, it felt like they were a little bit confused about how their composition was going to play out and how aggressive Zeus should be and how the rest of the team should be. I'm just worried for them. I thought HLE were in a much better spot just based on the little that we saw from them so far, But right now, it looks like AGAL are the big favorites for Game 2.
All right, here we go. Well, AGAL locked on in game number 1. Hanwha Life Esports, they need to find an answer here. Otherwise, their key will be crushed, and their Esports World Cup journey will be over in the quarterfinals. For AGAL, they look great. We're worried maybe that the time off would harm them. It was not the case. They were dominant in game 1 and looking to close it out in game 2. Now it's time to send it on over to our casters for game number 2, Hysterics and Ox.
Thank you, very nice redhead man. Well, it is good to get into game number 2. And as he said, Orcs and I will be joining you for what has been, I guess, a surprise for some. But again, the time off for AL hasn't been that long in comparison to Hanwha Life, who lost 3-0 against T1.
Egon has red hair, right?
Yeah.
HLE's colors are orange, but AGAL are red.
Wait, so he's a traitor, or
he's betrayed the LCK?
He has.
He has.
What is that guy doing?
Why didn't he dye his hair orange?
That's a good question.
Maybe they needed that support, and they didn't get it.
Hey, let's get a... If this is the 2-0 or even 2-1, whatever happens, let's get an interview with Dagon. And let's ask him, as someone's key's being crushed, why the color choice for the hair? We've got many questions that need answering. One is whether Hanwha Life can get a game, take us to a game 3. Remember, single elim. You don't get another chance. You don't move to a loser's bracket. This is it. And as I was saying before, Hanwha Life have had quite a bit of time off. I mean, Orcs, you were there. I know it's your league. 3-0 from T1. Kind of the beginning of bad news, maybe.
I mean,
for Hanwha Life, sorry.
I feel like the road to MSI was super disappointing, especially given
you were saying before,
they had a strong performance in the regular season.
Yep.
They had a great performance in the LCK Cup. They had a great first stand. And then both T1 and Gen G went to MSI and were the two strongest teams, right?
Yeah.
Met in the finals, 3-2 to Gen G. It was a close series. And I think for HLE, not having that chance to prove themselves there, and then if they were to come to EWC and get 2-0'd by AGAL, a team which both Gen G and T1 beat, I just think it'd be a real big blow to the confidence for HLE. So they need to bounce back in this series. We've seen the draft start off. Sides have been switched. AL did have side selection game 1 as they were the highest seed.
Yep.
There's now HLE side selection as they lost game 1. And starting off, but you see that Gwen ban maintained, but the Lucian ban coming in instead. So something out of that Vi and that Yone are going to have to be let through. On the other side, we saw the triple jungle bans come through from HLE last time, but they're only keeping the poppies. That Pantheon and that Wukong are going to be available. We'll see what ends up getting denied here. I would think probably the Vi, but then again, if you leave the Vi open, then maybe they just pick
Pantheon, or like...
You can take the Pantheon in response.
I mean, it's a completely different draft from last time, just purely for the fact that Hanwha Life had that triple Tarzan ban. Now it's a singular one. Now it's just that Poppy that he pilots so well. So, as you said, jungle here is an open book.
And something I will say is that T1 left the Vi open in the Road to MSI series against HLE, and Peanut picked it, and the expectations were huge, and it flopped completely.
Yeah.
So the Vi has been left open, the Yone's been left open. With a lot of junglers open and available, HLE make the decision to lock in that Yone. Now, this is a humongous pick for Zeka, but it's also something that they could flex to Zeus. Expectation is it's Zeka's pick, but, you know, still has that possibility. Looking towards AGL, they are looking towards a Pantheon. We've seen a lot of blue side first pick Pantheons. Hesitation, though, as they look instead towards that Scion for Flandre.
Scion with a Pantheon jungle works quite well. AP mid laner, kind of a must, though, but we'll see where they go with that. So they're not worried about taking, like, the Sejuani. Obviously, Trundle's not available to pick into it, so maybe for HLE, that's why Peanut Sejuani rises. But as you said, the Vi or the Wukong are both up. Higher prio jungles. They might not care about the partnership. Instead, rely more on the setup that comes from the jungle role.
Yeah, also, I mean, sometimes we see high priority on the Sejuani to pair up with the Yone, but I think Peanut looking for a jungle heap puts a higher tier on, not opting to go for the Vi that was banned in game 1, going for the Wukong instead. A lot of dive, a lot of teamfight power, but heavy AD so far. Yeah. And you got to remember, Gwen is banned, Rumble was taken away because of Fearless in game 1. You know, even options like Aurora that we see top lane taken away.
Yeah, what do you have?
And if you are a heavy AD composition when the enemy team already has a Scion, does make you feel a little bit concerned with how tanky he could end up being. Now, They do end up securing the rel for Delight, wanting some of that engage power. Their composition is very dive-focused already. I think that makes sense given that Rakan and Alistar already taken off the cards, two insanely good engage picks that Delight has a lot of proficiency on. But he's also extremely good at rel. We've seen him have a great rel performance already at this tournament, so we will lock that in.
Oh, the slam.
Shanks goes for the Akali. What a call out into Zeka, who has an Akali willed skin.
You were complimenting this guy, though, at MSI. You were saying, like, Shanks had an insane tournament. He pulled off some insane plays on this specific pick as well. So for Shanks, I mean, I have confidence in the pick, but I'm excited. We get Zeka versus Shanks, Akali versus Yone. Again, it could be a flex Yone, but we know it's most likely going Zeka. Let's hold off, though, see where we go next, because Aatrox is the blind ban. AL want to make sure that this Sion has, gets a decent matchup and don't give a free scaling matchup to that of Zeus.
Yeah, Aatrox often does pretty well into the Sion, so denying that one away. We'll see what Zeus ends up picking up in this situation. I also wonder about the 80 carry pick, what Viper's going to bring out.
Do you think he pulls out a Ziggs because of their lack of AP? Or what do you think about Ziggs into Sion? I guess is a better question in the grand scheme of things.
I think it's okay, but I think it's pretty uncomfortable here. You know, Akali gives a lot of problems to Ziggs.
True, actually.
Hard to keep up with the mobility, so I don't think it's going to make that much sense in the situation. Could go, I mean, even something like a Kai'Sa, because that comes very dive focused and it has like the hybrid damage.
Yeah.
They do end up banning the Ziggs though, so they're clearly thinking about that AP damage profile. I do think that the Akali can cause a lot of issues, but Sion specifically is good into because you can never really get off the decimating smash because of the satchel can always just interrupt it. So they opted to eliminate that. Renata taken away, a pick that didn't do super well at MSI, but obviously into this dive-focused engage, we will get rid of it. Take away the Braum. The Nico, though, going to be looked at by anyone's legend. Obviously a great engage pick, but also has that range advantage when you are playing into a melee bot laner.
Let's see where they go. I like the Kai'Sa call out, Orcs. It feels like that's like the last option. Again, is there an AP lane he can pull out? Sivir would be a scaling option that could play with that all-in wombo that Hummer Life are building up. But the damage profile makes us question. Final pick. Are there any AP top laners we've missed? Volibear AP? I'm trying to think what goes smoothly into Sion. Or do you just forego it and you just say we can't pull AP in this game?
Maybe just forego it. Could be an option, you know.
Ooh.
Looks like
So
they might
top.
put the Yone in the top lane.
Okay, the Yone top.
Go for that Ahri in the mid lane.
There's that AP.
Dive potential from that. And this is the thing, right? You know, one of the reasons the Yone is banned so heavily against HLE is obviously Zek is phenomenal on it, but, you know, it's also a pick that's been huge for Zeus as well.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that ability to flex. Can obviously prioritize items like Blithering King into Sion as well. Kai'Sa comes through. Kai'Sa and the Nico, really strong duo together, a lot of dive potential. So pretty dive-focused composition with that Sion is a bit of an outlier in terms of a front line. On the side of HLE, high mobility composition, and these comps just feel so explosive on both sides.
Yeah.
And I feel like the skill expression is off the chain, and I feel like both these teams are willing to, you know, we saw it in the last game, they're willing to fight, and these are compositions that reflect that completely. Yeah, I'm just hyped to see how this goes. A very squishy comp, though, I will say, from HLE, whereas at least AL have that sort of bulkiness in the top lane, but I'm not sure it really matters that much when you're relying on picks like Akali and Pantheon, that mid-jungle. If they fall behind, can feel super underwhelming.
It really can. And for Wukong and Ahri, always a way to force as well. It does feel like the pressure's on for Hummer Life. Game one, got a bit of criticism, you know, running into fights consistently, and every time AL, obviously just in the driver's seat. It sounds like a plain vanilla thing to say, but it is the truth, where AL always look comfortable when they're the ones who are able to force fights. They've got tools to do it again going into game two, but as we started off our quarterfinal, we had high expectations of the series, but AL slapped HLE in the face in 25 minutes. One more game's all it takes. They're on match point to move into the semi-finals to verse the winner of T1 versus MKOI. Be one step closer towards that EWC finals, which is a best of 5. Fearless is good. It's put the pump and pressure under both these teams, but we have to see if it's really going to be enough. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to have you here. Orcs is sitting next to me. Not because he wanted to, but because he has to. It's an obligation for him to cast with me. So he's trying to make the best of it.
I can slide a little bit further away, though.
You can if you want.
But I didn't.
He chose not to.
I hope that means something.
To me, yes. To everyone out there, probably not. The keys are in the sky.
Yeah, I do think, you know, the matchup, I think it can be a bit rough for the Yone into the Akali. I think the Ahri is going to have a much more stable time. You know, it can be hard to really get the jump on the Ahri with the amount of mobility you have when you hit level 6, but also just like the Charm as a defensive tool.
The Faker skin. Respect.
You know what's funny? This was actually talked about in the LCK.
Yeah.
When we had a lot of Ahri being played, every player in the league, apart from one, used the Faker skin.
And it's Faker who didn't use it because he just used skins. I think someone said he played it once. It's probably on release. I don't know when. I don't know if you have context on that, but he never plays skins. And that's that is GOAT behavior. As, oh my God, the giant panda.
Oh my God.
Oh, hey, there it is, Orcs. There it is. We've been looking in the logo in the wrong place. That's cool. There's nothing in the eyes though. It kind of looks scary. Like,
you know what? That's a throwback. Do you remember the panda costume incident?
Panda, as in Panda C, the player?
No, it was in the LPL. It was when I thought AL would make playoffs, and I said, if they don't make playoffs, I'll cast the first playoff game in the panda costume.
Oh yeah.
And they didn't make playoffs, so that's what happened.
I've got that saved somewhere on my computer actually. If you can't Google Orcs panda costume chat, you'll have to look at it a different way. DM me, I'll send it to you. It's on my home PC. I've saved it as my desktop.
Wow.
You're next to Odoamne as C-3PO. I got a huge folder.
But I think it goes to show, you know, making bets whether or not they'd make playoffs, and now #1 team in the LPL, how far they've come.
Boy. This is Grass matchup, by the way. Just talk individually about what's going on top. So Grass versus Grass, that's getting real dicey up there, but Flash engage. HLE pull the trigger onto Hope, who goes down to an Ignite. Auto attack by Viper, flashes away, but it's matched. First blood over to Delight. Ain't gonna be Vipers, but he's still more to come. With the remount onto Kale and the Boomerang player to double on Trouble, but the flashing from Tarzan, the redo, and Vipers now down. Tarzan gets a kill, Kyle gets out. All 8 summoners burn from the bottom lane of AL and HLE.
Yeah, so much action already in this game. I feel like we're looking at the top lane battle going on between Zeus and Flandre, but bot lane even more exciting. Delight starting the fight early on with that all-in and managing to catch out Hope. That aggressive play. Beautifully executed. A bit unfortunate that they end up backfiring because of the presence of Tarzan, but just lands everything on Hope, and Hope is like in a position where he's pretty sure he's dead, ends up using the flash, but it forces Viper to trade his in return. And then they think they can find another kill, but Tarzan is there to punish. Just a little bit greedy. And the ricochets that came through on the wave, I wonder if that puts the wave in a bad spot.
Oh, that's a good question.
On the back end.
Observers, I wonder, we've got a slow push in bot, at least from the looks of it, from Viper and Delight.
Yeah, I think it might have slow pushed the wave. So I think Hope is actually going to end up, because look, Viper's actually level 2.
Yeah.
Not even level 3. And Hope is picking up farm and is actually a bit ahead. So I think the ricochet is actually kind of went against HLE's favor.
Ooh.
The wave wasn't in a great spot. So
nice detail, yeah.
In the end of the play, didn't work out too favorably for HLE, despite the good aggression from Delight. That's something he's definitely known for.
It's also Tarzan getting a kill again right last game. Snowball effect on his Zins out. Tarzan was definitely jungle diffing.
Yeah.
I feel like Peanut couldn't really operate much in the fights as Tarzan had so much backline access.
I mean, especially a pick like Pantheon, and I feel like Pantheon's the sort of pick where, you know, especially if you play the game for a long time, you think of like the old Pantheon of how he was like really kind of cheesy but fell off a cliff.
Yeah.
I feel like new Pantheon actually holds his own a lot more in the later stages of the game. But you do kind of need gold for him to function. But like, he actually does so much damage if he has a lead.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're not going to see it now because HLE are going to dive in the reverse. Hope is going to get bopped up, crash down. Nicely done. Turret shot to mean nothing. Delight rooted up for the time being. A couple more autos. Kale needs a bit of a pop, but he won't find it. Peanut cleanly done, and the kill also goes to Viper.
That was beautiful, though. That is the sort of thing you want to see where it's a punish. You take the opportunity when the summoners have been burned. The execution was good as well. Hope was trying to pull away from the tower. Moves back in because he wants them to have tower aggro, but unfortunately not quite enough damage done. to be able to finish off the support of HLE.
Boy, all in. Zeka's actually got ulti though, so he should be fine. Doesn't make it over the wall, but away from Tarzan is the main thing.
Yeah.
Shanks does not have perfect execution yet.
This is the sort of gank where it's very non-committal from Tarzan. It costs very little just to walk in mid.
Yeah.
And you get the ult from Zeka, you relieve a little bit of pressure. Zeka was never dying there, but you force a cooldown. So, you know, Tarzan just getting something done. But you can see the matchup in the mid lane going in favor of Zeka here, having that range versus melee matchup and having the advantage there.
If AL win this tournament, if they win EWC, will you wear a panda costume again? For all of us to see?
You know what? I will.
Okay. I'm happy to reciprocate if, like, you want, you know, for, like, HLE or... I just don't know what I would wear.
If HLE win the tournament, you have to wear, like, an orange costume.
Okay. Like an orange, like the fruit.
Yeah, and you have to lift weights while you're doing it, because that's, you know, their remote. It's like an orange lift weight.
Yeah. Okay.
You have to like, lift weights in a big orange costume.
All right. Yeah, production can start sorting that out.
I feel like that's a pretty even bet, you know, because if I said, like, you have to do this if Gen G won, I feel like that's pretty unfair, because they're, like, quite hard to
That's right. But HLE right now, you know, in a bit of a dangerous spot. Maybe it's even unfair to set up AL, but who knows? Gen G and T1 are in the tournament. AL just got a 5-game series by T1, so I think that is fair. All right, we've made a deal. Whoever the person was in the crowd who has the panda suit, can you please share? Maybe a wash before, I don't know, but we'll get that over to Orcs as soon as possible. We'll have to maybe buy it from them. Still couldn't find that photo Orcs, but that's okay. We'll lock in for a little bit. Peanuts on Dragon. Now, off that bottom side gank, there was a bit of a swap, and the swap was for the bot lane of AL getting out of the 2v2. Vice also has a 400 gold lead, so I understand why, but I think with the back now, you're looking at Hope probably going towards bot, going towards mid for now, just to fish for who's in what lane. But as Peanut picks up this Dragon, he's going to be first Dragon of the game. Over to HLE.
Yep, summoners are back up for AL's bot lane, so a little bit safer on the back of those. We're going to get that first early Dragon from HLE. I feel like they were on the back foot in terms of objectives for a while. We see Shanks matching up into theirs, though, and this is the matchup really that AL wanted. Dekali into that Yone.
It's cinema, isn't it?
It is, but also a little bit uncomfortable, I feel like, for the Yone.
Yep.
The ability to follow when he uses that Unbound Soul.
Charm, flash, immediately under Zeka. Look at the Tangle Bar fall off as well. Zeka ultis, but not in time. Tarzan takes him out in a brisk walk, and that's beautiful from Tarzan again.
Layered CC so good, and you know, Zeka thinks he's got a good trade there onto the enemy support, but baited in beautifully with the chain CC from that stun, the flash W. And no real recourse right now. You can see some pings coming out on the bot lane. Andre, though, hard to see if they could kill him. Maybe if he overextends, but I don't think they're going to find an angle, so it's just 3 grubs for AL on the back of that play.
Also opens up top a bit because a reset comes through in the meantime from Zeus. No TP, has to walk up, so maybe a couple of minions denied.
That's 2 kills now for Tarzan.
It's big, isn't it? As you said, the Pantheon has the goal to kind of escalate this game. I said it earlier, and I think to really drill it into people's heads, like Tarzan is reliable with the lead, I find. That's what makes him such a good jungler. He's moldable. You know, we talked in the past, like LPL junglers, like I think Cast was a great example where Cast was always just what called like a dog to his laners. He would always just follow after, you know, such great players. I think Tarzan is a great player in his own right. He can be the carry, or he can, you know, help Shanks carry, he can help Flandre carry. He's so versatile.
Yeah, I feel like you could have just cut that sentence short and just said Tarzan is reliable.
Yeah, but you know, I wanted people to really know how passionate I was about him.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Peanut's the GOAT in that regard as well. Like,
I think Peanut's had some hit or misses. You know, I feel like recently,
I mean,
especially in that recent run of, you know, their form not being so hot. I think Peanut has had some matches where he hasn't really shown up. Peanut at his best is obviously still a fantastic player, but it definitely feels like at times he's been better as a facilitator rather than as an individual carry. He has still had some fantastic games, but I mean, a big example, the one I brought up earlier was a bye game against T1, was a big flub. So, you know, he is on that Wukong. We've seen the Wukong have some high impact games. Hopefully he can get the ball rolling a little bit. Is behind right now compared to Tarzan, but you know, I feel like it's different when it's a jungle matchup. If the enemy jungler is ahead, you don't necessarily have to interact with them.
True.
But do you want to see, especially now he has that ultimate available, see what impact you can find with that.
Looking trace down bot while Zeka all in. Perfect execution. Ulti Adam response. Shuriken flip doesn't connect, and that's 2 down of the ulti from Zeka. Spirit Rush will just be used eventually anyway. Shanks gets over the wall, and yeah, it's ulti for ulti.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of these things where you go for the play. If you can land the Shuriken flip, that's why it becomes really scary for the Ahri. But just ends up being a trade. Pushing for plays, and I feel like that's kind of been the story of this mid lane matchup we saw last game as well. Now, though, Peanut looking bot. Flandre just have ult and flash.
He wants to wave in, but he can't step up as Peanut's coming in. But the biggest question is he killable, right? Because Thornmail first. Flandre is going to reduce healing, and with the armor stacked up, I think they're like, maybe
I don't think
Blade.
he is, because Tarzan has ult. So it's not just the fact that you have to kill him. You have to kill him before the 2-0 Tarzan with Sundered guy shows up. Because if he arrives, you lose that fight. So I think Peanut rethinks whether or not he wants to start that and disengage. And, I was talking before about how you don't necessarily have to interact with the enemy jungler. When it's a Pantheon, maybe you do.
True. You're forced to, right? And say it's a bit of healing up from Van Scepter. Tarzan also rethinking whether he wants to make this dive happen. There's pings going down like, hey, yo, Delight's MIA, and the pings are actually right on where Delight's position was at the time, if you could see on your minimap.
Yeah, good read. It's just cool to see this sort of thought process of the players, and they're like, hey, we might set a play.
Yeah.
And then, you sometimes get moments like this when on paper it looks like nothing's really happening, but you actually see that they were trying to go for something, and then, a bit of information they got sort of spooked them, and opting not to just overcommit and have it backfire. The tempered aggression.
Still hovering in case something happens with Flandre. Flandre 500 stacks, by the way, so that's not bad.
He's going to be very tanky this game.
Oh, yes, he is. And we talked about it in draft, right? The problem was originally there wasn't really much AP damage. Or there wasn't any AP damage.
Yeah,
but with Ahri, are you still worried about that? Because
Ahri's not really that great of a tank shredder. I mean, it's one of these things where, like, Sion obviously gets super tanky.
Yep.
But I feel like eventually you get to the point where you get, like, armor, like, you get shred, right? You get, like, pen. So, like, there will come a point in the game where you can shred to him, but, like, is that point in the game gonna actually come? Because I think Sion really in the mid game is where he's so strong. Before like when Vipe has 4 or 5 items, gets to full build, especially when AD carries and pro have more economy than like a tank top laner will.
Yep.
When Vipe has full build, he will be able to cut through Flandre. It might take some time, but he will cut through him.
Even Zeus in side lanes with Blade and maybe I don't know if he goes Mortal Reminder later as like a 3rd, 4th item.
Maybe like yeah. But in the mid game, that is where it just kind of feels like you have to devote so much time to killing Flandre.
Yep.
It feels impossible. And especially Sion, who just has so much extra free health, is really hard to cut through.
True.
That raw health in the mid game is just such a strong stat.
I've also enjoyed Flandre and a lot of his team fights, both MSI and in the last game as well. Talk about a reliable top laner. Well, no further. So that mid game is going to be punishing, going to be powerful. So we're just heading towards second as HLE are gearing up for the second Dragon, sitting there watching. Now, Dragons this game a little bit more delayed than you would expect as Peanut picked up the first one, but they've sat on this for a while as Flandre doesn't really have prior, but Tarzan's coming in.
Yeah, we did see Shanks just hit level 11, so this Kali's going to be strong.
Yeah. TP in from Zeka. He doesn't have level 11, so worth a mention. At 2k, Tarzan wants a Q Smiter, but Kael comes in, pops the Blossom, dies for it. As a steal in the Ocean Drake is good now for AL. How does the fight look? There's an exhaust onto Shanks who tries to jump in onto Peanut, looking for the 5-point strike, finds it in the end, and jumps back. Smooth criminal. He runs out as a flash away from Hope to get out from the Zeus ulti. Flandre tanking up for now. He's not really that beefy, but he manages to survive with the Pantheon ulti. Jumping over 3, Tarzan has taken a fight into new hands, but again, no one's dying. AL playing on the brim, and Humble Life know it. A double over to Hope, he dies. Eventually Shanks jumps in, but it's not enough. AL somehow, some way, found a way to survive on 200 HP every bloody carry.
Such beautiful team fighting from AL there, using the health bars as a resource, the in and out, going in aggressively, but just never too much. So many people escaping with just slithers of health there. And it made all the difference, able to clean up that fight in the end. And we see it starts off with this flank attempt. IKL here with the Nico. Does manage to land onto Peanut. Viper does avoid it. But he's instantly targeted. Tarzan does steal the Dragon. And then we see this play. Peanut's chased down upon. Shanks uses the shuriken flip so he can finish him off and then disengage. And it feels like HLE very much in the back foot. Zeus looks for Hope, but it's a great flash. They do almost finish off Flandre, but the shield comes in and look, because it's a fed Pantheon, he's so confident to go in with his ult, and the ult actually gets a lot of AoE damage here.
Holy. That's like a 600 damage Pantheon ult.
Yeah, and then the E there as well buys so much time, flashes from the charm. This buys space for Hope to go in, who manages to disengage with the barrier X, does end up going down, but then it buys space for the rest of the team.
Take you off.
And it just feels like, other than Hope going down there, the rest of them just able to shrug it off and survive for so long.
Again, Hope, great flash, good damage, but after that fight, he said it so well, Orcs, they were playing with their health bar as a resource so damn much. And it comes out the back of the fight where Tarzan still has a huge lead in this game. And Akali, who picked up a kill, Shanks as well.
It is still close though, and I will say,
it is mega close though.
Viper was pumping damage that fight. He is 3-1. When he starts to get items, this could be a very different fight, because you think about everyone on AL is short range.
Yeah.
This Sivir will get a huge amount of ricochet value, just shredding through targets. And I think as the game goes on, if you can't deal with Viper, he is going to be a problem.
True. I mean, again, as we talk about HLE in this game, note that their Dragon stacking would have provided a better outlet for them to get some of those fights. For Viper to have them all in one spot. Dragon a little bit delayed now because of the take from AL, as Herald is now the thought process, but Viper's going to look for push mid. It is movement from Peanut to walk up towards this top side of the map, as Herald hasn't really started yet.
Yeah, I also think this is a game where it's very difficult to push the pace forwards for AL because you're into a Sivir with so much wave clear, and you are a short-range comp.
Yeah.
It can be quite tricky to see.
Really
so
good point.
A lot of focus is going to be on these neutral objectives, because often that is kind of the modern game of League of Legends, where these neutral objectives force fights, force the pace of the game forward. So, you know, AL need to be crisper around these objectives and also using them to push the pace forward. So right now they're in a good spot, 1,000 gold lead, right? A lot of that is on this Pantheon, but Tarzan's been having a phenomenal performance so far.
But he needs to keep the pace up. Next objective is still that Herald. Dragon up in a minute 20 though. Quite interesting, it's already coming back up. 5 minutes goes fast when you're having fun.
I mean, just look at Flandre's health bar, and he just looks... It just does not look fair.
Yeah. With Merc Treads as well. Charm, Shattering Strike. Yeah, it's not really going to do much, is it? So let's see. That Dragon seems to be the next port of call, because Herald's second guess. Tarzan's doing his full clear, probably so that he can get himself maybe that Black Cleaver.
Yeah.
Before they fight next. But we'll have to see, because might end up being an ulti depending on how quickly he clears his wolves.
I mean, it's a Mountain Soul as well, by the way. So.
Yeah. Oi, oi. Do not let AL get Mountain Soul.
Yeah, that would not be a fun time. And it's not even just a Mountain Soul, but like any Mountain Dragons.
Yeah.
It's just going to extend. You know, I talked about how eventually, like, if Viper gets full build, he will be able to cut through Flandre, but it just becomes so much more difficult if he gets those extra resistances.
True.
It kind of puts, it just delays it more and more how many items, because, you know, I said like maybe like 4 items might be it, might push it back to 5. Or might just buy a bit of extra time, like an extra second or two, an extra auto attack can make all the difference.
DP though, hang on.
They are looking.
Yeah, but Flandre, he's delayed. His back just got cancelled again. Every time Zaze is cancelling it, so it's going to be a 4v4. But Pop Blossom, after the Herald, draws in Tarzan. He finds a kill onto Peanut, who immediately dies, and he didn't get to pick up the eye. The eye stands there staring at AL. Hope though charmed out. Really nice with the Magna Storm as well. The damage isn't enough. Flash away. Hope is out for now as Viper is starting to auto-attack with the Flicker Blade. He's feeling more confident. Zaze finally teleported in. Tarzan though blocks all the damage. In with a penny, in with a pound. Zeus drops to the ground. Tarzan up next looking for Viper. And he doesn't die, Orcs. His fed Pantheon is just not dropping.
Even those big charms still not able to find the kills, and I feel like it must be so frustrating for HLE, not able to finish off these key targets. They don't get the Herald as well, not able to pick it up there. I think maybe that should be the protocol after they got that first initial burst of damage down. Tarzan's still alive, heads straight over to the Dragon to pick that one up. And I think they're fine with the Herald going down, they're not being the recipients because they got the bigger boon.
It's crazy that, again, that no eye was picked up and the Dragon going over for AL. It's a massive win. It's 2K gold lead. It's replay time again because they thought they had hope. Great charm, great follow-up.
Yeah, it's a good charm, but Tarzan stunning Viper, stopping the follow-up from him means the Hope's able to survive. And then I think maybe they could have pushed for the Herald, but instead they go for this fight. Zeus lands a big ult. But Tarzan, the Sundered Sky and just the bulkiness he has keeps him alive. They're able to take out Zeus in the back end. Yeah, feels like a tilter.
Oh God, 3 and a bit K damage.
He's just doing so much.
He really
in these
is.
Fights.
Both games now. The reason he's the driving force of AL. Atakan's up, by the way. Bot side, you see it. But HLE are moving into position. Ward control right now really heading towards AL.
But last game they did the Hail Mary Atakan. It's not at that point yet.
It kind of helped lose the game for HL. For HLE, excuse me. Won the game for AL, I should have said. As Peanut's still going. They're still tanking this, but AL are slowly moving in.
We'll see what they can do. It's so easy for Pantheon to steal these as well.
And he's going to fly in at 4.5k. Jumps in. Pod Blossom as well. All AoE Paradise at 2.5k. We look towards the Atakan and Starzan. It's finally charmed over and finally dead. Zeus helped with that one. And he also got them the Atakan. The top laner for HLE comes up clutch. 3 are dead for it. But they got Tarzan. I guess it's an emotional worth.
You know, I honestly think that HLE will take that because that could have been so much worse in this situation. They're able to get the shutdown onto Tarzan, getting that massive amount of gold. They got the Atakan. Yes, they lost 3, but considering how bad the game state was, could have been on the back of them losing a fight there.
Yeah.
I think you'll take it, but that was scrappy. That was not controlled. The Nico value here is pretty massive. Catching out both the Light and the Wukong. And Wukong just gets deleted. And then it's up to Zeus, who manages to focus onto Tarzan here. I didn't actually see who got the kill. It was Viper. That's huge,
1100 gold.
And then Zeus clutching it, grabbing it in the middle of 3, able to pick up the Atakan. And, I mean, they just got away with murder.
You got to say, like, even though HLE are down in the dirt a little bit, there's still that star power coming up clutch with a charm as well. Crash down easy. Kale's dead. Zeka is hitting after hit.
I mean, this is... HLE are such a vibes team.
They are. But ALR as well, that's what everyone was excited for in this series. It's a shame it's only a best of 3 because I feel like the vibes will only go stronger the longer this goes.
Yeah, I mean, but now we have the situation where Viper has 3 items, has that LDR in pocket. It's a very tanky Sion still. He doesn't have the IE yet, so it'll still take a lot of time to cut through, but there's a huge influx of gold for the AD carry. The team gold is about even. It was feats of strength for HLE. They did get the Atakan buff. They're actually now ahead in gold, so... You know, I guess it worked. You just get, you know, when in doubt, just start Atakan. And I think we can say that 50% of the time, it works every time.
Every time. I mean, that 1k gold for Viper, that 1100 has accelerated. If you already talked about it, the 3rd item, and maybe in the long run they'll say it's worth. Maybe with Baron coming up, they'll say it's worth. I mean, 3rd Dragon rather for AL. That's the next fight, it feels like, because if they give away those stats that you talked about, more stats over to Flandre, it does feel like the stall gets a little bit longer here for AL. And then that Sivir maybe gets mitigated a little bit longer as well. Let's see. 3 items for her already. We mentioned Viper. I'm looking across the board. Hope's a little bit behind. 2 item Akali, 2 items Zeka here, who's got a lot of burn through things like tanks. Comes down to this next 45 seconds and setup ensuing.
Yeah, and you don't want to give any more Mountain Dragons over. And I think now is a position where HLE, more than they have for a long while, can feel confident to fight. You know, even like Peanut, who's been so far behind the curve, like he's 1-3-1 compared to Tarzan's 5-1-5. But you look at the items and not that much in it in comparison. Just component difference between the two. So the Stride Breaker picked up as well for Zeus. Able to equal things out between him and Flandre. And these fights are explosive, chaotic as well. See how the execution comes down here. Viper gonna get this mid priority. With that Savage is able to shred through those waves.
That's something like the Stride Breaker when there's a lot of sticking power when you're playing short range. For Zeus, we might see it in action soon as AL move themselves over a ward. A bit of poke to bully them out while Hope looks for this outer in bot side. Flandre covering mid. Baron's now up, Dragon's now up. It's a fight over objectives. It's the pincer maneuver. Delight has to crush down. Viper not going to be caught out. He spell shields, not too much, but even with the Tangle Barbs, Delight now looking to recover the fight. Peanut looking for an angle for Hummer Life to continue the series. It comes down to this. A pop blossom for Peanut. He's isolated. He's dead. He's caught out as Flandre. Now a new target. He flashes away, but the charm doesn't connect. He's buying as much time as possible. Eventually, Orbit Deception would have killed him, but he doesn't get hit. Over the wall, it's flying in. It's Tarzan hitting them all. Both junglers have now ended. Orcs, vibe check. 3 versus 3 in this fight. Flandre had to back away. He's got teleport to rejoin, and HLE are on the wrong side.
It's so scary still, and the fact that Sion's going to be able to rejoin on full HP is a big threat. Shanks is looking.
Trying to bait it out. It's only the clone. Shanks has a shuriken flip to go back to the Shroud, but HLE, even at half HP, he won't take it. On a knife swim as HLE don't start anything up in the top side. Instead, teleport's going to come through from Delight, but Dragon's being soloed by Hope.
Peanut is back up though and heading over.
Hello. Flandre's just going to zone control. Delight shattering strike. Hope pulls off the Dragon for now. Second skin passive. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on! Viper just walks up and takes it. Simple as you like.
The confidence of HLE.
Get off your phone! HLE are coming back, get off your phone!
HLE able just to walk in and take it away. Again, chaotic fights. It looked like AL had that one in the bag, able to pick up Peanut at the start, but the kite back was so big. The fact that Flandre survived, I thought was going to be the breaking point. They are able to start to cut through him with that LDR. But at a kite back, and I think Zeka's charms, that charm he got onto Tarzan as he landed was flawless and didn't give any chance, you know. It feels like the Pantheon is so tanky if you can play around his E, but when you're CC'd before you get it off, just went down so quickly.
Cold is neck and neck. Dragons neck and neck. Baron the only thing that stands in their way. Both junglers ran it into the enemy team. And it comes down, I keep saying it comes down to 1-5, but it really doesn't, does it? It feels like we'll be going to the journey of the soul, as GA is soon to be picked up by Tarzan. He's got that gold advantage, so that might be the big difference maker. Seeker's here, another tool for Shanks. Orcs, I know you like talking about summoners. While I'm looking through items here, those flashes I'm seeing on AL's side at least, mostly up and available, apart from Flandre's and Kyle's.
Yep. I feel like in this one, less important, I feel like, for, you know, I think it's the biggest one to me is Vipers. Yeah. I'm going to be honest. I think Viper having sums is the biggest thing, especially when you're playing against stuff like Nikali.
True.
I think he is pumping out so much damage now. Flash. Yeah, he does have his flash. He is the main character for HLE, you got to feel. Doesn't quite have that IE, he's going to have that soon. Once he gets that, he will just shred. And if he's able to free hit, it might just be game over for AL in these fights. But they have a lot of tools to try and get access to him. We see both teams setting up posturing around the Baron. Flandre is on that front line, but they might just look to focus him. Honestly, if Zeka lands a charm...
The Tangle Barb stopped Delight from finding an engage. Flandre is able to walk it out, but the perma wave clear...
The thing is, it's not just a wave clear, but also if you stand near the wave instead of clearing it, you get shredded.
Yeah.
So it's the zoning and the wave clear.
Predict. Zeus looking for Shanks in the Shroud. Some good damage now. This Yone also starting to tickle a little bit. Peanut looking for the dive, but a control ward from Tarzan. Spots him out. Tarzan with a level lead here over enemy junglers. HLE are looking for that pick, but every time it's a clone. Tarzan zoning out while Baron is still cleared of vision, and AL have to trickle in to find themselves an angle of attack.
Honestly, so much value from the Nico just being able to scout with the clone.
Yeah, that really is.
And just throwing it in constantly so you don't have to face check yourself. Especially as, you know, obviously Flandre is quite tanky, but even him, if he walks into a charm, he'll go down a lot faster than he would have 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Protobelt used Shanks is not overstepping his mark. There's actually pings in the alcove. Really smart from AL, spotting out what HLE want to do here. I mean, Delight on his rel has made game-making plays many times before and will many times again. Peanut clears out the last of vision from AL. Baron is still staring them in the face, but remember that Dragon, it's been long enough that in a minute 45, we had that discussion again for third drag for either team.
Yeah, you know, I feel like the focus very much towards the Baron, but I'm not sure we're going to see it started up before that Dragon spawns. You get the unending despair coming through for Flandre. Is very tanky. And now AL trying to find, moving in through the top side of the river, trying to find a way in. Light does not want to face check this, but we'll get the Pop Blossom thrown out. We'll sort of warn him. And it looks like a lean towards our top lane tower. Quite late for it to go down.
And these outers for
It's actually the
HLE.
first tower of the game for AL.
Isn't that crazy they've survived this long?
Yeah, considering how far ahead AL were in this game, but I think just showing how much difficulty they have really taking these towers with their composition.
Yeah. As you said, the small range, fighting them a little bit here. And for AL, they do get control of this blue side of jungle, which means Baron looks a little bit easy. It's going to be started off, and Hope has great on him.
Just
Terminus here. On a ward, you're right, that recall may be hurting. Zeka has to walk up. He doesn't want to TP until now.
And Delight doesn't have Smite with Spellbook. They will force them back.
Shanks on an angle as well. Flandre found out Zeka wants him, but instead Shanks has found himself onto Peanut. Cyclone catches him midway as Tarzan used the Grand Starfall to get near, but that's a couple of ultis now burned out for the fact that they found Viper.
Yeah, I mean, trying to find Peanut in that situation. The ult, though, interrupting the dash, though, I think was really critical there from Peanut. He was trying to rush over, make his way there to try and ward them off. Such a tense game, and even more so for HLE. AL have an extra chance after this. HLE do not. And they're constantly threatening this Baron. They know with the Kai'Sa with these items does shred it fast. There is a ward on it, though. They have full information off this.
But teleport's getting burned. They look towards mid. Flandre is just going to ulti in. Zeus on the way. That TP in front of a Yone. Shanks now finds him, though. Great damage as he zones him off at 5k before anyone can get in. Peanut looking for the steal. The steal. The miracle steal. It's Peanut and a Baron. It's HLE stealing it away.
And Tarzan has had Peanut's number all game, and here he slides in, takes the Baron, drops the Mapingu, and walks away to the Mountain Drake. Answers back. And he's got to feel good about that one. 6-2-5 to Tarzan, 1-4-1 to Peanut, but when it comes down that clutch moment, Peanut answers back.
It's big to get the third dragon alongside it as well. HLE moved to Soul Point, and he literally just walked in here and bonked for the smite steal.
And, you know, you obviously can combo the damage off the Q and the smite, but it's hard into the Pantheon because that Q smite with the full stacks is
huge.
It does a lot of damage. He's good at securing objectives, so just well played there from Peanut, especially when normally the person whose team is on the Baron is syncing up with the teammates. I know they were trying to sync.
Oh, there is a GA on Tarzan. Zeus has been chunked out a little bit, but Tarzan getting chunked out even more so. Great tangle bars from KL, saves the play. Tarzan and GA might have been run down as Viper's running up into Shanks, and the ricochets are tickling. More than that with an Infinity Edge here on Viper. HLE, the priority is on them for game number 2. As Shanks looks to defend that top tier 1, another tier 1 that stays standing.
Yeah, I mean, Viper's doing so much damage at this point. But you see the Tangle Bobs? It lasts so long if it's hitting you after it's passed through a target. But they'll just shred through these towers. We do see a response from AL in the mid lane, taking that tier 1, but HLE are not stopping the top side, and they're happy to have Zeus defend mid while he just has that TP to join.
Zek also has a flanking angle onto Shanks, finds him, but no charm or deception in, but that's it. Zeka's ulti is now down, but Shanks is chunked out. That opens up for the inner turret, and with the enhanced recalls, HLE are going to call it there.
Yep, sync up the recalls together, everyone gets out. They got 2 towers on the top side. They still have time on the Baron. They can reset, head towards the bottom side of the map, and maybe look to pick up an inner tower there if they have time. But yeah, now this gold lead, it's not huge, but there is a lead in favor of HLE. It's about 2,000. But I think the significant thing is just at this point of the game, how strong this Sivir is. BF Sword picked up for Viper, likely going towards a Bloodthirster. He is doing insane damage, and I don't think Flandre feels too tanky anymore at this point.
That ulti down now as well. New angles open up. HLE still have themselves 33 seconds of a Baron buff too, as well as taking away all the jungle from bot. They're going to move into this inner turret, and Flandre doesn't have an ult for a re-engage. We're going to get a real little taster of what Viper does with ricochets here. Through the wave at the very least. Flandre is not going to give it to us, but inner goes down regardless with 15 seconds left on the Baron buff.
Shanks looking for a big flank, though. This could be something.
He's going to come on a ward eventually. Len's going to be spotted out, but KL's caught out before the fight can begin. Getting out with Protobelt is nice, but look at the back of the fight. Shanks now jumping in and onto Viper. He had no GA. Zeus jumping in with Peanut, but again, watch Shanks into close quarters. It's big, but Zeus is carrying the rest of it with Magnusol from Delight as well. It's a mosh pit, and AL don't seem to be liking it with Zeus running amok. He's at low HP. Shanks eventually takes him down. Hum alive. They played on the edge of this one, but Shanks somehow did not die. I feel like AL got away with a massacre there that HLE started to bring back.
Such a beautiful angle there from Shanks, just cleaned up Viper immediately, and without that DPS, without that damage, you know, Zeka and Zeus tried so hard but didn't have to follow through. The team fight goes in favor of AL, and this game still has more to show.
Cannot believe HLE of Zeus was frying in the middle of 5 people. When they say put the fries in the bag, like, that's a big bag. But Shanks in the end, you're right. We're going to look at a replay shortly, don't worry. Outer turret goes down, and all Outers now down on Summoner's Rift. That fight was crazy.
And I think HLE were just in a bit of a rush, right? They knew they didn't have much time left on the Baron. They're like, we want to get this tower. They didn't do the setup, they didn't do the homework, they didn't have the ward coverage. And they jumped onto Kyle, and I think that was the mistake because, you know, you focus so much resources onto this Nico. The Nico wasn't the problem, the Nico wasn't the threat. There was nothing left to peel the Sakali who came around the side.
Sure.
And as soon as he reached Viper, there was just nothing Viper could do. And now Viper Flash Plus going in the next fight. Yeah, just immediately deletes.
Oh, look how much time he buys.
Yeah, I mean, that Faces as well was so good. Would have just gone down, I think, to Zeus there without it. Oh. Like, this actually did so much there.
He really did, yeah.
And it just wasn't quite enough against Shanks.
In a game that has Zeka in it, it's so funny that he's neither the Yone nor the Akali, but...
Look at the team fight damage, you know?
Tarzan, man. I'm surprised it wasn't that much on Shanks, but he was just cleaning up.
He was just cleaning up, you know, he was just finishing off the targets. That's what he needs to do. Crazy how much Tarzan is still doing on this Pantheon.
Yeah.
This pick still holding up in the late stages. But now, setting up for this Mountain Dragon would be sold for HLE. Remember, no flash on Viper is super significant.
You're right. That barrier almost up and available to give him a bit of breathing room, but still, ulti's all that remains for now. Viper has a GA, though. Last fight, he only sat on the BF sword. Now he has everything. Delight maybe caught out as a clone. Gets between their way. Tarzan sends a spear. His Comet from afar. Shanks, his flank will be met with Zeka. Looking for him. The charm max range. Orb of Deception as well. But the damage not enough. Protobelt, wow. Already that much damage coming out of this little Akali as Flandre zoning off. Yes, the ulti. Delight in the way. Pantheon on, but the Pop Blossom layers down. Hope jumps in. Tarzan flies through. Shanks in the backside running in. He's going to go golden, but HLE have obliterated anyone's legend. All in the span of 10 seconds. HLE keep their dreams alive.
And that's the late game Sivir. They put AL into a blender and they take them to game 3. They just shredded them there. A 5-0. They're going to take the Nexus. And this series going all the way.
All to 3 games in Fearless. We get a treat. Our start of our quarterfinals delivers. And HLE play their comp to perfection.
That one was tense. That one was tense. You know, they finished the game with a kill deficit. That kind of shows how it went. And Tarzan on this Pantheon doing so much work. Viper pumping the damage. But even then, I feel like the whole of the team had to come together.
We're going to go to a short break. When we return, our final game, our elimination game here at the EWC quarterfinals for League of Legends.
What a game number 2 here. What a way to kick off our best of 3s. We are going the distance. Hanwha Life Esports tied up against AGAL in the most unlikeliest of stats. I mean, we could just set it up where it's like, okay, here's the HP of this objective. What do you think happens? No, it was stolen. Here's the HP of this objective. What do you think happens? No, it's stolen. And we'll show you all of them here on the desk. Degon alongside Finn and Valdez. Maybe at 10 minutes, 15 minutes, I thought, okay, we're just going to start breaking down AGAL's win. We'll say goodbye to Hanwha Life Esports. Not so fast, my friends. The hope is still alive. LCK's 3rd seed battle back in one of the best matches in the tournament.
Yeah. No, I mean, it was an absolute banger. Honestly, it was such a weird game because it felt like AL were winning every single fight, but the goal was even. And the objectives were going to Hanwha Life, and eventually that Sivir just became such a menace, and eventually they couldn't dive anymore because she had the GA, she had all the peel, and with the Atakan buff, all the bouncing ricochets were just too much to deal with for AL in the end, and yeah, what a comeback.
Yeah, Brenda, let's take a look at the draft here, as because it was able to drag out a little bit later, some of those champions like the Sivir was able to get online, the Yone as well having huge impact here.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we always used to talk about with Hanwha Life Esports, which is they can flex the Yone. They didn't do it for the longest time, but then it came out actually here at EWC where it kind of made sense. You know, the Ahri Wukong, a very strong duo from the mid and jungle with the Yone. I feel like the Sivir was kind of the odd one out where it's like you got that major scaling, whereas there's a lot of action that can happen on the top side. We all in the back, we were looking at the AL comp, the AGAL comp, and we were like, it's all right, but we weren't exactly convinced by it. You know, it felt like they were lacking a little bit of damage, very reliant on the Kai'Sa to be in a very good spot and the engages to be crisp. And for the majority of that game, they were. For 25 minutes or so, it felt like AGAL were playing out the fights as you would expect, but eventually it just kind of fell off.
All right, lots of highlights to get to here because almost every single moment was a critical moment. Let's start off early on at the second Drake. This is where it felt like the obituary was being written for Hanwha Life Esports after a huge follow-up by Viper on the Pantheon.
This is one of my favorite fights. This is exactly what AL is good at. They come from 1, 2, 3, 4 different angles and create these super scrappy skirmishes on multiple fronts. And in the end, I think they just know exactly how to navigate that fight. Look at that snapback from Shanks going back, and the Yon tries to find an angle, but now we're gonna see the most damaged Pantheon ult I think I've ever seen. Brrr, flies right back in, and it's a nice cleanup from AL. And here I really thought the game would be a simple cleanup from AL, but boy, Cypher been wrong.
Yeah, it was kind of crazy. I mean, at this point, Tarzan was just taking over the game again. We were already talking about AGAL. They were going to take the 2-0. Tarzan is the MVP of the series, all this kind of thing. Didn't play out like that at the end of it. Spoilers for you all who missed the entire game. But yeah, actually a pretty close one, all things considered. Hope got a lot of damage there at the end. We saw Shanks coming back in with very low health, and AGAL ended up winning that fight.
Yeah, a big fight win, and I like the noise there. It sounded like the Zombie Slayer Pantheon with the chainsaw going on through and mowing everyone down. Then, Otacon time. We saw it last game where Hanwha Life were kind of running out of ideas and started the Otacon. This one looked like it was going the same way.
Yeah, and here is where our beautiful cart starts derailing a wee bit. This secure by Zeus, I think, is the crucial point. I don't know how we got it with a Yone Q3 with 44 HP left. I don't know what kind of Mega Mind he is, what kind of Giga Brain he is, but I don't know, he got that, and I think this was really crucial because it's so much XP, so much stats, and that slow AoE after you get a kill was so crucial, especially with all those ricochets.
Yeah, again, the gold being relatively equal to even despite the kill score not being great made it that the game would continue to scale, maybe make AGAL rethink some of the fights that they wanted to take because of the snowball nature of the Otacon, which then leads to this mid-skirmish with Sivir coming up huge with a Drake steal. It steals nonstop, and we're not done yet.
Yeah, the game, I feel like AGL slowly but surely started to lose a handle on this game because, again, like, the fight is looking great. You're like, okay, you got the kill on Peanut again. They're going all in onto Sion. Like, what are HLE doing? They're overextending, but... He lives, and you're like, okay, well, this should be fine. We do have then the follow-up from Tarzan, which, you know, maybe he was getting a little bit overconfident. And then eventually, Hope's just trying to, like, solo the dragon by himself, and they just waltz on over and steal it. The second time there's no junglers around, kind of unacceptable, and that's another moment where HLE get a massive step back in the game, because if you have a Sion, the front line with 2 Mountain Drakes, then you're just kind of getting too far behind as HLE.
Yeah, again, any one of those things going the way of AGAL, they feel comfortable in this. So now the pressure's mounting and the call for Baron is made. And let me tell you, Hanwha Life Esports must have made a stop over at Jamil Motorsports, because not only did they get a deal, but they had multiple different steals from Jamil. And I'll start off here, the Wukong getting caught out and AGAL trying to jump on to Peanut, but he has to use his ult. No ult to get on in. There's no way they can get on in, Finn, right?
Oh, there's so many questionable decisions this fight. Side ulting to Baron, and all the catharsis of it all is this steal. The flash bonk by Peanut secures the Baron for HLE, and now it's like, oh, they can go get the dragon as well, and all just kind of fumbles apart because they didn't go to dragon. They said, we don't need to do dragon. Their jungler can't get into the pit. We can just get the Baron instead. They couldn't. They couldn't get the Baron instead.
Yeah, I don't know. AL, again, they were losing their grip on this game bit by bit, and I think that was kind of the final nail in the coffin. The game wasn't over. It was still kind of even at that point, but it just felt like mentally AGL were kind of out of it after that.
Yeah, with Baron, Hanwha Life Esports then push the bottom lane. They get to the bottom tower, and then they get flanked on. But it was just like a 1-for-1, which meant we're back to equal yet again. However, the Drakes had been stacked for Hanwha Life Esports. As we take a look at our final highlight, keep your eyes on Hope. The Kai'Sa ult, maybe not the greatest here.
Yeah, it's a tough fight, because Shanks can't really get access into the backline, being marked by Seka very well, and here the Sivir is just fully scaled. She is just fully locked, fully loaded, and there's just nothing to do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Not the best fought out fight there for AGL, but as you were mentioning, Finn, you know, they were marked. The Sivir was out of control. There were just way too many dominoes that had already fallen before that fight, which again, it wasn't the best execution from them, but it just felt like HLE had taken the game already. And you can see it was very back and forth, but at some point, you know, we had, I think it's like a 2,000, 3,000-ish gold lead for AGL. That's not massive, especially when you're giving up a Otacon to a Yone.
Yeah, definitely not. 8 different gold swings in that one, and every single one a twist in turn. One of the best games that we've had so far at the Esports World Cup. We'll get the side selection here in just a second for AGAL, but it was a heck of a game. And now, if you're Hanwha Life Esports, you feel like all the momentum's on your side. You know, maybe a little lucky if, you know, Coach Dandy's like, hey, if any of these steals didn't go your way. If you're AGAL, you're kind of worried you weren't able to close it on out.
Yeah, I'm just like looking ahead a little bit draft-wise for next game, because here we see that AGAL chooses blue side, and when I think about the jungle meta, there's all these skirmish junglers, and Vi is the only one really up and available, so I imagine that will be taken out in the banning phase, which turns us to either you go for a Sejuani Maokai Skarner type champion, or as Tarzan has done in the past, you can go into the Zeds. The little bit of crazy, yes, we see some massive pog champs on our screen, just beautiful. But I really do wonder how they will adapt now in the game free Fearless, because there are so many avenues you can walk down, and you just gotta pick one.
Yeah, again, in Fearless, you have to, more so than getting comfort at some points at this, even Game 3, Game 4, Game 5 especially, later on, you have to pick stuff that makes sense with the composition. And this is where I really like to see the coach's brains really working and the gears turning, because you have to put together something that makes sense for your players, but also makes sense as a composition. This is going to be a little bit difficult, I'd say, for HLE on the red side, who have had some rough drafts so far.
I will say, though, that although it's a different roster with Zeus in and not Doran in for this team. This feels very similar to Game 5 of Summer Finals last year, where we're like, okay, cool, you won on blue side, you got to win on red side, you got to pull something out here with a terrible kind of run, and now momentum on your side. Will they be able to do it? Our knockout phase concludes our first match here. Hanwha Life Esports, AGAL, as we send it on over to the casters.
Well, it is nice that our first quarterfinal has gone the distance. Last game imminent. AGAL, their debut with their new name. They put up an exceptional game number 1, but HLE were so damn punishing in game 2. More so, they were just resilient orcs.
Yeah, resilient was exactly the word I was going to say.
Yeah.
I feel like there was a lot of moments. You know, I think a word you could say is clutch. I think another word you could say is kind of winging it. You know, the Arakan.
Yeah.
The Baron, where Peanut just walked up and said yoink.
Yeah.
Did the Mapingu, you know, a classic from Peanut. I think if you look at the average of this series so far, pretty favored towards AL.
Yeah.
Because game 1, very favored towards them. In game 2, you know, HLE was down on the wire. It was close. It was pretty close throughout it. So game 3, we'll see what HLE can do. It's side selection for AL. I think this is still not the sort of peak level of play we've seen from HLE.
Sure.
And AL still showing that they are a formidable team, the formidable team we saw at MSI. We will get into the bans, and we are going to see Gwen banned once again by AL, consistent ban all 3 games from them. Going to take away the Jace from Zeus as well. Yorick going to be banned. That was something they started banning in game 2. And the Poppy is something they banned in the first 2 games, but it's actually going to be AL who banned that Poppy away this time. Vi is something that was talked about in the studio. So I wonder with the Poppy off the cards, maybe if the priority on the Vi goes up a little bit. They're trying to bait out a Vi ban in this situation.
Yeah, because what else is there? Like, in terms of skirmishing junglers, Xin Zhao, Pantheon, Wukong all taken away, even the Trundle. And with that Yono combination, Sejuani hasn't really been seen. 5 bans. So we go down tier list of junglers. But Tarzan getting him prior here makes a lot of sense. But also, is it just going to be one of those mid lane picks, like seeing early Annie Orcs? We're going to see early Rise for someone like Shanks.
Could do. I mean, the option's there. Maybe with the Jace banned. I mean, Jarvan is open and available. They have to lock that in. So sort of moving down the tier list in terms of those. I feel like Peanut could just go towards a tank jungler.
And can you just go Ezreal here? That's a miss. That's a miss. But Jarvan B1 seems maybe a mistake. A no. Okay. But don't you just pull out, like, don't you have mobile AD carry like an Ezreal or something here would be nice against Jarvan that can just kind of all in and needs mobile carries?
I feel like you could definitely lean into picks where the impact of the Cataclysm is reduced.
Yep.
The Galio going to come through. That partially feels like a little bit of a denial as well, because I feel like Jarvan Galio can be pretty punishing.
You take Ori here with it as well, and then just show that you're going to go Galio top. But
no, I wouldn't blind Galio top. Yeah, no, definitely not.
Glad I have you here.
Yeah, I mean, pick this up. It'll be interesting to see if they opt to go for a jungle pick here. I do think that I was talking about Peanut potentially going like a tank jungler. I don't think that's going to be the case if you're going to Galio, and it looks like the Lee Sin they hovered is something they're going to commit to. An old favor, I remember way back in the day when it was SKT Peanut and he broke the kill record at MSI.
Oh, was that the 16 kill game or something?
Something like that.
Been broken since, but it was crazy for a jungler.
Yeah, long time ago. So definitely a classic for
that
Peanut.
Is
and
a
the
throwback.
Jhin. Seeing a lot of Jhin bans in the second rotation, but it looks like Hope looking to prioritize that one. And you've heard the term many times before, shooting a fish in a barrel. This will be shooting oranges in a Cataclysm. A little bit different, but
though I get the
and I think the Jarvan Rise as a combo pretty strong. You know, matching the global pressure that the Galio has, but also, you know, playing into 2 melee champions already, 2 short range champions. You can really stack up the flux quite easily in these team fights.
And as you said, you don't want to pull this Galio up blind. Feels like it's going to be mid for now. There's that Ezreal against the Jarvan, so there is a bit of mobility added into HLE's comp against this said pick.
Yeah, not a huge surprise for Viper specifically, and also just into the Jarvan.
It's great Ezreal, yeah.
So, you know, both teams prioritizing those AD carries early. In top lane, not coming through yet. I do feel like we've had a lot of the, we've had some of the higher prior top laners off the cards and banned. It does put us in a situation where, HLE have some choices. You could go for like a high prior pick on 4, and then go counter pick either support or top lane. What I imagine is whichever engage support is left available could end up coming out on 4 for HLE, and then they go counter pick for Zeus on that last pick.
Yeah.
And honestly, there could be a lot of options. I mean, with the Ezreal, you could even see Delight bring out like the Bard. Into Jhin, you can cancel the ult. It's something he has brought out as a ranged option. You're into a mobile carry, so it's a lot of value. I mean, heck, even defensively, you could throw it down on a Cataclysm, although I don't think that's really a great use case for it.
True.
We'll see, although I think Bard Blind might be a little bit optimistic. And there are still quite a few engaged options available in like Nautilus and Leona.
Well, that's one taken away.
Do you take away that one?
I think they're fishing maybe for Leona. I mean, look, Karma against Jarvan, do you think that's also an option for HLE for the 2v2?
I
with this Ezreal,
would not pick Karma. Definitely not Blind, and also into Jarvan, because the thing is, you have the Ezreal, and Karma I feel like can be quite a vulnerable target. They can just look to focus, but it really depends on the bot lane matchup.
Yeah, it feels like Rakan would have been a nice follow-up here, but unfortunately it's taken away.
Rakan would be so good here, but yeah, it's banned. So I like the Camille ban though. Honestly, Camille would have been huge for Zeus, and also pairing with the Galio. I think that's one that was a heads-up ban away from AL. So we'll see if they opt to go for the support pick here on 4. I mean, there isn't anything that like really screams out to me that you need to grab it now.
But Leona, you said.
I mean, they opt to go for Leona. That is like the last remaining engaged support.
Yeah.
It looks like they want counter pick for.
And this is Kael's best champ. Kael's Leona this year has been sensational. His best champion by far, I think. So it's also a nice little takeaway from the support of AL.
Yeah, and we'll see what they opt to run into it. Braum is off the cards as like a typical response. Don't like the Blitzcrank and Ezreal. Don't really like the Bard here that much. It's hard, people have gone mobile options because of the Jarvan, and I think Bard, the ult value is reduced into mobile options as well. But they opt to go for it, they lock it in. You can see what he can do on the map though. Bard is obviously something that if you can get a lot of value depending on the skill of the player, and if you can roam around, make an impact, you can definitely take off. Does have that range advantage as well into Leona. Now the top lane pick that is going to be blind for Andre. We have seen a lot of them banned away already, and it looks like he's just going to go for the Cassante. And I will say, a lot of people expect Zeus. We've seen so many historically counter picks from him in a lot of eras where he is like that counter pick player who's lent into that. We haven't seen that as much recently in the regular season of the LCK and even into Road to MSI. Will we get it here?
Oh my god.
Will he bring out some old favorites? Will he say, hey, you're going to pick Sante into me, I'm going to punish that? He has a supporter for Galio who can lean towards the top side.
Oh my god, please. What? Oh my god. Okay, Orcs, is this Kindred top? It's not Lee Sin top, is it? It's Kindred top, isn't it? Or is it...
Why are you asking? We ain't seen this.
Or
this is brand
mid?
new. I think it might be Lee Sin top.
It's your
Kindred
team. I want to know what he's cooking.
Lee Sin top? Kindred jungle? I think it might be.
Right. Because we used to have, in LPL, we used to have a Kindred AD carry player and someone who would, in solo queue was playing a lot of Kindred top. So that was ages ago. That was like 3-4 years ago.
No, this is a lot of trust, but
this is a huge amount of trust.
Into the Cataclysm, the Kindred has some mobility. You also, the ult counteracts it quite effectively. But even the Lee Sin into the Cassante in the top lane, if he does end up going for the all-out, you have the execute damage on the Q.
Yeah.
This is some cooking, I feel like the composition that came out from AL, pretty standard, nothing too crazy. HLE went a little bit off the rails on the back end with that flex, and we'll see what they can do. A lot of confidence being put in Peanut. If I'm just going to be strictly honest, he's been gapped by Tarzan so far this series. He needs to pull out a strong performance on this Kindred, because we have seen many times before how feast or famine this pick can be. If you fall behind, you're not going to have an impact in this game.
Well, it's a Game 3 draft. It's like when your back's up or against the wall. For HLE, this is what they went to. Did they overcook? Did you decide yes or no? What do you think?
Ask me after the game.
You're a results-based Andy. Well, to be fair, seeing at least in top versus the Cassante, I'm very curious as to how this matchup's going to go.
I think AL's comp is pretty solid.
I mean, it's more standard for sure.
But it's not infallible. I think the Ezreal pick was pretty heads up.
Yeah, the Jarvan B1, do you like that? You know, the blind Jarvan before the comp?
Not fully convinced by it, but also like Kindred is such a feast of fam, and like it does well into things like the Jarvan.
Yeah.
But I don't know. You know, Kindred has Peanut has to have a great performance on this Kindred. We'll have to see what he can do.
As well as Zeus and that Lee Sin top versus Cassante. HLE, have they overcooked is the question of this game number 3, this final game of the series. Our quarterfinals have just begun, but one team is going home. After this, is it HLE or anyone's legend?
Just needed that bit of spice in the end.
We did. If HLE are going out, they go out with a bang. If they take out anyone's legend, they take him out with a bang. Either way.
You know, I wouldn't have put it past Zeus to bring out Kindred top. I really wouldn't have.
Yeah. Well, that Shield of Daybreak is charged up, but the Light doesn't actually get the auto attack to lock down Kael as he backs off. And HLE look for deep vision here after Hope is just spotted out.
They'd actually end up going for it. I think Aware would have just been cleared out pretty quickly if they did.
Yeah.
They're trying to fake that they could have worn that brush there. But early information is so important. You know, we always talk about Kindred and the stacks. 4 stacks is when you get that first range upgrade, and then it's every 3 after that. But that first 4 is like the biggest spike. And it's kind of like, you know, when you have Kayn and the transformation, it's not quite the same, but it's like you're half a champion before you get that first range upgrade. Like after that, more stacks is obviously nice, but really, we've seen games where Kindred's never hit those 4 stacks, and it feels, you're just an ult bot. You feel so underwhelming. So tracking those early on, seeing what Peanut can do, seeing if he gets lucky around those first spawns is going to be a big factor.
Well, I'm excited because for Peanut, as you said, it's been a rough series outside of a couple of steals and some cool team fighting moments last game, like the interrupt and the Shanks ulti as Akali. That was about it. I'm curious about top lane matchup. This is one that, like, you know, Finn would obviously probably know because Finn plays some wacky stuff.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had too much Lee Sin top. You know, Rascal was known for it in the LCK. There was a period where they were playing it a lot. Remember, Cabashard was playing it a lot in the LEC a while back. There was a period where they buffed his Tempest a lot, and people were maxing E, and it was really good.
Wave clear.
Yeah, but obviously that's not how it is right now.
True.
I assume the matchup into the Cassante, you're gonna have some early pressure, and then like after 6, if he does go for the all-in, you can kind of just burst him with kick and the execute because he has that lower threshold health. But we will see. Obviously, a lot of early power from the Lee Sin. Kind of why he's picked in the jungle.
True. Sonic Wave taken there. And you can see already Zeus in a good position. Justice Punch from Zeus, or rather Zeka. As Shanks, well, flashes forward. Thinks he has kill threat, but he does not. Maybe overcooking a bit there with Shanks.
Yeah, and Zeka's going to feel good about that. And honestly, if I was Peanut right now, I would be...
hit mid.
I'd be maybe switching my mark onto a certain someone.
Yeah.
You know, flashless Rise, when you have a Galio with flash, to me that is such a signal of a free kill to be set up later on. And Shanks feeling himself, but doesn't quite calculate the damage perfectly there.
Probably like, you know, an extra Q off with Overload on top.
Yeah.
With us Spell Flux on top, I should say, sorry.
I think it's always harder to judge with Galio because he has like the damage reduction on his W that lasts a bit longer after the shield as well, and you know, the resolve defensive runes.
Lucky. Is this Peanut's first mark? It is. He high rolled. Oh, here we go. I mean, for any Kindred player, they know they're like, it's a 50-50. What side of the map am I clearing for?
Yeah.
And he got it. And Tarzan and the Pigs are coming down and probably like, oh.
You know, personally, I think they should make it so like the first Scuttle Crab always gives a mark. Like once you take one, like either Scuttle Crab gives a mark, and once you take one, the other one loses the mark, and it's no longer a coin flip. And balance him around that, because I feel like the 50-50 is just so silly.
It is.
It's so
but if it was, so you're saying the first scuttle no matter what, so if one's taken, then the mark's just diffused, it's done.
No, so like if you go top and the enemy jungler goes bot, no matter what, you just you always get a mark of that first scuttle you take.
Oh, okay, first scuttle you take. I was going to say, is Peanut makes this gank known into Kael. Magical Journey taken, Delight's on top, but Peanut's going to follow up, mounting Dread. And Peanut clears for a second kill, or rather, I thought it was going to be a second mark. Flash away from Delight. He gets out, but Peanut has to flash as well. That wasn't actually a mark. Peanut had marked Tarzan previously.
Yeah, double sums, unfortunately, had marked Tarzan. It's a typical, I feel, for Kindred just to mark the enemy jungler. Hadn't switched it at that point.
It's also a bit obvious if you switch it just before the gank as well.
Yeah, yeah.
You know?
Oh, I wonder what that is.
I wonder where Kindred is.
Subtle, real subtle, mate. Yeah, I mean, still a kill on a Kindred, even if it isn't that extra mark, you'll absolutely take it. So, positive moves there. And we do see the swap coming through. This lands that.
And Hope is tagged out, low on mana as well with Safeguard and Iron Will. Zeus just pops him for a bit of attack speed and Hope in a bit of trouble. The good thing in the lane swap is he can just...
Zeus just got his ult, right? And genuinely, if he had his ult there, might have been able to kill, because I think a little bit longer, the ult to suspend him, and then a second Q, maybe.
Yeah.
Dangerous game played by Hope there. We'll see the play here. This is the thing with Leona into Bard is that, you know, you're quite a bulky target, right? Bard, it has a really big hitbox, and that Zenith Blade quite easy to hit. So, L walks up, does get punished. Now Peanut moving on to the Dragon.
Yeah, now on this Drake as well. A bit of a success story so far as his Kindred. I mean, an early kill too.
Yeah, I mean, still a slow start in terms of marks, but getting killed, getting objectives.
Getting one mark is better than none.
That is true.
You know?
Glass half full, guys. See, you are, Jake.
I am indeed. You know, top mark is Scuttle for the time being. Peanut is beelining towards it, but Tarzan's going to take it out before he gets there. This 2v2 might escalate in a minute 30 because Grubs are up. And Peanut already with a Phage longsword. Bit of an advantage here over Tarzan in the early game.
Yeah, definitely the start. And the thing is as well is that even if you don't have the marks from that kill, like the extra gold is going to make getting marks easier.
Yeah.
And push in that direction. Obviously though, Tarzan does have that level 6, that Cataclysm. And you know, you have targets without flash. You can potentially look for, particularly Delight level 4 with that DP Ignite currently. I will say Shanks, flash coming up soon. I would have liked to see more of a proactive effort to punish that, you know? I feel like in a mobile pick like a Ryze, Burns Flash, and you have a Galio into it. I don't know. I think that's the sort of thing that you should punish, you should look to capitalize on. I feel like we saw a game earlier today where the Flash was banned proactively and it was actually turned around quite effectively, and there was just repeated ganks to make things happen.
Yeah, mobile mage with no flash feels very easy to do so. But you're right, Peanut doesn't get anything in the end, and that flash is about to come back up. So at 7.5 minutes in the game, this is that one kill towards bot. It's still Peanut with a bit of a lead. It's still an early game that you can be proud of here. Next mark, though, just going to have to track it out as Grubs is spawning in 10 seconds. Tarzan is clearing up. Peanut is now level 6 as well. So both junglers have that to the table. And we're just going to have to see, because both bot lanes are still top here. And Zeus doesn't have TP available. Flandre, he does not either. So it could just be a 4v4.
Peanut not looking towards the top side, maybe the Grubs.
Timing going to be rough here. Flag down
TP
first.
is just going to be from Leona. No TP for top laners currently, but they are trying to make something happen off this. Trying to get the Galio to move in.
Delight does not have ulti available. Kael does. Tempered Fate, the advantage, misses though. So now that's down. Tried to use it with T1's own skin, but fails there as the flag and drags in. Tarzan and fighting Saga with Deadly Flourish onto Peanut, who still has his ulti available. There you go. Ulti for ulti, the Cataclysm in the shiny dome, but the Galio ult is going to save Grace as Zeka comes in. Tarzan gets out with a brisk of health. Flag and drags over the wall. He has no way out. He's on the wrong side of the rift, and Peanut gets another mark. Meanwhile, HLE are fending off the rest of the fighters. AL will not come out of this one without the Grubs, or rather, with the Grubs, but no kill.
And I think Peanut so happy that Tarzan just flag and dragged over the wall to deliver the kill to him, deliver the mark. You know, it was actually the ult from Viper that secured it, but mark goes in favor. And it is Grub advantage towards AL. We also saw Zeus move up towards the top side, so a little bit of alone time for Flandre, but I think HLE happy with the outcome overall.
And Peanut is in a great spot. Orcs, I see 2.
2 out of 4.
I see 2 out of 4, yeah. Won't be able to get that third mark that's on the left side of your screen there.
Who's he going to mark next?
Don't know.
Who would you put on?
Who would I put a mark on? Oh, I'd put it on Shanks. He just lost his flash again.
You know what?
Let's do that.
That is a great call. That's what I would do too.
Yeah.
We see the commit here, but it's kind of difficult because he has the ultimate. This is kind of why the Kindred's been picked in the job and ends up having to flash out. And I think Zeka did a great job of disrupting and keeping the rest of the team busy, as did Delight. And then here, I think Tarzan, you should have just given the kill over to Zeus. Because by that point, Peanut hadn't actually hit him for a while.
True.
I don't think he would have got the mark credit, so I think you should have just given it to Zeus, denied the mark. In the end.
Wait, Shanks, no. Remember, no flash available. Flash in. Zeka doesn't connect, but shielded around. Shanks going to stand there with a full taunt duration. Unfortunately, Peanut does not have it set over to Shanks, but it's a kill regardless.
If he'd listened to you, he'd have 3 marks.
He would have 3 marks. Yeah, 3 marks better than 2.
Yeah, well, still a good kill, but...
Well, 1 is enough. 1 mark is enough.
Yeah, taking advantage, though, of that lack of flash on the rise. Zeka, a little bit of a miss with that initial flash
At least he tried, you know.
He unfortunately didn't have to try too hard to be able to secure that kill.
You're going to fight bot now, though.
Oh, it's like very aggressive. TP coming in.
Zenith Blade, Solar Flare, True Shot Barrage. There's the damage down. Kale's going to get Magical Journey, though. Nicely done. Zeka does commit the TP. That means Shanks is going to be alone and isolated for top lane. He's going to get the push in. Well, that dragon spawns in 3 seconds. HLE will have numbers advantage.
Yeah, good Magical Journey to get them out, but at the end of the day, you still leave the area, you still sacrifice the objective. And second dragon for HLE, it's already been an Ocean Dragon and a Cloud. They did end up getting a high-value soul here, which HLE would feel really good about.
Oh, high value. Oh, it's Infernal.
Infernal feels so good, especially with like an Ezreal, a Lee Sin.
Lee Sin, yeah.
And the thing is as well, when you're playing into a Kindred as well, you know, you have that extra element of making it so tricky to smite objectives. Because you go in with a smite and he pops the ultimate, you waste your smite and then he waits for it to end before securing it. Adds an extra element of chaos when we already have 4 potential smites in this game.
Classic. Just until spellbook shenanigans, isn't it? There's Trinity Force now picked up for Peanut. This is going on. Actually, interrupt was nice from Flandre. Zeka not in trouble. It's just Grasp of the Undying to be farmed. And I was going to say, where the items for AL, they're still a little bit behind in this game, about 1,000 to be precise at 12 and a bit minutes. Nothing's up, so this item advantage not going to be abused yet, but HLE are definitely strong right now as we've got Thunder Sky for Zeus as well. This Lee Sin has just been farming it out in the lane, waiting for the skirmishes to come through as Kale just caught out, but he's got a Magical Journey over the wall.
Yeah, hard really to pin down some of these targets. I feel like if Kale's playing it right with the Magical Journey, can kind of disengage before the CC's layered, and you know, Jarvan also a hard target to pin down, so not finding too many picks. Although we see the light constantly sort of looking right now. Viper does just pick up the Triforce. I feel like another situation where, you know, the Jhin, 3 items, I think, really big spike for him. I mean, the 1 item spike is nice, the Ghostblade, but 3 items is a really big one. We have to see like Ghostblade wrapped by IE. But the 2 item for the Ezreal will be a really big breaking point for HLE to play around. Because as this game gets later, a Ryze and Jhin will be a little bit hard to deal with.
They will indeed. No true tank in your team. The Leonos, that's it. As Dragon, look, we're far away, but we're just fighting around this area anyway. Delight instant flash away into the Zenith Blade. Tempered Fate doesn't connect, and Peanut is now hitting again, setting up for another mark. The ulti out immediately from Peanut. The Lamb's Respite going to be down just to heal up. Delight as Curtain Call is lining down, but Zeka's in the way. Really good blocking. He gets Deadly Flourished after the fact, and there is no kill in the end. Kale gets out and stops Peanut from moving to number 3.
Yep, I think AL stayed exactly as long as they wanted in that fight, and then immediately disengaged after the ult came through from Peanut.
Yeah.
A lot of poking and prodding for these two teams. You know, this is last game before one of them will go out of this tournament. And you can feel the tension between them, but they're still trying to find advantages, find these windows. Not for lack of trying. We've only had 3 kills in this game of 14 minutes, but both of them respecting their opposition.
All out might be used here. Flandre is getting maximum trading onto Zeus, but then again, Zeus doesn't really mind. They both are okay. Zeus actually has to kick away, even with his healing. He's worried about that further engage as Flandre, the only one up, by the way, in gold, after the laning phase is all said and done at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, at least they're not really cutting through the Sante so well, it seems. And also the Bramble Vest kind of limiting a lot of that sustain coming through.
Who knew?
For Zeus. So
it's not the usual counter matchup.
It's not the Garen, you know.
It's not the Garen. It's not, I guess people see Renekton still as one of the good matchups. It's not the Vayne top that we almost got. So, Orcs.
Yep.
Does the Lee Sin top, do we expect big engagements to happen? Like, is Herald going to be a big fight now here with it, with the TP? What do you think?
I mean, if you find an angle, you can go for it, you know. A kick onto Shanks, I hope, would be huge, but they don't really have vision. They don't have great TP wards, and it's going down so quick.
In comes Zeus, or Zeka, excuse me. Zeus no busy in the meantime in a side lane. Herald's just down. They're slowly losing the turret, but there's only one grub for HLE. It's not going down quick enough, and with teleport from Flandre to match, HLE don't get anything for the trade.
Yeah, bit of damage in the tower is all, so I think AL go for the rush on the Herald and get a reward for it. Peanut's still sitting on 2 marks, hasn't really found a way to push in and take any camps away with the marks, and also he's had that mark on Kyle for a while, and he's kind of played very defensively. I don't think really because of the mark, but just because generally dying in League of Legends is something you want to avoid.
It is, actually. It's good play. Sometimes there's good deaths, but most of the time we're not having good deaths, you know, like we were talking about it yesterday, right? My deaths, I try to be like him, but like I'm 0-5 on 1 and 5, and it's just no one on my team is saying that was a good death. They're saying,
the positive reinforcement.
They're saying other things to me. I'm getting negative reinforcement from my team, and I don't know why. Well, I mean, I know why, but you know, we can't all have supportive team members, can we?
No.
One day.
You need your team just to back you up.
Yeah, where's the love?
Good death, bro. You definitely needed to die there.
Hey,
solid.
Where are my Platinum Emerald teammates to support me?
Okay, set up for Dragon now. You see Zeus at a bit of a flank angle. TP coming in from Zeka.
Okay, Zeka with ulti as well, Solar Flare. Instant flash from Shanks. Look towards the front line. Flandre has disengaged from the rest of the team. Tempered Fate, a 3-man while Delight is dying. It sets up time for AL. Zeus jumps in though with an instant burst and snap onto Shanks while KL flashes away. It's weird from AL. They're separated and torn apart. A flip back from Flandre, good again, but AL just can't get any kills. The damage onto Zeka. Isolated is good, but in the all-out and the curtain call, they need to start finding some bodies to hit the floor. Peanut with the Lamb's Respite, buying time again. Deadly Flourish, he disengages, he runs back. He's getting the DPS down, but AL have stood their ground. Hope with the last, Peanut the only one alive. And they methodically pulled apart the fight there from anyone's legend.
Such a broken up fight, but really Flandre and Hope got so much value there. Felt like HLE weren't able to find the right target. Now looking for more. Or is he?
Played in. Yeah, Tarzan maybe too far forward. Peanut just wants a kill in response, but out of range. He jumps back in. Kale takes a magical journey. Hope is close to dying as well. Delight's going to do it for him, but Kyle's too fast away, and he's got the cinders on the ground, so Peanut will not catch a break. Or will he catch death? I'm not sure. He's not going to go too far forward because that Shank's in the way.
Isn't Kindred the representation of death?
Yeah, but she can die too, right? Like one day, you know. Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
Anyway, so the fight. So something significant here. The light starts to engage up on a Shanks who burns the flash. So Zeus is immediately like, right, no flash on Rise. I want Rise. The Tempered Fate buys time here though, so it keeps Shanks alive a lot longer than otherwise he would have. And actually means you have to commit more. And all this meantime, Hope and Flandre just pumping damage out. Yes, Hope gets engaged on, but then Flandre gets this great angle here onto Zeka, drags him out of the fight, removes an element. Hope got enough distance to pop this ultimate, and Peanut's having to block shots and pop the ult to keep them alive. And then Hope can walk up here. Everyone's come together. The bouncing grenade value is massive. I believe that's what actually finishes off fight for here. Yeah.
Wow. Oh my lord. Yeah, Tabe is screaming.
As he should be. That was a great fight.
That was an insanely methodical fight, pulled apart. As you said, Flandre, 5k damage. We're at 18 minutes in that fight. And Cassandre did almost 5,000 damage. That's how long he was staying engaged for.
I thought Cassandre got nerfed. What happened?
Little do we know, he does true damage now.
Why is he back? You know?
He just always finds a way, doesn't he?
He's resilient.
He just keeps coming back.
Guys, maybe Lee Sin top isn't a counter to
Maybe the Lee Sin top is indeed not an option. Well, so far, I don't think Zeus has done much.
I mean, he did get that kick on a shank.
He got the kill on a shanks. That was a nice kick.
Yeah.
But then they're also lacking a lot of damage in that fight, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Peanut's still on 2 stacks. And as I said before, without that 4 stacks, you feel so much weaker. Just a lack of range. And particularly your intra composition where being short range into Cassante, Jarvan, Ryze isn't fun.
It's not a good thing, no.
No, it's not good. Viper also not quite at that significant spike, the 2-item spike we always talk about with Ezreal's.
Deadly Flourish. They did connect. I saw Hope just take a chunk from True Shot Barrage.
AL are posturing around Arakan, but
this has been a semi-throw this series. Arakan has not been...
50% of the time it's...
50% of the time it's the correct decision.
But maybe AL are just standing around it so that HLE started up.
Also, they know they're jealous. Like a baby with a rattle, and they're like, oh, I want that.
I mean, Peanut attacked it. It's a compulsion. He can't help it.
Arakan is so dangerous. And they just go back to it. HLE are backing off, rather. So, for AL now, they just control vision. Maybe wait towards the next dragon. Minute 30 to the start of that Infernal.
I mean, that's the thing. When the Arakan is next to the dragon, you're in a position where you just control the vision in the area. And even if you don't do the Arakan, you have it set up for the dragon in the future. Now, they are looking for this bot lane tower.
Flag is down. There's a ghost that's just popped as well. I mean, Hope is getting the push.
It's a Kindred, so it's hard to really dive with the ultimate. But they have cleared out the vision. Delight gets a ward over the wall.
Peanut on vision, though. On vision, he clears it out, but he's caught out. He's Tempered Fate. He has to kite it out, and Kael doesn't find him in the end. The curtain call is lighting down once again, and the 4th shot into Delight. Half HP for the support as AL are looking to take the turret with the back end of the chunk.
Yeah, a bit of poke coming through. I mean, Peanut does have a bit of sustain in the kit on the passive, but not really any option to get
Lee Sin meanwhile, by the way. The Realm Warp. Kael flashes forward. The Cosmic Binding was fantastic. The Cataclysm is a 3-man. HLE are stuck inside. Now Flandre comes in with the Galio ulti being layered down. Zeus and Zeka are heading backhand, but Peanut, he's dropped his ult in the nick of time, but AL are all inside. It saves them more. AL still alive, and Flandre just cannot die. The Winds of War out of range. And the Soul Laners, while they saved the back of the fight, it looks like in the end, AL stands stronger.
Such a messy fight, and so many members of AL were caught. Oh, doesn't find it.
Good sidestep upwards.
So many members of AL were caught in the AoE from Zeka, but a bit too tanky, and Flandre in particular is so hard to deal with right now. Able to cut through. We do see dragons spawning up now. Peanut's still down, but members of HLE are moving back onto the map. AL rushing over as well. We'll see who's able to set up in time. Tarzan is going to be there first.
Round 2.
But Peanut is heading over, but not towards the bot side of the map.
Where's he going? His mark is not up there. He wants red buff.
Yeah, perhaps confident that they're not going to immediately start it up.
I think he's right, though, because they got vision on it. And Tarzan's taking his time to get there. He actually took Raptors in the meantime. That ward stays there. Flag's down. They now know Tarzan's on it. Okay. Red buff being pulled. And it's not a global red buff yet. It is just a singular one with a sharing element. But
I think the decision, the call has been made. We're not fighting Dragon.
Yeah, they're leaving it.
We're missing a lot of key... missing a lot of key abilities. And he's clearing through some camps, but wants to be around in time for Arakan if they get started up. But the fights have been chaotic. I think Flandre, a bit of a main character in this game right now.
Boy, Peanut gets his own blue buff. You're right, Flandre is definitely... He's like Saitama at this point. His punches do a lot. It just depends how much he holds back. Shielded around, but unstoppable. Flandre gets taunted in the end. Tempered Fate for Grob and for Zeus, or rather Zeka. The all-in, though, the kick, but it's away. It's a disengage to Hope. He'll live, and saved away by the Galio ulti. Flandre in the middle, finally going to die. Is he finally going to die?
He's still alive!
He's all out, keeps him alive, and so does the Lamb's Respite. AL's top laner just keeps thriving. Delight somehow in the backside, and the Lee Sin top didn't work, but nothing that HLE send is working at this point.
Flandre still alive through all that. The focus comes through, but they're just not able to cut through him. And now Arakan picked up by AL. Big lead opened up, the extra stats, the extra XP going to come through, and it feels like this brick wall in the top lane. Too much of an issue for HLE to deal with. Not even sure they're going to be able to get this tower in the mid lane. TP will deny it. And once again, would you believe, it's Flandre there.
It is Flandre.
He's a superstar this game.
He is. But all 3 games, I feel like Flandre's impact has been grand. You know?
I mean, I feel like Tarzan was such a big factor in the previous one.
He was, but...
I mean, I don't think Flandre hasn't been, but I think this one has just been, he is by far the main character. And so Zeus tries to find an angle here. Initially, a lot of focus is put onto Zeka. They get him with a Tempered Fate. Flandre gets the flick back, but then, you know, the kick attempt comes in, but it's a great flash from Hope. But look, they try and focus down the Cassante, and he just doesn't die. And eventually, they have to commit the defensive ult. And it just ends up, you know, saving Flandre as well. But I think if they didn't ult, they would have just all died immediately. But, you know, doomed if you do, doomed if you don't.
I don't know what we're looking at. It was like he flashed and then did the Charleston slide or something and altered mid-flash. And so Flandre went left, then right. It was the cha-cha slide. Let's call it what it is. And yeah, the damage across the board.
Look at Viper's damage.
Viper's doing a lot on
How are
Ezreal.
you doing 5.2k damage and he's still not dying? This champion's not balanced. Guys, Niv, where's Showmaker when you need him to shout out Niv Cassante?
Oh my god, we've got another one brewing surely.
We need to copy faster back.
It's rough. I feel like HLE, they threw this draft up and said, hey, let's throw a spanner in the works. Call it what you will. The Lee Sin R5 pick. Sorry, it was Kindred R5. We saw the Lee Sin earlier on, obviously. It turned to be a flex. Yeah. But I don't know how much work it's doing. Peanut's caught out back of the pit. Lamb's Respite up and available. Curtain call. He's just not going to press it. He knows it's doomed. And the shots from Hope are going to get the kill and help with the Baron here. No smite available except for Delight's. Delight, if he gets a miracle still here, he's the hero of career right now, but with the Tempered Fate, look, Flandre waits, Deadly Flush, not time, but the CC chain, the Cataclysm, AL turn for the fight instead of Baron, and they make it a sure thing, no steal in sight.
AL don't give any opportunities over, and this 2-shot barrage a little bit early, unfortunately. We'll just do a bit of poke damage, but rough game right now for Peanut. Tries to find an angle over the wall to clear some vision out, I think, and unfortunately just gets trapped there. AL being ruthless with the control, and Peanut still struggling to find that 4 stack. And you know what? I talked about earlier, those games where you just never get the 4 stacks. I think this might be one of them.
I think this might be one of them. The fact he even got the 3, I don't know how that happened. Must have been from an assist in the last fight, but it's definitely not coming from any camps because they're gone.
Look, I think sometimes when you have a big goal, it can be a bit overwhelming and seem a bit impossible. So you break it down into smaller goals, right? I think the goal right now is let's get Peanut to 4 stacks for HLE. Let's focus on that.
That seems like a small goal, but I'm not sure if that's small enough.
Let's not worry about winning the game right now. Let's focus on that because AL, they have a small goal of winning the game. That seems very doable for them. Yeah. Especially given how that play went. But for HLE, 4 stacks. That's all we're looking at right now. If you can do that, then we'll talk about the next step.
Okay. Well, I want to give highlights. Tarzan again, 100% KP. Kale's Bard has actually been really clean.
Yeah, a lot of impact.
And they stole the Leona for this. The Shank's going to be cleansed away, but look at the damage he's got. Machai's. Kale sent him in Magical Journey, and again, Tempered Fate safeguards him, while Delight wants to safeguard Zeka, but he ain't doing anything. Tarzan jumps into the fray while Peanut and Delight get out with a slimmer of HP, and Flandre is here again. Raid Boss returns, flip of the wrist, and an easy kill. Peanut, Lamb's Respite, but the patience from Hope. 4-shot damage. Viper is going to be joined in by a Team Realm Warp. They bring minions as well. AL are behind enemy lines, and Viper slowed down to buggery. Won't get a chance. Has to flash away. AL moments away from knocking out HLE just as they've arrived.
And AL making such a convincing case. The game that HLE won was such a struggle, but the 2 games Anyone's Legend are taking as they're on the cusp of finishing this one have been very convincing. HLE with a last-ditch defense to keep the hopes alive.
Peanut getting away. I think you're right, Orcs. I don't see a full stack inside. I see a 29, 30-minute win. Delight sent packing. Flandre doing it for him. This top laner smurfing. And so is Kyle. Time stands still, but only for anyone's legend as they take apart the puzzle that is the base of Hummer Life Esports. They arrived, but soon they will depart. Quarterfinals done and dusted. And anyone's legend move on to the semis.
Huge win for them, you know. They were on the receiving end of 2 series losses to LCK teams at MSI, and they get to hand one over to HLE, the team who won first stand. Obviously, a really stacked roster, but not able to match up to this team on the day. And I think a lot of great performances across the board. Tarzan had a massive performance in the jungle, but Flandre in that final game in the Cassante, an absolute monster, going up against Zeus. Of all players.
There's a reason that this team drove T1 to 5 games at MSI. There's a reason that they came so close. I mean, it's an exciting roster. It's actually, I think, one of LPL's most exciting rosters since the EDG Worlds win that Viper was on the roster for. That since IG, since the days of, you know, Doomby's FPX, like, yeah, sure, a little bit gung-ho, maybe we're not there yet, maybe it takes into Worlds, but semi-finals at EWC is a good statement, especially when, again, they came so close to getting into that finals at MSI, then who knows?
Yeah, and we're going to see how far they can go in the tournament.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Tarzan is standing by, Ian on stage, another key crush, and this time it's going to be Hummer Lives.
I am indeed standing by with Tarzan. This is your Amazon winners interview. AGAL make it into the semi-finals. We'll talk about who they could be facing off against a little bit later on. HLE are out of the tournament here. Tarzan, you started this series so strong in Game 1. Game 2, it looked like you could have closed things out, but then they steal your Baron, the momentum shifts. Going into Game 3, how did you approach it?
首先恭喜你们赢下今天的比赛，然后进入到了半决赛。在第一局的时候，我们看到其实你们是非常平稳的度过了第一局，然后在第二局的时候，感觉好像可以赢下比赛的同时被偷到了大龙，然后你当时是怎么决策的呢？
就第二把的话，其实也前面也很优的，但是我们就有一些失误了吧，然后我们偷大龙内部也是，就我们就尝试吧，但是我们就尝试有点失败了吧。
I think that we did make some errors during the second stage. During the Baron got steal stage, we did try a bit during that phase, but in the end it failed.
And then you brought it back to close out the series in Game 3, of course. Third place finish at MSI. Do you think that you can finish higher than that here at EWC, and why?
在 MSI 的时候，你们拿到了第3名，那你觉得本次 EWC 你们可不可以拿到一个更高的名次？
肯定有机会吧，就我们后面比赛也很有机会吧。
I do think that we have a very good shot at getting a higher place at the EWC.
Now, you can either face off against MKOI or T1 in the semi-final. I have a feeling that you might want to face off against T1 to get revenge for them knocking you out of MSI.
你们在半决赛中将会遇到 MKOI 或者是 T1， 我相信你肯定是非常想遇到 T1 的。那你觉得就是想不想遇到他们呢？感受是怎么样？
感觉 T1 会上来吧，然后我们这次如果打到 T1 也是比我上嘛，所以感觉更有机会吧，比 MSI。
I believe that T1 will get the shot against MKOI, and I do think that we have a great chance against T1 in the best of 3.
Well, that is yet to be seen, but what is guaranteed right now is a key crush. Would you like to crush a key right now?
你可以现在自己去亲自压碎他们的钥匙了，你想不想做这件事情？
我去吗？是我要去的吗？或者不知道，感觉不知道。
He was very shocked actually. He said, "Oh, am I doing it?
Yeah, you are.
You're doing it.
Are you ready?
准备好了吗？
Okay, come with me. It can be hard. If you are not a cruel competitor, it's not always an enjoyable experience, but this is something Tarzan is going to do right now. It was their first loss at EWC. It was their first loss, and it was a devastating one. It's time to say goodbye to HLE.
With the first best of 3 done and dusted, I have Zeus from HLE for our losers interview. So please walk me through that match point game where you guys decided to play something like the Lee Sin and Kindred, where these champions are often seen kind of off meta for their respective roles.
일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 3경기에서 일단 리신과 킨드레드라는 어떻게 보면 굉장히 좀 특이한 조합을 들고 오셨어요. 그래서 이 조합을 좀 짜게 된 배경에 대해서 좀 한번 설명해 주신다면요.
일단은 리신은 뽑을 때부터 좀 선픽으로 박아도 지금 괜찮은 티어라고 생각해서 자신 있게 뽑았던 것 같고, 아무래도 갈리오랑 조합하는 것이기 때문에 그런 정글 픽이 나오게 된 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I was really confident about the Lee Sin pick because I thought it was one of the top tier picks. But considering the fact that we're combining with Galio, so I think that was the reason we picked Kindred.
Very insightful information. And of course, this was your first time versing AGAL at the international stage. So do you think this team has that little spark behind them where something took you by surprise for this series to go like this?
이제 국제전에서 이제 AGL을 상대로 처음 이렇게 경기를 치러 보셨는데 AGL에 좀 어떤 경기력이 좀 이렇게 하나생명에게 좀 부담으로 좀 다가오셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 AL 같은 경우에는 뭐 잘하는 팀이고 좀 단단하게 잘하는 팀이라는 걸 잘 알고 있었고, AL이 잘하는 것과 별개로 좀 저희가 너무 참담한 그런 경기력을 보여줬기 때문에 지게 된 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I knew AGL was a very solid team beforehand. So that being said, we should have brought the best of us, but we couldn't. It was a very awful performance from us. So I think that was the reason we lost.
I see. Well, it's time to say goodbye to Zeus and HLE from the Esports World Cup, and back to you guys, Digon.
Thank you very much, Kitty, Maddox, and Cheryl, and In Chambers for all the insights that we had from both Zeus and Tarzan. It is AGAL outlasting Hanwha Life Esports in that game number 3. Many different angles to look at. The draft, the fights, the ults, many different ways, but in the end, all that matters is that AGAL survive and will move on to the semifinals.
Yeah, I was a little surprised from the draft, first of all. Hanwha Life picking Lee Sin into Jarvan, which is a pretty normal jungle matchup, although not something that Peanut's particularly known for. But then they ended up flexing the Lee Sin top lane, taking Kindred, which was certainly a curveball. Didn't go very well, though. Kindred didn't really get a lot of stacks, even though he had a pretty decent early game. And I'm not too sure about that Lee Sin top. It didn't seem too impactful. Zeus seems like a bit of a grasp merchant this series, you know, pulling it out on Yone last game instead of the lethal tempo, and then this game on Lee Sin versus, you know, something like Conqueror, which is pretty non-standard. It is really good for laning, but I was pretty surprised to see that.
I think it was pretty clear that the value compared to the Cassante was just not really there. And, you know, in a game 3 where you're trying to be tricky and then you pull out this Kindred for Peanut and then he has a game like that, which he was doing okay. He was like building up and we thought, hey, you know, maybe he can build up to a great game 3. But you know, Zeus obviously isn't going to say it, but I personally think that Peanut had a pretty poor game number 3. And unfortunately against a team like AGAL, you're just not going to win if that's the way it goes.
I mean, in his interview, he did say, hey, we lost because we played awful, picked a very specific word to describe that. But I feel like the draft was a little too cute, a little too creative. The Kindred did get started there, but then after that, it had such a hard time finding kills and maybe a couple of ultimates, those tempered fates, that really stunted the rest of Hanwha Life Esports from getting in by the Bard. I just feel like this was a tough one to play unless you snowballed it all the way through, and AGAL had so many tools to stifle the game plan, the idea for Hanwha Life Esports.
Yeah, I think on paper, maybe this could work if Kindred got super fed, but I don't even know if she's that good right now in general. You know, a lot of times when Kindred's strong, you see a lot of the one tricks and solo queue doing well, but I haven't seen many Kindreds lately, and I think the champion might just be kind of on the weak side. And so Yeah, I mean, especially if you're going to play it, though, you have to play to it. You have to help Kindred get all the marks, you know, move as a team with your support. Make sure you can get the 4 stack. That's super important to be able to play the game. Wasn't able to get it. And then they kind of ran into this damage problem where you have Lee Sin, Galio, Ezreal, and they just couldn't get through Cassante. I think Flandre had an insane series. I would not have thought that Flandre would get the better of Zeus coming into this. I thought that would be a Hanwha Life Esport top gap for sure, but not how it went. Flandre played great, did a lot of work with tanks, and yeah, you know, just didn't have a good answer for it.
Yeah, it felt like Coach Tabe just kept that Gwen banned consistently, didn't allow Zeus to touch that one, and because of that, he didn't have the same level of impact as we're used to seeing. Let's take a look at some of the highlights as we recap this one. It started off early. Wanted to point this one out because the Bard was criticized early on against pretty mobile champions and doesn't quite land his ult here. That allowed the re-engage for Hanwha Life Esports, and the fight goes the way of Hanwha Life here.
This was actually from the Lee Sin Prio. He got the first move on Cassante, and Cassante didn't have TP, which then kind of ended up with Tarzan getting in too deep. He initially went in to get the Kindred ult, and then I think he kited pretty well, but then, you know, as soon as Lee Sin cut him off, he was like, oh, well, I'm dead. Rather give the kill to someone other than Lee Sin. So Lee Sin did get a little bit of value in the early game with, you know, he had that freeze top lane where he got his bot lane like 3 extra range creeps, and then he had this early move. So it did do a little bit, but I don't think it was enough to justify giving in to Cassante because, you know, Cassante's just so strong later on.
Yeah, I mean, there was still a lot left open. You know, this wasn't like a game 4 or game 5 of Fearless. I think they just got a little bit too cute and a little bit of like, hey, what if we did this? This feels, especially like with the Kindred and the Galio, it's like, oh, well, it has great synergy, but you got to consider first, like, is Kindred even a good pick, right? Like you're saying, I think tier-wise, we see it every so often, but not the best one nowadays.
All right, third Drake is where the game broke wide open here as we take a look at our second replay. And yeah, this one just a little tough. How do you get in there when Hanwha Life or when AL is already there? You're thinking, okay, fight together maybe, but a great ult
really
here
good
by the
Bard ult.
Cassante splits things up.
Yeah, I think the Bard ult was great. It kind of kept HLE from really following up because this could have went the way of HLE. Rise used his splash and then got kicked in by Lee Sin, so I think they could have blown him up pretty quickly, but 3-man Bard ult, and then you know, Cassante was able to kidnap Galio over the wall, get the shutdown, and then, I don't know, Kindred ult is one of those tools that's very hard to use effectively because sometimes it's actually correct to not press ult on Kindred and die. You know, if the other team is very low and you're the only one who's going to die, sometimes it can be better to just let yourself die. But obviously, it feels wrong to do that. And then, you know, you see an all-out Cassante. He loves the Kindred ult. He's more than happy to be sitting in there, just doing so much damage. He can't actually die, and then he'll have like his E and W by the end of it. So, yeah, I mean, it felt like the Kindred pick helped Flandre out more than all of Hanwha Life Esports.
And we have a perfect example of that in our last replay here, where we watched Hanwha Life Esports say, hey, we're not going to fight the Drake. The Drake goes on over, and then they kind of walk into a fight here that afterwards AGAL take the Otacon.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really fantastic flash from Hope, which was pointed out by Ox on the cast. You know, if he gets that kick and he knocks up 3 people, then maybe. But again, you've got to be really crisp. You have to be basically perfect on the Lee Sin to make it work. And again, this is one of these points where, like, Flandre's about to die, Tarzan's about to die, everybody's about to die, and then you just heal up everybody else. And it's just rough, especially from behind. And when you're lacking damage, it's like, well, do I try to save my team, or do I just keep all those guys that we can barely kill alive from the enemy team? And you can see that everybody on the side of AGAL in the back room was extremely excited. Just another day at the office for the players as, you know, I think HLE, they could have played better today, but also kind of a warm-up one. I still feel like AGAL have more in the tank than what they showed today because, again, from my perspective, I do think that I agree with Zeus. I don't think they had the best day, and it was still yet a close series, so I feel like AGAL still have more in the tank.
All right, well, with that win, AGAL will move on to the semifinals. They have an off day tomorrow as the other quarterfinals will be wrapping on up, but they will face the winner against T1 or Movistar Koi, and that quarterfinals will be played tomorrow. So the matches tomorrow will be T1 and Movistar Koi, as well as Genji versus FlyQuest. But that does mean up next we have BLG versus G2, yet another chapter in this fantastic rivalry that has crossed international play. These two teams always seem to end up matching up against each other, and they've produced some great matches here.
Yeah, I think it's a big match for G2. They looked a lot better coming into EWC compared to what we saw in MSI. And BLG, they've been kind of hit or miss. I think they're still a very strong team overall, but they haven't had the cleanest games. I don't think they've really gotten the results that they want. So I'm sure they've been super focused, trying to get back to where, you know, they want to be. And we're going to have some awesome matchups like Caps versus Knight and Ben versus Broken Blade. I think it will be a good one as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Valdez, any final thoughts on Hanwha Life Esports, given the fact that last time we saw them, they weren't quite themselves here. They get a couple wins on the board. They have a convincing comeback victory here, but ultimately bow out at quarterfinals.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit of struggle street nowadays. I think really that loss to T1 and road to MSI did a number to their mental, and you know, they got 3-0. They got smashed when we were all expecting them to win. So to go from that, you can tell that the players weren't feeling great from there, and then they come here and they don't show their best stuff. So it's rough for them, but hopefully they can bounce back at LCK. I still think that AGL, though, were a great opponent, and they can do some damage here at EWC.
Yeah, maybe for Hanwha Life Esports, a win with the draft like that would have signified maybe some swagger coming back in the sales. Instead, they head back to the LCK, getting ready for the second half of the season. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll set the table for G2 against Billy Gaming in the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
us on Esports Arena, where the playoffs of Dota 2 are happening. And honestly, it looks really exciting. The crowd is amazing, and I'm joined here by Nomad to tell us more about this.
Yeah, I mean, we just had an incredible series coming out where actually one of the favorites, BB, got eliminated by one of the teams we didn't really expect to do that well, win Tundra. So already an upset. It's really heating up.
Oh, wow. And who looks like the strongest team in the tournament so far?
I would say probably Liquid coming into this. They've had a really good year, and also they won TI last year, so I think a lot of people are looking at them.
All right. Well, thank you very much for all these informations.
Oh, wow, is that G2? They're coming on in thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport and ready to go against one of their new rivals that have been playing against each other year in and year out at international play. It is BLG, one of the stalwarts of the LPL. They're getting to go onto the stage for the first time and show the world what they're made of here at the Esports World Cup. Welcome back, Degon, alongside Medios and Finn to close out this series between these two squads. Let's run through that G2 roster one more time, who also ran through the group stage, which is why they're here today. Starting in the top lane, they've got Broken Blade, Skumond, the Western Goat Caps, Hansama, and Lebrov rounding it on out. And Finn, our resident LEC fanboy who's been leading the charge in terms of the cheers and the chants, how do you feel how this team has looked so far in the tournament?
Those are my boys. That's my boys, that's my region, and I am excited to actually be a little bit happy to watch G2 finally, because that MSI, boy, that sure was depressing, but now we are actually loaded and ready, and I feel like we have seen solid improvement. A lot of the question marks are kind of getting answered. BB doesn't seem to be slumping as hard anymore, and we've seen Skumond and Lebrov kind of look a little bit more proactive. Now, is that strong enough to beat BLG? That question will be answered in a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a nice test for G2. Obviously, they've looked better. They went 2-0 yesterday. But again, those were just best of ones. Those don't test your fearless drafts whatsoever. And yeah, I think G2 is capable of winning games. We did see them win games at MSI, although they didn't win series. So this will be a great test. They've got to beat BLG twice to move on. So, you know, we'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, I like that you bring that up again, reminding everyone at home, this is a best of three, so fearless rules are in play. And we had that very eclectic draft for On Life Esports there in the last series. So hopefully we'll be treated to all three games. And, you know, there aren't too many better teams that come prepared than G2. They've always got the drafts kind of locked down. They generally have the right ideas. They're not afraid from picking different things, especially in the top lane. Whether it works out or not, they take the learning lessons and try to get even stronger here, Finn.
Yeah, I'm never really worried about their drafts. It's more about their individual laning that I am keeping a close eye on, because I feel like that is where BLG can be really scary.
Not worried about the drafts? I saw quite a bit of Twisted Fate at MSI. And that would be a little worrisome if I'm a G2 fan.
Yeah, I mean, we're not at MSI anymore. That's we shake that off.
Okay, no more TF. That's good.
All right, let's look at the opposite side here. It is BLG, Billy Gaming. They're coming off of MSI as well as a fourth place finish and looking to prove themselves here at the Esports World Cup. Bin, the new jungler moving on in literally from playoffs at the LPL, Beishuan, the stalwart in the mid lane, Knight, Elk and On, really strong duo in the bottom lane. We know that if they get a lead, they will not let it go and can close games out here.
BLG is a super interesting team to watch. I think they're one of the most entertaining in the sense of you don't really know what you're going to get. They have extremely strong solo lanes. I think Bin and Knight have both been staples for this team, some of the best solo laners in the entire world, but the rest of their team's not always having their back, as we've seen in recent competition. Beishuan is new. He doesn't have as much experience as everyone else, and he's looked to be a little inconsistent. he has some good games, but other games he looks a little bit lost. And then On is he's a coin flip for sure. He makes some great plays, and then he'll just have a series of feeding his brains out nonstop. So yeah, I don't know what we're going to get, which makes it all that more exciting to watch.
Yeah, sometimes on, sometimes off. But what's on right now is an interview with Beishwan standing by with Kitty.
Thanks, Dagon. We are here for the pre-match interview between BLG versus G2. By my side is Beichuan. 欢迎Beichuan选手. So we will be asking Beichuan, what do you think the biggest difference between best of 3 and best of 5s are? Because today your match is a best of 3.
就是欢迎北川来到我们的赛前采访。然后首先要问到的是，你觉得 BO3 和 BO5 最大的区别是什么？因为我们今天的比赛其实是 BO3。
BO3 可能用到的英雄都是一些比较强势的吧，然后 BO5 可能就打到后面2把用的英雄都是平常就是见到的比较少的。
I think that for a best of 3, we would just pick some aggressive champions comparing to a best of 5, because for best of 5s, we focus more on about the later stage and picking the metas that may be unexpected.
And for the finals at the Esports World Cup for League of Legends, it is a best of 5. And I know there's a lot of discussion online around how best of 5 wasn't really changing the champion pool when the game was turned over to Fearless. So what are your thoughts about that?
因为我们 EWC 的最后的决赛其实是一个 BO5， 然后有一些可能觉得BO5 的这个英雄池选择的变化不会有那么多，然后你觉得是怎么样的呢？就是你觉得 BO5 中英雄的选择，会不会有什么变化，或者是会
感觉就当前版本在 MSI 也打了很久了嘛，感觉就是应该不会有太大的变化。
We've been doing this patch for a while. Comparing to MSI, I don't think the meta would change in the best of 5 much.
So do you think with the addition of Fearless that the champion pool has actually been expanded compared to the original traditional drafting from back in the old days?
你觉得无畏征召模式或者是绝缘 BP 和以前那种传统的BP 模式，你觉得改变有没有很大呢？
我觉得就是游戏跟比赛更有意思了，因为就是会玩到很多不一样的英雄。
I think that during the matches and the game itself, it's more, playable comparing to the old way of picking the champions.
And for the last question, I want to ask, because we are in Fearless, what is your favorite champion that you've played so far because of Fearless?
就是因为我们在全局 BP 嘛，你最喜欢选的英雄是什么呢？
目前版本最喜欢玩潘森吧。
I think Pantheon is my favorite champion so far.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Cheryl and Kitty, for that interview. Beishwan, Pantheon, maybe a priority pick here, maybe a little bit tip. We've seen a lot of Pantheon here so far, Medios.
I can see why it's his favorite. Yeah, it looks incredibly broken on this patch. Everyone who gets Pantheon seems to have a really good game. So it would probably be my favorite too if I was playing.
Yeah, and then a bit of a focus, right? Some of those questions being about best of 5, now coming back down to best of 3, Fearless, and how things might change up. I think BLG, they didn't start off very strong in the LPL. They ended up ramping on up, very similar to what happened to their world finalist opponents in T1 over at the LCK. Do you feel like maybe because they've played so many different best of 5s, going all 5 games here, Finn, they might skip a step or 2 in game 2 or 3 and be like, hey, this champ was good in best of 5, and game 5, maybe we'll go there?
I don't know. I think in a best of 3, you don't really get pushed that deep in your pool. You kind of still can always play something you're really comfortable with. It's not like you're getting challenged with all the main champions being out. So I think we won't see that much digging, and I think we're going to see a lot of the standard stuff these teams have played during MSI.
All right, we have the players on stage, should be going in just about a couple minutes now. So final thoughts here, Medios. Let's get your pick between the two squads, G2 and BLG.
I would still bet BLG for this one. I think that even though they're probably one of the weaker teams as far as, the top Eastern teams, we compare them to like T1, Gen G, I think they don't quite measure up to that level, but they're still very good. And G2, they had some better games so far at this tournament, but I think they still have a long way to go if they want to prove that they should be on that top tier of teams. So I still expect BLG to win.
How about you, Finn?
If you don't have faith, why are you even here? I think it's going to be a strong G2 2-1 win.
All right. Strong 3-2? Wait, 2-1. 2-1 G2 win. All right, I was checking. I was just making sure. Because I was like, if it's 3-2, it could be 2-0, and then that's the series here between these two squads. Again, very, very familiar opponents as BLG was dominating in the LPL last year, the year before, thanks to the hands of Tabe, who was the coach of AGAL now on the opposite side. G2 winning and running Europe for years. It wasn't until this year where G2 started to struggle just a little bit. But now these two do battle for a spot in the semifinals. This one is worthy of its own finals, and everyone's going to get to enjoy it now. Will it be the former kings of Europe finding their glory once again against an opponent that's so familiar in BLG? Or will the LPL stalwarts of Billy Gaming be able to battle back? Knight versus Caps, Bin versus Broken Blade. Time to get on into it. BLG versus G2, spot in the semifinals.
This tournament truly shows no mercy. Day 2 of League of Legends at the Esports World Cup concludes with one more best of 3.
Absolutely, and it's a big one. You know why? Because we got two teams from opposite sides of the world dead set on a place in the Final Four.
3 keys have already been crushed. The last one was brutal, and one more will feel the weight of our crusher crashing down before tonight is over.
It's a best of 3 match for a final or semi-final match. So let's bring out the teams. First, we got the former kings of Europe want to reclaim the throne by beating the world. Please welcome G2 Esports.
An LPL powerhouse with eyes on global glory. It's BLG!
On global stages, BLG have been dominant over G2 since 2023. Can G2 flip the script here? Let's jump into the rifts.
Thank you so much, Ian and Fancy, for that phenomenal introduction. I'm Atlas. I'm back with Wolf for our final best of 3 of the night. Once again, a tale of revenge from the very recent MSI. And last time is time that G2 would like to forget. That was a quite brisk 3-0.
But we already saw that G2 can bounce back with their victory over FlyQuest. We've seen this roster jump back into this tournament with some revenge-oriented mindsets, right? The bounce back has been real. Sure, it's been up until this point best of ones, but we have seen this team have a much stronger performance than what we saw from MSI. It looks like a lot of preparation went into this one. I would still give the edge to BLG in this series, especially considering, like you said, that very recent history. But drafts will be important here, as both of these teams will, for the first time, be pushed into Fearless. As, you know, you get a second chance. Sure, you drop game 1, but you have to choose your champions wisely. I do think while we have seen some pretty good performances from G2, they've also left us a little bit puzzled sometimes with the side lane decisions we've seen from Broken Blade. You know, sometimes it works out for him when he pushes super deep. They get a lot of map control, but he gets punished oftentimes. We've seen Caps looking a lot better here at this tournament than what we saw at MSI. I think his champion pool is going to come through big, but they are up against the Titans that are BLG, and this roster is star-studded.
Certainly is. That gentleman right there that we can see very, very close. The zoom in on his microphone there was quite interesting, to say the least. Bin is definitely going to be a different opposition here for Broken Blade, but I do think that practice on this stage is really important. We've seen teams ramp by playing more games with the pressure of the competition actually on your shoulders. We'll see whether G2 can utilize that, as we have dove in to pick and ban already. The Poppy and the Rumble both taken away. Anti-Yordle here on the side of G2, as the Varus and the Pantheon also removed. We'll see whether the Gwen is going to be the next one. There it is on the blue side, and now like a Vi or a Talia or a Nazir, something like that could be taken away, and there is the Vi.
So the Azir is open here for Caps to take, should he want it.
Is it Talia, though, and then you're like, I've got the better side of the matchup?
It depends on how you want to play out the game and what kind of draft you're looking for, because obviously Talia is strong in the matchup and has a lot of global power, but doesn't quite have the same damage output later on that the Azir is going to provide. So, and also Azir has strong engage. They do look for this Talia, and we'll lock that one in first. And this may mean that BLG are looking for the Azir perhaps later on in this series, and might actually look for something else instead. There's no Pantheon here, but you could still go for an Ahri composition if you want to play that way, if you want to look for dive with Knight. The Orianna is more common these days, and it's going to just be the Orianna Nocturne combo here. We haven't really seen this yet this tournament, and you know, it's a tale as old as time. You put the ball on the Nocturne goes in deep, you press R, and you set up the combo.
Yep, it is pretty unavoidable as well if it does work out. We've seen it messed up many, many times as well, which is a whole lot of fun. But here's a hover of a fun one here that G2 have played in the past, as Dr. Mundo being considered, but I don't think that's going to be the lock-in. Zyra Khan possibly just locked away here, and that is exactly what's going to happen.
I mean, Hans Sama has showcased already that he is phenomenal on this champion, this tournament, and we know he's played it a ton successfully in the past, but I mean, very recently, as recently as yesterday, extremely dominant on this pick.
What was that, the triple fountain laser?
The triple fountain laser. Plus the fact that, you know, oftentimes if you just keep adding more CC, it's hard for the Xayah to survive, but I feel like against Nocturne Orianna specifically, it's actually really easy to mitigate that combo. The addition of the Nico, though, does make it a little bit tougher. Also will make the laning phase a little bit tougher here for Hans Sama and Lebrov down there in the bottom side. So I like this pick here for BLG.
Yeah, this is a fun one, and a lot of combo potential out of BLG right now. I like the global as well coming through from the Nocturne, but will mean that the early game should be something that G2 can attack with their last couple of picks potentially. We'll see what Skewmund and Broken Blade do want to do, but so, the Wukong not going to be a part of that.
Wukong is gone, Poppy is gone. I know it's not everyone's favorite right now. It's a bit controversial, but I do feel like you could play Kalista Nico in this bottom lane with this draft. It goes pretty hard. It's really strong into the bottom 2v2. Opting to ban the Ezreal is quite interesting, especially considering this draft here. I'm not 100% sure if Elko's really considering that one. You have strong engage. You have the Weaver's Wall, you know, into looking for a flip back. You have the Rakan, so it's a safe pick there, but not necessarily, I think, what BLG were looking for, as the jungle's getting pinched.
Yeah, I would say that something like Kai'Sa is the most common answer into Xayah, has been since 2017, but there's also the Jinx. Jinx into Xayah has been always just incredible.
Yeah, I mean,
Kai'Sa is not going to be considered for now.
Kai'Sa's super easy to follow up on this dive with. Like you said, already strong in the matchup in general.
Wow, that's more scaling.
I mean, the Jace ban makes sense considering how much you can outrange this Xayah. As Lucian is going to be an interesting consideration here.
It's a lot of early game power as well, especially in the laning phase alongside the Nico. And it will be the Kai'Sa in the end. Seen this many, many, many times.
I think it was potentially an error to ban the Ezreal instead of the Kai'Sa here. We'll see if that does really come back to bite G2 here in this first game, because the comp just really couldn't be simpler for BLG right now.
We've seen this so many times. Almost this exact composition. Maybe the Nico support isn't as common, you know, back when we used to see this in the past, but Kai'Sa, Nocturne, and Orianna all together is... yeah, it's pretty standard. And speaking of standard, the K'Sante going to be locked away here. And if they were watching the previous series, you can understand why the K'Sante's looking pretty good. Flandre making it look broken. Showmaker quotes all over the internet after that.
Yeah, I wonder what Bin wants to play into this, as the jungle pick is also quite interesting because so much is taken away. No Vi, no Wukong, no Xin Zhao. And Jarvan here, the consideration, but considering how mobile this composition is, as well as how well you can re-engage after the engage, it's going to be a little bit tricky to play. I think it's strong into Orianna, can be quite powerful into the Nocturne. So we could have either seen just the Sion brick wall here into this K'Sante, or they could have opted for something a little bit more aggressive in this top lane, like a Gnar. That would have actually been great for their team fighting, would have been strong in the matchup, but looking like the Sion is the way they want to play this. Also just such a strong front line to help set up these team fights and fight in the neutral here for BLG. The Xayah pick felt really good when it was just the Nocturne Orianna. That was the main problem, but now you have the Nico, now you have the Kai'Sa, as well as even this sticky Sion that you have to deal with. So I think Weaver's walls are going to be incredibly important. If you can control the space around the map, also the Cataclysm that Skumon has to kind of warp the battlefield, can give some additional space here to Hans Sama, because it is an extremely low-range composition here for BLG. We know what Hans Sama could do with a lead into a composition like this. Even the extremely tanky Sion is not necessarily going to be a match for Hans Sama's late-game damage.
Especially when there's so many things they can construct. You mentioned it already. The Cataclysm is going to be so incredibly good at just denying the train. They can just lay stuff over the tracks all over the place. Weaver's Wall, of course, another example of that. And we've spoken about this. Like, the way you beat Xayah is to outrange her, and they don't necessarily do that. What they do, though, is they dive on top of her to take her down. So that Featherstorm usage is going to have to be immaculate from Hans Sama. But once they do get through that initial salvo of the team fight, there is a chance this guy on your screen right now will be able to take control. Some fun drafts here for game number one, I'm not gonna lie.
Of all the games you and I have cast this tournament so far, I feel like this is the closest draft. I feel like both teams have a really strong draft and really strong win cons here. And they absolutely know exactly what, because the identity is so different, they know exactly what they need to do to make sure the enemy team can't get those same advantages. And I think for BLG, it's to get that mid-game snowball rolling. And for the side of G2, it's to position well, it's to utilize the terrain that their champions can create to buy space for Hans Sama to be that triple fountain laser once again. Yep. What a sick game one draft we have here set up.
Yep, this is very, very cool. As, yep, not quite the names, but that is absolutely fine, as here we are representing Fnatic as well as Skumon. You love to see that. Somewhere Cyanide is like, thanks, bro. Thanks for that. Thanks for the representation. We appreciate it. As BLG, I don't know about that bin skin, like the Viking Scion one. Not exactly my favorite, but that's okay. They can't all be Lumberjack Scion, you know?
I haven't had that many opportunities to commentate a lot of LPL teams, you know, throughout my relatively short, compared to a lot of others, League of Legends casting career.
Yeah, I like how like 4 or 5 years is short.
It's just, I mean, a lot of casters obviously have been covering this game for nearly a decade or over, and so I'm excited. It's my first time getting to commentate Knight, Bin, Elk, you know, these legends on.
And you know what? We're gonna hold it here so that you can bask in being able to do that, Wolf.
Yeah, I've you know, always really been a big fan of Knight's playstyle and how incredibly strong and dominant he has been over the last few years. As also a fellow left-handed player myself, I don't use the mouse on my left hand though.
Yeah,
I'm just a fraud. Every time I tried to move the mouse to the left side, it annoyed everyone in the family, and it was just like, well, I guess I'm going to adapt and use my right hand. But in a different world, maybe with a more tolerant, more left-handed family, maybe I could have been like Knight.
Yeah, well, you could have been like Freak as well. Freak is the only other guy that I know that actually uses a left-handed mouse.
Naniwa, famously in StarCraft 2, was a left-handed mouse guy. It is one of the hardest, in terms of tech pauses and replacing hardware, it is one of the hardest mice to replace, one of the hardest hardware issues you can have. So if you're a left-handed player, you really have to make sure, especially if you use an older mouse, that you hoard it. Like you're on eBay, you're trying to make sure you've got all the left-handed mice of that model that exists just in case.
And like, that must have been even harder in StarCraft as well, because everyone was so particular. What was that, like, that one SteelSeries mouse that, like, everyone needed to have? And then there was that one guy that, like, bought all of them in an entire country or something like that?
Yeah,
like 50?
It happened a lot. I mean, I remember Nani telling me about the super old Logitech mouse that he used back then. That was rare. Anyways, we are digressing quite a bit here as the fans are ready for this game to get going. Luckily, the timing of this tech pause means it's not going to affect the game really in any real sense. We just had 5-point starts and vision checks going on at the beginning of this one, and hopefully we'll be getting back into the action for you guys as soon as possible. A tense one, though. Cap's giving the thumbs up gives me hope that perhaps that means something has been resolved.
Yep, and cheer for the faith. I kind of like that, that little card there. Of course, the first that we're seeing of BLG here in this tournament, I think not having the MSI that they really wanted. This is a squad that has been so incredibly close to so much glory for so long, right? Like this, the name BLG, Billy Gaming, has just been formidable for many years. Being able to take MSIs away from T1, things like that, certainly has been impressive in the past. But
I mean, it has been just synonymous with showing up in a big way at international events and being a top team in the LPL to earn those tickets. And this is no exception here for this BLG roster. So, you know, a big one here for them to try to end up making semis out of this best of 3 and try to do what Top Esports could not for the region last year.
Of course, Top Esports weren't exactly in the greatest position last year, but still managed to make the distance. So we have seen some of these more underdog teams finding the angles. See what can happen here as G2 looking to do exactly the same thing and buck the trend that was that 3-0 for BLG. They could make it a 4-0 with a game 1 start here. As Elk already putting on some pressure here towards this bottom side. This is going to be a tough lane.
Yeah, tough to lane into a Nico, just in general. She's just going to offer so much poke and harass in the lane. And you can see Hanzama and Labrov are just taking the brunt of it for now.
Yep, and Labrov, any of these Qs that he misses, it's just going to feel bad, right? Getting that extra healing is so important.
It's so necessary to be able to deal with that poke, because if you end up going down to a 3rd health here, I mean, you're going to have to start chugging potions, you're going to be diveable. In a lot of cases, not in this matchup where you're playing against a Nocturne, so you're feeling good about that at least, but you know, if it were a Poppy or something like that passing down here, you'd start to feel real nervous about getting that chunked out.
Well, Caps, you can see, taking a bit of damage, but does have control of the wave for the moment.
Yeah, he's chosen to hit the minions instead of the champion to push this wave in, as Knight's getting the harass off with this Orianna with the ramp-up damage.
Yeah, Caps with a couple of minions here, so Knight not going to go for any sort of weird all-in. Did look a little bit strange when the seismic shove put Knight in melee range, but it is going to be just some very early resets. As Knight actually thinks better of it for the moment. Caps goes back. We'll be teleporting back in once again. So nothing really gained just yet, but you can see in the lanes, it's BLG getting the majority of the shove here as there is the snare on top of Labrov. He's down to 200, and that's just first blood. It goes over to On, and this has started early for BLG.
Yeah, this is massive, and Hansama going to potentially lose some farm here as well. We'll see how much of this he can pick up once that cannon so desperately, and we'll get that at least, but
we'll never know.
I'm pretty sure he did get it. Yeah,
number went up.
I'm like 99% sure he got it. Based on the timing of that auto flying when we panned away.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, a great target there on the Labrov. We'll watch this again as On plays this very aggressively. Clones gets the heal to move forward, and even with the attempt to escape, that Labrov is still caught by the edge of it. If he avoids it, totally different scenario, but he gets caught by just the edge there, and thought he would alone with his heal be able to get through, but doesn't flash and is punished as a result. So big win here as a Cull gets picked up on the back for Elk, and he is just really cashing in on hitting that mid-game spike with his team composition.
Yeah, it's looking real scary. As we do have some pings out here from Knight. Had an idea that maybe Skewmond was in the area, but does decide to go back. And first blood, 500 gold lead, something like that, approximately here for BLG. And it looks like they're picking things up basically right where they left off as far as that MSI start was concerned against G2 this season, or this year, you could say. But it is still early days, and of course there's a lot of scaling on the side of G2 as well.
Yeah.
Xayah is no slouch. There's not a massive amount of range on BLG's side.
The bigger concern for G2 would be if they ended up giving over 2 kills on a Grub or early Dragon fight, for example. That's what you really don't want. But losing the Rakan early stings, and it does accelerate BLG slightly, but it's not the end of the world, especially because the kill went to On instead of Elk. Still a significant lead here for Elk, but at the end of the day, like you said, some accidents can happen in this early game. You have a lot of wiggle room with how the scaling works here. Just the mid game that you're more concerned about than some of these early snafus.
Yep, I would agree. So not necessarily end of the world, but world is not exactly like a happy place, especially here in the mid lane. As Caps, that clockwork is just wound up, and there is the flash away here from Caps. Doesn't have teleport this time to try and make his way back, and that gold lead that was minuscule is now going to balloon unless Skewmon can get something done here.
I guess Knight had it calculated. I thought he had maybe with that windup would have had just a flash auto for the kill there, but maybe just a little bit not enough damage there, so just opts to take flash from Caps instead. Look for the Q. And BLG, with all this prio, looking for the Dragon. No denial available, even with Lebrov's unsealed, he doesn't have the smite ready.
Well, this is a 3v3. The flash actually out from Beishwan as the double knockup comes through from Lebrov. They find the route onto Elk, but I think he's going to be able to make his way out to safety. Some good aggression here for G2, but it is only that flash that's going to be picked up here by the squad on the back end. Lebrov taking a fair bit of damage here, but of course he's Rakan, so not exactly in the most danger.
This is a really tricky dive to pull off here for G2, especially with how low Lebrov is. I just don't think this is going to work out. They're looking for Elk.
There's a flash forward, flash traded, and you'll be happy about that. If you're G2, getting the AD carries flash could be a big opportunity here. As Knight taking a bit of damage, the threaded volley here from Caps, but he's on the wrong side of being able to make money in his lane.
I like that move from Lebrov there because the positioning of Elk away from the turret makes him a vulnerable target. Speaking of vulnerable targets.
Yeah, On in a lot of trouble here as Lebrov looking to try and make his way in. A lot of damage here already by Skewmon. Just needs another flag and drag. And Elk, remember, does not have the flash, so needs to get back towards that turret, try and keep himself safe. And Hans Sama, he's come down, he's popped the ghost, and that will be the kill. Going over to Hans, the Ignite is now on. And now Bin's in a little bit of trouble as well. Broken Blade. We'll see what he can actually get done. Just dashes away as he sees Beishwan, but there is that kill. And it's a double for Hans Sommer in that bottom lane. G2 on the board.
And unlike that play that happened earlier, we're like, oh, it's not the end of the deal. Lebrov dies early. This is a huge deal for G2's composition. For 2 kills to go over to Hans Sama this early, he has swung the pendulum of that gold lead about 1,000. He was about 400 down. Now he's 600 up here. Picks up a BF sword, and the G2 fans are going wild because we know what Hans Sama can do with the lead. We saw it already just yesterday on this champion, and they stuck out the extended dive, right? Like it wasn't going to work initially, but they were super patient with it. They got multiple flashes and then waited for that punish. G2 very methodical, and now in a really nice position in this early game.
They really are. Paranoia comes down. That is going to be Beishwan finding Skewmon here, who just flashes away. Not going to get feared, but it should be his blue buff going awry. Lebrov looking to try and make something happen, though, as it's down to 38 health. Thank goodness. Beishwan did not have his smite available, so that was a bit close. Does manage to get the steal and now looks for the grubs.
Yeah, looking for this off of the play with the ult. Doesn't get the kill, but it's enough pressure here as Lebrov. Still no smite at the ready. I don't know if he really wants to go in here anyways, as they're just going to group around. I mean, Caps does have ultimate if he could find the right angle.
Well, On could be in a little bit of trouble here as Hans Sama putting some feathers on the ground, and On now finds himself in the back of the pit. No flash available, and he is not getting out of this. BLG, can they actually get anything off the back end? And the answer is no, as Caps goes down to 50%. BLG will lose their support, and that is going to be feats of warfare already put together here for G2. Going from strength to strength, not actually getting enough of the grubs in order to get themselves a feat there, but I don't think that is going to worry them too much, keeping things very even here in this game.
The kill goes to Hans Sama. It's a 3rd kill on the Xayah. I think this is 100% worth for G2, and BLG didn't even get the triple. They only get the 2 out of 3 for this, and I mean, Caps knows he can engage from so far away there. The sacrifice of On, I think, is not worth it, and BLG had a great start, right? But things are looking a little bit more rickety in this game now, considering how much late game scaling they have. As Caps comes in here late and On is just left alone. They get the grub there, but ultimately just 2 out of 3. The kill goes over to Hansama. You can see Knight wants to set something up, but the split here is so good for G2. The positioning is so strong. The Orion is not going to get a multi, and G2 fans feeling positivity back-to-back here, and now this Xayah already has Yuntals, and she's just getting bigger and bigger.
Yeah, this is a very big 80 carry on the side of G2, and that is only going to get worse. I think 3 items is where you're going to feel really good as this Xayah, and so that is still not quite there just yet, but hitting that first item before the Kai'Sa feels absolutely amazing. What doesn't, though, is the bottom lane, or the top lane, or what you want to call it in this game. It's the K'Sante versus the Sion, because Bin is just kind of running away with it, just having a really good time, has his Sunfire Cape now completed, as we can see, and we'll be driving towards that top side. Do you call it driving when it's a train? Because normally a train is on tracks, right? You wouldn't really be driving.
I think he's just charging, you know, he's charging quite aggressively.
Perambulating.
He will get his teleport up relatively soon here, so if they are going to try to hard force, they need to be aware of that. He's going to get some free push here in the top lane off of that ultimate, and BLG will disengage. But the Sion being your big gold lead isn't necessarily how this mid game is supposed to look here for BLG. They'd rather it be on the Kai'Sa, or particularly on the Nocturne, so they can continue to snowball. They're not out of this game by any means, but fights like this early on around a dragon are how they need to control the tempo. Because if G2 get a dragon here and buy that extra time, it really puts a big wrench in their gears. Looking for the cap
pick. Combo, and even with the flash, it is going to be a lot of damage, and a Cap's going down. There is the snare connecting onto Skewmond as well. He does make it out.
And they should be able to turn this into a 2-Drake lead here. It is Infernal Dragon worth of stats as well. This is pretty massive here for BLG. Not to mention, as you said, Cap's flash still gets caught, so now doesn't have his flash available for a follow-up potential setup there with the Nocturne.
Now they don't have any of the ultimates, though.
Yeah.
And On isn't level 6 yet, and so Hansama is actually feeling like he's pretty capable of just walking up here next to Labrov.
And Caps does have TP,
control.
And they are just going to give this away. Like you say, this is actually kind of huge. Like I said, buying that extra time feels massive, and with that commitment there, BLG just don't feel like they can actually win the fight straight up.
Yeah, beautifully done. And good realization there from G2. They were powerful, considering the amount of cooldowns that were used just to kill this Taliyah, who then is able to just immediately teleport back to the lane. So really nicely done, making sure they don't give up something that they don't need to just from the intimidation tactics.
With a trade of 1 Drake apiece, it is going to be for whoever gets it a 3 Mountain Soul for either a K'Sante or this Sion, and frankly, that's incredibly powerful. So these next few dragons, how they stack up is going to be really, really important. Even the Jarvan is going to really enjoy those additional resistances later on in the game and the shield that comes with it. So pretty impactful soul here.
Let's see how this one's going to go. You're exactly right. I think either team is going to feel absolutely fantastic about that Mountain Soul. BLG mainly just for Sion, but Skewmond and Broken Blade are both going to be feeling brilliant about picking up that bunch of tankiness that's going to be coming in. BB actually feeling a little bit better here towards the top side as he's bringing the battle to Bin. It's a lot of B's in that last sentence, but that's okay. We're going to check this 1v1 out, and I think it's just wet noodles, guys. I think we need to worry about it too much.
Sunfire getting some work done here.
A lot of value, yeah.
Yeah.
The old standing next to him is bad tactic. I've seen this play before, ladies and gentlemen, but now G2 look, no, they don't have quite the answer. As Knight might be going down in response, the flag and drag to try and finish it off as he gets caught on the minions, but I think was dead anyway. Moving on in, and now Beishuan will get knocked up. Not another spell shield in sight there. So the flag goes down, but that is going to be the last little hit.
That was really patient there from BLG. I think a lot of teams would have just flash ulted as On in this situation to try to look for the turn there, but they didn't know exactly where Hansama was, but likely knew that he was going to be nearby, so don't actually commit to the play there, as Labrov was playing very aggressively, so good judgment there. After what's initially here, again, another play on this flashless Taliyah, so they end up getting the kill. The problem is they're now stuck here, and Hansama is missing on the map, right? So it's in a moment like this as On comes over where he could consider trying to actually look for the counter ult, especially after Labrov comes through here, but they decide not to, knowing Hansama is probably headed up because he's not showing there on the bottom lane, so they don't overcommit. It ends up being a 1-for-1.
Yep. And I think that, like, if this was, as there's the, you know, the huge base drop as Bin makes his way towards the bottom side of the map, not necessarily the most ridiculous, but does give us that satisfaction of eviscerating the minions. But I think that, like, if it was Hans Sama that they were diving on over and over again, you'd be feeling way better if you're BLG, because Caps is already having a little bit of a rough time. He's the one that's borne the brunt of the, well, I just press my targeted ultimate button and then the hula hoops around him and it's just a bad time. Like, there's not a whole lot that Caps can do about that. But Hans Sama has been untouched, and of course they can't do it to him because he's got the Storm available.
I mean, Talia will do a decent amount of damage later on to this front line. It's going to take a while, but you know, Caps is the architect of this game. He is not actually the real damage dealer. He's not the real damage threat.
Or he's the construction company.
Sure, yeah. And at this point, you know, I feel like G2 are pretty happy with how things have evolved in this game. It's a very close one. The lead in gold is for BLG, but they need to hold on to that tempo because that won't last forever. This composition has a bit of an expiration date on it. With a small lead like this, it isn't yet enough.
Yeah, we'll see.
Especially with 1,000 of it being, of course, on that Scion.
Yeah. I feel like there are the answers later on in the game in sort of like an honest 5v5. Still do think that BLG's composition can work. And there is another shockwave. They find their target, and down goes Skumond. That is going to mean no smite for this battle around the Herald. But can they still win with those key cooldowns now used up as the rest of G2 now in position? Throwing out a lot of these rocks, and Bin just putting himself in front of Hans Sama. And now with only one item, like, Bin is just so hard to get through. So that will be the Rift Herald going down, and BLG reasserting control of this game.
Yeah, really careful fight as
Yeah, the train coming on through as Lavrov is going to be able to make his way out. The Pop Blossom on absolutely all of them. And that is the Scion getting a kill, but Hans Sama gets another one as he's now looking to back away. Look at this health bar. The Blade Caller doing so much work. The Blade Caller from BB. And Knight is able to flash away, but still, I think there's the fear of God in them now.
I just don't know if I really agree with that play there from On. Hans Sama handles it so incredibly well there. 3,200 damage in the skirmish. He's already so big. Those are not the trades you want to kill for your top laner versus Hans Sama picks up another one, plays the rest of the fight out brilliantly as well. And it also means that tempo goes back to G2 a little bit here for this next dragon. You can see Hans Sama is ripping through this early into the game. And it's a quick rotation over from Labrov and Broken Blade as well. With no ultimate here for Bejuan, I just can't see a contest for BLG.
Yep, that is not happening. So that is going to be the second dragon going over to G2. So they got the Infernal, and they now get the first mountain that is on offer, and there's a lone Chemtech dragon for BLG so
One thing
far.
I will say about BLG with this Nocturne Orianna is they have absolutely not hesitated. The execution has been crisp, and it is a simple composition to execute, but they know the right timings, and they have been able to get insane value out of this early, which has given them a pretty significant gold lead. But it's fights and overextensions like this, where On goes in here, Elk follows up, but you end up losing him. And then watch Hans Sama. Elk has turret aggro here. Knight also eats a shot. And then the follow-up from Broken Blade gets the flash out of Knight. Just so scary to be forcing these fights into this Hans Sama that's so huge already.
Exactly, and I think if Knight hadn't have moved like perfectly away from the never mind, we got another battle here as the quickness is going to be the answer, and this time the Paranoia Shockwave doesn't kill Caps. That's a change.
And already a bit of a maybe shift of the tides in this game. Zelk with a 1v1.
They're actually getting a lot of work done there with the Acathian Rain. Nicely done. Skumon making his way over On. Caught out of position. There's the knock-up, and the Nico is dead. Very dead.
Yeah, On heavily criticized for some of his performances at MSI. I thought his early game was fantastic in this one, especially in the laning phase, but has been looking for some really aggressive angles, and this one has been punished several times now for deaths. You know, really outside of Knight getting caught that one time and the Elk death, like that's all of the gold for G2 they've picked up has been on this support punishes.
Yeah, now Bejuan actually looking for Skumond here, but Lavrov is in the area. The fear is going to come on through, but Bejuan, you don't win the 1v1 anyway. So he's just going to go down. I do appreciate the courage.
Knight had TP, but didn't commit it there. And perhaps there's a miscommunication or a disconnect there on this one. We are going to see a TP potentially interrupted. Yep. It is interrupted.
Bin was trying to make his way in there. As now Elk is also trying to do the same, but Hans Sama is pretty happy with that. Elk going to have to ult away.
feels like it's weird to say this, especially considering some of these veterans, but some nerves here on the side of BLG with some of the decisions we're making. Like Bin just teleporting in the face of a Cassante who's just going to say no is a bit of a weird one. Now Broken Blade's going to end up with TP advantage out of this. They end up winning the skirmish their top side, putting a huge dent into that turret. Knight will be able to get this in return, and the turret wasn't actually taken by G2.
That's feats of strength also going on.
That's
a bit
massive.
of BLG. That is a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Upgrading the shoes. That's feeling pretty good. I feel like G2 is still going to be happy about their position in the game. We can see that the money is still in favor of BLG. We know that if they get their ducks in a row and make this team fight work the way it's supposed to, it's still going to be very, very difficult for G2. But I think that they're looking at a 4-0 Xayah. They experienced the last time they played where Hansama was just absolutely terrifying. Probably thinking they're in a pretty good spot. And I wouldn't blame them.
When you consider that G2 has that extra Mountain Dragon, that's part of where I judge this situation to be slightly favorable for them, because they have some additional time, they have some wiggle room around how they want to play around objectives. They're the team with the Talia. They're the team with the Jarvan, you know, that could steal so easily, that could set up fights so easily, can disengage so easily for an objective take, that I really like the flexibility they have here. I mean, it's a Xayah composition, right? But at the end of the day, the comp is still formidable. If Hansama loses his ult for any reason, he's a prime target. This Orianna has farmed so well, sitting on 2 items. Super aggressive build here as well with the Luden's Companion, the Shadow Flame. So much burst. So maybe you avoid the Nocturne ultimate, but then you get killed by the Orianna anyways, or you get followed up on by Elk. So positioning is going to be paramount here for Hansama as we have a bit of a fight here.
Yeah, LeBron looking for a little bit of an angle as there is the wall, and On is just going to press R. Does flash out of the way of the seismic shove, but the Paranoia not necessarily doing anything. And BLG now with a bunch of stuff on cooldown that they would like available for the next fight.
Certainly would, as Bin is just like winning the trade by running away.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty dangerous here for Bin, who does get knocked back and doesn't have a lot of exit options here, although he does have the ult, so never mind. Broken Blade is going to struggle to stop him from just driving away.
It's funny, until he all out, Spin is just like walking away and burning him and being like, yeah, well, I win this, by the way.
Yeah.
He is up an item.
The all out did make it look like he did take a damage, though. So
yeah.
That was kind of nice.
Well, now ult advantage goes to Bin, which can be used, of course, as an engage or team fight joining kind of semi-global tool. Turret goes down here in mid lane after that exchange in the bottom lane, so a significant amount of gold going over. Hansama's lead isn't what it once was. Skumond very aggressively positioned.
Yeah, he is going to get a little bit afraid here, but otherwise not too much else going to happen. 50% health bar on Hansama is a little bit worrying, but he should be okay. Hasn't actually been back for a while. He's been sitting on just that crit cloak and the first 2 items for quite a while. So it could be that that Infinity Edge is getting closer, or the Lord Doms if he does want to go that way. But I mean, I'm assuming Infinity Edge, you know.
Consider the Kaisa is only 250 gold behind at 0-1-2 to a 4-kill Xayah. They've injected so much gold into Elk here. He's staying so relevant. That is one of the big boons here for the side of BLG, is they are potentially going to look for a contest here.
BB's angle's actually kind of insane on this one, as Beishuan just going to get pushed back here by the Cassante. Spell shield's a little bit early, and Broken Blade knows it, does have the ulti back off cooldown once again.
This is risky for G2, though.
I mean, I feel like they're just kind of saying thanks for the leash at the moment, because right now the map is looking pretty dark. They do manage to get this ward in. They might be able to just take that one down. 3,000 health on the Dragon. There's the Paranoia. The rest of G2 are pushed together, but that is a beautiful stopwatch there as the fear does come down, but Caps still at full health. Gets the seismic shove. Labrov in a bunch of trouble. The Pop Blossom going to be coming on through, but it's only on to 1. It is Knight grabbing a kill, but Beishuan also going to go down. There's a second as the double comes in, but like you say, Hansama still at full health, and there is the Feather Recall. A terrifying Feather Storm as well as he uses it aggressively, but these health bars are so ridiculously low. Knight finally to go down here as Skumon, the absolute hero, to try and make sure that someone dies. The Acathian Ray, my god, Caps almost just dies from that drive-by as G2 with Soul Point after that walk away, I feel, with the win, even though they still don't have a gold lead.
Well, no, they don't have a gold lead, but this is what we've been talking about all game long, is being careful, man. You got one shield wisely used there, but Hansama is just so huge. It's so much damage in that team fight. After what looked like, to me, when I see this Drake attempt for G2, I'm like, but they can engage from so far away. Yeah, there's no flash for On, but this is so risky. It's Caps' big arm guard here that is such a game changer that buys time. He perfectly times it here into the combo. Those are two big ultimates that, if used in this moment, would have been much bigger here. But even still, Elk does a ton of damage. Lebrov goes super low, but look at Hansama's positioning. Kite's back here. He has a little bit of heal from Caps, and he just rips through these health bars. No one can touch him. Elk cannot compete, not even close, with the damage. And even though the Scion is so fed, Hansama does so much, he nearly gets 3 extra kills in this fight. It's actually insane. As Knight's trying his best to turn this one around, Skumon says no. But yeah, like you said, it's still a cold lead here for BLG, but you can see the coaching staff here isn't too worried for G2.
Yeah, Dylan Falco, though, he knows it's still looking worrisome, right? Like, you could see that he's not reacting. He's like, there's still a long way to go in this game.
I mean, if Hansama gets a few of those extra kills there, I think the game is basically over. He doesn't quite get them, right?
Yeah.
And it's BLG's composition hanging on.
Like, Bin is so hard to kill. He was just putting feathers all over him.
And now you have Caps with the Zonias, so he can do it again against that combo. And the Feather Storm is available for Hansama again, so trying to lock down these carries is so difficult.
Bin trying to be persuaded to take damage, and he doesn't understand the
concept.
Question.
Yeah.
It's not really a thing.
You know, it's so common for in any scenario with a draft like this into a Scion for Caps to build, for example, Leandri's, because like, I got to get through that Scion. But he both trusts Hansama and his positioning and his damage so much, knows the game state, and says, I'm just going to be safe. I'm going to go complete
he has
safety.
to as well. He's died over and over again to that combo.
And I feel like, you know, it's a lot of damage he'll lose because of this, but it's absolutely the correct choice. When you have a 4-0 Xayah, you feel less bad about it.
Yep.
And I just feel like you can feel how well communicated G2 are on what their win cons are in this situation.
Well, there's another Shockwave combo, but it's onto a Rakan. And I've heard that Rakan has decent mobility.
He also doesn't even need to lock it there. It does flash ultimately, but still. BLG going to try to turn this into a Baron clear. I was going to say trying to take that would be pretty insane after using those ultimates.
There is an Otacon up and available as well, but there's not a lot of vision for G2. So it is going to be a reset for BLG, an opportunity for G2 to now make their way into the river and try and take down some of this vision.
One of the most critical things here is like G2 have all ultimates. The only real thing that can catch them is on flash ulting, and so they could just start this Baron. They're like, okay, clear your vision. I'm going to start this up. I have way more control. Caps could just zone them out. He could just lock them out here completely.
Well, there's no paranoia, and Beishuan doesn't have flash, so it's so hard for him to get here. They can just burn this one down. Oh my God, stolen by Knight! And G2, they were so close. They thought they had him in checkmate, but it's the Orianna that steals it away. And now they can just walk their way out if they'd like to. Bin just standing in front of the G2 members. It's highway robbery here for Billy Gaming.
And G2, all they could do is walk away with the tail tucked between their legs. There's no play to make here. Lebrov looking for something here, but I think he needs to be respectful. Hansama.
Well, Hansama really didn't want to press his R button, as there he goes. Paranoia comes in, but the Shockwave connects. Hansama down so incredibly low, and Elk is there with that killer instinct to try and take him down. He has to use the flash, though, and now finds himself in a very uncomfortable position, as it's a slight overextension here. Moves back into the waiting arms of Caps, who's over that wall. But BLG, they still managed to deal with Skumon, as well as that triple fountain laser that we were talking about.
I mean, BLG find the angles there. Like I said, if for any reason Hansama has to ult early, he really didn't want to. Then he becomes vulnerable. Then he becomes killable. Broken Blade not going to get the interrupt there, but it's tragedy after tragedy for G2. Full control over Baron. It's stolen. The follow-up there, the HP lead is there for BLG. They have the proper ultimates to go for the chase. They get the kill onto Hansama, and they're going to get their second dragon of the game as well. Potentially a steal?
Does this?
There's a ward.
Absolute insanity, as Beishuan does have his smite up and available.
They're just going to pull it out of the pit, though. I don't know if he can look for it. He's trying.
Yep, looking for the opportunity, but it's Knight once again. Man, Knight's smites have been so good that he doesn't have.
Yeah,
he's still going to be able to lock that one down.
Let's watch this again here, how low it goes. It was a bit of a crazy one.
All right, the feather pull
220, a bit early on that one. Skumon not happy. But I mean, it's a great play there from Knight. And the G2 coaching staff frustrated, but what happens next is even worse, as they're able to catch the Xayah fans in disbelief because it looked like that was such a great Baron call. I mean, I still stand by it. I think it was.
Agree.
And it's this moment here where ultimately there's too many threats on the Hans Sama, and he does have to ult early.
And the flash as well was employed to try and get out of the shockwave, but unfortunately it just couldn't flash far enough.
Labrov is trying to ult to try to peel, but he's just not quite there in time, and it's just the dominoes falling here, and suddenly BLG bought a huge, whole new lease on life with this composition, now in the driver's seat once again.
Well, we'll see whether G2 can battle their way back in this one. As, of course, inner turret in mid lane does go down. Otacon now going to be their target. As in comes on, looking for Labrov. They want to try and keep them out of this area, but that ward's still up and available. Actually has been turned off by the control ward, so it looks like G2 not going to be able to contest. And because BLG was so close in gold all game, even though things looked like they were going G2's way, now that something's actually gone BLG's way, they're 3,000 gold in the lead,
it starts to snowball pretty significantly. Now they have big experience leads across the board as well. Like Elk's got level 16 advantage. Knight's caught up to Caps. He was significantly behind in XP. Bin furthers his lead to over a level as well. And so, you know, you're getting all those additional stats. You're getting all those additional points and all your abilities. And, you know, looking at this next fight here, it will be potentially a 3-3 Dragon situation here if BLG pick it up, and then Bin just becomes so difficult to kill even for our Fountain Laser in Hans Sama. IE is done here for Elk. He's gone for the crit build, which makes a ton of sense into Broken Blade. So even though the Xayah scales better, the Kai'Sa is still very relevant. And even just a straight up front to back fight, if you can kill either carry, Caps or Hans Sama, particularly Hans Sama, if he is dead, Elk could just do whatever he wants.
That's absolutely right. As BLG now parking themselves in G2's jungle. Labrov trying to clear out vision where he can. They do manage to get some control vision down as there's the knock-up, very nicely done, as Bin actually crashing into the wall there momentarily, so the train not going to be up and available for the next little while. Broken Blade trying to deal with the minion wave in the mid lane, but he can be over here in a moment.
I mean, On's got flash and ult. This is so scary here for G2. They need to play respectfully.
I'm really worried about that Paranoia Shockwave combo as well. And that is going to be Skewmod being able to collect his red buff for the team. That feels good. That's not going to be stolen away. Of course, BLG have one on the other side of the map.
I really like how aggressively BLG play this, because oftentimes you're like, why are they doing this? The Drake's not even up for 2 minutes, but you're playing a Scion comp, the outers are gone. You know, where are you going to side lane here? Just start taking their jungle away. Just start taking vision away. Threaten the situation, because you have all of your crucial ultimates where if G2 make even one mistake, you practically win the game off of it. You get a kill or two, you get that inner, you get the inhibitor turret, and you start to really open up the base. And they're just constantly putting that threat on because they have control over the map right now, which is so powerful with a composition like this. You can basically choose where you want to pull that pressure point. Baron up in 45, and that's going to be the next place that BLG set up shop.
Yeah, Skewmon now does have his GA completed, so the Jarvan feeling pretty good as far as being able to get in amongst it. Still not with an IE done yet as Caps looking for a wall onto On, who does manage to get past that pesky
very punishable
turret.
now.
Yep, there's the train coming in, looking for Caps, finding the angle there. Doesn't get the CC though, does do the damage, but the Talia will be okay. Seismic Shove throws back this Scion, who is going to flash away. The Shockwave finds the back line, but the redemption is so good. Now On looking for the angle, but he doesn't quite get it. He just goes down. The front line is now dead, and Hans Sama, he's not actually involved in the battle. The GA I was talking about before is going to be utilized, but then Skewmon just explodes, and BLG, they have to sacrifice their support, but everyone else remains standing, and that's going to be
the timing of this as well, right before Baron, and I just don't agree with the call to look for the wall onto the Nico that has splash, has heal available. They really overextended on that one. Yes, Caps has the Zonias to avoid the combo, but he's not the target in this one. Hans Sama taking so much damage. They win to front to back, and that's Baron into Dragon here. Bin is the one who goes for the punish, right? Caps doesn't end up getting caught by the CC here, but look at now how split G2 are into a composition that can engage from so far away. And look at this, so much damage is absorbed by Bin here. Nice timing, but you're not the target. They get Hansama. It's a trick here. Hansama now so low on health that it's hard for him to walk up, and that means it's front-to-back territory here. Bin takes out Labrov. Skumon left on his lonesome, dies twice. Will lose that critical GA. Baron goes over, and you got to imagine Dragon is with it. And G2 were in such a good position in this game, but now it feels that's all but washed away.
I tell you what, though, I love Knight's build, man. It makes the Orianna actually look like a damage dealer.
Yeah.
Which is it's just fun. It's just nice to see. Shadow Flame Void stuff. And now, what the heck? Did that hat just come out of nowhere?
Yeah, he just he pulled a hat out of a hat.
He pulled a hat out of a hat. He really did.
Wild.
Wow, that's an absurd amount of extra damage now complete. This is sort of maximum damage. He just needs 25 stacks on a Magi's, and then he's going to be feeling brilliant. As now Skumon will find on no snare to come through there as the paranoia will come down. You can see Caps gets off the wall, is going to be able to survive, and now they've got a brief window where the lights will remain on no matter what BLG wants to do about it.
The defense a lot easier here for G2, even though they don't have the wall to stall. They can actually play up like this, like Hansama is, because that threat of the combo isn't there anymore. So this is going to take the wind out of the sails a little bit here for BLG's Baron push. They still have 80 seconds left on it. But I think G2, if they continue to just group like this, should be able to prevent any of these inhibitors from going down unless somebody gets picked. But setting up that pick is so challenging. I like the track on Skumon here by on, making sure he can't look for his own boy.
Yeah, Hansama actually has to use the Featherstorm, so now not going to be able to defend this turret whatsoever. The Demolish proc almost just one-shotting that one as Ian goes on. Doesn't quite find as many as he wants, though, and the Redemption is going to keep them relatively healthy. Broken Blade, though, trying to be a front line as the root is going to come through onto a clone. And BLG not quite getting any kills, but man,
I did not expect that. I did not expect that. Big Orianna ult coming through and just coming in and setting that one up without the Nocturnal, just walking forward and looking for it. And I take back what I said about the inhibitors, is this one in the mid lane is very vulnerable.
God, Knight does so much damage. Hansama lost half of his health bar from a W. He just pressed Dissonance and Hansama has to walk back home. And BLG, they're going to take 2 inhibitors in the blink of an eye.
Back up here. They could look for the end.
Yep, let's see whether they find an angle here, as the Shockwave could be so pivotal. Bin could tank these turrets for about 15 years. As there it is. He finds the backline as Beishuan gets on in there, Elk with the Killer Instinct, and that is all of G2 lying on the floor in the blink of an eye. The wall not going to do anything good for G2 here, and they're going to have to say goodbye to their first Nexus in this best of 3.
What a great game to start off the series, though. 4 kills for Hansama early, looked invincible, but all it takes is just a few errors, a Baron steal into a few punishes as G2 started to get more and more desperate, trying to fish for picks, looking for that pick onto On in the mid lane. Really felt like it was such a huge turning point in the game, because at that point, it looked like, yes, the pendulum had swung back to BLG's favor, which is, I think, why Caps was looking for that type of desperate play. But after that moment, after that big team fight win, they never had control. There was nothing they were going to get after that. Baron goes over, and the siege was real. And Knight, man, what an insane performance on this Orianna.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Watching an Orianna do actual damage was an absolute pleasure to watch. But now it is time for us to take a short break. This is not over yet. More of this best of 3 after this.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
dark horse is going to be us in EWC, because the last international tournament we didn't perform as well, but this time we want to be more prepared and ready.
We had a very, again, disappointing performance at MSI, but we're looking to show up and surprise people at EWC.
이번 EWC에서의 다크호스는 AL이라고 생각하고요. MSI 때 좋은 모습을 보여주기도 했고 많이 기대하고 있습니다.
I think FlyQuest are the dark horses because I think that in best of ones and best of threes, FlyQuest is usually very strong. Honorable mention the CFO. I think they're pretty good.
네, CFO 팀이 좀 다크호스로 좀 잘할 것 같다는 생각이 듭니다.
I think a team that has a lot of chance of surprising everyone is CFO. They went to a really close series with Team 1 that was like the grand finalist, so I think they have a lot of potential.
I think the dark horse team should be us, should be Furia, because people don't expect us to win like much games, and I feel like we can surprise everyone.
하나생명인 것 같습니다. 왜냐면은 이제 대부분 팀들이 다 MSI를 치르고 왔는데 저희 팀은 MSI를 못 나갔기 때문에 그런 부분에 있어서 어떻게 보면은 좀 더 기대를 좀 못 받을 수도 있다고 생각해서.
I think we're coming in as a dark horse in EWC just because we had a disappointing MSI. We almost took down BLG and then we lost to CFO, so I still think we haven't showed our full potential.
다크호스 팀은 없는 것 같아요. 좀 MSI 경기가 있었기 때문에 사람들이 생각하는 대로 좀 비슷한 평가가 나올 것 같아요.
Cam.
Hi everyone, Momo here. I am currently at the SNB Esports Arena where I don't want to be biased, but probably the coolest tournament of all time is happening. And I think I'm going to let Rose explain to us why.
Hey guys, Rose here. So I am the reporter for MWI. Now MWI stands for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women Invitational. Now this is the biggest female tournament in the world. We started off with 16 teams. We are down to the final 8 or 6. And today, you know, we have just recently concluded another match. And guys, Gaming Gladiators just sent 2 Navi teams home today.
Wow, that is incredible. I'm really looking forward to see who's going to win. Any guesses?
Ooh, right now, my guesses for grand finale is probably Team Vitality going up against Gaming Gladiators.
It was a banger to kick off our second quarterfinals here. G2 fans, lots to cheer about throughout that one. However, it was the powerhouse of the LPL, Billy Gaiman, coming back in that one and closing it on off to get a 1-0 lead in this best of 3 single elimination quarterfinal. And yeah, we're left with some shaking heads. That guy's shaking head wasn't the only one. Can we get a zoom in there on Finn? Oh, look at Finn. There he is.
They had it, man. They really did have it. I mean, wow, the Nocturne Orianna sure looked strong. I mean, maybe something G2 can look to practice themselves. Maybe. Thankfully, though, it won't be up and available for the rest of this series, and maybe we have a chance.
Yeah, definitely a good performance there by both teams. We take a look at the draft. Digon here alongside Meteos and Finn. Meteos, when you take a look at this one, obviously the ball distribution composition here with the Orianna, the Nocturne, and then the follow-up with the Kaisa, it seemed very straightforward what BLG wanted to do.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting. I kind of like what both teams did in this one. I thought that leaving up Azir as G2 was pretty clever because then they took away Talia, which then is going to help in their next draft because they'll be blue side again and they can first pick Azir without getting met with the Talia, which is the normal response. And also, Knight doesn't really like playing Azir, so I thought that was really smart. And then they drafted a pretty good response to the Nocturne Orianna from BLG, getting something like Zaya Rakan. Pretty much everyone on their team was not very susceptible to the combo, especially with Talia rushing Seekers really early. So I thought they had a really good game plan, and it was going super well for them until, you know, a little unlucky Baron incident.
Yeah, that happened. I mean, look, I think BLG did a great job targeting Caps this game. I felt like whenever he stepped up to farm a single creep singular, he was just getting attacked by this darkness ball delivery combo and was just getting killed on repeat. He was forced to go Sonya second on Talia. Like, that's the kind of life he was living.
Yeah, very reminiscent to what happened to Jojo Pyun earlier in the days. We take a look at a lot of the execution of that composition. First time, the flash a little early, does not help, and Caps dies. Beishwan able to get the kill there. And it wasn't the first and only time. They just kept going back. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the combo. It's so deceptive because the ball follows the Nocturne. You can't really flash out of the combo. There's like a really smart timer where you can flash it, but it's super hard to get done. So what happens most of the time is that people flash and still get pulled back into the Nocturne.
You kind of have to just flash before you even see that Nocturne's going on you, which then could make you look really dumb if he goes on somebody else and you flash out. So yeah, it's definitely a really hard combo to play against, and it kind of doesn't feel like it should work, you know? It's like, there was that one combo they did on mid lane where the Orianna was like 3,000 units away from Nocturne or something, and the ulti's still connected onto Hans, so yeah, really hard combo to play against.
All right, let's take a look at our second highlight here over at the 4th Drake. This was one where I think this is where the game opened up here, Finn.
I mean, this is where my optimism power spiked. Like here, I saw a fight. The Nocturne Orianna combo goes into the Cap Seeker's arm guard. I don't think they really had tracked his inventory. And here is a Hans Sama monster fight. He's just shredding this entire fight with the Nevori Flicker Blade, with all the feathers keep resetting because he always has a target to hit. This Sion is very tanky, but he ends up having to flash out in the end. And it becomes a little bit messy here in the end. There's a lot of low health bars, but there is a slight cleanup here that's gonna come with a beautiful EQ flash by Skewmon here in the end.
That was an awesome fight. That's what I expect to see from these top-level international teams. Just very, you know, playing on the edge, people flashing out with 1 HP, fight that can go either way until the very end, and it ended up being Skewmon having his flash and getting that combo onto Knight, which kind of secured it for G2. But yeah, very exciting, fun to watch.
And then finally, I mean, we saw a lot of steals in our last series, specifically in game number 2. Oh no.
Oh no. Look, there's a soul point. You have soul in 1 minute. Atakan is right down the next street. It's right up there. You walk for like 5 minutes and you got it. You don't have to make it so hard for yourself. You don't have to start the Baron Nashor. You don't have to allow the enemy team to get this comeback into the game. It's so unnecessary, and it's just ruined this beautiful thing you created already.
I think in G2's defense, they probably expected the Xayah Feather pull with Smite to be enough to kind of guarantee secure it, because Xayah's E does a ton of damage to Baron, but Knight obviously knew this, and he just timed his combo with the Xayah Feather pull, and it, I guess, just, you know, they didn't calculate exactly how much it was going to do. But yeah, pretty heartbreaking when you are rooting for G2 because they had those safer options available, and they went for, even though I think it was pretty likely to work, it obviously didn't in this case, and things sort of fell apart after that.
I mean, also tough at the support role when it came to this Keystone. He brought Unsealed Spellbook. It was there. You could do the double smite and the feather pull, but instead wasn't on smite at that time. Goes the way of BLG, and as you said, all the setup, the scrapping, the closeness, and the early lead that they had goes away, leads to our final fight here in the mid lane where, again, an opportunity to try and make a play. You can pop ult here on Xayah and
oh, this
defend,
was the one. Look how far Ori is.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That's
like that's a global Orianna ult.
She was at Raptors when he hit around mid lane tier 1. Yeah, unfortunate fight here. Hansama doesn't really get the ultimate on to block the Orianna ult, and that just makes him so chunked that it becomes so hard for him to out-attack in this fight, and he doesn't really get to impact as much as he wanted to.
Yeah, and always going to be tough. Going back to what you said, you lose vision with Paranoia. You just kind of have to guess, and props to BLG for getting this timing right. We have the comms from G2 in that very exact last play.
Look, guys, I'll just be. Just get out. Play slow, guys, play slow. Nice, we got go back. I hold Nico. Yes, careful. Nico, one shot. I'm out, I'm dead though, guys, I'm dead. Run, you need to run. We are giving Nash for sure, okay, probably?
Yeah, they'll try to go. Yeah, wrong mid, they can go. I think I ult by there.
I think she did not get here.
And you could just see it on the faces. Like, they just knew. They knew. It was great that they went to the next step to be like, all right, I guess we're giving Baron and whatever. But I think you could see Labrov there and Skumon, the two new players, just both kind of scratching their heads, being like, dang it, man, we skipped a step there.
Yeah, I was going to say that was pretty quiet for teamfight comms a lot of the time, especially in high pressure situations, kind of like everyone yelling something. But, you know, there's just the classic, I can't see when Nocturne ults followed by like, oh, give Baron, we're dead. So, yeah, I that's got to feel terrible for G2 because they pretty much had it in the bag. But obviously, I don't think these teams are new to this. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you throw games and you just have to mentally reset, take what you can from it, realize that they did do well early. They can definitely win against BLG. They just have to, you know, think about what they want to play next game and execute on it.
Yeah, I mean, throughout all this despair, I would still like to end on a little bit positive note. I think there's some enthusiasm towards what G2 has shown. G2 at MSI looked very disoriented and they didn't really look like a strong team. And I think here, I am proud that they were able to go toe-to-toe with BLG, which is one of our top teams in the world. And I do believe that they can beat this team. They had this game in the bag. And I really hope they make the proper adaptations, they don't get into their own heads too much, and they go and refresh into this game too, because it's a best of 3. You can still make that 2-0 happen at the back end of this series, and I really have high hopes. I really hope they don't like fall over now.
Yeah, if this is a race, you know, for the longest time, Western teams wouldn't even be able to lead the race at all. They would just kind of be there and the Eastern teams would take the win. But this one, G2 were leading. They were setting the tempo. They were taking that combination of Nocturne and Orianna and still finding fights, still finding ways to work on through it, whether it was through the Zhonyas, whether it was through the Xayah ultimate as well. They were in it. And I think that's the silver lining you got to have. Medios, when we take a look at our game number 2 here, tournament lives on the line, what is a key champion that you want to see here in the hands of G2?
Well, I'm not totally sure. I think they've had success with Annie before on caps. Azir might be up, not really sure. It kind of depends how the draft goes, bans and whatnot, but I think G2 shouldn't worry too much about, like, I don't think they need to get a specific champion. I just hope they get something that they're comfortable with. They almost managed to win against the Nocturne Ori, which is such a hard combo to play against. So I think macro-wise and individual play-wise, they are completely fine.
Yeah.
They just need to, you know, not Baron throw.
All right, Finn, final thoughts here before we go back for game 2.
Yeah, I mean, we're about to go into draft. Just some things that I really want to see. I would love them to try to take out that Pantheon and look for a Maokai for Skumon. I think that is his best champion. He's so comfortable on it, and right now G2 needs to lean on what has worked in the past.
All right, well, do or die time for G2. Backs against the wall against BLG. For game number 2, let's send it on over to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. And yes, now it is time to get back on the horse and see whether we can make this a 3-game series. We kind of want the day to go the distance, Wolf. Like, we had 8 games yesterday, and what if we get 7 games? That is just, that's like
it's
cringe,
just
you know?
perfect parity, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like the momentum, though, right now between these two squads could not be more different, right? It was a secured win here for BLG. They played extremely well. They had so many punishing moments. For G2, I think they had the win in their sights, and things just started to collapse and fall apart towards the latter half of the mid-game and towards the early parts of the late game, where the Baron steal happened, some desperate plays came through. They had a 4-0 Xayah. And on one hand, you could take that, and I think the coaching staff and Dylan Falco probably took that as, hey, we were so close. This was absolutely winnable.
It was.
And
if an Orianna didn't take a Baron, they win.
Yeah,
right?
and like, the Baron call was crisp, it was correct, and you got to try to shift your mindset into, we can do this, this is winnable, and we have blue side again now here, G2. They won't have it if they make it to game 3, assuming BLG would take it away from them, but let's see if that Azir does get banned in this final spot for BLG this time around.
Yeah, or whether G2 are just going to take it away here and have a different matchup perhaps in mind for the mid lane. We'll see what they do decide to go with. As this last ban, they're making sure they use all the time, and that is okay. And Besser was not what I was expecting for that final ban here. We'll be leaving a fair bit up and available. But the top lane, I guess, is not necessarily full of contentious options. With the fact that they started off with Cassante Sion means that there are a lot of the carries. Like, Gwen is still up, Azir is still up, Vi is still up, everything was up.
Gwen is a big one. Is it bigger than Azir, though, right now in this meta with Talia already gone? I feel like that's probably what Caps has his eyes on. It's an extremely flexible pick as well.
Oh my goodness,
that is
just a Maokai.
Yeah, that is really not quite what I expected.
Is it just Gwen Azir? Gwen Azir makes me frightened for the whole three.
Well, the other thing is
we were talking about?
Sejuani is up, so you can go for Sejuani Gwen. Feels pretty good.
That's true. I mean, Bin was going to play Gwen, and this is giving me nightmares. Like, I needed Gwen to be banned because Bin playing Gwen, like, I actually can't handle it.
I mean, consider the Rumble is banned, the Ambessa is banned. It is really quite a potent pick here that BLG pick up, and I'm not 100% sure if the Maokai Prio is worth it.
Double circles.
Yeah, this is not a shock. And I think the Xin Zhao is more powerful than the Sejuani in general, even with the permafrost energy that Gwen does provide. We've seen a lot of power in picks like, you know, the Jace with this Maokai, where you lock people in place, you get those shock blasts, a lot of really strong combos there, but the Maokai is technically a flex as well. I just don't quite yet understand. We're going to have to wait and see what else comes through here. What the plan is going to be is playing Jackson to Gwen as one of those other counter picks that we've seen Broken Blade play so many times. Doesn't necessarily win you the lane, but it's a skill-based matchup where you can go toe-to-toe. And he has a big opponent here in Ben, like you said, like one of the strongest top laners to ever play the game, to play this matchup into that's relatively volatile, but he's confident enough to do it. And the Azir looks like it will fall in line here. So a lot of late game damage, a lot of side lane power. They can match sides with this Jax. But that top lane matchup is going to be so important.
Yep, and I believe Scumon's only lost one game so far this year, or at least since the start of the spring split on this Maokai. So there's a reason why they've locked this one in, even though it looked a little bit quizzical. Now with the Jax and the Azir alongside it, it's going to be a fair bit of power as Knight will lock away the Sylas.
I strongly
double
prefer
circles and a Sylas. Well, like, this is so scary.
I strongly prefer the Sylas to the Twisted Fate that he was hovering for some reason there.
I feel like that was a troll.
Yeah, I don't think that really made any sense here, but I agree with you. Probably was a troll. See what these bans here in the second phase do end up being. As you know, the 80 carry position is completely wide open at this point. We had the Kai'Sa Xayah, so a lot of those other prio picks are still open. The Varus was banned on red side, as is very common, but picks like the Ezreal are very safe here. I feel like Elk would be happy to play it in a draft like this. Can offer a lot of poke in an otherwise melee composition here when fighting for neutral objectives. They take away the Karma, which might just be a trade for the Senna ban. We're not sure what that first ban was for the side of BLG. It's a bit hidden from us.
Yeah, unless there just wasn't one. That is a thing that you can do if you just don't.
If they ran out of time, yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
We'll get confirmation for you guys when we can. Yep. But either way, the Karma kind of screams like I'm considering playing a Senna draft here.
All right. Last ban going to be a Renata, or second last ban. Not entirely sure. One of the bans going to be a Renata here.
Braum ban.
Braum,
we just got the confirmation. Okay.
Braum was stuck in a big snowstorm that got in front of the camera. That's why it didn't quite work out there. Freljord's weather is not so good right now, but that is fine.
Braum is super strong into BLG's composition, so I think that's really smart. And it will be a Rel ban here to follow things up. So 4 support bans actually to come through in this second phase. So the 80 carry pool is still very open. And Elk could just lock away the Ezreal here and play keep away. Jhin, similar scenario where you have a lot of range to play around.
I wouldn't mind the Sivir here as well. It just fits thematically with these relatively low-range champions that really do want to get on top of you. Gives them a whole lot of mobility.
For me, it's like Senna Ezreal feels the safest and best here. The Ezreal is safer than the Senna in terms of, you know, getting away from engages, but the Senna is just so strong with this front line, and you'll have so much time to work with, and if you end up getting a top lane advantage, you have a lot of side lane power to buy time for that Senna to get bigger and bigger and bigger. See if Hans Sama wants to pick it up into his own hands here, if they want to try to get a stronger pushing lane down on this bottom side, try to punish this Ezreal pick.
Is it a Draven angle? It's not, it's a Sivir. That is what they're looking at right now. Labrov will just pick up the cow, making it all the way to B5 is kind of nutty, but the Alistar going to be their final lock-in. A lot of teamfight strength here for G2, and they are very burly, a lot of AoE CC, and the AoE damage with Sivir and Azir. Man, the Shuriman combo of just rip you to shreds. Pretty cool, as On is going to lock away the big bad Brad, and Ezreal Bard in this bottom lane once again.
I mean, the Ezreal Bard just feels really good in the lane, and there's so much warping of objective control you could do with his ultimate, as well as people don't always think about this for Bard. They often think about, okay, he's ranged in the bottom 2v2. He can ult people and take them out of the fight or turn a 5v5 into a 5v2, but he gets these melees around the map faster. He finds flank angles for the Sylas. He finds angles for the Gwen. He allows you to chase and often circumvent the Maokai's ultimate. So On has some big roles he could potentially play in this game. Didn't have the greatest start to the series, if we're totally honest. Was definitely not the MVP of game one, but maybe with the agency he has with these melee carries here could really be huge. But mind you, we're playing Alistar into Sylas, so Sylas is going to just be so tough to kill. They could steal the Maokai ultimate away. It's just so much value here for BLG. I have to give them a huge nod in the draft.
Not going to lie to you, I think I understand it, okay? You don't get Nature's Grasp as much because Knight likes picking up Unbreakable Will more. There you go. That's how you stop getting Maokai ulted. Yeah, you're exactly right. There is a smorgasbord of incredible ults to pick up, even on the hunt. Like Sylas being able to make everyone run extraordinarily fast when you've got a Xin Zhao and a Gwen on your team. My God. This composition is looking real scary, but G2's certainly a lot of tools, right? We talk about all of these good things that Knight has access to. That's because G2 has them, right? And so we can see this potentially find some great success, especially when Skewmond is now on like full comfort here with this Maokai locked in. I know a lot of people have been calling for it. Just pick the Maokai. Well, they've picked it. Let's see whether it's going to keep them here alive at EWC or whether this is going to be the end and G2's key is going to get obliterated. Could be one more game though, as Pulsefire Ezreal coming on in here. I always love that skin.
It's a great one.
Yeah.
That's of course Pax Sivir.
Yeah.
Is there any
has
other
to be
skin?
every time. Even after the remake, I was so scared when she got her visual update that Pax Sivir was just not going to look as cool, and it still looks just as cool. It's amazing. She loses her triangle feat, though, which was a bit sad.
No one respects pizza.
Hey, what? No, the sneaky skin?
Yeah.
No, the sneaky skin was great, but like this skin is just too good.
I mean, I like it. I think it is the best one, but I feel like pizza gets a shout out.
I mean, pizza's pretty iconic.
My biggest fear for G2 in this game is that Bin gets large, Bejuan plays through him, and then this is just a really tough late game comp to play into because they have map control with these melees and the Bard is just sending them wherever they want to go, and then you steal the Maokai ultimate away and you're like, you can't even be near this objective. You can't even come close to it. Good luck, Caps, you can't set up an ultimate. And the volatility of this top lane matchup means, you know, whoever ends up starting to get a small lead there can balloon it into a huge lead. And on the other side of things, of course, if Skewmon plays the top side, Broken Blade gets a lead, then all of those things change, right? And then the Jax becomes this huge side lane threat. The Sivir and the Azir late game scaling becomes insane. And they can just, you know, ricochet through this melee composition. So not to say that G2's composition is unplayable, but I think it's going to be a lot about top jungle in this second game.
Labrov trying to single out on here momentarily, but then he realizes he's level 1 Alistar, so he just used one ability, and now it's about waiting quite a while before you can do anything of note again. As Elk missing a skill shot and On not quite finding that Cosmic Finding, so that's going to allow G2 to remain in this lane. There is that cooldown that we were talking about. Brov getting some extra value.
Yeah, a little heal coming through. As we are going to see a path here from Skewmon actually straight towards the top, going across the river into the Krugs. And this is kind of a cool little tech here. Of course, Bejuan matching on his enemy's Krugs, so a bit of a vertical jungle setup here is spotted.
Yeah, level 2 actually picked up here by Labrov and Hans Sommer as they are looking to come on over and try and dissuade Bejuan from taking everything away. There's a heal being utilized by On just to keep them in this battle. And the reset does actually come on through. Of course, getting this big Krug going to be important. There's the headbutt pole as the smite comes on down, and Bejuan going to try and make his way out of here. The ricochet not enough to take him down there.
I mean, Elk ends up getting a small CS advantage from all of this, but I think if he were there, that play to go in would have made a little bit more sense.
And Labrov switched to smite. I was trying to work out like who managed to pick that one up, but you can see that he did not. actually get a smite if you did manage to switch, as I don't think you actually can. I know there was a big old zoom in, so I'm like, what was happening?
Well, my eyes were on Elk the whole time because I'm like, well, he's not joining, so he's really trying to, with this trade, freeze Hansama out of a ton of money, and he is successful in doing so. You could see his CS lead starting to really stack up. He ends up getting a pretty significant gold advantage from this exchange. Skumon just power farms the whole time, doesn't look for a gank topside there, as the Jax is already having the push there, so he gets the Krugs and continues to actually outfarm just slightly Bejuan in this jungle matchup. But I think the biggest winner of that exchange was Elk there in the bottom lane.
Yeah. It was just kind of flexing that G2 decided that they'd go in and wait around for so long while that lane was kind of just sacrificed. You can see the result is that Elk is incredibly far ahead. Has been trying to fight back here against Broken Blade, who's having a pretty good time here on this Jax into the Gwen. This is a matchup that we used to see a whole lot. I feel like we've seen it less and less over the last little while. You can see it's very even, at least in the early game.
I've seen the rise of tanks in the top lane and picks like the Rumble being just so prevalent. As Broken Blade will look for the interrupt. Scary moment there, as Bin doesn't have his Q stacked, so Broken Blade, I think, wise to look for that annoying stop, but it's not going to amount to too much, as the bottom side of the map here, now we see the back from Elk, got his tier picked up, is able to budget an extra longsword there into that back, which feels amazing. As the Ezreal, you end up getting both on that first back. Start stacking the tier, you get those additional AD stats. As, Labrov lurking.
He is well and truly out of the paddock here, as Elk going to have to use a Headbutt Pulverize, an Arcane Shift, but he's not actually able to get it in the trample. Still going to be able to lock him down. One more auto will do it, and there it is, Hansama. Yet another first blood here for the AD carry of G2.
Yeah, really nice wraparound there from Labrov on not there. You could see Elk realizing in that moment. He goes for the final skill shot because he knows he is dead, can't get out. Hopes to trade it back there with a turret shot, but is unable to do so. Hansama picks up the kill, and once again, an early game lead in the bottom lane.
Really impressive stuff here from this Sivir. I've seen, like, even though it wasn't necessarily the greatest day for Viper, like his Sivir has looked fantastic this tournament, and we're seeing Sivir find even more success. So it looks like Xena Warrior Princess is looking pretty good for EWC this year.
Certainly.
Been getting a bit of a shove here towards the top side of the map, but Broken Blade pretty happy, sitting on a Sheen. Pretty decent first back for him as well.
Little Hex Flash cinematic there as Caps goes out with the teleport. That was kind of a funny scene there out of the fountain. As Labrov does head back over to look for Dragon control here with Hansama. They have to push in the bottom lane. It's a ward in the pit. Caps maintains a little bit of prio here, as we may actually have a straight-up fight for this Dragon. I mean, it looks like On and Elk want to consider a contest. Bejuan in the area. See the teleport for the Jax top side here, so teleports will be matched. The top laners will not be involved for a potential contest over this Dragon, and instead it's just going to be junglers going back to farm. Not enough control for either side. Great spell shield there from Hansama.
Yeah, nicely done. Absorbs the Mystic Shot, as Elk was holding that wave for a really long time, so he actually retains a bit of an advantage when it comes to the CS, just because making it to the wave was a little difficult for Hansama when he was alone.
Now they are going to have the group up here for the Dragon. Timing of this, just before the grubs spawn, if they can rush it down, will feel amazing. See, Knight has wrestled that prio back. And with the wave in the in the bottom lane, also in control here for Elk and On. It's going to be a Dragon take, and not really much that G2 could do to answer it at the moment. As you can see, they're fishing for something, like maybe we could take these Raptors away in exchange. And, Skumon is able to find this, but he's on vision. And BLG do know everything at the moment.
They do. Skumon's still going to be able to take this away, though. It looks like the top side is just going to get eviscerated here by the tree, as the Dragon is going to be taken out here. As some needlework here from Bin as he pulls the circle around. Great counter-strike here from Broken Blade, but he doesn't quite have lethal damage. And so it is just a trade, but it's Bin that holds on to his flash.
Yeah, maybe
an advantage, maybe.
If Skumon was up there with level 6, could have looked for this. They might still want to try to make the play happen, but they don't commit. Skumon comes up. Okay, Bin stops the recall, actually, in fact, so maybe there's an angle. Bin knows this. They're going to have to commit to the TP. On swaps his spellbook over and is going to come for the defense.
Yeah, Bin actually going to be getting a decent amount of damage onto Broken Blade there as he makes his way out, but they'll take it, as the teleport pretty valuable. Skewmon not going to get cosmically bound.
I really like how Skewmon very quickly realizes he has to cross map and he has to go for counter jungling whenever Bejuan makes these plays. He's been really good at it, but he hasn't really been able to get a massive farm lead or anything like that. But making these threats happen would be huge. If he was just a little bit more synced up with Broken Blade there, a little bit faster, maybe they could have made something happen. They are still going to be able to get the grubs here on this top side.
Oh, Trishot Barrage actually coming on over there as the headbutt gets Bejuan out. And so not going to be killing the cow. Shout out to Lebrov as well, using the barrel skin, my personal favorite player. So that's pretty cool stuff. A lot of people do really like the cowbell. Don't blame them. But that one is the one that Beryl uses every time. As Knight now picks up an Emperor's Divide, Caps is just going to back himself away. His blasting rod.
Have a pretty significant gold lead. You know, it's farm leads across the board that actually give them this advantage. You know, the grubs were picked up, all 3 of them, for this Maokai. So Skewmon is like, all right, well now, you know, our top lane has a slight lead in farm, and he is going to be the one that is going to take a ton of value from these grubs when he hits turrets. Broken Blade is going to be a menace in the side, especially if the game state continues the way it is right now. So doesn't have a flash disadvantage at the moment, but at the end of the day, the Dragon was not for free. You know, it was a big trade-off here that G2 were able to get in return.
Oh, Bin actually going very aggressive here as they trade the ultimates. The needlework coming down. Remember, there is no flash for Broken Blade, but he finds that the leap strike comes in. The snip is not going to land, and Broken Blade just brings down the lamppost. And that's a solo kill against Bin for BB.
And this is so huge because, you know, I already talked about the lead he had in lane. His hold up.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide comes out from Knight, and the Emperor's Divide comes out from the Emperor himself. It looks pretty good as now On's moved down. Caps gets himself to safety. Lebrov's there with the headbutt pulverize. And now Bejuan down to about 100 health, but is going to be able to walk his way out. Teleport in from Elk as he gets towards this mid lane, and BLG really starting to bleed in this game. This is one of the biggest leads that G2's had throughout this series.
Absolutely.
And it felt like they were further ahead in game number 1.
Yeah, no, I mean, now you have this lead in the top lane, which we spent so much time discussing what the ramifications of that are, which is so much side lane control, but you can see the Maokai ult already at work there. A very big commitment there from BLG to look for the kill onto Caps. Does not succeed. As watching this again, Broken Blade has a level advantage here initially, but as you mentioned, does have the flash disadvantage. Plays it confidently, goes into the mist here, hits the counter strike. Bin has to stack up his Q here. Broken Blade disengages during that moment, avoids the needlework. And Bin is out of stacks now, and Broken Blade's super confident, right? And Bin's like, this is not the situation I want to be in. If he looks for the auto trade, he fails, has to flash away, and Broken Blade predicts the Q, sidesteps it, and gets the kill.
Yeah, beautifully done.
Very tense moment there because that's the kind of volatility of that matchup where if you don't dodge that Q, the kill goes over to Gwyn. We're talking about this in a completely different way.
Yep, exactly right. Sometimes that is just how top lane works. It's about taking the risks and seeing what is going to pay off. And for BB, it's looking fantastic on this Jax. Work is not done yet. We've, you and I especially, Wolf, we're very good at recognizing Gwens that are like 0-2, that still win. Thanks, Doran, for letting us know.
Or in this tournament, Zeus.
Yes.
We'll see if Doran ends up doing that later on as we move deeper into the knockouts.
I think Zeus went a little bit too far with the 0-5. I wasn't a huge fan of that one. I liked like the 0-2-0-3 that Doran showed us.
Broken Blade's going in again.
Yeah, he is looking for the angle. The counter-strike going to go down as On coming on in with the Tempered Fate, but isn't going to be able to find BB this time because he does get the Meep slap. The Magical Journey going to be taken here by BLG as Lebrov not going to get the wraparound in time, and there is a full health turret here for them to sit under.
Quite fancy footwork here from Broken Blade today on this Jax.
Yeah, he is locked in, man.
Handles it like a champ. If he has flash there, he might actually look for the kill. Didn't have it, plays respectfully, and is able to then avoid the follow-up from On. A TP is going to be committed here towards the bottom lane, as they do have that push in the top side. Knight could come over at any moment. This is going to force Broken Blade to go up to the top side. A plate is given over to the Silas here. So a lot of good macro here in a pretty tough situation. As there's that flanking TP I was talking about. Knight going to look for the angle.
Yeah, flying on over. All right, there's the engage. Skewmon down to 50% already as he steals away the Nature's Grasp. There are roots everywhere. It's absolutely ridiculous. There's now Knight right in amongst it. BB gets in there. They're on Bejuan. He's going to be the first target, and down goes the Xin Zhao. That is feats of warfare over to G2 and control of this Dragon Pit.
Yeah, a bit of a risky call there from Knight, and goes in for the Maokai steal right in the face of a Maokai, so it's just going to be kind of an even exchange there, which doesn't really give you the advantage you were looking for as the flanking Silas, but wanted to make the quick snap decision to go in for that, but it ends up just being Bejuan who goes down, so G2 happy with the exchange. The other TP going to come through here for Labrov as they want to actually set up a dive here onto Bin to give Broken Blade a further lead in this side lane.
All right, Labrov looking for that angle. X-Flash will be up pretty soon, as we know, and now Caps will find On. Emperor's Divide goes down, and On does have the ultimate. Might be able to use it here. Does land it onto Caps, but that magical journey is not one that he is allowed to take. That one's back in Seoul, as we can see there. And he's in Riyadh right now.
You're not getting that journey, not today. And just denies him that entry, using the pressure of this Jax in the bottom lane. I mean, the Jax gold lead isn't so massive that he just runs away with the game, but he has 3 grubs, has demolished, got that plate, he's going to grab another one here, and Broken Blade is just running away with the side lane, racing now against the Silas here, 4 feats of strength. Dragon is going to go over as well here to G2, and that's the turret secured here, and that's feats of strength with it, and G2 just utilizing the volatile top lane matchup, the advantage they have there, pushing that pressure point so hard.
Well, now Cap's going to get jumped on here. Wind becomes lightning. There's the True Shot barrage as well. Labrov trying to keep it in order, and down goes the Azir. Broken Blade wanting to get amongst it, but this is 4 versus 2, and not something that G2 really want to take. But now Skumon's making his way over. Hans Sama's there as well. He can call on the hunt. They are moving pretty quickly. He's looking to try and ricochet around this fight. Elkanon down so incredibly low. As Ansama does manage to lock that one down. Broken Blade looking for On. And now Knight getting back in there with the chains. He knows that he's probably dead, and Hansama is able to flash his way out. Skimon will be able to chase down this Silas, but I don't know whether he's going to be killing him, because there is just no damage.
Yeah, not without
is going to go back.
Some help from Hansama. So like you say, I think he's just going to get out. Knight is totally fine there. Hansama, great flash, does get away. But Broken Blade is doing so much heavy lifting in this game. And I said earlier, oh yeah, 350, 400 gold, it's not insurmountable. It's not the Jax is just going to straight up run away with the game as wow. Commitment to the ult here fails to stop the bag. Yeah, not going to feel good about that. There's just more
take notes as well. Oh man, that's one of my favorites.
It's just more salt into the wound, but Broken Blade now has he has so much gold, and there's not going to be a great answer to shut him down in this game. That he's a huge threat if there's any sort of objective setup where Broken Blade has TP advantage. Like, just good luck dealing with this Jax. You're gonna have to send so many people, and G2 better grouped here for this Herald. Knight's hijack coming back available here, but I just don't think he's going to have a great target to use it on.
This is going to be a really difficult one for BLG to navigate their way back into, because right now G2, they have such a great lead, and their composition scales like fine wine, man.
There's no turret here for Ben.
Yeah, he is going to alcove game for a moment, does get a teleport. And it's going to be Elk coming down to help out.
So 2 summoners burned by Broken. So much time. Caps' sacrifice is well worth it, because what's rotating up is that Maokai, and Labrov can buy an insane amount of time here. Over the walls.
Hansama's waiting boomerang to destroy this Bard. A battle on 2 fronts now, though, as Labrov gets a nice pulverize to buy some space. As Caps, he can drive Shelly out of this one if he'd like to. That would look a little bit weird. As Beishuan going in once again, Hansama will get knocked up. And the 3 Talon Strike working out really well. Now the drive is going to come on through here, as hopefully they do not crash Caps' car, because Cap's going to need that to make his getaway. And there it is.
This was a pretty big turnaround, though, by BLG. They were able to win out pretty hard. It's like Broken Blade is going to assess the situation here for just a moment before he decides to commit to this turret. Will go down. That's 300 extra gold in his pocket. Don't often talk about the Jax mid lane, side lane power, but he is going to be able to, with that extra time, get away with this. But this play here is really greedy on the side of G2. Skumon can ult from super far away to buy some space on the Labrov as the bodyguard bodyguard man I'd want to hire. As Caps is just going to sidestep the ult, right? And LeBron buys so much time here as Broken Blade comes back over. But unfortunately, the fight here is just too broken up for G2, and the ultimates to survive and buy time were so front-loaded that it's a really easy cleanup here from BLG. Caps makes the right call to take the Herald out and will, luckily for him, survive. But this is a big swing of gold back into BLG's pockets.
Yeah, Hans Sommer just finding himself in a really awkward position as he tries to regroup with the rest of the team. And that was where Beishwan was able to pounce. Really good capitalization from some mispositioning here on BLG's side, and that's exactly what they need to orchestrate in this game.
Now, that alone is not enough to get BLG back into this game, but it is certainly a big win as the 2-item spike for Elk is nearly online. Just a few more Qs to hit to stack that tier. G2 prio on this dragon.
Yep. It is an Ocean Soul, so not exactly the most impactful. It does mean that the Rift is very pretty.
Caps with TP pushing this turret in the top lane. All G2 need to do is to buy time here for the Azir to pick up a turret and TP into the fight.
I feel like BLG are just going to look to try and start it as quickly as possible as there's the Nature's Grasp. They're looking to lock down Bin, but he's immune. The old Gwen Adage.
But it buys time, and Caps gets that turret. Now he's going to continue to push, and BLG have to make some tough calls here. On in trouble.
Yep, On is just going to get ripped to shreds. Oh, not quite enough there with the Boomerang Blade, but it is going to be the Sapling that burns him down. The immediate trade, though, Jungler for support, you probably take that if you're BLG, and they're looking for even more. Counter-Strike to come down as Broken Blade looking to get out.
Caps.
G2 trading even at this point?
I mean,
Caps,
Caps,
not what they want.
They don't end up, though, TPing Caps in, and he's going to get a second turret there in the top side.
Yeah. Maybe I spoke too soon, as now Hans Sommer is just going to get ripped apart. Elk just looking great now. I believe just picked up the 2-item spike, and he is able to put on that pressure. That's going to mean the BLG move over. They're going to look to take down their second dragon of the game, and man, the momentum swing was ridiculous. Their utilization of the fact that they had the man advantage, and I hope that top inner turret was worth it here, G2.
Yeah, it was definitely a losing situation there for G2. They could have opted to TP Caps in and try to turn the fight, but with how scrappy it is, and any teleport location is just going to make you vulnerable, obviously, to all the CC that BLG have. They decided to just kind of kite it back. Everyone's super low health and say, Caps, I mean, get that turret as fast as you can because things are going to hell down here on the bottom side of the map. It is a dragon that goes over to BLG. I think the thought process behind this, though, utilizing the fact that, as you pointed out very wisely, it's an Ocean Soul. This dragon itself isn't that valuable, but an inner turret and all the scaling damage that's going to come with this Azir that's now massively ahead is definitely the right idea, I think, with this. Got a little bit dicey for a moment there, but I still favor G2's position as the dust settles here.
Yeah, and I think that I was doing the play-by-play thing where I'm like looking at what's on the screen, and that didn't look good for G2, but I wasn't factoring in that they were out of a pigeon.
And look at how much time they could buy. I mean, they've just shown it in so many of these fights and skirmishes, right? It's a Jax that's got Counter-Strike. You have the ult here to come through. Yes, Gwen is immune and not going to kill her, but they pull everyone off the dragon. That's the first turret that goes down. And then BLG are like, all right, I'd love to group over here and start taking this dragon. Broken Blade's like, I'm going to push on. Knight's ultimate here is used defensively, so it's hard to now punish. Great block comes through. They push on to Skumon. He has to sacrifice himself here. It's not ideal, but they know that every second they can buy here, the turret goes down topside, right? Caps is getting value. It's tough, like I said, for him to TP in. Skumon's not happy with dying there. I think he wanted to buy time and then get out, and Caps gets the turret. But at the end of the day, this Azir is a menace, right? This Azir is huge.
And you can see that 0 on the damage graph. That's not because he was there and not doing anything. It's because he wasn't there, and he was doing stuff in the top lane. As the Otacon, now a consideration here for G2. I feel like Otacon, like, teams learned that this is like a thing that we should probably not throw our lives away for, but in this tournament, we are throwing our lives away for it again, as instead, this time around, it is BB just trying to destroy everyone that walks towards him. Oh my goodness, that was not the magical journey that On was looking for. And Hans Sommer with the on the hunt is now just going to back his way out. The rest of the team just going to be moving real quick if they'd like to. There's a lot of fog of war here that BLG has to deal with as there's the flash forward. Headbutt to get Beishwan out of the way, and the Crescent Guard is not guarding against enough. Caps down incredibly low. A beautiful pulverize has now been trying to snip, and dash his way out, and he will be able to stay alive, but they're not going to be anywhere on this map for when G2 wants to take anything they would like.
Yeah, G2 very low. I don't think they'll necessarily want to commit to this Otacon, but with everyone else having to back away, TP showing topside here for Caps as well. They can just say, all right, well, you guys don't have a lot of vision here. Let's put Caps in the top lane, and you guys will have to kind of clear this up as this Azir is pushing topside. A lot went wrong there for BLG, though, in that scrappy fight. Like, On tries to solo ult a Sivir, who has Spell Shield, and Hansama just eats it and says, okay, cool, and they continue to push. And it's a very scrappy fight, using the pressure of this Otacon to pull BLG into a really uncomfortable position. And you can see they're like, okay, not on Otacon, but we don't have any vision. Then Broken Blade shows himself here. And this is a really uncomfortable position for BLG because their Silas isn't here, right? And this is the timing to go in.
And Peishuan, like, going in onto a Jax, like, Counter-Strike is the best thing for dealing with a Xin Zhao, and then On, you blink and you miss it.
If On ults the rest of G2 are chasing there, I think it buys enough time for them to actually potentially look for a turn in a fight, but he just tosses it into a Spell Shield instead. That's a big tool gone. And then the follow-up here, once Cap shows up, is like, it's a Sivir, it's a Fed Azir. You just cannot win that longer fight, despite some of these low health bars here. And Broken Blade is such a menace in this game.
He is a monster on this Jax. And he's very willing to put himself in harm's way as well. As you can see, 5.5k damage. I mean, BB is this whole team right now. He is absolutely monstrous. And we'll be able to sit in side lanes, make stuff happen. You can see moving down towards this bottom side, and the Otacon is still in the eyes of G2 right now. 4,000 gold, the lead, and plus that. Like, it's like 4.5k. It is a big deal. As you can see, BB has done the most damage in the game right now, and that is when Hansama is like 3-1-6 at this point as well. It's a very big Sivir, but not quite as big as this massive Jax in the top lane. You got some items coming in for Caps as well, who, as you can see, is 50 CS in the lead because he's just been side laning relentlessly in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the massive leads that are starting to stack up here make it really difficult, and it feels like for BLG, you're kind of on this timer, and it feels like the hourglass has already run out of sand. You really need a big combo here. You need a cool flank angle or an overextension, and you know, is kind of the story that we laid out at the very beginning of this draft is that top lane volatile matchup. Who gets the lead? Who pulls them around the map? But this side laning Caps threat, I think, was something that maybe BLG wasn't necessarily as prepared to deal with. And going to see an attempted steal here. It's very early, unfortunately, for Elk, though. And this is going to be the second dragon of the game here for G2. Again, not a consequential dragon by any means, but they have so much map control, and these side laners just go straight back to it.
Yep. Cap's going to get down towards the bottom lane this time. There is an inner turret still there, so we might be able to get some value if he is given any space. But this is exactly where both of these teams want to be. The Otacon is going to be the next thing they're fighting for.
Vision control here is pretty good for G2. Luckily, though, for BLG, they have that one ward behind it, so they're not going to fall for any traps or anything like that. But that pressure is real. Once that ward gets cleared, G2 can kind of start this at any moment. Feel super good about their ability to rush it down with this pretty large Azir and Sivir, who has 3 items and an IE. Yeah, and this is where things get desperate for BLG with very limited vision.
There's also full AP Maokai as well. And so he does a lot of damage. You saw that, like, one sapling hits On and he loses a third of his health bar.
Yeah, the Bloodletters Maokai is a bit of a new one for me. This one's a little bit less common over our region.
Yeah, us in LCK, we sometimes see the Leandries and then into tank.
And Chronicler gets mad.
Chronicler does get mad. He doesn't quite like that. He's like, no, you're a tank, be a tank.
But in some of these scenarios, I mean, we saw the sapling kill earlier. It's pretty huge.
I like Maokai, man. I'm into it.
It helps you rush down an Otacon. And I mean, the lack of vision here, there's nothing that BLG could do. And unfortunately for them, with control vision on the Baron, realizing, hey, if we make the Hail Mary here and fail, the game is just straight up over, so let's look for something else.
Yep, and maybe, just maybe, there's no beating G2 5 times in a row.
Yeah, perhaps.
Okay.
We had someone to pull it.
You know, you pull it out of the box, and unfortunately, something happened in transit. So we can just say we make up a story and say, like, yeah, he just got a faulty one.
He's known to collect broken blades, not usually the arm guards, though.
Man, it's like thematically right.
Yeah.
He was just giving BLG a chance.
But I mean, it's
doesn't
stats.
matter.
Yeah, exactly. But guess what? I was going to say, he's got a ton of money, and he's going to have Azonius and not care, and that's already happened. Maybe he just did it as a flex.
Or maybe he was trying to see whether his arm guard flexes, and it doesn't. It just shattered.
No,
So
it's not as flexible as he originally thought.
Why would something that goes around your arm then turn into a timepiece?
Well, you would think after he tried to bend the blade last time, he would have learned. Let's look at this map control here for G2. They have so much vision control around this Baron threat. There's a control.
He does find the angle, though, as now you can see Broken Blade in a lot of trouble. The flash forward into a cosmic binding. And then Caps dies.
I'm sorry, I meant to say Caps just might straight up be dead.
It's fine. It's
okay. Broken Blade is
going to
he's gonna two-shot the turret. Until On says, I'm going to ult that, so no, never mind.
Yeah, there's been a lot of things that were just taken away from us there in that last couple of moments.
That was kind of like, I was rushing the call a little bit, you know, but I thought both of those things were going to happen.
Well, at least, BB does the wraparound, not going to be able to kill On, so the disasters don't consign his soul point here for G2. And Finn is just going to get dove on by this big old Jax. The needlework not going to really be doing anything at all. As he parks himself back in this lane once again. You got a tree and Xena taking down this dragon. And now Broken Blade moving on over to try and get this last auto attack. There it is, On moving in as well to try and protect Ben. But they are just bleeding objectives all over the place as BLG.
I mean, Caps has a death cap. He's almost got his Void Staff. He's just heading straight back to mid lane. Broken Blade walks at 4 people and says, what are you going to do? As the rest of G2 continue to clear these waves. Now mid lane's getting pushed through. And G2, it feels like at this point, could do no wrong.
Into this back line and has nowhere to get out. As now BB and Bin continuing their battle, and Elk trying to hold on to this turret. But I don't think he's going to be able to do so. And G2 will break the base here in Game 2 and look to bring us to a third game once again here in our first day of knockouts at the EWC.
And this is just a dominant performance here from G2. Had some pretty big leads in Game 1, but this was something different. This is very different from the look we saw from this team at MSI just a week ago. And they're bringing us to 3, the full distance here. And the Maokai first pick absolutely worked out. And I think eyes bigger than their stomach for so many of those fights for BLG where they had a man advantage, but underestimated how much time the Alistar ultimate, the Maokai ultimate could buy for a rotation over. Caps side laning, just constantly putting the pressure on those turrets, building up such a big lead. And Broken Blade, they played through him. The G2 fans praying and hoping here to win this third game after what was such a tragic loss in Game 1.
Yeah, BLG gonna have to get back on the horse after that one. It is going to be tough because this was G2's game from the very beginning. You can see every single number is going to be in the lead, and the fact that Broken Blade just obliterated Bin in that top lane matchup, that is going to be the biggest deal moving into game number 3. And remember, guys, it was four losses in a row in the last couple of weeks, right? And G2 going to buck that trend and look to see whether they can take another one.
A big win here for G2. A lot of relief, you have to imagine, after that one. Taking a look at some of these damage numbers here. Caps and Hansama doing a ton. Broken Blade, though, matching an Azir in a 32.5-minute game just really tells the story of how much impact this Jax had.
Yep, exactly right. But there is still one more game to go. An even series here in our last one of the day, as we are going to take a short break. When we get back, that last game.
If I could remove one champion from league, it would be Timo.
Zoe. Every time I invade into this champion, Vavel comes, I die strong. So
之前的话，我觉得像三sword英雄应该是萨米拉吧，因为我觉得他有点做坏了的那种感觉。然后我觉得这版本的话，我觉得都做得蛮平衡的，就没有想特别三sword英雄。If I could remove one champion, I'd probably remove Yumi. I actually really liked it when I played AD carry, so she's fun to play with, I think. But I think playing against it it's not always that fun.
I would snipe Yumi on the spot, no mercy. I absolutely love playing with Yumi. It's fantastic. Gives me warm and fuzzy feelings inside when I get the buffs. But by God, when I have to kill something that has that cat on it, I hate my life.
Yumi. Tại vì Yumi là một vị tướng mà có lối chơi rất là lạ, nên là cũng chỉ theo phong trào thôi. Tại vì mình thấy rất là nhiều người muốn remove Yumi là mình cũng tương tự.
I don't wanna say Yumi. That's what everyone says. I'm not sure. I have to go with Yumi. It's just unfun, unskilled. Like she just does nothing.
如果我要删掉一个英雄的话，我选择 Briar 吧，因为我都还没玩过的英雄。
Probably be Sona, because just in solo queue I get so many Sona supports, especially in NA and EU. I feel like in the West they like playing it a lot and it doesn't really do anything, so probably Sona.
I would remove Sona from the game, so it's not on my team anymore. No one wants blind pick Sona on their team. The chance you get piked or blitzcranked is too high.
탈리아로 하겠습니다. 왜냐면은 항상 대회 자주 나오는데 탑 챔피언 상대로 거의 좋아가지고 좀 까다로운 것 같습니다.
Will be King, especially Blue King, because it ruins your solo queue. The guy just picks King, doesn't even know how to play jungle, like farms everyone around the map, just keep flying. I hate this champ.
카밀이란 챔피언을 삭제하고 싶습니다. 왜냐면 원딜 입장에서는 좀 불합리한 스킬셋을 가지고 있다 생각해서
删除他排这种影响吧，因为觉得大招是全图的一下帮密死，就玩的比较累一点。
I would remove Garen. He has no mana, he has infinite HP with his regen, so he doesn't really have to recall that often. He has so much tenacity and damage resist built into his kit. He's not fun to play with, and he's not fun to play against, because his kit's just a little too linear, so I don't like the design.
딱히 뭐 삭제시키고 싶은 챔피언은 없습니다.
And G2 battle back. They give something for the fans to cheer about in the stadium. They got loud, and rightfully so. Europe one win away from making it back to semifinals of an international event. And you can see how much it means to them inside the STC arena. It was rocking. 1-1 is your score. Thank you. All right. 1-1 is your score. And we've got one more game left. Great that we went all 8 possible games and one more to decide the semifinals. Degon here alongside Medios and Finn. And just like that, which one were you, Finn? You were all of those emotions.
I was all of them, man. I'm so happy. Like BB is smurfing. I feel like, honestly, if you asked me which team has played better today, I would say it's G2, honestly. I feel like both game 1 and game 2, they kind of had like control for the majority of the game, and in general they've made smarter map moves. They're been getting caught less, and their team fights have been more solid.
It feels like G2 versus Knight right now. I think Knight is the only person showing up for BLG right now, and even game 1, his Orianna steal with just QW on Baron is pretty much the entire reason why they were in it. So I definitely feel for him. It's been really tough. Yeah, BLG in game 2 was very surprising to me. Oh, maybe not, because they are really inconsistent. But anywhere from their draft prep, I think it was really strange to give Scuman Maokai. Like we were saying beforehand, you know, what does G2 want? They want Maokai, they want Azir, and they got him. And it's one thing if you give them, because, you know, you got to give them something, but they banned out, I think, Pantheon and Vi to give Maokai. It's like they probably would have taken Maokai even if those other champs were open, so why did you ban them? You could have done better bans. So that was really shocking to me. I think the bot lane as well for G2 is performing way better. It definitely had an off game. Oh, no, absolutely, this Bard was a little bit reportable. So, yeah, feel bad for Knight on this one, honestly.
Yeah, Knight putting in a shift there, doing what he could. I feel like maybe the Silas had to be one of the ideas as well, just to be like, okay, if they take Azir, we'll take Silas. If they take Silas, we'll take Azir. But definitely a lot for him to hijack. What did you think of this draft here, Finn?
I mean, it makes kind of sense on paper because you obviously, I mean, in LPL, they don't really care about Maokai as much as we love it in Europe. Like in Europe, Maokai is pick and ban. You should ban on red side every single game. This is our main jungle, and this is what is being traded back and forth. But meanwhile in LPL, they really lean towards the skirmish-heavy jungler, and of course, the Gwen. So I think BLG, they were like, okay, we give them Maokai, which we don't really value highly, and we get Gwen and Xin Zhao, and we get Knight with a really good Silas game. I think they were super happy with this draft, but I feel like maybe they didn't have the correct read, or maybe Europe is better meta read, I don't know, but in general, I really felt like it ended up being very favorable for G2 because they got everything they wanted.
All right, let's take a look at our first highlight here, because when Bin made it onto the international stage, he was known as one of the best Jaxes in the world. But let's not forget Broken Blade, where he's able to turn it around and remind him, I was pretty good at that jab too.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue. When you have a prior pick in your mind, which is the Gwen, and it gets countered, nullified, solo killed, and gets completely put down like this, that is an issue. I felt like Bin had no presence this game at all, and Broken Blade was just everywhere in every fight, jumping in, diving, doing so much for G2, and really spearheading this victory.
Yeah, absolutely amazing game from Broken Blade. Definitely silencing the haters and doubters, because this is one of the highest skill matchups there is in top lane right now. Jax versus Gwen, we see it all the time, and it's not something you can, just kind of play passively through. You have to be constantly fighting, and every trade can be the difference between winning and losing the lane. And you saw there, he got the solo kill on the Gwen, which is massive, and he just, was able to run away with the game.
Yeah, and he did it with that step back on the last couple of snips. So just an understanding of what was going on there, and a very needed outplay for G2 and Broken Blade. As we take a look at our second highlight here in the mid lane with the Azir hitting away at the tier 2.
Yeah, this is kind of what I want to highlight as well when I said that G2 is actually playing the map way smarter. Caps has gotten the tier 1 already, and they are the one engaging this fight. Kind of like daring BLG to commit to this team fight. On the falls in the beginning of the fight, and now it's just like this dance. G2 is like showing that they kind of want to fight, but they kind of just want to get out. Meanwhile, Caps is getting so much gold on the top side and gets so accelerated. I think he shows up with like a 1.5k gold lead after that, or a 1.5k gold influx at least after that play.
Yeah, a great matador of the aggression against BLG, knowing that BLG is decisive. They like to fight. This is the G2 that so many people have gotten used to and wanted to see. And then finally, over by Baron, it was the decisive fight here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Broken Blade is getting caught almost. He has to jump over into the pit. Bin flashes to try to chase him, but he has the Sonias, and he buys so much time and allows all his team to come and help. He has the Thunder Sky procs and then goes out the other way. And now BLG committed so deep to try to kill him that they're kind of left standing here completely clueless of what's going on, and it's just an easy cleanup for G2 with that gold lead that they had accumulated from previous plays.
I like Lebrov just keeping Bin in the Baron pit and letting him get killed by Baron. That's a rough way to go.
Yeah, Alistair and Baron on against him right there. Also, great wall by Caps to block off the rest of the team from going in, so it turned into a de facto 2v4 for the rest of that one. G2 with that victory, they get some one more notch on up head-to-head against BLG. We touched on it earlier, one of the big talking points. These two teams seem to constantly find each other in international events. It was like the groan heard round the world when they got drawn against each other, as it was 2-1. And every single time it has gone the way of BLG, but G2 now on the cusp of flipping it on their head.
I think this is looking real good for G2. Like we mentioned, in the first 8 games, they've been outperforming, I would say, on average, even though they dropped game 1. I think it's looking really good for G2, and I think BLG is really going to have to figure out something going into this final game, because to me, the jungle and bot lane for G2 have been performing much better. I think that on game one, putting Beishuan on something like Nocturne was a really good idea because he's able to just have so much pressure from his ulti alone. But when he was on the Xin Zhao, I didn't really feel any pressure from him, especially like one thing to me that stood out a lot was that BLG went for the normal invade bot side on red. You split the map and then you can pressure the dive on bot lane, but they didn't really execute it that well. They weren't able to deny any XP from the bot lane. They were able to get level 2, and then Xin Zhao used his smite, so he wasn't even able to secure Krugs and get level 3. So G2 just handled that pressure really well and didn't fall behind at all, which in most cases that can be a super terrible early game if you're bot. So I think, you know, maybe some misexecution by BLG, but also a good response by G2.
Yeah, I mean, it seems kind of similar to what Whippo was talking about with Inspired when they plan up to a certain point and then handled the pressure and then allowed their playmakers to make a play. Finn, 1 more minute left. Final thoughts before we go to this decisive game number 3.
My mind's just like last game. It's like I'm thinking about draft, right? Because I feel like G2 is kind of, they have chosen, they are on red side, right? Because BLG shows blue side, and they have so many bans that are locked. I'm thinking you're probably banning the Pantheon, you're probably banning the Varus, and I think they might ban Aurora as well. And I feel like that gives BLG kind of a big avenue to work within, because there's so many champions that almost are guaranteed to be taken out that they can kind of do whatever they want and kind of find any kind of advantage in drafts.
Medios, do they get over the hump?
I'm going to say G2 for this one. I don't know. I don't think BLG is playing that great, and I think G2 is playing really well. So, yeah, I think they're going to take it.
We saw the graphic on the screen earlier. The last 4 meetings have gone the way of BLG. G2 looked better in game 1, did not close it out. They were dominant in game 2. Will they be able to do it for all of EU? Let's find out. Game 3 as we send it to the...
Thank you very much, gentlemen. You can understand why Finn was absolutely elated. G2 finally picking up a victory against BLG here in 2025. Has been struggling to put on his headset just a little bit here, but also struggled a little bit towards the top side of the map, up against Broken Blade.
Yeah, there were a lot of resources given to get that Jax ahead. He ran away with the lead. They had triple grubs. The side lane pressure with the Azir, who also had triple grubs, was just immaculate. It was just a good macro game from G2, but now they're not going to have that blue side. This time, BLG will have side selection. We'll see how that impacts this draft.
Yep.
And what Broken Blade gets his hands on here for game 3.
Exactly right. I'm also going to be glued to what Scumon's going to be able to play as well, because the Maokai looked great in game number 2, and we know that is an EU favorite. Not necessarily something that we in the East put as much priority on. And so we'll see whether Big Way and Easy Hoon are going to have a little bit of surprise in the jungle maybe to get Beishuan that advantage here in game number 2. Because I 100% agree with Finn. I think that Knight has had and with Meteos as well, that Knight has had a good day today. And the rest of the team have been there as well. We need them to show up a little bit more.
For me, I'm most concerned with On's performance. We've just really seen some
off.
Big misses. Yeah, some off.
Yeah.
Some weirdly timed ults, some positional errors. And this is partially why we've seen Han Sama generate big leads in lane as well, consistently.
Yep.
Is they're winning the 2v2, and then outside of lane, On just hasn't been making the same impacts that Labrov has made. 2 supports who were heavily criticized for their MSI performances, to be frank, but it feels like Labrov is really winning out today in this really important knockout match here at EWC 2025. So let's see what happens as we move into game 3.
All right. And so now we'll just have to see what is going to happen here as we move into the 3rd game. And we'll do our very best to get there as soon as possible.
That's right, as everyone's just setting up for what is the final game of the day here on this Thursday evening in Riyadh. The sun has set. There are tons of fans outside around the boulevard watching multiple esports here that are going on at what is a celebration of esports across multiple titles here. And we have 2 of the most legendary orgs to ever touch League of Legends. G2, the kings of Europe, the most successful team, and BLG arguably in the latter half and postmodern LPL, the most consistent org to appear in international events.
Not to mention one of the biggest brands as well. So very, very important stuff And of course, G2 with many teams across a lot of different games as well. I'm not entirely sure how the club rankings look right now. You'd have to expect that they're feeling pretty good about picking up some titles in a lot of them. We have to remember as well that the club championship, you need to come first in at least one of those games.
That's right.
If you are going to be the champion here at EWC. So you're going to have to find one of those avenues in. We'll see whether it is going to be BLG or G2, or whether one of these teams, well, which one of these teams is going to be going home at
one of these teams taking that one further step forward to semifinals. Puts them one series away from potentially making that grand finals and taking it all. There is so much on the line in terms of prize money. Every single step up you can take. Winning this third game is a massive jump in prize money. So it's tense. And, you know, heading into a game like this, trying to keep your head in the game, trying to really stay focused as we have some technical issues being resolved here before we head into this draft is going to be paramount. And BLG having pick priority on blue side, I'm really curious to see if the red side bans will change a little bit here for G2. Do they feel like they can give Bejuan over the Vi? Do they have an answer to that? Do they think they can give the Pantheon over? Do they have some sort of response to that? Or we just see both of them once again taken away. The Varus, another question mark that's been banned consistently in games 1 and 2. Will we see that in the hands of either Elk or Hans Sama? I imagine the answers to these questions are all no. I think they will continue to be banned.
Yeah, I actually think that the Pantheon and the Vi are going to be so much higher priority, right? Like we already heard Finn say, like, why are you banning them if the Maokai is up? Well, yeah, the Maokai isn't up anymore, so they're going to require those to be taken away. And I think that we are getting closer and closer to the final draft of the day, and possibly the final draft for BLG or for G2. We are going to be getting our players in and getting things underway.
It's so tense here, and you can really feel it. You could see it on the players' faces. It's a massive G2 crowd here that have traveled all the way to Riyadh to support this roster that had such a rough time at MSI, a hardship against this very team.
Yeah.
Now trying to get that revenge and be the ones to conquer, the ones to walk away. Or will we see BLG do it again, albeit a little bit less dominantly than what we saw at MSI, but to take it twice and to advance forward here. It's time for the draft.
Yep, here we go. We are finally in there. And the Galio, Annie, and the Wukong all taken away here by BLG. Definitely a big change-up.
Yeah, and Poppy Varus, meaning that one of the Vi or the Pantheon, or potentially both, I think likely both, will make it through the draft here so that you can get one or the other. They pick one, you get the second, and on red side, we'll get to get something with it. Instead, however, they actually will ban the Pantheon and leave open that Vi here to BLG.
I think this is really, really scary because Knight is pretty good at
Ahri. That's still open?
Yeah.
And they banned the Annie. But is there a way? Like, I just don't feel like there's necessarily a jungle that you feel like with this game 3, with all the jungle bans we already have, the Xin Zhao is gone, that you could pick away the Ahri here. You know, I don't think you're going for an Ahri Viego lock away.
Ahri Lee Sin? And then flex Lee Sin to top lane and play Kindred?
No, don't, please, no.
No, that's not good? You don't think that's good? What do you mean? A professional team
may have
played that.
just sent one of our region's teams home playing that, in fact.
Oh, is that what happened? Okay, never mind.
The Trundle answer here is pretty interesting. It's not the first time we've seen Vi given over for the favor of the Trundle, even though Trundle's interaction with Vi and his subjugate isn't the highest value into Vi specifically. It can, if she ults in, isolate her.
Ah, yes. Yuumi is the perfect answer. It's harder for you to then get hit by the cease and desist. There we go. That is not what they're going to lock in, as actually going to be holding on to that mid lane pick. See what Knight is going to be playing, as the Rel will be locked in.
This is an interesting draft here. While I feel like both of these picks aren't necessarily as highly prioritized as G2 are putting them here, it puts a lot of questions into your mind as BLG as to what the game plan is going to be, and it makes the decisions you make a little bit tougher. Now, they're just going to go for the tier list. They're just going to say, all right, we're going Aurora Rumble. We have the Vi set up. Vi Rumble, so incredibly powerful. And then the Aurora is just going to be a lane bully into almost any matchup there in the mid lane. The answering Ornn, they already were prepared. They have the Trundle pick themselves. They can just lock this one in. It's considered a counter to the Rumble. But it doesn't mean you're going to get lane prio early.
No, and the two, like, best picks into the Rumble are actually banned away in the Galio and then the pick away of the Aurora. It's actually kind of cute. Of course, the Ornn has been pretty popular as an answer to the Rumble as well, like you mentioned. So good that G2 are at least able to lock that one away. But still, I feel like this was a well-orchestrated beginning of the draft here for BLG. An obvious game plan is in there, and that top side of the map is looking very, very frightening.
You can feel the weight of the blue side against you here in this, Dylan Falcon draft here, where they've got a lot of great tools and there's still a lot of flexibility here, but the tier list definitely leans towards BLG. That scale has tipped. The Braum ban can completely, if you don't ban the Braum, it can completely nullify your Ornn, so that one is kind of a must ban in this situation. Decent into the Rel as well. Victor is taken away. I think that's a great scaling mid lane pick that works well with the ornaments later on, so that makes a ton of sense.
You can kind of keep up with the range of the Aurora as well, Death Ray, so it does make some sense to
maybe
that one out.
A Rise ban to follow here. Yeah, that's what they're going to think and take that one away, because that's another one of those pick similar situation. Great wave clear, can kind of buy some space into the Aurora, just out wave clear her early and just not interact with her in the side lane. So what's it going to be here? This is where things get really interesting. I feel like Misfortune works well with Rel, but I don't think this is the kind of draft where you want to be picking that one up. The Corki I like a lot more.
And it's a flex pick as well.
Absolutely.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it could go either in the mid lane or into Hansama's hands. I think it will probably be Hansama's pick in this scenario, but this is something that BLG can't know for certain.
Yep, and there's not a lot of magic damage just yet, so Cap's probably wanting to be on a caster champion, perhaps. As Oldia, oh no, it's the champion that everyone has hated throughout all of MSI.
Renata's up.
And the Kalista Renata will be locked in here for BLG.
It's so good into Trundle and pretty good into Rel as well. And you already have so much AP damage on the top side, and both the Rumble Ultimate and the Aurora Ultimate work so well with this low-range Kalista, plus the Vi lockdown. No way.
That's LeBlanc.
LeBlanc, long time no see on this pick. And man, I have to say it, I have to be honest, I feel like this LeBlanc pick doesn't fit the identity of this comp in really any way to me. You're strong into the Rumble, you're strong into the squishy Renata, if you can isolate her, maybe even if you find Vi in a scenario where if you're ahead, you can get into the jungle and harass her and push her away from some of her camps. I mean, the burst damage of the LeBlanc is real, and she will get somewhat empowered by the ornaments, but it's not the kind of scaling damage pick I thought that with this Ornn pick G2 were looking for. I thought we were going to see something with consistent damage. Sure, the Victor and the Victor and the Rise were banned away. Azir is banned as well by Fearless, so there weren't a ton of great options.
I do think that you have so much mobility that a lot of this ground location-based damage that is there for BLG is going to be less effective against Caps. I think it's a good idea in that front. Of course, you do still have a dash, so it's the coming back that's more blinky, right? So you go in, you start a fight, and then you can sort of get out of there without any sort of answer. That could certainly work here for Caps, and we know that this guy is just really, really good at LeBlanc. Has been in the past, at least.
LeBlanc is the type of pick, too, that could just completely take over a game, regardless of what your comp is. If you just get ahead enough with it, it doesn't matter what the enemy team is running. It doesn't matter what you're running.
Yeah, she's a magician, right? She's like, and this one disappears.
But to put it all on the line in this final Game 5, this red side counter pick of the LeBlanc was a bit of a shock to me. And it's a pick that has just fallen pretty significantly out of the meta for quite some time.
And she had the visual update, right? So it has the different icons. So, I was expecting that she'd sort of, come back into the meta because, we're going to play her because now she's changed a little bit. And just wasn't. Just wasn't a thing at all. At least definitely not in the LCK, and haven't really seen her internationally either. So Cap's going to be bringing that one out here. That's why we love Fearless. You really do have to get a little bit deeper into these champion pools.
Yeah, I mean, the only other pick I was thinking about that maybe would have been strong with their comp, scales pretty well, has good wave clear, was the Hui, but again, not ideal, right? Not perfect in this. Not perfect in this scenario. There's a lot more agency, I think, in this LeBlanc, and Caps, man, he has to be the main character of this game. I think if G2 are going to close out the series.
I think he's pretty used to being the main character for G2, so I wouldn't put it past him. That one can certainly happen. As here we go. G2 onto the Rift once again. We are finally here as the keys loom over the Rift here now. One of them about to get crushed immediately after this game right here. As, Knight and Caps facing off. Labrov and On also going to lock eyes here in the river. Not too much more going to happen.
Electrocute proc, the name of the game in this mid lane matchup. Lebrov's going to get the crash down.
Yeah, crash down coming on through there. It's the logistics protocol actually picked up from On, so not able to shake anyone's hand right now as a electrocute does come on through from Caps.
Yeah, Caps is like, you electrocuted my support, but I electrocuted you. Haha! Favorable trade in the mid lane, but
then walks over and takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, I'm like, well, maybe that wasn't quite what was going through his inner monologue at that moment.
Must have been close, though.
Everyone's going to back and reset.
Yep. We need to talk about skin choices. Of course, it is not the baseball Trundle, so I'm kind of okay with it. I think that one's kind of illegal because it's so boring, but there's a lot of other really cool skins. Traditional Trundle, always okay because you still get the Pillar of Filth. This one, a little bit different, a little bit newer.
Speaking of Skumon, and we're talking about skins, but let's talk about the pathing here. It does have a lot of vision control set up with this deep ward here, and this is going to start the Raptor cap and look for a 3-buff start as the full wraparound to Han Sama and Lebrov is here. Might be a bit of a hint to Bejuan as to what has gone down here with the pathing that they took. They will catch this wave here, but just playing around the Callistas, not interacting with her at level 1, and then allowing for this clear for Skumon.
This is kind of crazy as well. G2 actually able to pick up every single minion in the wave because BLG cleared it so fast. So not actually losing out on anything is, okay, passive already procced from Caps here in the mid lane. Knight continuing his good form, and we know that Aurora, if played aggressively in the mid game, in the mid lane, sorry, can really just stop you from being able to have a good time at all, ever.
Yeah, it's hard for Caps to proc electrocute till he hits level 2 one more time there, and the trade does hit it there. And we'll look for it. We're going to pan away, but we have a small pause here.
Okay. Flamethrowers being exchanged on the top side of the map. Of course, the Rumble feeling a little bit better about it. But that matchup, probably not one that we're going to be feeling too excited about
the Ornn
to watch.
The Ornn will end up winning out later on, and it's just super powerful, hard to punish, hard to kill with the Rumble, but the Rumble in the early levels will have the pushing power. Just have the better wave clear, can just stand on top of the Ornn and burn him, so you have some prio there. But we'll give you guys an update about this pause as soon as we can, but based on a referee here, it looks like it is something on the BLG side of things.
Yep, Ben looked like he was dealing with something. We have no idea what that was. He was pointing at something on the screen, and hopefully that is going to get resolved pretty quickly. And as we can see here, looks like we are readying up to get this unpaused. So sepia mode really not lasting very long. This was a discussion that we heard yesterday, Wolf, when the other boys were on, as Dan and Jake were talking about Sepia. Is that what Dan said? Did he actually say Sepia?
I don't know.
Sepia mode?
Sometimes, you know, Ox, when he says things in his accent, I wish I could say them as cool as he does. Oh my God.
I think he actually said that one just wrong, though. That was my opinion. And I do want to say that Jake did get that one right. And yesterday was a day of not getting a lot of things right. So that one, that was right. So he absolutely...
Bejuan, though, is coming up here. Broken Blade.
Okay. Well, the face melter might actually come on through here as Broken Blade going to get punished for his great performance. That flash
was
the right one. It absolutely was. He still has to use flash, right? His knight is dead. What? Huh?
Yeah, I'm going to need to see a little bit of a replay.
That's why Ben paused. It's like, what the hell? That shouldn't have happened. Great knock up here from Broken Blade as well as his army of minions comes on in. And the aggression continues here as Lebrov's having to flash away from Elk and On here on this bottom lane. And Caps looking for a bit of an angle, and my God, that is so much damage. He actually decides to go back in, though.
That was the reason why Caps does this, is because he has TP advantage, so he wants to get as much damage done as possible before he just TPs back.
Oh, the flash out is On. Actually, he predicted the flash, but his handshake didn't go long enough.
Yeah.
He needs a longer arm.
Not quite able to make that one happen, but both flashes down here for the G2 bottom lane does not feel great. At least Han Sama is quirky and does have Valkyrie, but
I feel like sometimes in like the last game of a series, you know, in the deciding match, teams decide that they're not going to play as aggressively. You know, they're going to try and be careful, don't want to make those mistakes. That's not these teams. I mean, these teams just want to throw themselves at each other throughout this entire early game.
Caps has this really nice lead because They killed Knight for somehow mysteriously when Knight was on Raptors. I don't know. We'll get back to that later. But then Caps was able to trade with him and then TP back in here, so has a pretty significant health advantage. You can see how he's trading here, how aggressively he knows he's in control of this lane and the wave state that's there. Like, Knight is struggling to play the game, and Caps is just chilling. Skumon here is going to go, all right, well, with all this mid-prio and Knight, who's TP-less, who has to back now, I'm going to go over here and start putting the pressure on this Raptor camp, and I think On will be able to do very little to stop this. Bejuan over here is going to take a Gromp in return, I suppose, but maybe not.
Yeah, they know that he's here, and Broken Blade going to move on up as well. There's a lot of stuff here on the ground, and Bejuan, he flashed, but where are we flashing to?
This is such a weird start to this game, and it's not good for BLG. I'll tell you guys.
I would put it in the cons column, Wolf. I'm going to put that one in the cons column. Cap's going to be able to pick up that kill. He is on 300 health. At least Bejuan was able to do some damage back. But I am perplexed about how this game has started.
I think it's really just a snowball here that happens from the mysterious death, right, of Knight that occurred.
I like it. It's still a mystery.
Well, I mean, he was on Raptor. I guess he was trying to put some pressure on, then just got punished there by Skumon because Skumon was able to pick up the kill, right?
Yeah, maybe baited by Caps.
But right after that, Caps ends up getting the trade before he TPs, and he plays super greedy but gets away with it. Then they get the prio there. He gets the trade once again, so Skumon could do anything. So Bejuan feels like he has to cross map, and so he does, but then gets punished for it because it's pretty obvious to G2 what's going on. And once they spot him there, there's just no way for the Vi to get away. So if you look at the gold leads here, I mean, Caps picks up the second kill there onto Bejuan, so he has a pretty significant lead himself, but the lead for Skumon is massive because he took so much of the jungle away, denied the cross map from Bejuan, so he's 20 CS up right now. It's like 5 whole camps up, and he is just huge on this Trundle, and this Vi is so significantly behind. So G2 loving this start so far.
They really are. I want to give a shout out to Skumon as well. Game 1 wasn't his best performance, but then he gets onto the incredibly comfortable Maokai, the European special in the tree, and has now continued that momentum forward onto this early game play with the Trundle. Here's a crash down as Bejuan, great angle, handshake is going to be there to put Labrov down, but unfortunately the bailout doesn't happen early enough, so they're unable to benefit from that kill. Elk still bouncing around the fight.
Caps is
not able to find any sort of reset here as Caps is walking his way forward. Skumon and Hans still in position.
I think this ends up being a relatively even trade. The kill for the Callista feels better than a second kill on the Trundle, but the fact that the Trundle is this big means that it's kind of okay at this point. A relatively even trade. They do respect the fact that Caps was missing. Knight communicates that to them, and they do back away as we have a bit of a fight here in the river.
Yeah, Knight coming on through. Oh, that pillar placement was absolutely gorgeous. Skumon still wanting to try and mess with this one, though. Does have the subjugate available, but it is Caps that's the target. He is just going to back away to clear out this mid lane, and I just feel like this game is always just a little inch away from a full-on brawl at all times.
Absolutely. We're constantly walking the tightrope, but with the prio that G2 have, Skumon just keeps taking the Raptors rinse and repeat, and there's just not much that Bejuan can do about it. He doesn't have level 6. He's a whole level behind this Trundle, who has ultimate, and this should just be the Dragon over to G2. They don't end up securing the Raptors away, but Bejuan's finally able to farm his camp. He's like, thank God.
Yeah.
But look at his player cam there. He's not super happy, and perhaps
maybe it was
related
because
to the
something
pause.
was going wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure. We're going to check out some replays, though. We've got a lot of them. I actually kind of like the fact that there's a pause. Often don't do this time because it means we can check out some of these plays, and maybe we'll see this Knight mystery, as we do see the feats of warfare going on over, and it was a decent handshake to start things off. The bailout just not quite able to get the value.
Yeah, not timed well enough there. It was a kill for Callista versus a kill for the Trundle there. Target selection a little bit split for G2, but they end up getting the kill anyways there and deny the bailout value. Right now, it feels like this low econ Vi and the Aurora that's been put significantly behind are not going to operate the way that BLG wanted them to. BLG by no means aren't able to, it's not like they're in a situation where they can't fight for objectives right now. They're not that far behind, but fighting for prio is so difficult that they are always going to be behind in the vision game when they're trying to set up for these big fights, which gives such an inherent advantage to LeBlanc. The number one thing that LeBlanc wants, besides money, obviously, and items, is vision control. And when you don't know where the LeBlanc is and she can pop out and kill your support or catch you, especially when you're running a squishy support like the Renata, Caps is feeling really good about what this mid game is going to look like because they have so much map control. It's going to take a big swing in a team fight here and some injection of gold into these big carries here for the side of BLG for them to get back into this game. They're down, they're not out, but G2 really building a significant jungle lead in this game off of just a little bit of prio, and a lot of this on this Caps pick. He's getting value out of LeBlanc already.
He certainly is. And we were talking already about the fact that the Vi is such an incredibly important pick throughout this tournament, throughout this patch, just in general. And it's really been shut down in a massive way by a Skewmon that was being criticized quite heavily. I just want to say, like, really, really impressed. It's been the way that he's performed towards the end of this series.
It's been a big redemption arc for him. I feel like this tournament has been a big redemption arc for Lebrov as well.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And, you know, G2 always able to keep themselves mentally focused in the face of hardship. Remember that game 1 loss was pretty tragic. You know, you mentioned Skewmon. They messed up the timing with the feather pullback and the smite, and what felt like an unlosable situation just turned on its head and it fell apart. Because we could have been looking at a 2-0 here for G2 and things gone just a little bit differently, right? But they
exactly.
still...
It could have been a cringe 7-gamer, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it would have been so sad and frustrating.
But they still keep their mental fortitude. They still are able to stay focused, and we'll see if BLG could do the same, because right now they need to.
Yep. Well, Lebrov and Hansama down here towards the bottom side, now laning against Bin as the lane swap has occurred. Yeah, we haven't Blade taking a bit of damage towards the top side of the map as the Equalizer is going to be employed just to grab some tempo back.
We haven't really
get on these grubs.
touched on the fact that this Ornn, who's laning into a Callista with 2 null magic mantles,
oh no,
is really behind. And we can talk often about how Ornn doesn't need gold that much because he's going to get value with the ornaments later. He's a low econ champion that could do a lot with his ultimate in team fights, even if he doesn't have items. But being this far behind starts to raise your eyebrows because it also just gives such a free lane setup here to Elk, who's just going to be pushing into him constantly. He has a lead he already picked up because of that kill that happened in that top side skirmish.
Wolf, here, I just want to, I need to admit something.
Go ahead. Yeah, sure. I mean, get it all out.
Yeah, I really need to. So we've got a bigger TV here that we're casting off. So I feel like things are in a lot higher definition.
Sure.
That I'm watching in comparison to maybe the cast monitors that we have back at home. Never really has been an issue, but I have just realized that Null Magic Mantle isn't a dress. I always kind of thought it was the kill. As now Elk could be in trouble. Ram is just going to crash into him. And yeah, no, it's like a little cape.
Yeah.
And why are they both capes? You got a Negatron cloak and an Elmet. Why? There's 2 capes?
Well,
why
I mean,
are capes so
a
magic
mantle
resistant?
becomes a cloak. He's very resistant to That's.
I thought a mantle was the thing that goes above your fireplace, so I didn't think that the word had anything to do with what it was.
Atlas. If you're like, oh no, Wizard's coming to get me, do you grab your chainmail? No, you grab your cloak. Okay, you grab your mantle.
Oh, that is such a good point.
You're not like, oh, better grab my helm.
And perhaps, you know, I just haven't thought about it very often, but it is just in the shape of a kilt or a dress, you know, and like,
it's
anyway,
not.
I need to get that off my chest. I know, like, you won't tell anyone, right?
No, I won't, but you just did. But it's okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, I only told you, so I'm sure no one's going to.
Our very private conversation right now.
Yeah. No one will know. No one will know. It's okay. Lebrov now moving towards this bottom side of the map, and as you can see, he is in the enemy side jungle, right? Like G2 are playing really far up, making sure that they keep on as much pressure as possible. And with that feat of warfare that they already have picked up, it's only a couple of objectives or a turret away from feats of strength. And G2 will have a big amount of control. As speaking of control, Bin really pulling this one back on the top side of the map.
Yeah, you know, it's going to get a little bit tougher once that Leandries is done too, to deal with this Rumble in the game state where you just don't have a lot of farm, you don't have a lot of items just yet. The Rumble's still bootsless as well, mind you, as he is just going to TP right back in. And I got to say, the lead that we saw for the Trundle in terms of gold, you know, it's one of those things where it doesn't necessarily matter if you don't fight and if the Vi isn't going to be necessarily relevant, but the prio they've gotten from it and how much vision control they've had. I mean, look at the bottom side of the map. Anytime Bejuan wants to move around that area, they know exactly where he is, and if he isn't showing, they know he's topside, because they can see everything that is on the bottom side of the map right now.
The process of elimination, it is very powerful.
Like the 1 level lead, the full level lead, you know, has now decreased to like a half level lead or a 3rd level lead here for Skewmon, but They're just utilizing that prio and that vision so well right now to continue to control the map. The Drake spawns in 70 seconds here, and that is going to be a really pivotal moment.
Well, that was almost a worry.
That was a little scary.
Yeah, some of the mobility is going to be available there as the chain is not going to get the snare, as you can see Caps bouncing back. Did employ the ultimate, but that, of course, is one of the lowest cooldown ultimates in the game.
Knight
so that is
still low.
Yeah, exactly right. Lebrov making his way in, and the crash down Magnet Storm. Not going to allow him to bounce through that circle at all. And Knight is just destroyed.
Yeah, just not able to quickly flash his way out of that one, unfortunately. Good combo there. The Trundle that's so huge that has, the second completed item here for the side of G2 next to the companion that Caps has picked up is just so big.
Yeah.
The Trundle's just going to chomp that Aurora out of the game, and now Caps has full control of mid, and they could just turn this into a dragon take, but they're going to get plates first. 20 seconds until that Infernal spawns.
Oh my goodness, well, there's the equalizer down. Flash out from Skumont immediately to make sure that he isn't burnt to a crisp. And with the chains, that is going to deny any follow-up here as On moving in. The Dragon is going to spawn like you were talking about, Caps. Looking for that low health bar on Beishuan, the flash forward, and Caps picks up the kill, gets himself all the way back, and actually just takes them on a merry jaunt around the rift and is going to be absolutely fine. The hostile takeover not doing too much here, but Skumont will get shut down by Bin, who has a big flamethrower and doesn't really like all the funny business that's been going on.
They're looking for the kill onto Caps here.
Yeah, there is Knight flashing forward, manages to take down Caps here, and BLG will be able to answer very, very nicely. Maybe a slight overstep as Elk looking to try and take down Lebrov. Doesn't necessarily have a massive amount of damage.
Broken Blade didn't have TP, but is getting a lot of push in that top lane all the while, so at least they get that on the cross map here. A few plates picked up for the Ornn. But so much was used there by Caps and G2 to secure that kill on the Bejuan that they couldn't really continue to contest for the prio on the Dragon. I think G2 tried to do too much there. Could have been happy with a small win, wanted the bigger one, and ultimately do end up getting punished, have to reset. And that means that BLG, despite that initial pick for G2, will get this Dragon and tie things up here. The gold lead for G2 has shrunk significantly. It's really just 300 now, the advantage they hold.
Yep, it is barely anything, and it's going to be a Chemtech Soul here as well. One Dragon apiece between both of these teams. So we're going to check out this fight once again. This very extended fight, as we can see.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really cool moment here where they outplay. Bejuan ends up taking so much damage here from Caps, and then they decide, okay, we're going to force the issue even further. Caps comes in here, ults for the extra W, and then watch this, gets the kill, flashes back to his initial, tricks them there.
So cool.
Very clean play.
Like it. That's when distort, and then you mimic the distort, and then you go back to the after the W.
But what happens next is, because he used all of his tools here, Skumont is left out to dry as G2 at the same time were trying to hold Dragon. And then Caps can't survive either as the Rumble shows up here in the bottom lane. No TP for the Ornn means it was a great win. It was a big win. It was cool. It was a kill. It was a big LeBlanc moment. But the bigger picture here is BLG take the objective and take a kill back.
They do. Now Bin is in a bit of trouble. Does throw down the equalizer to try and get some damage onto Skumont. But this time he has all of his buttons available. And in fact, even invests the subjugate against Bin. Really didn't want to die and didn't want Bin to get away. That is going to be successful as now Lebrov and Skumont looking to wrap around once again as Beishuan is here towards his top side. The Mega Cone going to bring them in. There's the Magnet Storm, but Beishuan able to get himself out of the way because the focus is on this turret. That is going to be feats of strength going over to G2, but can they keep themselves alive as the rest of the BLG cavalry turns up? The Fate's Call was optimistic at best, and they do manage to take down the Trundle.
Yeah, he sacrifices himself to get out there. They end up getting a kill in the turret, though. On top of the kill they already picked up onto Bin, so it's still a big trade up here for G2. You can see their gold lead now as extended again. So they dropped down to 300 and then quintuple that back up to 1,500 for the play. And a gold lead actually accumulates here for Broken Blade. It's just been given so much additional time.
Yeah,
in the side lane, kept it even.
His Canic Rockon was just completed, but now has another Negatron Cloak. That one I know is a cape. I didn't think it was a jellyfish ever. Like, not one time, I promise. But he's going to be building into that item number 2 pretty quickly.
Herald will go over here to the side of BLG. We'll see how they utilize it, but we'll go back to this play here. So when you look at the map, you can see that unfortunately the Renata is just too far away here to make an impact. And then they kind of do this interesting thing where they back away and then say, well, Bejuan, you can take the farm. But that's a Vi, though, and I think this call is a little bit suspect is simply because alone, if it's just a Vi and the rest of the team has vision, they could just collapse on her and kill her. And they get the turret as well.
All right, well, an equalizer goes down as Caps was trying to keep that chain in position. That was gorgeous, though, as Broken Blade comes in and says, thank you very much for all that work you've done, Caps. You can get out of here now. And the G2 fans feeling pretty happy about how this game has headed over the last little while as On going to get stunned up. There's a Magnus Storm once again as he flashes to get himself out of the way. And Beishwan was thinking about going in, but decides instead that Vault Breaker needs to be used as an escape.
They're losing in mid. They're going to lose this bottom turret to a split-pushing Ornn.
Oh, very dangerous.
I mean, the Ornn lead is starting to become very real. Like, he's cresting nearly 1,000 gold the advantage over his lane opposition here in the Rumble, and Ben has been focused. He's been targeted. And, I mean, this is just a huge problem here. Look at the gold lead. Yeah, there was that big dent after the disaster that happened bottom lane for G2, but they just bounced back and continue to put that pressure on. This wild card pick of the LeBlanc, we didn't doubt it because we know it's Caps. We know what he's capable of, but we didn't think it necessarily with this composition and team fights it was going to work out. But with the early game control, how well he played around Skumon, how strong the counter jungle was, the trapping of Knight, right? That snowball with the teleport takeaway, the kill they get there. It's just been kind of this domino effect that's given G2 full map control from start to finish in this game. Now they're going to take even this mid turret down that they dented earlier. And I mean, the gold lead just gets bigger and bigger. Looks like it might not quite go down just yet.
Yeah, Valkyrie going to come on through here as the Fate's Call is going to be the attempt. But now Lebrov in perfect position. They managed to get this pillar down as well in a great spot. As Elk not going to need the bailout because he just pulls all the sticks from this troll and takes him down. Han Summer also going to be executed by Knight, who finds him off to the side, and in the blink of an eye, BLG will take control. They'll look to take down this outer turret, and they get themselves right back to gold parity, or at least
+1 charge.
Definitely close.
Yeah, +1 charge goes through, and they're actually just looking to take this inner out straight up, and they will get it. A big turnaround there. And we've seen LPL Kallistas do big work across the years, and Elk is, man, 3-0-3 now on this Kallista. Did so much damage there, forced the flash out, so the Rend couldn't connect, but he just changes targets and takes out Skumon. And I mean, at this point, BLG should just be able to get this dragon straight up for free. Yep. There's nothing that Broken Blade can do about it at this moment in time. And the rest of the team is still licking their wounds from that double turret take. And like you said, back to gold parity here. A Drake lead now in the hands of BLG.
Well, G2 looking for another skirmish. We are going to check out this fight a little bit beforehand. This is like, he is so incredibly confident as they commit everything. They're like, no, he's overextended. We will kill.
The Berserk comes through here. They can't get a kill, but Lebrov goes super low, has to flash away to get out of Rend range, and then Elk is just super confident. He's like, well, I just pivot over to the bundle. Barrier comes out. And as long as that health doesn't hit 0, he does not care. He's got a Renata with him, you know? Like, it wasn't even close. He wasn't worried for even a second. He's just like, I'm going to maximize my DPS. I got my support here. And it doesn't matter if my first target gets away, I just go for the next one that's in range.
Yep, exactly right. I do respect it from Skumon, as of course, you know, you do want to try and at least get something back in those moments, but it doesn't quite work out as Otacon has already been started. Skumon is just smacking it. And now they're going to look for the turn. The Ram coming on through here as the knockoff is only going to be used onto Bin because they didn't need it for the top side of the fight. The equalizer goes down, but Bin not quite getting the value that he's looking for. And G2 drawing first blood in the fight, now looking for another one. The 3-man on that Magnus Storm is beautiful, and down goes Beishwan. This is not his game today. They are BLG having to deal with the fact that both of their utility picks are dead.
G2 are able to identify they have this pocket of vision on Otacon, can start it up, and because they have the Ornn who can engage from so far away and the follow-up is real, they can just say, we start Otacon, if you come anywhere towards us, you're doomed. You're going to lose the fight. And to say that BLG had a setup or an answer there would be too kind, because they really just looked a little bit panicked and out of sorts as the Aurora teleport comes in so incredibly late from Knight, and he ultimately just has to flash out. And this is a huge win here, is look at how little control goes over to the side of BLG here. Like, LeBlanc is flanking. Caps gets the initial kill here on the Renata off of the start. and then they're just so split up. Like, yes, the Aurora is going to show up here to try to bail out this fight, but it's just too late, can't actually get in. And then they look for the turn here with the Magnet Storm, and it's just a flash from Knight out. Vi goes down, and it's a huge win, not only in kills, but also, as you mentioned, the Otacon going over 27 petals to 12. The numbers here and experience are starting to stack up, which is so valuable for an Ornn who wants to get those ornaments as quickly as possible.
Yep, Spirit Visage is now completed here for Skumond as well. Such an important
That's not a
item
dress,
for
by
the
the way.
Trundle. Yeah, that one isn't. I know that one is actually just a shirt, right? Like kind of a shirt.
That's the one armor, the glowing armor. You're like, okay, a wizard's coming for me. I get the glowing armor.
And Force of Nature was like that as well. Force of Nature, I understood. Kanik Rookern, is that one of the Gutcha Claws?
Scientists are still trying to figure out what a Rookern is.
I think it's a Gutcha Claw. I think that's what it is, as we can see. Like, you can see it there. Like, now that it's off cooldown, it's a Gutcha Claw. I think that can be confirmed. That one I'm not silly about.
I thought it was a utility belt, but I don't know.
And Triforce is obviously a misbuilt fan. As G2 do get the knock up here onto On, but he does have the hostile takeover. That's used only onto Broken Blade, though, who is looking borderline immortal at this point in time.
I mean,
Bin
get the TP.
getting in there with the teleport. You're exactly right. Equalizer in a choke point is normally good, but Caps goes in, gets a distortion over everyone, and look at them. They're all grouped up in G2, turning their own situation against them, as the Magnastorm only onto one isn't necessarily what they want, but it's Elk who has to use a fair bit to try and get himself out of there. All of the health bars on the Rift are so extraordinarily low.
And they were so close to having an incredible bailout moment there. I mean, he had the flash. I thought for sure he goes in and looks for the reset there, but they are too timid to do it.
How did
the
no one
fight
die?
is so split up. And the Ornhorn there cuts BLG in half, even though it doesn't secure a kill. Caps goes in. You don't think about LeBlanc's distortion as a big AoE damage ability, but in moments like this, when everyone's so packed up in that tight ball in a choke point, actually ends up doing a big amount of work there. It was a very close call there for G2, though. With those low health bars and Elk running amok, that could have actually gone disastrously and given BLG back the lead. They are just narrowly able to escape. However, still a significant lead here for Elk, 1,300 on this Callista pick. That's going to have a little bit of longevity in this game, but man, G2 just will not give away map control. They have all this pressure every single time there's a neutral objective setting up. They're like, all right, we're going to get vision around it. We're going to push them away. We're going to take those jungle camps. Cap's going to take a back timing here. As his Death Cap picks up the arm guard, can TP in if he needs to, but I think he's got just enough time to walk over with 10 seconds to spare. And this may be the last stand here for BLG if they get wiped on this fight, which is, by the way, just for a second Chemtech Drake here for G2. They should not overextend into this.
Yep, the Manazane actually completed here as well for Hans Sommer, just in the nick of time as On is taken so low. Fate's Call going to be used, though, and we'll see whether BLG can get the turnaround as they do decide to throw him in on top of Broken Blade, and the bailout does absolutely nothing. The Ornhorn, BB's a god today, and down they all go. G2 are looking at semifinals.
I mean, it looks like they really are. And I said, you know, it's just a second Drake here for G2. It's just a Chemtech Dragon. You could probably just say, well, we don't have Prio. Let's look for something else. But they commit anyways. The Fate's Call has to be used so early in the fight. Never a hostile takeover. The combo with Broken Blade and LeBrob, the Magnet Storm and the Call of the Forge God just rips BLG a new one. The timing of this so good for G2. They grab this Drake for free and now can reset. Topside Prio goes back to Caps, who, like I mentioned before, didn't have to TP. They can now put their eyes towards this Baron because Broken Blade also has TP. They can clear that vision. Coming in here with the control vision as a support, like, you're playing Renata here on. I just can't agree with this decision. Doesn't end up using the ultimate here and is just burst down, which means he has to Fate's Call.
But why BB? Why was he the target? That's my big bit of doubt is LeBron's setup and then the knockdown here. Just beautiful.
Well, I think it was one of those moments where you're like, I have to Fate's Call for safety, but I got to turn that into a positive somehow. But Hans Sommer was so far away, he also had his Valkyrie available. Like, you're not going to get him. You're not going to get Caps on the LeBlanc. So
Dylan Falco actually reacted to that one that time as down goes Beishuan yet again as we hop out of the replay. And G2 going from good to good. And that's the jungler, guys. Baron is now up and available, and G2, they can head over there. Maybe not wanting to go for any sort of 50-50s. I know you say it's not a 50-50 because the jungle is dead, but Knight's alive. And we all remember game one. Still, they're just going to make sure that BLG cannot get anywhere near this pit. And things are very, very dark on the Rift right now as Caps gets off towards the side. Knight is discovered by the LeBlanc as the On is going to get so much CC down. Bin is just melting as Caps goes golden, flashes out of the way of the buttons that Knight is trying to put down, and another array of skills comes in. Beautifully played in the mid-off, as we just saw as Caps gets the solo kill on the right-hand side of the team fight.
Yeah, golden hourglass for the golden hand. He takes him out in that side fight. And Caps just putting Knight down. This is Knight we're talking about. One of the best mids ever to play in the LPL.
The best today.
And he was the best performing player here for BLG, but Caps, man, the king of EU G2's franchise player, says, I am better today in this final game, in this wild card pick of the LeBlanc, as we have a fight for the Baron.
This is getting a little bit messy now as the cease and desist comes in. Beishuan is going to take the exit and now going to look to go back as Cap says, no, Elk, you're not allowed to play the game. It's okay, just a rocket from downtown as Hans Sama did see him go into that brush on the control ward, and they take down the Baron. G2 going to follow Bin to his base, I think, and look to try and take down at least an inhibitor turret. Phenomenal pillages there as we saw as G2 looking to just clean up the scraps.
I mean, these are some really long death timers. They can get some serious base damage done here.
They really can. On going to flash out of the way of the Ornhorn, but I don't think that's going to save him. The handshake is going to be top of the morning to your Caps as then he goes down. Knight also not going to get bailed out of this one. And G2 really come alive here in these last two games.
It's a big wave.
Sweep, or at least the mini one.
Yeah.
In this best of three as they will break the base.
It's a big wave. Elk is going to be the first to respawn here, but he alone is not going to be able to defend this push. I mean, I think it's going to be really hard. No Rumble. Equalizer up in 15. They're going to make a play for it.
Yep, and they have no money either. It has ballooned to a 10,000 gold lead with the Baron available as well. These minions so difficult to get through. And Elk, he can do nothing. Look at BB's face, man. There are just grins from ear to ear on G2. And they will be able to take down BLG after being swept at MSI. These three games went a whole lot differently. And now they get the pleasure of obliterating the key and sending BLG home.
Vengeance is sweet for G2. And it all just came together with this early game. The dominance of Caps in the lane. The aggressive, greedy trade when his enemy teleport is down. He takes the risk because he knows he can snowball that. It means that Skewmon can get so much done. A big bounce back for the team that struggled to secure those objectives in game one. They were so close to securing. They crushed game two, and arguably an even more one-sided game three to move to knockouts and change the narrative here for 2025. And G2 looking good. And who says the hope of Europe is dead? Not in this tournament. LEC looking strong.
Yeah, it's definitely looking pretty good as MKOI still yet to play. Is thankfully Fancy is alongside with BB because I think that he is MVP of the day. This guy on the Jax, absolutely outstanding, and then backs that up with that kind of on performance. My God. This key going to get absolutely obliterated, much like he did to Bin today. So Fancy, take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. G2 have finally done it. They were able to break BLG's curse after 2 years of losing. Oh my God, BB, there's so much to talk about. Let me start first with game two. You had a statement performance. Walk us through what happened.
You know, after this MSI performance, I had to prove myself, and I had a great chance here at EWC, so I took it, you know, I wanted to redeem myself.
Absolutely, you did. That happened for sure, but I do want to ask, coming into this tournament, everyone was looking at LCK and LPL teams, and everyone was underestimating EU. What do you like to say to them right now?
I mean, we're still the underdogs coming from MSI, you know, but we have to be respected, of course, right? We just beat LPL. I'm very excited for what's to come, but we have to stay humble for now, you know, and take it as it is, you know.
Absolutely. Well, you are 2 steps away from claiming this trophy and winning an international event. Do you think that this is the G2 version that can win the whole thing?
Yeah, 100%. We all believe it. You know, we ride with the wave. I think we found a very good recipe on winning the games, you know. So I'm looking forward to playing against, I believe it's going to be AL. I'm not 100% sure. But any team that we will be facing is going to be strong now. So I'm very excited.
Absolutely. Well, the good thing about Esports World Cup is that when you win an elimination match, you get to crush your opponent's key. Just tell me how you feel right now.
It's going to be my first time, so I'm looking forward for it.
All right.
Am I doing it?
Yeah, absolutely you're doing it. Let's go to the key crush machine and just let you know that you have just guaranteed a $160,000 in the bag. So I'll just let you have this moment for yourself.
And the G2 faithful have been rewarded. It has been multiple years of losing, coming close, whether it was a best of 3, a best of 5. BLG got the best of G2, but not today. It was the reverse sweep, a 2-1 victory for G2 to the joy, pure joy to everyone inside the STC arena wearing the G2 colors. And it has to feel good. We had the chance to sit down with Broken Blade in the studio earlier, and it was his goal to defeat an LPL squad. Standing right now with one of the members from the LPL squad is Kitty. Take it away.
G2 finally find their revenge at an international stage. By my side, BLG Elk. So I know that you guys have had a very long rivalry for 2 years now. Unfortunately, you guys fell short. So what went wrong today?
我知道你们和 G2 其实是有非常长的一段交手的时间的，然后今天很可惜输掉了比赛。你觉得是什么出了问题呢？
就是以比赛内容来说的话，就是我们打得没有对面好吧。
I just think that we don't play that well comparing to G2.
And I do want to talk about the Game 3 draft. So we saw that you guys decided to go with the Kalista Renata. And ever since the start of MSI till now, the second international that we've seen in the past few months, Kalista Renata has had a lot of controversy around this bot lane duo. So why did you decide to go with this champion duo?
我们想聊一下第3场的这个 BP 选择。我们注意到你选择了卡莉斯塔和列娜塔这个组合。从 MSI 开始的时候，其实这个组合就饱受争议，然后一直很难拿下一个胜局吧。然后你在这个 BP 上面是怎么想的呢？
首先我觉得我们整体阵容在4、5楼能够选出卡列，然后就是以两边阵容来说，卡列肯定是当时的最优解吧。然后胜率的话，其实我倒觉得就还好嘛。然后，但是因为我们在第3局的比赛内容其实就是比较差吧，所以说导致输掉游戏。
I do think that the composition of Kalista and Renata doesn't really matter during this match, and I do think that it's a good pick when we were choosing the meta for this particular match. I just don't think that we performed that well during the game itself.
The Kalista curse continues, and there are a lot of BLG fans here at the arena. So do you have anything to say to the fans as you exit EWC?
就是可能比较可惜，但是其实现场有非常多的 BLG 粉丝，你有没有想跟他们说的？
就是我觉得比较可惜吧，因为我们以这样的一场比赛，然后输掉这一次就 EWC 之旅，我觉得很可惜吧。然后就希望我们在夏季赛的时候，就第3赛段的时候能够就是打得更好吧。然后也非常感谢就是现场来支持我们的粉丝，谢谢你们。
I do want to say thank you to all my fans. Of course, it's a bit sad to actually lose and stop right here at this EWC. I just want to thank again to all of my fans, and we'll do better.
Thank you so much, Elk. I'm looking forward to see you back in the LPL and back to you guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Kitty and Cheryl, for the translation. Elk, again, the goals for BLG
were getting back to the mountaintop like they did in the World Finals in 2024. They fall short, though, after a resurgent G2 finds some answers. And like Kitty said, the curse of Kalista continues. I know that, Midas, you've had strong opinions on the bot lane here for BLG. And just like in this clip here, just not able to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly was not On's day. Here, it looked like he got caught, and then, you know, Kalista has been that controversial pick. Not only having a low win rate, having no win rate, has not won a single game from MSI till now, especially with the Renata pairing. And it looked like, you know, okay, my support is a little prone to getting caught. I'll play Kalista to pull him out. And that didn't last long. He went right back in. His ult wasn't even up. So kind of rough for BLG, not gonna lie.
Yeah, strong emphasis there on the gameplay, not necessarily the draft by Elk. BLG will head back on over to the LPL in the upper group and try to make their way back onto Worlds, their next opportunity for international play. But here they finish in the quarterfinals, the 8-5 slot. And for G2 and Finn, all right, one more time. We gotta get the zoom here on a satisfied Vin. We saw a sad Finn, but now we got to see, yeah, that Finn. Yeah. Clip it.
We're back, baby. We're back. I never doubted them.
2 years of losing, and they're back.
Yeah. I mean, we have been getting beaten brutally by Bin and BLG for so much time now. For so long, they just keep getting our number in internationals, but now G2 finally beating them must feel so good, must feel so great just to take down this arch nemesis that always knocks them down whenever they go travel to try to win some trophies.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at some of the highlights here as we wrap up this series in the day. And it starts off with Cap showing off the LeBlanc. When he came out, everyone's like, LeBlanc, is that really where it goes? But his mastery of it is in full prowess here.
Yeah, this play was sick. I mean, Vi gets away with low HP. Caps goes back in, flashes to get the kill on him, and then reacting to use his mimic distortion to get away from the rumble flash was just crazy. It shows how much mastery he must have on this champion, because LeBlanc is definitely not something he's playing very often. It's not a champion that we've seen really anyone playing, but he's still got that muscle memory, still has all of his skills on it, so it was cool to see him pull it out.
And what I like too, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he play the Syndra earlier in the group stages? Again, unorthodox champions that we know can dish out damage, but haven't been played as much if it's not in the right spot here.
I like it. I think these are like some EU classics. We have the Syndra. I mean, okay, EU classic going back to Bjergsen is maybe a little bit too strong, but like, I know there's a lot of people in Europe playing Syndra, and the LeBlanc has been a staple around the EU mids. The Perks and Caps, the two classic wielders of that champion. And it's just something that is so comfortable for these players, and they know how to execute, especially in these fearless drafts, in these game 3s, game 4s, game 5s. That is when you see these champions come out, and I think it's so nice that we finally can show that little European flag that is just, we have our picks and we use them to such great extent.
It was great to see a return to form for G2 this tournament. This is kind of the G2 that I feel like a lot of people expect when you go international, the G2 who can match with these Eastern teams and even take down BLG now, something they haven't been able to do. So it's cool seeing them on their signature picks. And I think Scuman and Broken Blade, to me, deserve a lot of praise for this series, because although all of G2 played well, I think that BB and Scuman both stepped up a lot, because they didn't have the greatest MSI showing. They received a lot of criticism, and they didn't let it get them down. They kept their confidence. They leveled up a lot, and I think they played great today.
Yeah, the way that they were taking the gold leads, the highlight that we did for game number 2, where they forced a fight to distract BLG while Caps was split pushing on the top side of the map, the influx of 1,500 gold. This is the G2 that we miss. It's not just being able to fight with the hands, but outplaying the team and being one of the few organizations in the West to be able to do so.
And that is one of Caps' main trademarks in Europe. If you watch any European G2 games and it looks like G2 is like having a slow game, suddenly Caps will disappear to side lane for like 7 minutes. And then he will come back with like one more item over the enemy mid laner, and everyone's like, how does he do it? how does he keep doing it? And it's something that he's struggled to convert into the international stage lately. But to see him execute this against such a strong team that is BLG gives me so much confidence of his return to form.
Well, with that victory, we now have two of the seeds set for the semifinals. G2 will await the winner of Gen G versus FlyQuest after FlyQuest defeated Furia earlier in the day. On the opposite side, it was AGAL over Hanwha Life Esports to get the LPL representative in the lower side of the bracket up against T1 or Movistar Koi after Movistar were able to get the victory later on. And with those victories, that means those keys got crushed. It was CFO's key saying goodbye and popped off right there. Or is it there? There, somewhere. One of those two. Masu getting to do it as well, putting their opponent's Furia to the sword and seeing the hopes of the Brazilian squad get crushed. A little bit of revenge for the LTA North.
Yeah, what a satisfying way to beat someone. You know, you win in the game and then you get to crush their logo. Oh man, that looks fun.
Yeah, I mean, Tarzan's ice cold face and the little chuckle there when he sees it snap. And I mean, it's been a good day for European fans, I have to say. Seeing MKOI topple their MSIs of the Flying Oysters and seeing G2 topple their own with the BLG is like, it's an upward trend, and I really hope we can snowball this into some momentum and going into this tournament's finishing touches.
Yeah, after the best of ones, it felt like an older order was put back into place. It was 2 European teams making it on in, 1 North American team making it on in. But then after that, I think AGAL, we weren't sure what to expect because we hadn't seen them. It was Hanwha Life taking one of the games. You're like, okay, all the momentum's with Hanwha Life. But then one man stood in front of the way of Hanwha Life and dragged them across the finish line. It was our Sony MVP of the day. Flandre in the top lane had himself a heck of a series and a heck of a day.
Like we mentioned earlier during their series, Flandre just absolutely outperformed Zeus, which is probably a surprise to most people. Flandre is someone who's kind of, I would say he's known for being more of like the team fighter, not a super lane dominant player. He's got his Yorick, you know, he'll play Rumble, Renekton, but today he whipped out the tanks and just had so much presence in the game, was able to take over team fights and yeah, just lead his team to victory.
Maybe it's kind of indicative of the meta because we have 2 of the best undisputed top laners in the world in both Zeus and Bin out, and 2 guys that are great in their own right but generally play more for the team in terms of Flandre and Broken Blade in and winning in the semifinals here.
Yeah, and I think it just shows, I mean, to me, I'm just so impressed with Flandre and his class. He has been playing since 2014-15 competitively, and he still has such good form. When people think of the old players, they think of Faker, they think of the other like veterans that has been there for so long, but Flandre often goes unnoticed, and the fact that he's still out there performing so well, it's just so commendable.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. After we finish another big day, we now settle into just best of 3s, and it is the other half of the quarterfinals. It all kicks off with the reigning title winners, the reigning League of Legends World Champions T1 up against the reigning champions of Europe in Movistar Koi. Then it is FlyQuest, the LTA North representative, up against Gen G. It is a big day of matches. When you look at that, what jumps out at you here, Medios?
Well, it's FlyQuest playing to get another match against Gen G, which this is going to be the 3rd time they've played them, and they managed to take games each time, so I think it's doable. Definitely a very hard opponent, probably the hardest, but I think they can do it.
It's a tough series for both of these teams. These are the 2 MSI finalists and the reigning best 2 teams in the world right now. So what a privilege to have a chance to try to take them down right when they're sitting at the top. I think it's a great chance for both MKOI, great chance for FlyQuest as well, to really show that they have so much more they can offer to the international events.
Yeah, huge matches for the West. And again, the debut for both Gen G and T1 tomorrow. But for tonight, we'll dream just a little bit with the G2 victory, getting it done over one of their big nemesis. Now, that does it here from us at the Esports World Cup. On behalf of everyone working the broadcast, we thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more quarterfinals action.
Bye.